Lin Mo awoke from a deep slumber, only to find himself transported into the realm of Quanji Gaoshou, where he had become an inconspicuous network administrator in an internet. CAF. Fortunately, he had bound the Glory Illustrated Compendium, Formation Demon Specialization System, marking a departure from his former mediocrity. On the very day the 10th District launched, armed with the Ghost Sword, he orchestrated formations with divine prowess, single-handedly commanding the battlefield and shattering dungeon records. Yet, inadvertently, he caught the attention of the solitary figure known as Jun Mo Xiao. Ye Xiu remarked, "You, Formation Demon, possess remarkable talent. Would you care to join Xing Xin?" Lin Mo responded, "May I first request a signature from Mucheng?" From that moment forth, Xing Xin gained a tactical core adept in formations and strategies that he achieved legendary status in the challenge matches, locked down the playoffs against the reincarnation team, and, on the world stage, he illuminated the global arena as the Chinese Formation Demon. The path of the Formation Demon to control the game is paramount. Single female lead Mucheng with a delicate emotional thread. The passionate growth of the Xing Xin team pays homage to the classic original. System assistance does not equate to invincibility. Mastery relies on practice. Yi Shun, if given a second chance, would you still choose me? I would. Why? Because only you can elevate the Formation Demon to the realm of art. Chapter 1. The Glory World? An unfamiliar ceiling. Consciousness felt as though it were submerged in a frigid, viscous abyss, struggling to surface with each attempt. Every effort was accompanied by a throbbing pain deep within his temples and a myriad of fragmented, distorted images swirling in the darkness, flickering and fading away. The dazzling effects of the game screen, the crisp clacking of keystrokes, the frantic shouts of teammates. Formation Demon. Ice Formation. Ice Formation. Control that mad swordsman. Damn, it's slow. Do you even know how to play? Followed by the jarring sound of brakes, the acrid scent of rubber burning against the ground lingering in the air. Ultimately, an immense, inescapable force overwhelmed him as blinding white light engulfed his vision. Ugh, a muffled groan escaped from his parched throat as Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes. There were no glaring surgical lights, no pungent scent of disinfectant, nor the anticipated agony and heavy restraints on his body. What greeted his gaze was an unfamiliar ceiling, slightly yellowed and coated in old paint. A tiny spider was leisurely climbing up the thread it had spun in the corner. He lay upon a narrow single bed, covered by a thin quilt adorned with faded cartoon patterns. The room was cramped, nearly filled with a desk, a chair, and a simple plastic wardrobe. Upon the desk lay several dog-eared textbooks, an antiquated desk lamp, and a computer. Lin Mo's heart raced. The side panel of the computer's case was not securely fastened, exposing a tangled mess of multicolored data cables. The screen was a bulky CRT monitor, its thick glass reflecting the dim light, filtering through the grimy window. This was certainly not something from his era. He struggled to sit up, only to be met with an overwhelming dizziness that forced him back onto the pillow. Did I didn't die? He murmured incredulously, his voice hoarse. The accident, that wretched accident, his final memory, was of a vehicle careening out of control, crashing through the guardrail, plummeting into darkness. He should be dead. Yet the sensations in his body were undeniably real. He could feel the firmness of the mattress beneath him, the weight of the quilt, the searing dryness in his throat, and the persistent, dull ache in his head. Where is this? He managed to turn his neck, surveying the small, humble yet strikingly authentic room. His gaze drifted across the desk, fixating on an open calendar in the corner. Its deep blue cover was adorned with a gilded silhouette of a powerful warrior wielding a massive sword, set against a backdrop of flames and shattered shield insignias. Beneath the warrior's silhouette were elegantly crafted characters proclaiming glory. Lin Mo's breath caught in his throat. Glory. The very game he had devoted nearly a decade to in his past life, yet had always struggled to rise beyond the ranks of an average player. The game that filled him with both love and frustration. Glory. The virtual reality MMORPG that boasted 24 distinct professions and an endless array of skill combinations, captivating the world. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning, and he instinctively reached for the calendar, feeling the rough paper against his fingertips, grounding him in reality. He fixated on the date inscribed there, August 3rd, 20XX. The year aligned perfectly with the pinnacle of glory's glory days in his memory. His gaze eagerly shifted downward, searching for any confirming information about this world. At the bottom of the calendar, a line of small print caught his eye. Joshua Club, 3 consecutive championship dynasty. The battle god, 1 leaf autumn, creates a legend. Joshua, 1 leaf autumn. Yi Qiu. These words burned like a hot iron, nearly slipping from his grasp. His heart raced wildly in his chest, the blood rushing to his head, rendering the residual headache trivial. This was no dream. This was not a mere illusion conjured from the brink of death following the accident. He had arrived in the world of Quanji Gaoshou, the vibrant, passionate, and legendary esports realm depicted by Dai Blue. The immense shock left his mind blank, and he remained in a stupor for several seconds. In his previous life, as an ordinary office worker, his love for glory was one of the few bright spots in his otherwise dull existence. He had read countless novels, followed numerous anime series, and even penned a few mediocre fanfictions. He was familiar with every top-tier expert here, their iconic characters and legendary battles, as well as the well-known guilds and clubs Yishio, Su Mucheng, Huang Xiaotian, Wang Jieshi, Han Wenqing. These names shone like stars in his heart, and now he might be living in the same time and space as them. Perhaps he even had the chance to meet them in person. Ecstasy surged through him like molten lava, igniting every vein in his body. Yet, almost immediately, a chilling realization crept up his spine. As excitement waned, the cold touch of reality returned. He surveyed the cramped, aging, and somewhat dilapidated room. Apart from the antiquated computer on the desk, there were only a few dog-eared high school textbooks with second-year physics printed on the covers, a corner piled with empty instant noodle cups emitting a faint odor, and a wardrobe whose door hung ajar, revealing a few faded t-shirts and a school uniform jacket. On the nightstand lay a half-deflated wallet containing only a few crumpled bills and a well-worn identification card. The photo on the ID depicted a boy who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. His features were delicate, yet his complexion bore the pallor of long-standing malnutrition, and his eyes reflected a certain timidity and bewilderment. The name section clearly displayed Lin Mo. This body is also named Lin Mo. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch his face. The sensation was warm skin, and the contours of the bones felt softer and more youthful than the face marred by the trials of life he remembered. He struggled to rise from the bed, his steps unsteady as he approached the small, rust-edged mirror on the desk. The reflection revealed the very boy from the ID photo. Yet now, the once timid eyes sparkled with astonishment, joy, confusion, and a glimmer of newfound vitality. Lin Mo, 18 high school student, he murmured softly, feeling the vibrant, though somewhat frail, life coursing through this youthful body. There was none of the back pain from prolonged sitting or late nights, none of the dry, blurred vision from staring at computer screens for too long, nor the heaviness of a body drained by suboptimal health. This was a healthy, youthful body brimming with limitless potential. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary player of glory, with average speed and mediocre awareness. His greatest achievement in the game might have been to find himself as a substitute in a third-rate guild, running errands. His passion for glory was sincere. Yet he could only gaze up at the top-tier masters dominating the professional arena, crafting legends from afar. That yearning, coupled with a sense of helplessness, once tormented him deeply, and now, a brand new world, a youthful and vigorous body, an opportunity to exist in the same era as those legendary figures. More importantly, this is the realm of glory. The battlefield he has longed for with all his soul. An indescribable surge of excitement and ambition spiraled wildly within him like vines. All the dissatisfaction and regrets from his previous life transformed into a burning fuel at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, bringing a clear sting of pain. Glory. He spoke to the young man in the mirror, each word deliberate, his voice carrying a raspy, yet resolute tone, as if breaking free from a cocoon. This time I shall stand at the pinnacle. Just then, an almost imperceptible sound, akin to static interference, suddenly resonated in his mind. The sound was so faint it could easily be mistaken for an illusion. Lin Mo froze, glancing warily around. The room was silent save for the heavy sound of his own breathing. Outside the window, the distant hum of urban life could be faintly heard. Was it an auditory hallucination? The aftereffects of the accident? He shook his head, trying to dispel the odd sensation, redirecting his focus back to the old computer. This was the key. He needed to confirm immediately whether this world's glory was indeed the game he knew so well. He nearly lunged at the computer, his fingers trembling with excitement. He pressed the dusty power button with force. The old cooling fan emitted a dull roar, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening after years of hibernation. The CRT monitor flickered to life with a brief orange glow before abruptly flashing a few times, finally struggling to display a dim blue startup screen. The edges of the screen were distinctly rounded, the colors slightly distorted, reflecting Lin Mo's tense and expectant face. The startup process was agonizingly slow. The hard drive clicked and clacked as it read, akin to rusted gears turning. Lin Mo's fingers unconsciously tapped the greasy edges of the keyboard, his gaze fixated on the blinking cursor and the scrolling lines of startup information. At last, the familiar, somewhat cheap-looking operating system interface appeared. The desktop wallpaper displayed the default blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, with icons arranged in a chaotic manner. Lin Mo's mouse pointer glided precisely across the screen, clicking on a deep blue icon shaped like a shield crossed with a sword. Beneath the icon, the words "Glory" stood out in bold, powerful lettering. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. He held his breath and double-clicked the icon. No response. He double-clicked again. Still no response. Ominous premonition swept over him. Could it be not installed properly? Or perhaps this world's glory was not the game he was familiar with at all. Just as despair began to creep in, a small network connection icon in the lower right corner of the screen suddenly shifted from a gray X to a green connected state. Ding! A crisp system notification chimed from the computer speakers. Almost simultaneously, the deep blue glory icon lit up, automatically prompting a simple login window. Connection successful. Verifying client version. A line of tiny text flashed quickly above the login box. Lin Mo exhaled a long, drawn-out sigh of relief, the cold sweat on his back nearly soaking through his thin t-shirt. It worked. It truly was glory. He suppressed the urge to log in immediately, his gaze eagerly scanning the desktop for more information about this body, this world, and the current time. His eyes darted over several document icons, finally landing on one labeled Diary, Do Not Open. This title exuded an unmistakable air of adolescent rebellion. Without hesitation, Lin Mo double-clicked to open it. The document contained only a few hastily scrawled lines, the handwriting appearing somewhat crooked and messy on the screen. August 1st. I'm so annoyed. I bombed my final exams again, and my mom scolded me for half an hour on the phone. My Glory account card was confiscated by my dad, who said I need to improve my grades next semester before he'll return it. Damn. The 10th district opens tomorrow. My Demon Slayer. My path of demon slaying. Internet CAF? I've only got $20 left, and I need to stretch it for 3 days. I'm out of instant noodles. What a damn miserable life. August 2nd. Spent the whole day in a daze. I searched through all the drawers and really couldn't find a single cent. I'm starving. Tomorrow the 10th district, am I really going to miss it? I can't accept that. If only I could do it all over again, I would definitely. The diary abruptly ended there. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The 10th district. Opening tomorrow. He abruptly looked up, his gaze once again fixed on the calendar on the desk. August 3rd. Today? And it was afternoon. He had been completely overwhelmed by the shock of traversing to the world of glory and had not noticed the specific time. Outside, the daylight had indeed shifted from the gray haze of his awakening to a distinct afternoon glow. A wave of urgency washed over him like a cold tide, nearly drowning him. The 10th district. Yi Xiu was expelled from Jiashi, adopting the alias Jun Mo Xiao, starting anew in the 10th district. Su Mucheng's Feng Shu Yen Mu would also appear there. That was the initial, albeit minuscule, spark of the Qing Exine dynasty, the true beginning of all legendary tales. Yet he had almost missed this crucial time point due to the original owner's poverty and the confiscation of the account card. He was on the verge of losing the opportunity to meet Yi Xiu for the first time. Account card. Lin Mo nearly shouted, springing to his feet. He resembled a wild beast trapped in a cage, frantically searching the cramped room. He yanked open drawers, scattering miscellaneous items everywhere. He flipped over the pillow, rummaged through the blankets, and even crouched down to peer under the bed. Nothing. It was nowhere to be found. The diary mentioned it was confiscated by his father. Lin Mo's heart sank to the depths. Was he to remain trapped here? Was he to watch the 10th district open, to hear Jun Mo Xiao's name resonate in the new district, while he lacked even the qualification to log into the game? To live again, possessing a healthy body, yet unable to secure a ticket to the battlefield? A tremendous sense of resentment and anger gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. He slammed his fist onto the desk, causing the old monitor to shake violently. No, absolutely not. He gritted his teeth, a nearly frenzied obsession gleaming in his eyes. Missing the opening of the 10th district meant missing the initial and most crucial time window. It meant he could forever lose the chance to capture Yi Xiu's attention and join the core circle of Qing Exine. It meant that his ambition to relive a life and change his fate would be utterly crushed at its inception. His gaze swept over the deflated wallet on the desk, the few pitiful crumpled bills glaringly obvious. $20? Not even enough to buy the cheapest temporary account card. Let alone the cost of going to an internet CAF? What to do? Steal? Rob? The thought crossed his mind, but was immediately suppressed. No, absolutely not. To live again was not to tread this path of desperation. Was waiting the only option? Waiting for the original owner's father to show mercy and return the account card? How long would that take? The golden opportunity for the 10th district's launch would slip away in an instant. As despair wrapped around him like a cold vine, tightening more and more, threatening to drag him into the abyss, Zila, the peculiar sound, akin to static interference, erupted once more without warning. This time, the sound resonated with an unparalleled clarity, imbued with a unique rhythm, as if it emanated from the very depths of the void. Lin Mo abruptly froze, his every movement suspended. He held his breath, concentrating all his mental faculties to discern the source of that sound. It was not something his ears could perceive. The sound manifested directly within the recesses of his consciousness. Z detecting intense mental fluctuations compatibility confirmed the disjointed, emotionless electronic synthesized voice flowed into his mind like a frigid stream, chilling him to the core. Binding program initiated Wang. Lin Mo felt a violent jolt within his skull. It was as though invisible currents surged through every nerve ending. The scene before him, the cramped room, the cluttered desk, the flickering computer screen twisted and swayed violently, reminiscent of ripples on the surface of a disturbed pond. Countless incomprehensible symbols and geometric shapes, glowing with a ghostly blue luminescence, appeared out of thin air, inundating his visual senses, forcefully imprinted upon the depths of his consciousness. Excruciating pain, an indescribable torment. It felt as if a searing iron rod had been ruthlessly thrust into his temple, stirring violently within. Lin Mo let out an uncontrollable, pained howl, clutching his head with both hands, his body curling as he slipped from the chair, crashing heavily onto the cold, hard floor. His vision was consumed by the torrent of ghostly blue data, his consciousness engulfed in a maelstrom of agony. Chapter 2. Binding. Glory Codex, Zhen Gui Specialization System. The frigid floor pressed against his cheek, its rough texture offering a faint sense of reality, barely pulling him back from the brink of total oblivion. The agonizing pain within his head gradually receded like a receding tide, though the violent aftershocks continued to pulse through his nerves, each throb inducing waves of nauseating vertigo. Lin Mo gasped for breath, his throat emitting a wheezing sound akin to a bellows, cold sweat soaking through his thin t-shirt, darkening a patch on the floor beneath him. The swirling, ghostly blue data streams in his vision finally began to dissipate and reorganize, ultimately crystallizing into a semi-transparent interface suspended within the depths of his consciousness, exuding a profound sense of technology. The backdrop of the interface was a vast, starry cosmos, countless stars rotating slowly. At its center, a complex, three-dimensional emblem composed of numerous small, luminescent blue cubes spun gently. The form of the emblem constantly morphed, at times resembling a hefty tome, with pages flowing like waterfalls of data at others, coalescing into translucent banners inscribed with arcane runes, ultimately stabilizing into a peculiar symbol, a core resembling a book, flanked by four ethereal swords representing distinct elements: frost, shadow, flame, blade. A line of three-dimensional text, composed solely of pure energy and radiating a soft white light, silently materialized beneath the emblem. Glory Codex, Zhen Gui Specialization System. Initialization binding complete. Host, Lin Mo. Status, mental fluctuation mild. Scanning host basic information. The cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice resonated directly within his thoughts. Scanning complete. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18 years. Physical condition, suboptimal mild malnutrition, lack of exercise. Nerve reflex speed, APM, 120150. Potential assessment, B. Dynamic vision, C. Tactical awareness, B. Potential assessment, A. Spatial perception, A. Glory occupational inclination, Zhen Gui compatibility, SSS. Comprehensive potential assessment, S. To be developed. System core objective, assist the host in achieving the pinnacle of glory, earning the title of strongest Zhen Gui. Lin Mo lay on the floor, dazedly gazing at the system interface hovering in his mind, the reverberations of the voice echoing in his brain blending into a surreal sense of absurdity and an indescribable euphoria, nearly making him forget the pain in his body. The system, the legendary Golden Finger, a standard for traversers. It actually exists, and it is specifically designed for Zhen Gui. The strongest Zhen Gui? He unconsciously repeated these four words in his previous life as an ordinary player. He was well aware of the role Zhen Gui occupied within the realm of glory. Masters of crowd control, the core of team tactics, yet significantly inferior to Zhen Gui in unknown combat and explosive potential. The operational difficulty was exceedingly high, demanding an almost stringent grasp of overall awareness and timing. Among the average player base, those who chose Zhen Gui were exceedingly rare, and those who excelled were even more of a rarity. It seemed more like a profession crafted for competitive arenas and high-end team dungeons. This system has directly locked him into the Zhen Gui path. Compatibility SSS. The interface flickered slightly, and the cold prompt sound echoed once more. System function modules loading. Point 1. Glory Codex Core. Status, activated beginner. Function, scan specific targets within the host's field of vision real-world game to collect information and construct a codex database. As the codex completion rate increases, it can unlock relevant information about the target's weaknesses, skill details, material origins, background stories, etc., and grant special rewards: experience points, materials, skill points, specialization points, system currency, etc. Current scanning range, radius 5 meters, real-world character field of vision in-game. Current codex completion rate, 0.01. As the prompt concluded, a book-like icon illuminated on the interface. Point 2. Task System Core. Status. Activated. Function. Issue various tasks related to the world of glory, Zhengue occupational growth, and the host integration into the world mainside daily achievements. Completing tasks can yield substantial rewards, experience points, attribute points, skill points, specialization points, rare materials, special items, system currency, glory points, etc. Task difficulty is proportional to the rewards. Current task list, empty. A rotating exclamation mark icon illuminated. Point 3. Zhengue skill library specialization tree core. Status. Activated basic skills unlocked. Function. Provide a Zhengue exclusive skill tree and specialization enhancement path that surpasses the current glory version. The host must consume skill points to learn skills and specialization points to enhance skill effects range, duration, damage, additional effects, deployment speed, etc. or unlock special specialization talents. Certain advanced special skill specializations require fulfilling specific conditions or consuming special items glory points to unlock. Warning. The system only provides knowledge frameworks and enhancement paths. Mastery of skills must be attained through extensive practical training by the host. A spectral image of a skill tree, with gnarled branches shimmering with a faint glow, manifested on the interface. Currently only the lowest nodes emitted a dim light. Point 4. Attribute panel auxiliary. Status. Activated. Function. Intuitively display the attributes of the host reality and game characters. The host can enhance their physical attributes, neural reflexes, dynamic vision, endurance, etc. through attribute points, task rewards, or specific training, indirectly. Influencing the operational limits of the game character. Game character attributes adhere to the foundational rules of glory and are affected by equipment, skills, and levels. A concise data panel unfolds, clearly listing the fundamental physical data that Lin Mo just scanned. Simulation training ground auxiliary status. Inactive, requires consumption of glory points or special items to activate function. Consumes resources to conduct high-intensity. Customized training in a virtual space constructed by the system can simulate specific opponents, maps, combat scenarios, and time flow adjustments. This resolves the host's issues of insufficient training time and resources in reality. Activation requirement. 100 glory points or virtual training core beginner X1. An hourglass-shaped icon dims. Material synthesis equipment optimization auxiliary status. Inactive, requires meeting conditions or consuming glory points to unlock function. Provides unique formulas or optimization paths, assisting the host in crafting top-tier silver equipment later on. Unlock condition. Character level reaches 50 or pays 500 glory points. A furnace icon also appears dimmed. System universal currency, glory points, acquisition methods, complete tasks, achieve accomplishments, enhance the completion of the compendium, first kill scans of specific targets, etc. Current glory points, 0. The cold notification sound temporarily ceased. Lin Mo's consciousness buzzed under the overwhelming tide of information, yet he forced himself to calm down, rapidly digesting it all. Compendium scanning. Task system. Exclusive array ghost skill tree. Attribute allocation. Simulation training ground. Later stage equipment support. The core is glory points. This system's capabilities are powerful and comprehensive, as if it were tailor-made for Hema ladder to the heavens, especially the exclusive skill library and specialization tree for array ghosts, suggesting that he might master the powers of formations beyond the current understanding of the glory version. Moreover, the simulation training ground seems to be the perfect solution for his shortcomings in hand speed. However, amidst the excitement, a chill crept in. The system distinctly warned, it does not directly impart operational skills. All abilities must be diligently practiced and mastered by him alone. Furthermore, the core driving force of all functions is glory points, and he currently possesses none. The critical auxiliary functions, such as the simulation training ground and equipment optimization, remain locked. Glory points. Tasks. Lin Mo struggled to sit up from the floor, leaning against the cold edge of the bed, his gaze intensely fixed on the system interface in his mind. Where are the novice tasks? Where are the benefits for the traveler? As if sensing his fervent intent, the central icon of the system interface, a rotating exclamation mark, abruptly flashed with a striking red light. Ding. Novice guidance task issued. Task name, Glory begins. Task type, mainline prologue. Task objectives. 1. Successfully create a game character in Glory District 1001. 2. Choose a profession, Ghost Swordsman 01. 3. Complete the class transition to Ghost Swordsman 01. 4. Raise the character level to 15015. Task deadline. Within 72 hours of the opening of District 10. Task rewards. Experience X1000, Skill Points X5, Specialization Points X3, Glory Points X50, Novice Gift Pack X1 contains. Low-level Health Mana Potions X10, Beginner Weapon. Enhancement Stones X3, Random White Equipment X1, Copper Coins X1000. Failure penalty. System functions freeze for 72 hours, and one randomly obtained basic attribute point is revoked. A novice task, and the rewards are generous, especially those 50 glory points, along with 5 skill points and 3 specialization points. Skill points and specialization points are directly related to unlocking and enhancing the core capabilities of the Array Ghost. The Novice Gift Pack, though ordinary, contains the very resources he desperately needs to kickstart his journey. Yet, the task objectives felt like a bucket of cold water dousing the flame of hope he had just ignited. Create a character? Choose a Ghost Swordsman? Transition classes? Level up to 15? The prerequisite is that he must possess a Glory account card and be able to log into the game. The account card. That infernal item. The original owner's diary revealed that his account card had been confiscated, leaving him penniless. Damn it. Lin Mo slammed his fist on the floor, the joints aching. Was he to helplessly watch the deadline for the novice task slip away in despair, to see the bountiful rewards and the hope of activating the simulation training ground dissolve into nothingness? To miss the crucial golden time of the opening of District 10? No, absolutely not. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes shining with a nearly frenzied light, akin to a lone wolf trapped in a desperate situation. His gaze swept across the cramped room like a searchlight, missing not a single corner. The desk, wardrobe, beneath the bed, even the pile of miscellaneous items that had fallen during his earlier rummaging. Wait. His gaze suddenly fixed on the heap of clutter he had carelessly swept from the drawer. A few old magazines, several out-of-ink ballpoint pens, crumpled draft papers to nestle between the draft papers, and a tattered physics workbook for sophomore year. A small segment of deep blue hard plastic edge emerged. That color, that texture. Is it the unique packaging of the Glory account card? Lin Mo's heart abruptly ceased its rhythmic thumping. He scrambled forward, trembling fingers brushing aside the workbook and draft papers covering it. A card lay quietly there. The deep blue hard card body, edged with silver metallic trim, exuded a sense of technological sophistication. In the center of the card was the Glory logo, a familiar emblem composed of a shield and crossed swords. Beneath the logo, a line of slightly worn golden text read, Glory District 10 Opening Commemorative Edition Experience Card. An experience card. Lin Mo grasped the card in his hand, the icy sensation making him feel as if he were clutching a searing iron. An experience card. This limited-time account card was distributed by the officials during the launch of a new district to attract new players or for promotional events. Typically, it has a very short validity period, possibly just a few days, and limited functionality, such as inability to recharge, with some features unavailable, but it is sufficient for creating a character and early leveling up. The original owner, that impoverished youth whose account card was confiscated, he somehow managed to acquire this commemorative experience card for the opening of District 10. Perhaps it was a promotional flyer handed out on the street, or he won it in an online event. He had hidden it away, undiscovered by his father. The diary's mention of searching through all the drawers referred to this. He was searching for this lifeline. A tidal wave of overwhelming joy surged through Lin Mo, nearly prompting him to howl at the heavens. There is no absolute despair. No, it is the system. It is the fortune brought by the system. In his most desperate moment, it guided him to find this solitary path to salvation. He tightly clutched this lightweight, yet immensely significant experience card, as if grasping his entire future in his hands. His knuckles whitened from the pressure, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. Time. He abruptly looked out the window. The setting sun had already painted half the sky a brilliant red, casting a golden hue on the walls of the old residential building across the street. The launch time for District 10 is precisely at 8 o'clock in the evening. He scrambled back to his computer, trembling hands inserting the precious experience card into a designated slot on the front of the chassis, illuminated by a soft blue reading light. With a gentle beep, the reading light stabilized, glowing a steady blue. On the computer screen, the once gray login interface transformed in an instant. The login button brightened, accompanied by a line of text stating, Detected District 10 Launch Commemorative Experience Card. Within validity, character creation and login to the District 10 server are permitted. Success. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing his racing heart to calm slightly. He clicked on the server list, his gaze fixating directly on the topmost entry. A brand new server marked hotly launched District 10. His finger hovered over the Create Character button, pausing. Character ID class selection. His expression sharpened, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, casting aside all confusion, fear, and hope. In his mind, the system's cold notification echoed. Glory class affinity. Ghost Swordsman. Zhengui compatibility. SSS. Zhengui. In his previous life as an ordinary player, he could only gaze up at this class with admiration and respect. Controlling the battlefield, assisting, creating opportunities for teammates, becoming the invisible backbone of the team. What patience, vision, and spirit of sacrifice were. required for such a role? How many misconceptions of too low damage and only hiding in the back had to be endured? Now, however, he possessed the system, a second chance at life, foresight into the future more importantly. He harbored the ambition to reach the pinnacle and a burning fighting spirit. Zhengui Lin Mo murmured these two syllables, a nearly defiant smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Then Zhengui, he no longer hesitated, decisively striking the Create Character button. The screen transitioned, entering the character creation interface. A default male character clad in novice clothing appeared. Chapter 3, the 10th District, Here I Come. On the computer screen, the scarlet countdown numbers pulsated like a heartbeat, each decrement striking heavily at Lin Mo's heart. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the continuous low hum of the computer's fan and the increasingly rapid sound of Lin Mo's own heartbeat. He leaned slightly forward, his hands resting on the keyboard and mouse, fingertips turning pale from the pressure, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen, daring not to blink, as if to imprint the dancing numbers onto his retina. The final 5 minutes before the launch. The 10th District. This legendary realm that stirred the winds of glory and nurtured the future of the Xingxin dynasty was about to unveil its gates to him. Nervous? No. It was more a boiling fervor for battle and an overwhelming desire to charge forth. The spectating of his past life was finally transforming into the tangible experience of stepping onto the battlefield. He would be on the same starting line as the legendary man Yishio, perhaps even have the chance to fight alongside him. As the countdown crossed the threshold of the last 3 minutes, Lin Mo took a deep breath, akin to an athlete preparing to step onto the track, forcing himself into a state of absolute concentration. In his mind, the system interface silently hovered, the book icon of Glory Illustrated, flickering slightly, waiting to be activated. The task objective for the journey into glory was clearly visible in the task list. He repeatedly confirmed the stable blue light on the experience card reader. Suddenly, a massive, semi-transparent golden number 60 appeared in the center of the screen, beginning its countdown second by second. Lin Mo held his breath completely. Every muscle in his body tensed. His spirit fully concentrated, with all his senses heightened to their utmost, awaiting that decisive moment. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. Boom. It was as if a silent thunderclap erupted deep within the servers. The colossal zero in the center of the screen instantaneously transformed into countless dazzling golden specks of light. The once dim, enter game, button suddenly illuminated, radiating a blinding brilliance. Now is the moment. Lin Mo's right index finger, like a spring charged with energy, struck the left mouse button with an unparalleled speed. Click. The crisp sound resonated loudly in the stillness of the room. The screen momentarily darkened, and then a stirring symphonic prelude thundered forth. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar and the metallic clang of weapons, an epic animation unfolded across the screen, depicting a blazing battlefield. Charging warriors, wielding staves, soaring dragons, and the glory banner, tattered yet standing firm amidst the smoke of battle. The scene ultimately froze at the moment the banner fluttered, and two powerful characters, seemingly carved from blades, emerged below. Glory. Then, it faded, the login interface vanished, replaced by a simple loading progress bar. Connecting to the 10th District server, loading character data. Mo Shou Xianji. The progress bar advanced at a visibly rapid pace, far exceeding Lin Mo's previous experiences. Though the functionality of the 52050 experience card was limited, it seemed the login speed had not diminished. Or perhaps it was due to some unseen optimization by the system. 809099100. The screen suddenly brightened. A cacophony of sounds surged into his headset like a tidal wave. Voices clamored, footsteps were chaotic, and the sounds of skill activations echoed in succession. Lin Mo's character, Mo Shou Xianji, clad in a dull gray novice outfit and wielding a dull, battered katana, appeared in a vast plaza filled with medieval fantasy aesthetics. This was the Elven Line outside the novice village, Green Forest. Yet, the Elven Line was no longer the tranquil and harmonious border town. It had transformed into a tumultuous ocean composed of countless players. As far as the eye could see, heads bobbed densely. Players donned in the same novice garb packed every inch of the plaza like sardines. Countless notifications floated overhead, layered upon one another, nearly obscuring the sky. Shouts, party invitations, complaints, and the chaotic sounds of character collisions and miscast skills melded into a deafening roar, crashing against Lin Mo's eardrums through his headset. Party up for Green Forest. Need a healer. DPS team. 41. I'm stuck. Can't move at all. Who stepped on my foot? Make way. Make way. What else with glory? Is the server made of potatoes? It's lagging. Collecting copper coins. Buying at high prices. 100. Got it. Where's the quest? Can't see it all. Buried. Lin Mo's character was also jostled by the surging crowd, the camera uncontrollably swaying. He attempted to move forward, but it felt as though he were mired in quicksand. Struggling to advance, The latency indicator at the top of the screen fluctuated wildly, shooting from green to a shocking red of 999. As anticipated, Lin Mo felt a vain throb at his temple upon experiencing the sheer horror of the crowd and the lag. This was the spectacle of the 10th district's launch. Any server would be overwhelmed by such an influx of players in an instant. Yet, he had no time to complain. Newbie quests, leveling up, system tasks. He forced himself to calm down, ignoring the hellish clamor surrounding him, and promptly summoned his character's status bar and task list. Character, Mo Shou Xianji. Class, Ghost Swordsman, untransformed. Level, 1 health, 100,100, mana, 8,080, experience, 200,500, pre-distribution of beginner tasks, attributes, strength 5, intelligence 5, spirit 5, stamina 5, agility 5, equipment, tattered samurai sword, white, beginner robe, white, beginner pants, white, beginner grass shoes, white. Storage, low-level health potion 5, low-level mana potion 5. Copper coins 1,500, 500 pre-distributed 1,000 beginner gift. The system has successfully credited 200 experience and 500 copper coins. The beginner gift quietly rests in the storage space. In the early days of the server, 1,500 copper coins amount to a modest sum of starting capital. The task list is overflowing with basic quests from the novice village, mostly involving errands, slaying low-level monsters, and collecting items. However, Lin Mo's gaze was immediately drawn to the task shimmering with a unique glow at the very top. Beginner guidance task, Journey of Glory, in progress. Remaining objectives, 3. Complete the Ghost Swordsman class change, 01. 4. Raise character level to 15, 115. The immediate priority was to accept the task, and then escape this sea of people. He maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji, struggling through the crowd like a fish swimming upstream, aiming for the edge of the square where the novice guide, AI Lin, was surrounded by players. A giant golden exclamation mark hovering above her head. As he approached a specific range, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting a scannable target, novice guide AI Lin. Would you like to activate the glory illustrated to scan? Yes, no, scan. Lin Mo did not hesitate. This was precisely the moment to utilize the illustrated function. Illustrated scan initiated. Target, novice guide AI Lin. Type, functional. Affiliation, Erwin defense line. Function, issues beginner task chains. Provides basic guidance. Status, busy, blocked by numerous player interaction requests. Illustrated completion, 5, 15, 30, 50, 100. Ding. Illustrated entry successful. Rewards obtained, experience 50. Copper coins 100. AI Lin illustrated unlock information. No additional weaknesses or special information, basic. Although it was merely foundational, even a mosquito's leg is meat. The 50 experience visibly raised the experience bar, while 100 copper coins were credited. More importantly, it validated the operation of the illustrated function. Lin Mo immediately selected AI Lin, bringing up the interaction interface. Amidst a chaotic public channel filled with messages, he swiftly clicked on the top task option, the novice's journey, The task content was simple. Head to the outskirts of Gulin Forest, slay 10 aggressive goblins, and collect 5 goblin fangs. Upon accepting the task, Lin Mo was eager to leave the overcrowded square without delay. He promptly directed his character, relying on memory and foresight of the crowd's flow, towards the exit leading to Gulin Forest. The journey was exceedingly arduous. Lagging, collisions, and erratic camera angles were commonplace. After a grueling 5 to 6 minutes, he finally squeezed through the narrow exit at the western gate of Erwin defense line, as if he had just survived a fierce breakout. His view opened up. Although there were still numerous players on the road outside the west gate, it felt like paradise compared to the suffocating density of the square's center. The air seemed significantly fresher, a psychological effect. In the distance, a lush, primordial forest silhouette emerged through the mist. That was Gulin Forest. Without pausing for a moment, Lin Mo controlled Mo Shou Xianji to run along the dirt path towards the forest's edge. The running animation during the novice phase appeared somewhat clumsy, and the speed was not impressive. While running, he focused his thoughts and activated the illustrated scan again, this time targeting the other player characters dashing within his field of vision. Ding. Detecting a scannable target. Player character, Quang Jianshi, Yao, N. Iwahi. Scanning. Target level, 2. Equipment, beginner heavy sword, white. Beginner cloth armor, white. Status, running. Threat assessment, extremely low. Illustrated completion, 3. Scan interrupted. Target out of range. No rewards. The scan failed as the target had run too far away. Undeterred, Lin Mo quickly shifted the scan target to a nearby ugly little creature, a cowardly goblin, 1, gnawing on grass roots, with green skin and pointed ears, wielding a wooden stick. Ding. Detecting a scannable target. Monster, cowardly goblin. Scanning. Level, 1 health, 5,050. Attack method, wooden stick strike, Physical. Weakness. Head. Receives 20 damage. Habit. Timid. Prone to flee when alone. Will call nearby companions, up to 2, when encountering enemies. Drops. Goblin fangs. Quest item. Material. Tattered leather. Copper coins. Illustrated completion. 100. Ding. Illustrated entry successful. Weakness information unlocked. Success. Moreover, he had obtained crucial information that the weakness lay in the head. Additionally, its habit, it calls for help. This 20 experience raised Lin Mo's experience bar slightly once more. He glanced at his level. Level 1, 450,500. After slaying just one more monster, he would level up. The solitary cowardly goblin before him was the perfect target. Lin Mo urged Mo Shou Xianji forward swiftly, and as he entered the monster's aggro range, approximately 10 yards, the goblin immediately became alert, raising its head and emitting a hoarse, unpleasant screech while charging at him with its wooden stick. Without hesitation, Lin Mo deftly adjusted his mouse, his perspective shifting as the skill key for Gui Zhan lay ready on his keyboard. The initial skill of the ghost swordsman, Gui Zhan, coalesced the power of the spectral deity, enveloping his weapon as he executed a forward slashing attack imbued with dark attributes. With a resolute grunt, he struck down with his battered katana, now cloaked in a faint purplish-black ethereal glow, aiming directly at the approaching goblin. The blade connected with a satisfying squelch, and a yellow critical hit notification emerged as he struck the goblin's head, dealing a substantial blow that reduced its health by more than half. The creature let out a pained cry, its eyes wide with fear as it attempted to flee, calling out to its companions with a shrill shriek. Thinking of escape and reinforcements, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and his fingers danced across the keyboard, activating the ghost swordsman's initial mobility skill, JPO. In an instant, his character's movement speed surged, allowing him to close the distance to the fleeing goblin. With a swift and unadorned ordinary attack, he struck again. The final vestige of the goblin's health evaporated, and with a wretched scream, it transformed into a burst of white light, leaving behind a few gleaming copper coins and a slightly yellowed goblin fawn. A notification chimed, signaling his success. He had slain the timid goblin, gaining 50 experience points and acquiring 1 goblin fawn along with 12 copper coins. Simultaneously, a gentle white light enveloped him, announcing his ascension to level 2, granting him additional health, mana, and 5 attribute points. His novice guide task, Glorious Journey, updated to reflect his new level. Elated at his progress, Lin Mo's triumph was short-lived as the nearby bushes rustled, revealing 2 more timid goblins brandishing wooden clubs, charging at him aggressively. Behind them trailed a larger goblin, deep green-skinned and wielding a stone axe, its gaze fierce and menacing. This was evidently the mission's target. Faced with a 1 versus 3 scenario, one of which was a higher level than himself, Lin Mo's heart raced, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of panic. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. He allocated all his attribute points to intelligence, without hesitation, knowing that intelligence would enhance his magical attack power and capacity, vital for utilizing skills that relied on dark attribute magic damage, such as Gui Zhan, and for future formation effects crucial to his ghostly character. With his intelligence now at 5, his magical attack power surged, and his mana capacity increased. Ready for the challenge, Lin Mo licked his parched lips, maneuvering his character. Mo Shou Xianji, in a strategic retreat, cleverly using a sturdy tree trunk as cover. Chapter 4. The surge of the opening day, and starting in the sea of players on the outskirts of the green forest, the air was thick and humid, infused with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and the slightly spicy aroma of low shrubs. The light was fragmented by the towering tree canopies, casting a play of shifting shadows on the ground strewn with dried branches and fallen leaves. In the distance, the roars of monsters and the battle cries of players intertwined, amplifying the primal chaos and danger of the jungle. Lin Mo guided Mo Shou Xianji through the thinning clusters of players and wandering goblins. He deliberately avoided densely populated monster areas where players fought fiercely, leveraging the information advantage provided by the Glory Compendium to precisely target isolated or small groups of monsters. Spotting a lone, timid goblin, with its back turned, rummaging beneath a rotting tree root, he initiated a scan. The notification chimed as he acquired information. The scan revealed the goblin's weak point, the head, and its habits, achieving a 100 completion rate for the entry. The reward was 20 experience points and 50 copper coins. With a swift motion, Lin Mo executed a precise, Gui Zhan, strike to the goblin's vulnerable neck. The goblin let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, yielding experience and a fawn. The entire process was seamless and executed within 5 seconds. Nearby, 2 timid goblins were in hot pursuit of a startled forest rabbit. He scanned them as well, gathering information but refraining from rushing in immediately, observing the goblins as they momentarily distanced themselves from each other while pursuing their quarry. He activated JPO and, like a specter, closed in on the lagging goblin, executing another Guizhan from behind. The attack was lethal. The other goblin, alerted by its companion's scream, angrily turned to charge at Lin Mo. Remaining calm, he distanced himself, waiting for Guizhan to cool down before delivering another strike. Efficiently, he dispatched the second goblin, reaping the experience and materials with ease. This was the power of the compendium, providing Lin Mo with critical insights into the monster's health, attack patterns, weak points, and behavioral tendencies, such as their inclination to flee and call for help. This allowed him to plan his attack routes and timing for skill execution, shortening combat durations and avoiding unnecessary entanglements and resource depletion. In the early game, when every potion was precious, this efficiency was paramount. His experience bar surged with newfound vigor. Climbing steadily, he reached level 3, then level 4, enveloped once more in a gentle white light. With his intelligence raised to 15, his magical attack power significantly increased. The goblin fangs in his inventory soon totaled 5, meeting the task requirement. Rather than returning to complete the quest immediately, Lin Mo delved deeper into the forest's edge, seeking more formidable foes. Soon, a new target appeared within his scanning range: toxic thorn vines. This is a creature that masquerades as an ordinary vine, lurking in the moist crevices of tree trunks or rocks. When prey approaches, it suddenly springs forth, launching spines imbued with paralyzing toxins for a surprise attack. Scan. Ding. Pokédex scan initiated. Target: DZT NGWN 3. Scan complete. Health points: 120120. Attack method: poison spine ambush, physical paralysis toxin. Lasts for 3 seconds. Weakness: root core, buried deep underground. Requires breaking the vine armor that covers it to expose. Habits: camouflage, ambush, slow movement. Drops: resilient vines, material. Paralysis sac, material, copper coins. Pokédex completion rate 100. Reward: experience points 30, copper coins 80. Weakness information unlocked. The weakness information is crucial. The root core must be exposed by breaking the vine armor first. Lin Mo cautiously maneuvers MSHU Su NQ closer to a vine entwined around a dead tree. Indeed, upon entering a distance of about 5 yards, the seemingly harmless vine suddenly quivers, and several spines, gleaming with an eerie green sheen, shoot forth like arrows. Prepared, Lin Mo immediately performs a sidestep, using the right mouse button and directional keys, narrowly avoiding the spines that embed themselves into the tree behind him with a dull thud. Simultaneously, Ghost Slash has cooled down. The purplish-black blade strikes fiercely at the main body of the vine. 38. High intelligence bonus. The vine creature recoils in pain, flailing more tendrils in an attempt to ensnare him. Lin Mo nimbly dodges while focusing on unleashing regular attacks and Ghost Slash, targeting the root area where the vines are most densely intertwined, as indicated by the Pokédex. Regular attack. 15. Regular attack. 16. Ghost Slash. 41. Finally, several stout vines covering the root core are severed, revealing a fist-sized, pulsating core that emits a faint green glow. Now is the moment. Lin Mo's gaze sharpens, and he unleashes Ghost Slash once more. The purplish-black blade precisely penetrates the exposed weakness. 65. Weak point hit. Critical strike. Green fluid splatters everywhere. The DZT NGWN emits a silent wail, collapsing into a heap, transforming into experience points and several materials. Ding. Defeated DZT NGWN 3. Gained experience points 100. Received items: resilient vines 1, copper coins 25. The experience points are substantial. Lin Mo feels invigorated. Utilizing the Pokédex information, slaying monsters beyond his level becomes feasible. He immediately sets his sights on more DZT NGWN and the occasionally appearing raucous goblins, too. The battle strategy is established: scan for information, evade primary damage through positioning, especially from poison spine ambushes, and concentrate fire on the weak point area. Efficiency increases once more. The experience bar rockets upward. Level 4, 320, 1200. Level 4, 650, 1200. Level 5. A white light rises. Attribute points increase by 5, continuing to invest in intelligence. Intelligence reaches 20 points. The limit rises to 140 points, and the damage of Ghost Slash becomes increasingly significant. With the level increase, Lin Mo unlocks the second initial skill of the Ghost Swordsman: Rapid Thrust. A swift, linear thrust attack with a short displacement. Though the damage is not high, it proves extremely useful for adjusting position, interrupting monster spells, if any, or delivering finishing blows. He adeptly utilizes Rapid Thrust to quickly approach or retreat, combining the high burst damage of Ghost Slash to deal with these low-level monsters with growing ease. The materials in his storage: goblin fangs, resilient vines, and copper coins steadily accumulate. Finally, after defeating another raucous goblin, his level reaches 6, experience, 110-1800. He has already surpassed the collection of goblin fangs, 15 pieces. It is time to return and submit the quest, as well as receive the next step in the novice task chain. He identifies the direction and guides Mshu Su Q towards the west gate of the IRW in defense line. The once crowded path is still bustling with activity, but it has greatly improved from the terrifying scenes at the launch, allowing for smoother movement. Upon returning to the square of the IRW in defense line, though still crowded, it is no longer impassable. Lin Mo skillfully finds the novice guide, ILN scan. Though already recorded, it is a habitual action. Ding. Target recorded, no new information. Submit quest novice's journey, I. Ding. Quest novice's journey, I completed. Reward, experience points 300, copper coins 200, novice leather armor, upper body, white, 1. The experience bar surges dramatically. Level 6, 410-1800. A flash of white light envelopes him as the drab novice clothing is replaced by a slightly sturdier brown leather armor, providing a slight increase in defense. A golden exclamation mark appears above ILN's head, indicating the new task, Novice's Journey, 2. Task requirements. Venture into the depths of the GLN forest, defeat giant claw wolves, 5. 10, and collect sharp wolf claws, 10. It is noted that giant claw wolves are pack animals, and it is advisable to form a team. Additionally, Lin Mo notices a previously unnoticed dungeon guide, Huke, standing beside ILN. He too has a blue exclamation mark above his head, with the task titled, Trial of the GLN Forest. Task requirements. Form a team, 3 to 5 people, to clear the novice dungeon, depths of the GLN Forest, normal difficulty. Task rewards. Experience points 1000, copper coins 500. Random profession green weapon 1. A green weapon. Lin Mo's eyes brighten. This is a significant enhancement during the novice period. The broken katana in his possession has a meager attack power of only 57 points. Considering his level 6 status and the bustling crowd in the square, he weighs whether to continue solo hunting giant claw wolves or attempt to form a team for the dungeon. The dungeon's rewards are evidently greater, but it necessitates teamwork, introducing an element of uncertainty. He opens his character attributes panel, his gaze resting on the completion rate of the Glory Pokédex, 0.87. Having scanned numerous monsters with a completion rate of less than 1, it is evident how vast the world of Glory is. Enhancing the completion percentage of the bestiary is one of the crucial avenues for acquiring Glory points. Dungeons, without a doubt, concentrate various types of monsters and may even harbor unique entities. With determination, Lin Mo resolved to proceed. High risks yield high rewards. Furthermore, this would serve as an opportunity to experience teamwork in advance, laying the groundwork for his future transition to the role of Zheng Gui. He maneuvered his character, Mo Shou Xianji, to a relatively open corner of the square, took a deep breath, and began to type in the public channel. Area channel, Mo Shou Xianji, 6 Gui Jian, sure forming a group for the depths of the green forest, normal. Seeking high damage output. Healers preferred. Efficiency team. As the message was dispatched, it sank into the sea of chatter, instantly submerged by a deluge of group invites, trade offers, and requests for assistance. Lin Mo patiently awaited a response while keenly surveying the levels and classes of nearby players. Most were still struggling at level 35, with only a few attaining level 6, the requisite for entering a dungeon. Moments later, a group invitation suddenly appeared. Player Quang Long Nu Zhan, 6 Quang Jianshi, invites you to join their team. Accept decline, a Quang Jianshi. The prospect of high damage output had arrived. Lin Mo promptly clicked accept. The team channel lit up immediately. Team, Quang Long Nu Zhan, Gui Jian brothers. We've been waiting for you. We have an elementalist sister, 5, a sharpshooter brother, 6, add you, a Gui Jian, and we'll have it all set. Team, Bing Huiji Gu, 5 elementalist hello everyone. Team, Dan Wu Su Fa, 6 sharpshooter hurry up and get the healer, let us get started. Team composition, Quang Jianshi, melee burst, elementalist, ranged, sharpshooter, ranged physical damage, Gui Jianshi, Lin Mo, currently a semi-skilled melee damage dealer, future crowd control. A healer is missing. Lin Mo responded in the team channel. Team, Mo Shou Xianji. Understood. I will call for a healer. He immediately sent several messages in the area channel searching for a healer. This time, fortune seemed to favor him. Within a minute, another group invitation popped up. Player Shengguang Pu Zhao, 5 priest, requests to join your team. Agree decline, a priest. A healing class. Lin Mo immediately agreed. Team, Shengguang Pu Zhao, 5 priest sorry for being late, just finished a quest. Hello, esteemed players, seeking assistance. Team, Quang Long Nu Zhan, huh? We're all set. The healer is here. Brothers, gather at the dungeon entrance. Coordinates, 235, 178. Move swiftly. Team, Bing Huijiga, on my way. Team, Dan Wu Su Fa, let us go. Team, Mo Shou Xianji, acknowledged. The team was instantly filled. Lin Mo glanced at his teammates' levels, feeling somewhat reassured. At least their levels were adequate. He noted the coordinates, maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji, and sprinted towards the depths of the green forest, the dungeon entrance. Their first team collaboration was about to commence. Chapter 5. The bestiary begins to shine. First battle in the green forest in the depths of the green forest. The light grew increasingly dim. The towering ancient trees intertwined above, forming an impenetrable canopy, with only sporadic patches of light courageously breaking through, casting flecks of gold upon the thick, decaying earth. The air was so humid it felt as though it could be wrung out for water. Infused with the heavy scent of moss and rotting wood, occasionally mingled with a faint, elusive hint of wild beasts. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of players' footsteps and the subtle clinking of equipment, amplifying a sense of impending storm. The dungeon entrance was located in the center of a glade, surrounded by enormous moss-covered boulders, guarding a swirling vortex emanating a soft blue spatial ripple. At this moment, several teams had already gathered around the vortex, bustling and noisy, finalizing their groups and supplies. As Lin Mo maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji to the coordinates, the other 4 members of the team were already there. The Kuang Jinshi, Kuang Long Nu Zhan, was a robust character wielding a massive sword the size of a door, clad in novice heavy armor, exuding an intimidating presence. The Elementalist, Bing Huijigu, was a petite female character, her robe billowing as she held a novice wooden staff topped with a faint red-blue glow. The Sharpshooter, Dan Wu Su Fa, donned sleek leather armor, with 2 revolvers holstered at his waist, his gaze sharp and discerning. The priest, Sheng Guang Pu Zhao, wore a simple white robe, clutching a small wooden cross, appearing somewhat anxious. Emosho brothers are here. All right, everyone is present. Kuang Long Nu Zhan boisterously declared in the team channel, briefly summarizing, the dungeon contains only one boss, the Night Cat Demon, with the minor monsters along the way being giant claw wolves and poison vines. I'll tank the monsters, and Sheng Guang will keep me healed. Bing Hua and Dan Wu will provide ranged damage, and Mo Shou, Gui Jian brother, you can assist with damage or control the crowd. He evidently lacked clarity regarding the role of the Gui Jian Shi in the dungeon, especially at this lower level. Lin Mo replied in the team channel, Team, Mo Shou Xianji. Understood. I will attempt to deal damage with Gui Zhan, keeping an eye on my positioning to avoid pulling aggro. He refrained from mentioning his future role as a Zhen Gui. It was of no use to speak of it now, with insufficient levels and skills. No problem, let us enter. Kuang Long Nu Zhan, clearly a man of action, declared before stepping toward the blue vortex. System, Team Leader Kuang Long Nu Zhan has initiated the dungeon Green Forest Depths, normal difficulty. System, entering the dungeon. Before his eyes, shadows swirled, and after a brief loading period, the 5 appeared in a darker realm, seemingly drenched in ink. The illumination within the dungeon was even dimmer than outside, barely allowing visibility. Surrounding them were twisted black trees, with skeletal remains scattered across the ground. The air thick with a pungent odor of decay and a faint metallic scent of blood. In the distance, haunting wolf howls and the low growls of some feline creature echoed ominously. This atmosphere is unsettling, murmured priest Sheng Guang Pu Zhao, appearing somewhat apprehensive. What are you afraid of? Let us get to work. Kuang Long Nu Zhan exclaimed, hefting his gigantic sword and leading the charge. First wave of monsters ahead. Not far ahead, in a relatively open glade within the forest, 3 Jeju El Ing encircled the remains of an unidentified creature, feasting upon its carcass. These wolves were significantly larger than ordinary wild wolves, their fur a deep grayish-black, with the most striking feature being their unusually robust forelimbs, equipped with claws resembling sharp, curved hooks that glittered with a cold sheen. Scanning. Lin Mo's thoughts swiftly locked onto one of them. Ding. Pokédex scan initiated. Target, Jeju El Ing. Scan complete. Health, 200-200. Attack methods, pounce, high physical damage. Rending claw, physical, additional bleeding effect. Howl, temporarily increases the attack power of nearby companions. Weaknesses, abdomen, 15 more damage. Throat, increased critical hit rate. Habits, pack mentality, strong hate linkage. If one is attacked, nearby companions will immediately come to its aid. Pokédex completion, 100. Reward, experience points 50, copper coins 100. Weakness information unlocked. Information in hand. Lin Mo quickly typed in the team channel. Team, MSHU Su NJ. The wolves' weaknesses are in the abdomen and throat. They will howl to boost their attack. They operate in packs with strong hate linkage. Be cautious of attracting more. Oh, my brother knows his stuff. Kuing Elling NZHN was somewhat surprised. Yet his movements remained swift. Holy light, grant me resilience. I'm going in. A gentle white light enveloped Ku Ing L Ing Nzhn, enhancing his defense, priest skill, blessing of resilience. Roar. Ku Ing L Ing Nzhn unleashed the berserker skill charge, resembling a humanoid tank as he thundered towards the nearest J Zhu Ling. The colossal sword descended with a whooshing sound. Critical hit. 58. The damage was commendable. The J Zhu Ling, in pain, immediately shifted its ire towards Ku Ing L Ing Nzhn, baring its massive jaws and lunging forward. Simultaneously, the other two were stirred, growling as they pounced from either side towards Ku Ing L Ing Nzhn. Ice and fire. Blizzard to slow them down. Precision shot to eliminate the one on the left. Ku Ing L Ing Nzhn simultaneously blocked the frontal bite, 35 damage, with his massive sword while directing the attack. Understood. Elemental Mage Bing Hu Zhg raised her staff, chanting incantations as the tip of her staff glowed intensely with blue light. A flurry of fine ice crystal snowflakes appeared out of thin air, blanketing the area above the 3J Zhu Ling. Frost Snowball, Elemental Mage low-level skill. Although the damage was modest, 15, 17, 16, it successfully applied a slowing effect to all three wolves, noticeably hindering their movements. The sharpshooter DNWXF reacted swiftly, raising both pistols, bang bang bang. 3 precise shots struck the head of the leftmost J Zhu Ling. Though they did not hit the weakness, they still dealt respectable damage, 28, 26, 31. Lin Mo did not remain idle. He maneuvered MSHU Su NJ to swiftly circle behind one of the J Zhu Ling attempting to flank Ku Ing L Ing Nzhn. Target locked on the abdomen. Rapid thrust initiated. The character transformed into a fleeting shadow, the dagger stabbing directly into the J Zhu Ling's flank. 41. Weakness hit. The wolf let out a blood-curdling howl, its body stiffening. The pounce interrupted. The hate immediately shifted towards Lin Mo, and it turned to deliver a fierce, rending claw. Lin Mo was prepared, executing a swift step back, narrowly evading the claw that sliced through the air. Meanwhile, Ghost Slash had cooled down. The purplish-black blade light carved an arc, striking accurately at the newly exposed weakness on the J Zhu Ling's side. 73. High intelligence weakness strike critical hit. A massive golden critical hit number floated up. The health of this J Zhu Ling plummeted dramatically. Splendid. Seeing this damage, Ku Ing L Ing Nzhn couldn't help but exclaim, "Focus fire on this low-health one." Bing Hu Zhg's staff glowed red, and a blazing fireball shot forth, crashing into the wounded J Zhu Ling. Fireball. 68. The J Zhu Ling let out a mournful cry and collapsed. The remaining 2 J Zhu Ling, under the slowing effect and concentrated fire, were swiftly dispatched as well. The battle concluded more rapidly than anticipated. Ding. J Zhu Ling, 5 defeated. Experience points gained, 150. The 5 members of the team shone with a faint light, sharing experience. Quite efficient. Brother MSHU. Your ghost sword output is impressive. Ku Ing Ling Nzhn regarded Lin Mo with newfound respect. The previous critical hit with Ghost Slash and the precise interruption with Rapid Thrust showcased remarkable skill and awareness. It was just luck, I got a critical hit. Lin Mo humbly replied, while internally valuing the significance of the Pokédex even more. Without the weakness information, he could not have achieved such high damage output. The team continued onward. Along the way, they encountered several waves of minor monsters, including packs of J Zhu Ling and DCT Ing WN, lurking in the shadows. Lin Mo promptly conducted Pokédex scans each time, swiftly sharing information on the monster's weaknesses, skills, and habits within the team channel. DCT Ing WN. It can paralyze with poisonous thorns. Weakness is at the root core. First, remove the surface vine armor. Be cautious. There's one hiding behind the left tree trunk. The wolves are about to howl. Attention. With Lin Mo's intel support, the team's advance was remarkably smooth. Ku Ing Ling Nzhn held the line firmly. The healing pressure from Holy Light was manageable, and the output environment for Bing Hu Zhg and DNWXF was optimal. Lin Mo drifted around the edges, utilizing Rapid Thrust and Ghost Slash to strike weaknesses, finishing off low health foes, and occasionally assisting in interrupting critical monster skills, though success rates were low. The team's coordination gradually improved, and their speed in clearing minor monsters increased significantly. Soon, they arrived deep within the dungeon. An even more spacious glade appeared before them, with a small pond at the center. Surrounding the area were more enormous beast bones, and the stench in the air reached its peak. It's coming. Ku Ing Ling Nzhn said solemnly, gripping his massive sword tightly, preparing himself. Holy Light, watch over my health. No sooner had he spoken than the pond at the center of the glade began to churn violently, accompanied by a chillingly sharp shriek. A massive shadow surged from the murky water, landing gracefully on a boulder beside the pond. It was a beast far larger than an ordinary wildcat. Its body was covered in sleek, glossy black fur, with only its 4 claws and the tip of its tail being snowy white. A pair of slitted pupils glimmered with an eerie green light in the dim illumination, while sharp claws gently scraped against the rocks, producing a grating sound. Most striking was its tail, robust and powerful, ending in a cluster of bone spurs resembling daggers. The Anya Miao Yao, 7 Elite, made its entrance, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire team. Scanning initiated. Lin Mo's heart raced as his mind instantly locked onto the target. Ding. Pokédex scanning initiated. Target, Anya Miao Yao, 7 Elite, scanning in progress. Warning, target level is high. Information acquisition difficulty increased. Scanning progress, 10-25-40. The scanning speed was noticeably slower than with the previous minor creatures. A low growl escaped the Anya Miao Yao, its body crouching low. Hind leg muscles tensing instantaneously, transforming into a shadow as swift as lightning, lunging straight towards the front line. Quanglong Nuzhen. The speed was astonishing. Quanglong Nuzhen barely had time to position his great sword before him. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the enormous claw struck the blade with tremendous force, sending sparks flying. 85. Quanglong Nuzhen's health bar plummeted by nearly 1/3. The impact forced him to stagger backward. Such a high attack. Quanglong Nuzhen was taken aback. Holy light! Quick heal! Dan Wushu Fa shouted urgently. Holy light hurriedly raised a cross, casting a minor healing spell that enveloped Quanglong Nuzhen in a white glow. 68. His health was restored slightly. However, the Anya Miao Yao's assault was relentless. After landing a blow, it did not pause, its form flickering as it circled around Quanglong Nuzhen's flank, its claws glinting with cold light once more. Rending Claw. 102. With an additional bleeding effect. Quanglong Nuzhen's health dropped below half instantly. A bleeding negative status icon appeared above his head. 5 seconds. Damn. Quanglong Nuzhen's expression changed drastically. The damage was overwhelming. Binghua. Slow it down. Dan Wushu Fa yelled while firing both guns, bullets ringing out as they struck the Miao Yao, attempting to draw its ire and share the burden. However, the bullets merely grazed the Miao Yao's sleek fur, inflicting diminished damage. 22, 19, 25. The staff of Binghua Zhiga glowed with blue light once more. Frost snowball. Yet, the Anya Miao Yao seemed to anticipate this. As the icy crystals began to fall, its stout tail swept forcefully. Crack! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, scattering the nascent snowflakes. Tail swipe. The spell was interrupted. My skill was interrupted. Binghua Zhigu exclaimed. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest. Not only was it fast and dealt high damage, but it also interrupted skills. He maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji in an attempt to flank the creature, anxiously awaiting the Pokédex scan results. Scanning progress, 65, 80, 95, 100. Ding. Pokédex scan completed. Target, Anya Miao Yao, 7 Elite. Health, 3000, 3000. Primary attack methods, pounce, high-speed linear impact, inflicting significant physical damage. Rending Claw, close-range claw strike, high physical damage. With an additional bleeding effect, stackable. Tail swipe, wide area sweep, repelling nearby enemies, with a high chance of interrupting spellcasting. Special skill, Shadow Escape, triggered at low health merges into shadows, briefly vanishing while recovering a small amount of health. Then launches a deadly pounce from behind a random target. Weakness, Eyes, sustains 30 increased damage, significantly boosts critical hit rate. The connection between the tail and body, sustaining a heavy blow, may cause temporary stiffness. Habits, extremely agile, unstable aggro, prefers to attack spellcasters and low health targets. Short wind-up before attacks, requiring high prediction. Pokédex completion at 100. Elite monster first scan bonus doubled. Rewards obtained. Experience 200, copper coins 300, glory points 1. Weakness information unlocked. Glory points. Finally, the first glory point was obtained. Although it was merely 1 point. The 100 points needed to activate the simulation training ground felt a distant dream, yet this undeniably marked a milestone. More importantly, crucial information was acquired. Especially the weakness of the eyes. And that lethal shadow escape skill. The weakness lies in the eyes. Strike its eyes. When its health is low, it will become invisible and heal while launching a sneak attack. Be cautious. Lin Mo barely glanced at the rewards before immediately typing the key information in the team channel at lightning speed. The eyes. Quanglong Nuzhen was in a dire situation. Desperately trying to maintain his health at around 40, only thanks to Holy Light's frantic healing. Upon hearing Lin Mo's shout, his spirits lifted. Dan Wushu Fa. Aim for its eyes. Understood. Watch me. As a sharpshooter, pinpoint accuracy was his forte. He quickly adjusted his position, raising both guns and taking a deep breath to aim at the Miao Yao's flickering green pupils. Bang, bang, 45, 48. Although there was no critical hit, the damage was significantly higher than before. The Miao Yao shrieked in pain, letting out an enraged cry. Its aggro shifting instantly away from Quanlong Nuzhen as it transformed into a shadow, lunging towards Dan Wushu Fa. Watch out! Binghua Zhigu exclaimed. Dan Wushu Fa reacted with lightning speed, executing a slide kick to evade. The Miao Yao's claws grazed past the hem of his garment. Binghua, avoid casting channeling spells. Use instant casts. Its tail can interrupt. Lin Mo reminded again. Got it. Binghua Zhigu promptly altered her strategy. The tip of her staff glowing red as she unleashed the instant spell, Flame Impact. A torrent of searing flames erupted, engulfing the area where the Miao Yao landed. 71. 68. Area damage. The Miao Yao was scorched by the flames, momentarily stunned. A golden opportunity. Lin Mo directed Mo Shou Xianji to activate dash, circling to the creature's rear while it was dazed by the flame impact. Chapter 6. Shadows of the Great Guild. The monster robbery, a dazzling white light, flashed repeatedly, accompanied by the system's triumphant notification sound, heralding the victory of the dungeon. What a thrill! Quanlong Nuzhen let out a hearty roar in the team channel, his massive sword thudding heavily onto the ground. First kill. Haha. This cat demon is truly exhilarating. I was scared to death. That final dive from the priest, Xinguang Puzhao, left me with lingering fear. Brother Mozho, you are incredible. That dodge was executed to perfection. Moreover, your intelligence was crucial. Dan Wuxufa sincerely praised, acknowledging that the weakness and skill information provided by Lin Mo was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to their success. Indeed, we owe it all to Brother Mozho. Binghua Zhiga chimed in, their voice brimming with excitement. It was a stroke of luck, and everyone worked well together. Lin Mo humbly responded, feeling a surge of joy. Level 8. He was now a significant step closer to reaching level 10 for class advancement. More importantly, he had gained a precious point of honor. This ignited hope for swiftly enhancing his dexterity. The team began eagerly to divide the spoils. They collected several gleaming silver coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins, a few pieces of green equipment, and several crafting materials. According to their prior agreement, the captain distribution model led by Quanlong Nuzhen. He took a piece of green heavy armor leg guards. Dan Wuxufa rolled the highest dice roll, happily acquiring a green quality revolver, significantly boosting his attack power. Binghua Zhiga received a green necklace that enhanced intelligence. Xinguang Puzhao obtained a green robe that increased healing effects. Lastly, a piece of equipment remained. Cat Demon Claw, green, dagger. Attack speed 5, with a slight chance of bleeding. Goei Jin brothers, this dagger is of no use to you, right? How about giving it to Dan Wuxufa as a secondary weapon? Quanlong Nuzhen inquired. The sharpshooter can dual-wield pistols. Lin Mo glanced at it, and confirmed that the dagger was indeed useless to him. I have no objections. Dan Wuxufa joyfully accepted it. In addition to equipment, a black gem shadow cat's eye stone, material, flickered with a ghostly light, along with a thin skill book. Skill book, quick step, universal. Effect, passive increase of character movement speed by 5. Learning requirement, level 5. A universal passive skill book. Quanlong Nuzhen's eyes lit up. What a treasure. Shall we roll for it? No one in the team objected. The 5 of them rolled the dice together. Quanlong Nuzhen, 87 points. Dan Wuxufa, 42 points. Binghua Zhiga, 65 points. Xinguang Puzhao, 23 points. Lin Mo, 91 points. Wow, Brother Mozho has incredible luck. Quanlong Nuzhen laughed. Lin Mo was also somewhat surprised. 91 points was nearly the highest. He chose to learn it. A new passive icon for Quick Step appeared in his skill bar, and he immediately felt a slight increase in movement speed. Finally, the system awarded for completing the dungeon 1,000 experience, 500 copper coins, and most importantly, a random green weapon for his profession. A treasure chest radiating green light appeared before Lin Mo, distributed by the captain, but the system reward was individually calculated. Lin Mo clicked to open it. Acquired. Xiantai Heavy Sword, green. Type, Heavy Sword. Level requirement, 5. Physical attack power, 2235. Strength, 5. Durability, 3030. A heavy sword meant for a berserker. Lin Mo felt somewhat speechless. As a ghost swordsman, he had opened a weapon meant for a berserker. Ha! Brother Mozho, your luck just peaked and now it's gone cold, huh? Quanlong Nuzhen laughed. Sell it to me. At market price, for a newly opened green weapon. I'll offer 5 silver coins. 5 silver coins equate to 500 copper coins, an immense sum at the start of the game. Lin Mo's total copper coins barely exceeded 400. Alright. Lin Mo readily agreed to the transaction. The weapon was of no use to him, and converting it into currency was far more practical. After the spoils were divided, everyone was in high spirits. The team disbanded at the dungeon entrance. Adding each other as friends, with plans to team up again in the future. Lin Mo glanced at the 4 new names on his friend list, feeling quite pleased. His first experience with teamwork was thrilling yet safe, and the rewards were substantial. He checked the time. It had taken approximately 40 minutes since entering the dungeon. His level had skyrocketed from 6 to 8, experience, 3, 503,000. And he had gained 5 silver coins from selling the weapon, along with nearly 200 copper coins from dungeon rewards and monster drops, as well as the most precious point of honor. It was time to undertake Eileen's quest to slay the giant clawed wolves. Lin Mo resolved to guide his character. Mozo Xuanji, whose movement speed had slightly increased, deeper into the Guilin forest, heading towards the spawn area of the giant clawed wolves. As he ventured further, the number of players dwindled and the monster levels increased. Lin Mo soon located a gathering spot for the giant clawed wolves in a relatively dry, rocky hillside area. The wolves here were mostly level 5 or 6, with an occasional elite level 7. The player count was low, with a few scattered groups leveling up. Lin Mo found a corner with a sparse wolf pack and stable spawns, commencing his hunt. The passive effect of Quick Step, combined with his deliberate positioning, made it easier to lure monsters. He continued employing an efficient strategy of scanning for weaknesses and executing skill combos. Facing level 5 to 6 giant clawed wolves at level 8, the level suppression, along with his 20 points of intelligence and high magic attack, made the damage from Gui Zhan quite impressive. Coupled with the mobility from Lin Tusi for finishing off enemies, his kill efficiency was remarkably high. Clink. Killed giant claw wolf, 5. Earned 120 experience. Quest item, Sharp Wolf Claw 1. Clink. Killed giant claw wolf, 6. Earned 150 experience. Clink. His experience steadily increased, and the number of wolf claws was accumulating rapidly. Occasionally encountering 2 at once, Lin Mo leveraged his level and skill advantage, using the terrain and positioning to take them down one by one, just as he immersed himself in this efficient leveling rhythm. With the collected wolf claws reaching 9 to 10 and his experience climbing to level 8, 1, 200, 300, a discordant clamor arose from below the hillside. Clear the way. This area is under our dominion. Clear out. Unwanted individuals, get lost. Do you hear me? I'm talking to you. That hunter in leather armor. Get away. A harsh reprimand accompanied by the shoving actions of player characters echoed in the air. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and halted his movements, maneuvering Mo Shou Xianji to hide behind a massive rock, peering out to observe below. He noticed a gathering of over a dozen players on the main path leading up the hillside. Each bore the uniform guild prefix of Ba Qi Xiong Tu, their names formatted identically, clearly indicating an organized raid team. Their levels generally hovered around 78, and their equipment surpassed that of solo players, many wielding weapons emanating a green glow. At the forefront stood a berserker named Quang Dao, brandishing an exaggerated green battle axe, issuing orders to a few lower-level solo players engaged in training. These players, at level 56 and poorly equipped, found themselves encircled by the members of Ba Qi Xiong Tu. Unable to voice their anger, they could only begrudgingly sheath their weapons and retreat in defeat. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. As one of the 3 major guilds in the game, Ba Qi Xiong Tu indeed exhibited a domineering style. He recognized Quang Dao as a minor leader in the 10th district of Ba Qi Xiong Tu, known for his average skills, yet arrogant due to his guild-esque backing. Quang Dao began to drive away other solo players on the hillside. They refrained from physical confrontation, aware of the severe penalties for red names in the early game, instead utilizing their numerical superiority to block, shove, and threaten, forcibly claiming the prime monster respawn points. Soon, the few scattered solo players on the slope were cleared away, leaving only Lin Mo in his secluded corner, temporarily untouched due to its remoteness. However, Quang Dao's gaze had already swept in his direction. "Hey, you behind the rock. Sneaking around. Come out," shouted a knight player named Dun Shan, pointing towards Lin Mo's hiding spot. Realizing he could not evade, Lin Mo controlled Mo Shou Xianji to step out from behind the rock, maintaining a safe distance. "State your name." Quang Dao swaggered over, axe in hand, his gaze scrutinizing and disdainful. "Here all alone. Your efficiency must be rather poor. Have you considered joining us at Ba Qi Xiong Tu? The guild will support you, and your leveling will be swift." His words were laced with an air of condescension. Lin Mo calmly responded in the public channel. Nearby, Mo Shou Xianji, 8 ghost swordsmen, thank you, but I am not interested at this time. Not interested? Quang Dao raised an eyebrow, his tone chilling. Then what are you doing here? Can't you see our guild is about to raid this area? This hillside is ours. The guild members behind him began to encircle Lin Mo, creating an imposing atmosphere. Though they had not drawn their weapons, the pressure was palpable. Lin Mo glanced at his task progress. Wolf Claw 910, just 1 more to go. Experience bar, level 8, 12003000. Just a few more minutes, and he would complete it. I only need 1 more task item. If I can kill that lone six-claw wolf over there, I will leave, Lin Mo explained in a calm tone. He wished to avoid conflict, especially as a solitary player with a lower level. Ba Qi Xiong Tu was a formidable entity he could not confront head-on. Patience was required. One more? Kuang Dao scoffed, a mocking glint in his eyes. I told you this area is ours. Every monster here, including that one, belongs to Ba Qi Xiong Tu. Understand? Now immediately get lost. He slammed his axe down on the ground menacingly. Exactly. Get out of here. Don't test our patience. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude. The guild members shouted in unison, some ranged players even deliberately pointing their weapons at Mo Shou Xianji. Lin Mo's fingers tightened slightly on the keyboard, his knuckles turning white. A surge of anger boiled within him. This was pure bullying. Just one more. They wouldn't even grant him that little time. It was a blatant display of power. He glanced at the giant wolf within reach, and then at the menacing members of Ba Qi Xiong Tu encroaching upon him. To confront them directly? With their numbers and superior levels, not to mention a knight, he had no chance of winning. Dying would cost him experience and equipment durability. It would be counterproductive. Endure. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation and fury rising within him. One must endure a small grievance to avoid a greater calamity. Now was not the time for recklessness. His goals were Yi Xiu, Xing Xin, and to reach the pinnacle of glory. He could not afford to be sidetracked by a moment of anger here. All right, Lin Mo typed a single word in the public channel and controlled Mo Shou Xianji to turn decisively, not casting another glance at the wolf or the members of Ba Qi Xiong Tu, and walked down the hillside. His figure appeared somewhat fragile in the dim light, yet stood resolute. Humph, at least you have some sense. Kuang Dao scoffed, seemingly disappointed at not provoking a fight. Brothers, the area is cleared. Let's follow the plan and start farming monsters. Be efficient. Don't let other guilds snatch our resources. The sounds of Ba Qi Xiong Tu members' laughter and shouts as they began to attract and fight monsters echoed behind him. Lin Mo quickened his pace down the hillside until the raucous noise faded into the quiet of the forest. He paused beneath a massive dead tree, leaning against the cold trunk, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his nails digging deeply into his palms. A chilling resolve to grow stronger, like a frenzied vine, surged within him. Kuang Dao from Ba Qi Xiong Tu. Lin Mo murmured the names, his gaze icy as the deepest waters of the green forest. I will remember today. He lifted his head, his eyes seeming to pierce through the dense canopy above, gazing into the unknown distance. Level, equipment, skills, power, everything requires strength. And strength comes from relentless endeavor and systematic support. He reopened the system interface in his mind, his gaze fervently locking onto the dim hourglass icon. Simulation training ground. Activation requirement. 100 glory points. Current glory points. 1 point away from 100, only 99 steps remain. Yet at least, the first step has been taken. Just wait. Lin Mo spoke to the air and also to himself, declaring, once I acquire those 100 points and transition to the Zhengui class, I will become powerful. He wielded the tattered samurai sword, its attack power merely a single digit. As he resolutely turned and set off towards another spawn point for the giant clawed wolves on the map, his silhouette, framed by the dimly lit forest, exuded a silent yet tenacious strength. Chapter 7. The Choice of the Demon Sword. Slay the Demon or Transition to Zhengui. As Lin Mo maneuvered and resumed his journey along the dirt path towards the Erwin defense line, the shadows of the depths of the Gelying forest gradually fell behind him. The twilight sky, painted in a magnificent orange-red hue by the setting sun, cast a warm glow upon the weathered frontier town. However, this warmth could not dispel the chilling gloom that lingered in Lin Mo's heart, a remnant of the domineering presence left by the Huangqi Xiong Tuesday. He ran in silence, the broken samurai sword swaying gently at his waist. At level 8, experience, 1203,000, he carried within his inventory 9 sharp wolf claws, which were his sole gains from this expedition. Just one more, he thought. Only one more. The arrogant visage of Kuang Dao and the unrestrained laughter of the guild members echoed in his mind like an incessant torment. Lin Mo clenched his lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. In this world, lacking strength would strip one of the very qualification to complete even a novice task. The desire to grow stronger had never felt so profoundly urgent. He instinctively glanced at the system interface floating deep within his consciousness, his eyes locking onto the dim hourglass icon. Simulation training ground. Activation requirement. 100 glory points. Current glory points. 1 point. A minuscule starting point, yet it symbolized boundless potential. If he could amass 100 points, he would gain an uninterrupted space for endless practice, a sanctuary to compensate for his lack of speed. This was crucial for his future as a Zhengui. Upon returning to the Erwin defense line square, the clamor persisted. Lin Mo headed straight for the novice guide, Eileen. He scanned her as a habitual gesture. Ding. Target recorded, no new information. Task submission. The novice's journey, Part 2. Ding. Task: The Novice's Journey, Part 2, completed. Reward: experience 500, copper coins 300, novice leather boots, white, 1. A flash of white light illuminated the air. Experience surged. Level 8, 1700, 3000. The grass sandals on his feet were replaced by sturdier leather boots, seemingly enhancing his speed ever so slightly. Eileen's golden exclamation mark above her head refreshed once more, indicating The Novice's Journey, Part 3. Task requirements: proceed to the western dark forest, eliminate venomous spiders, 8, and collect sticky spider silk, 8. A warning was issued regarding the potent venom of the venomous spiders, advising the carrying of ample antidotes. Simultaneously, Lin Mo noticed his experience bar. Only 1,300 points shy of level 9, 3,000 points. The transition level for the Demon Swordmaster was level 10. A surge of urgency coursed through him. He must level up swiftly. Achieve level 10. Complete the transition. Unlock the core skills of Zheng Gui. Command True Power. He immediately dashed to the town's apothecary. Using his recently acquired 300 copper coins along with the remaining funds from selling the heavy sword to grit his teeth and purchase 5 bottles of basic antidote, 50 copper coins each, and 3 bottles of low-level health potion, 30 copper coins each. His purse felt considerably lighter, yet the investment was warranted for efficiency. With his supplies replenished, Lin Mo wasted no time. Guiding towards the task indicated western dark forest at full speed. The dark forest lived up to its name. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, enveloping the area in an unshakable gloom even during daylight. The air was damp and chill, thick with the scent of decay and a certain sweet, metallic tang. The ground was blanketed with a thick, slippery moss and unknown fungi, while massive, dewy spider webs sparkled faintly between the trees. The number of players here was significantly lower than in the depths of Gelliang Forest, their levels generally hovering around 7 to 8, comprising daring pioneers. The monsters had escalated to level 9, primarily featuring venomous spiders, shadow bats, and a slow-moving yet highly defensive creature known as the Rotting Treant. Scanning. Lin Mo targeted a venomous spider, suspended in the center of a colossal web, its body the size of a basin, adorned with vibrant yellow and black stripes. Ding. Bestiary scan initiated. Target: venomous spider, 8, scan complete. Health: 280-280. Attack methods: venom spray, ranged, straight-line venom attack, inflicting damage and applying a poisoning effect, continuous damage. Pounce and bite, close range, physical damage with toxin injection, poisoning effect. Web bind, sprays sticky web towards a target area, significantly slowing down and potentially immobilizing upon hit. Weakness: abdomen, takes 25 more damage. Eyes, increased critical hit rate. Behavior: typically resides at the center of its web. Will attack if startled or if prey enters its range. Average movement speed, yet attacks carry venom, posing a substantial threat. Bestiary completion, 100. Reward: experience 60. Copper coins 120. Weakness information unlocked. With the information at hand, Lin Mo's expression sharpened. The spider's venom was troublesome. A quick resolution was imperative to avoid being worn down. He cautiously maneuvered his character, utilizing the trees as cover to evade the spider's frontward vigilance. Circling around to its side, his target was the vividly colored yet vulnerable abdomen. Dash activated. Rapid thrust. The character transformed into a fleeting shadow, the dagger piercing the spider's side. 48. Critical hit. The venomous spider emitted a shrill screech, its body jolting violently. In an instant, its ire was directed at Lin Mo. It swiftly turned, raising its rear, unleashing a stream of dark green venom like a water arrow. Lin Mo was prepared. Following the rapid thrust, he immediately executed a sidestep. The venom grazed his shoulder, splattering onto a tree trunk behind him with a hissing corrosive sound. That was close. Simultaneously, the cooldown of Gui Zhan has concluded. The purple-black blade light, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, strikes fiercely against the injured side of the spider. A damage of 79 is dealt. Critical hit on a high-intelligence weakness. The health of the venomous spider plummets by nearly half in an instant. Enraged, it ceases its ranged attacks, its 8 long legs swiftly propelling it toward Lin Mo with ferocity. The menacing fangs glisten ominously as they reveal themselves. Lin Mo remains unperturbed, retreating to maintain distance while keenly observing the spider's movements. As it lunges forward, fangs poised to bite, he deftly executes a backward slide, using the right mouse button and directional keys, narrowly evading the lethal bite. Simultaneously, a regular attack targets the spider's relatively fragile joints. A damage of 17 is inflicted. The spider misses its target, its body momentarily stiffening. Lin Mo seizes this opportunity. The cooldown for Gui Zhan has just finished. With a third strike, he delivers a blow of 81. The venomous spider emits a mournful cry, its 8 legs collapsing as it falls to the ground, dropping several copper coins and a strand of sticky spider silk. A notification chimes, indicating the successful kill of the venomous spider. 8, granting 200 experience points. Items acquired: sticky spider silk x1, copper coins x35. The experience bar fluctuates. Level 8, 1900 3000. Remarkable. A flawless kill. Through precise targeting of weaknesses, agile positioning, and seamless skill integration, he successfully evaded the spider's most troublesome venomous attacks. Energized by the sweet taste of victory, Lin Mo immediately sets his sights on the next spider. He employs the same strategy, utilizing the terrain and his movements to focus on weaknesses, maximizing his efficiency in kills. Experience points and spider silk steadily increase. Level 8, 2100 3000, spider silk x1. Level 8, 2300 3000, spider silk x1. Upon vanquishing the 6th venomous spider, a gentle white light envelopes Mo Shou Xianji. A notification sounds. Congratulations, you have reached level 9. Health 25, mana 15, gained 5 free attribute points. Level 9 achieved. Only 1 level remains until the transition to level 10. Without hesitation, Lin Mo allocates all 5 points into intelligence. His intelligence now stands at 25 points. The upper limit has increased to 185, and the magical damage of Guizhan reaches new heights. He glances at his quest progress. Spider Silk 68. Experience bar. Level 9, 1000, 3500. He encourages himself to push further, maneuvering his character deeper into the dense forest toward a respawn point. However, just as he defeats the 7th spider, raising his spider silk count to 78 and his experience to level 9, 800, 3500, an unexpected anomaly occurs. Deep within his consciousness, the previously tranquil system interface begins to oscillate violently without warning. The profound starry backdrop distorts and rotates, while the central emblem of the Zhang specialization radiates a blinding azure light. Countless tiny, unintelligible data fragments swarm chaotically across the interface like a frenzied swarm of bees. A warning blares. Host's core class node is approaching an unstable energy field. An analysis of the Zhang swordsman branch path reveals discrepancies. A strong recommendation is made for pathbinding to maximize compatibility potential. The Zhang route is deemed conflicting and inefficient, not recommended. Intermittent. Jarring electronic sounds assault Lin Mo's mind like an uncontrollable alarm, accompanied by a sharp, almost consciousness-rending pain. Lin Mo stifles a groan as his character's movements freeze. The game visuals before him blur into double images. He must quickly take refuge behind a large tree, gasping for breath as cold sweat beads on his forehead. What is happening? Why has the system gone haywire? The intense oscillation and noise persist for several seconds before slowly receding like a tide. The system interface returns to calm. Yet the central emblem of the Zhang specialization continues to emit an unusually bright azure glow, seemingly underscoring something silently. The cold notification tone resumes its usual cadence. Now imbued with unprecedented gravity and guidance, a notification sounds. Host level is nearing the Zhang swordsman class node, 10. The binding degree of the system's core functionality with the host's soul deepens. Preloading and in-depth compatibility analysis of the branch path is underway. Analysis complete. Path 1, Zhang physical burst route. Core, enhance close-range physical attack power, sacrificing array capabilities in pursuit of extreme single-target burst and slaying. Compatibility with the system. Conflict. The system can provide limited physical attack enhancement modules, additional resources required to unlock, but the core specialization tree, array, crowd control, tactical support, will be significantly hampered. Unable to unleash the system's maximum potential. Potential assessment, with System Assistance Path 2, Zhang magical crowd control route. Core, strengthen array control. Sacrificing some close-range burst to become the tactical core of the team, mastering the rhythm of the battlefield. Compatibility with the system, perfect. The system's exclusive Zhang skill library specialization tree will fully activate, providing array powers that transcend version comprehension, enhancing paths and special specialization talents. Potential assessment, with system assistance, theoretical apex. The system strongly recommends the host select path 2, Zhang. Warning, path selection is irreversible. The host is urged to contemplate carefully. Accompanying the notification, the ethereal image of the skill tree at the center of the system interface expands dramatically, illuminating. The branches representing the Zhang path pulse with vitality, radiating a profound and powerful azure light. Each node symbolizing formidable future arrays, ice array, dark array, blade array, silence array, and even more advanced flame array. Frost barrier, lights up like stars, outlining a sense of awe-inspiring power. In the core area of the skill tree, a node representing Guizhan Affinity, Beginner, shines particularly bright, as if beckoning him forward. In stark contrast, the branches representing the Zhangui path appear dull and lifeless, with only a few ethereal shadows symbolizing physical enhancements, obscured by a crimson grid representing conflict, exuding an air of desolation. Simultaneously, a vast stream of information, embodying the core essence of the Zhangui profession, surged into Lin Mo's mind like a sudden epiphany. No longer were there cold, lifeless textual descriptions. Instead, he was immersed in a myriad of dynamic, first-person battle scenes and tactical simulations. He witnessed, on the chaotic battlefield, frost formations emanating frigid air descended with precision, freezing and slowing the charging foes, creating a perfect environment for his allies to unleash their might. He observed the dark formations spreading silently, blinding the enemy's vision, allowing his assassins to move with unparalleled grace. He beheld the crimson blade formations blooming beneath the warriors' feet, augmenting their ferocious attack power. He perceived the silence formations enveloping the enemy mage clusters, interrupting their devastating incantations. He recognized more powerful formations stacking and intertwining, a dance of ice and fire, light and shadow, transforming regions into domains of death. Under the protection of these formations, his teammates maneuvered freely while the enemies found themselves ensnared, unable to advance. Control, support, tactical core, with himself as the fulcrum, he tilted the balance of victory on the battlefield, merging personal strength into the collective torrent of the team, crafting miracles far surpassing individual contributions. This was the essence of Zhangui. This was the path the system illuminated for him, a path that resonated with potential, reaching the theoretical pinnacle. In his previous life as an ordinary player, his understanding of Zhangui was limited to control and support, even harboring a dismissive sentiment towards its lower output potential. Yet at this moment, the first-person battlefield imagery and tactical essence imparted by the system completely overturned his perceptions. It was an exhilarating experience of strategizing and controlling the overall situation, crushing brute force with intellect and planning. It represented a different level of power and glory. Lin Mo exhaled a long breath, the confusion and resentment born from ambition gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and determination. Zhangui, the pursuit of personal ultimate violence? Perhaps that was one path, but it was not the one most suited for him. The Zhangui specialization brought forth by the system transcended mere understanding. It was the key to another pinnacle. More importantly, it perfectly aligned with his deep-seated passion for the tactical interplay of glory and the value of teamwork. The humiliation of being subdued, the need for vengeance? Indeed. But the power of Zhangui is not synonymous with weakness. It embodies a higher form of resistance. Using wisdom to dismantle violence, employing strategy to shatter tyranny. When his ice formations envelop the battlefield, when his dark formations obscure the enemy's vision, when his silence formations extinguish the outbursts of those who bully the weak, only then will they truly comprehend despair. The system responded within Lin Mo's consciousness. Its voice calm yet powerful. I have heard. My choice has never wavered. Ding. Hosts will confirmed. Core path locked. Zhangui. Activation level of Zhangui specialization tree core module increased upon reaching level 10 and completing the job transition task. The Zhangui profession and its exclusive skill tree will be officially unlocked. The final phase of the novice guide task, Glory Journey, is ready. The system's notification carried a hint of subtle satisfaction. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he maneuvered Mo, Shou, Xianji out from behind the tree. His determination to pursue the Zhangui path surged within him like molten lava, incinerating any lingering doubts born from his choice. His sharp gaze locked onto the recently respawned, leisurely mending its damaged web, level 8 venomous spider. Scan. Information confirmed. Ding. Target recorded. No new information. The information was already well ingrained in his mind. Weakness, abdomen. Threat, venom and webs. Sprint activated. Rapid stab. Mo Shou Xianji's figure blurred in the dim forest, the short sword thrusting directly into the spider's vividly colored side. The movement was more resolute than before, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. 51. Weak point hit. High intelligence bonus. The venomous spider screeched and turned, its venomous stinger pulsating. Anticipating this, Lin Mo smoothly slid his finger across the directional keys as Rapid Stab was initiated. As his character landed, he executed a clean and swift slide. Hiss. The dark green venom arrow grazed past the rolling garments. The spider missed its strike, its 8 legs pushing off the ground as it lunged forward with a foul wind. I've been waiting for this. Lin Mo's eyes were icy. In the instant the spider leapt, its old strength spent, and new strength not yet born. The shortcut key for Guizhan was decisively struck. Buzz. The violet-black, ghostly light tore through the air. It precisely sliced upward, targeting the spider's unprotected soft abdomen. 92. Critical hit. Weak point strike. A massive golden numeral erupted. The venomous spider's assault abruptly halted, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Its colossal body froze mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before lying still. Ding. Killed venomous spider. 8. Gained 200 experience points. Acquired item. Sticky spider silk 1. Copper coin 38. Task novice journey. 3. Collect sticky spider silk. 88. Completed. Simultaneously, a white light flashed twice from his body. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 10. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed all objectives of the novice guide task. Glory journey. Task rewards issued. Experience points 800, skill points 5, specialization points 3, glory points 50. Novice gift pack 1 has been issued to the character's storage space. Level 10. Job transition level achieved. Novice task completed. The bountiful rewards surged in an instant. The experience points catapulted Lin Mo's level from the freshly attained 10,04000 directly to 10,800,4000. More importantly, he gained 5 skill points, 3 specialization points, 50 glory points, and the novice gift pack. Honor points, 501, previous dungeon, 51 points. Having surpassed the halfway mark towards activating the simulated training grounds requirement of 100 points. A wave of immense joy and accomplishment enveloped him, instantly dispelling all prior frustrations. Lin Mo suppressed the urge to immediately open the gift pack and check the skill tree. The pressing matter was to return to town to complete his quest and undertake the Ghost Swordsman S-class transition task. He no longer lingered in the Duskwood, deftly maneuvering his character at full speed towards the Erwin defense line. The journey home felt lighter and more resolute than before. Upon returning to the town, he rushed straight to Eileen. He submitted the quest, The Novice's Journey, 3. Ding. Quest The Novice's Journey, 3, completed. Rewards. Experience 600, copper coins 400. Random class green wristband 1. A radiant light glimmered once more. Experience bar, level 10, 14004,000. Opening the gift, he obtained a cloth wristband that slightly increased his intelligence. A modest boon. The golden exclamation mark above Eileen's head vanished, replaced by a guiding arrow pointing towards the center square of the town. Accompanied by a prompt. You are now eligible to undertake the class advancement trial. Please seek guidance from the class mentor. Here it comes. The class transition task. Lin Mo took a deep breath and directed his character towards the iconic warrior statue, crafted from rugged stones, at the center of the square. Beneath the statue stood several initial class mentors of honor, draped in various colored battle robes, exuding an impressive aura. Soon, he found the target, the Ghost Swordsman mentor, Saderos. This was a middle-aged man with a stern visage and a stature as upright as a spear. He donned a set of heavily worn dark light armor that still radiated a fierce presence, with 2 swords of ancient design hanging from his waist. Most striking was his left arm, not flesh and blood, but a mechanical prosthetic gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, its joints shrouded in faint dark mist. His eyes were akin to those of a hawk, sharp and weathered, seemingly capable of piercing through the soul. Ghost Swordsman mentor Saderos. Status, observing, scanning. Lin Mo's consciousness locked onto him. Ding. Detecting a target for scanning. Saderos, Ghost Swordsman mentor. Warning, target S rank is too high. Information acquisition is extremely challenging. Scanning progress, 1-5-10. The pace was slow as a tortoise. Young adventurer, Saderos' voice was low and hoarse, reminiscent of rusty iron scraping against iron. His gaze fixed upon Mo. The fingers of his mechanical arm unconsciously tapped lightly against the sword hilt. There is an aura of whispered spirits about you. Along with a unique resolve. You yearn for power. I can sense it. However, the path to power requires a choice. He paused, raising his mechanical limb to point toward the other side of the square. The Ghost Swordsman, a warrior who harnesses the power of spirits for his own use. But the method of harnessing varies from person to person. As he spoke, 2 distinctly different quest options materialized before Lin Mo. Quest. Trial of the Path of Slaying Spirits. Quest type. Class transition. Quest requirements. 1. Go to the trial ground. Bloody corridor and independently kill 20 frenzied ghouls. 10. Using melee physical attacks. Skill restrictions. Spirit slash. Lunge. Cross slash. 2. Defeat the Guardian. Bloodhand Phantom. 12 Elite. Within 3 minutes. Quest rewards. Transition to Slaying Spirits. Unlock exclusive skill tree for Slaying Spirits. Quest hint. This path pursues ultimate melee burst. Breaking through with sheer force. Quest. Trial of the Path of Erased Spirits. Quest type. Class transition. Quest requirements. 1. Go to the trial ground, Rune Maze. And within the time limit, Utilize the fragmented rune stones in the environment, pick up available, to successfully repair and activate 3 designated ancient arrays. 2. Guide the power of the activated array to eliminate all rune guardians drawn by the array. 10. Quest rewards. Transition to array spirits. Unlock exclusive skill tree for array spirits. Quest hint. This path tests the perception of energy nodes, understanding of runes, and control of the situation, overcoming strength with ingenuity. The 2 quests represented starkly different paths. The slaying spirits task was straightforward and brutal, emphasizing raw strength. The array spirits task appeared more abstract and complex, involving repairing arrays, guiding array power. Just as Lin Mo's gaze settled on the trial of the path of array spirits option, the system interface within his consciousness suddenly illuminated once more. The illusory skill tree representing the array spirit's specialization trembled violently. With nodes for core skills such as Blade Soul Array, Ice Array, and Corruption Array, Dark Array, erupting with unprecedented brilliance. A strong, almost urgent thought surged through the system link. Ding. Detecting array spirits class transition task. System deeply analyzing task requirements. Analysis complete. Task core, rune perception, energy node localization. Guiding array energy. System assistance plan activated. Activate basic energy perception. Slightly enhances the host's sensitivity to ambient energy, including spirit power, elemental power, rune energy, temporary effect. Lasting until task completion. Provides foundational rune sequence deduction when the host interacts with fragmented rune stones. The system will assist in logically deducing the missing parts of the rune sequence, providing the optimal repair plan requires a small amount of mental power. Hint. The host must independently complete the actions of picking up rune stones, repairing the arrays, and guiding the energy. The system's assistance was like a timely rain, directly addressing the core challenges of the array spirits transition task. Lin Mo hesitated no longer. Slaying spirits? That was merely a choice for the mediocre. He extended his finger, imbued with undeniable determination, and pointed to the option representing wisdom and control. Trial of the path of array spirits. Ding. You have accepted the class transition task. Trial of the path of array spirits. Task objectives. 1. Repair and activate 3 ancient arrays. 03. Guided by the power of the formation, eliminate all the rune guardians. Task time limit. 60 minutes. The teleportation array has been activated. Do you wish to proceed to the trial ground of the rune maze? Yes. Lin Mo chose to confirm. The scenery before him instantly blurred and distorted. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Mo Xian Ji found himself in a peculiar space. There was neither sky nor earth here. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, mirror-like black stone slab, intricately engraved with complex and ancient patterns extending to the horizon. Above him was an endless, slowly rotating azure void, adorned with countless runes of varying brightness and forms, twinkling like stars, emanating a faint yet constant glow. The air was thick with a unique energy fluctuation, tranquil and profound, imbued with the weight of time. This was indeed the rune maze. The task countdown, 5,948, began to tick down. Lin Mo immediately felt the system's assistance effect take hold. His perception seemed to amplify. The previously invisible energy flows in the air became vaguely visible, akin to delicate, colorful ribbons drifting slowly through the void, intertwining. The engraved markings on the ground appeared to come alive, pulsating with faint but discernible energy. He looked around and quickly spotted his objective within his line of sight. 3 square platforms, arranged in a triangular formation, constructed from grayish-white boulders, ancient array platforms. Each platform had a basin-sized recess at its center, surrounded by more intricate and precise rune circuits, although most of the runes were dim and evidently inactive. Scattered on the ground near the platforms were various stones of differing sizes and shapes, emitting a faint white light, fragmented rune stones. The first step of the task, collect the rune stones and repair the platforms. Lin Mo directed his character to sprint towards the nearest platform. Approaching the recess, the system prompt automatically appeared. Platform status, severely damaged. Core rune sequence missing, 67. Rune stones required, 7 pieces. Type, basic stabilizing rune. He scanned the nearby ground, and the scattered fragmented rune stones immediately revealed translucent system labels visible only to him. Fragmented rune stone. Type, basic stabilizing rune fragment. Fragmented rune stone. Type, basic stabilizing rune fragment. Fragmented rune stone. Type, basic sharp rune fragment. Type mismatch. Fragmented rune stone. Type, basic stabilizing rune fragment. The rune perception and type labeling function aided by the system greatly expedited the identification and selection process. Lin Mo promptly began his actions. Like a scavenger, he dashed around the platform, bending down to collect the fragments marked as basic stabilizing runes. With each collection, the system automatically assembled them on the interface. displaying their positions within the overall rune sequence. Collected, basic stabilizing rune fragment. Position, sequence 35. Collected, basic stabilizing rune fragment. Position, sequence 1214. Upon collecting the 5th matching rune stone, the system notified him. Current fragments can undergo basic sequence deduction. Deduction will consume mental energy. Deduction complete. Optimal repair plan generated. Please place the fragments in the recess of the platform in the following order. Fragment, position 35. Fragment, position 810. Fragment, position 1214. Fragment, position 12. Fragment, position 1516. Note: fragments are redundant or interference items and need not be used. A clear directive. Lin Mo wasted no time. Placing the 5 collected rune stones, which perfectly matched the required types and the deduced key fragments, into the recess in the center of the platform in the order provided by the system. As the last rune stone fell into place, a hum resonated. The entire platform shook violently. The rune stones in the recess radiated a soft white light, as if infused with life. The light flowed rapidly along the rune circuits surrounding the recess, illuminating them. Those once dim, ancient engravings flickered to life like a circuit board. Ultimately, the entire platform emanated a stable and substantial energy fluctuation. Ding! The first ancient array platform has been successfully repaired and activated. 13. Success. With the aid of the system, the first platform was activated without a hitch, taking less than 10 minutes. Lin Mo felt invigorated, rushing towards the second platform without delay. The same process ensued, scanning the platform status. Core rune sequence missing, 72. Rune stones required, 8 pieces. Type, basic energy guiding rune. Utilizing the system's labels to quickly collect the matching fragments, while avoiding interference items, and upon gathering the critical quantity, the system promptly deduced the optimal repair sequence. Deduction complete. Optimal repair plan generated. Placement order: fragment, energy node 1, fragment, energy node 3, fragment, conversion hub, fragment, energy node 2. Lin Mo meticulously followed the order for placement. The second platform activated. A gentle blue energy glow illuminated, exuding a smooth, guiding sensation. Ding! The second ancient array platform has been successfully repaired and activated. 23. Only one platform remains. It is also the most challenging one indicated in the task prompt. Lin Mo dashed over. Platform status: extremely damaged. Core rune sequence missing, 85. Rune stones required, 10 pieces. Type, basic element coordination rune. Warning: this platform's rune sequence is complex, with numerous interference items. Energy nodes are fragile, and the margin for error in the repair sequence is exceedingly low. The difficulty surged. Not only was the quantity of required runestones greater, but the types were also more intricate, element coordination, and the interference items were densely packed. Moreover, the rune guardians surged forth, as if awakened from slumber, their steps resonating against the black stone slabs, emerging from the shadowy edges of the maze. Their forms were composed of solidified, softly glowing runic energy, moving with a somewhat rigid demeanor, yet each step resonated with a palpable sense of power. The blades they wielded, forged from pure light energy, shimmered with a menacing aura. Their hollow eye sockets fixated on 3 platforms emanating immense energy, driven by an instinctual, destructive greed. The numbers were overwhelming. Far too many. At least over 30. And they continued to coalesce from the void. Their objective was unmistakably to annihilate the energy sources. Lin Mo's heart raced, feeling as though it had lodged itself in his throat. 20. This was undeniably beyond the described 20. Had activating all 3 platforms simultaneously triggered an energy tide that attracted an excess of guardians? Or did the task itself harbor variables? There was no time for contemplation. The foremost runic guardians had already charged to the edge of the first platform, the white stable energy, raising their luminous blades high. How to harness the power of the formation? Lin Mo forced himself to remain calm, his gaze rapidly scanning the 3 activated platforms. The platforms merely radiated light. They possessed no inherent attack capabilities. The system had provided no clear operational guidance, just as anxiety threatened to overwhelm him. A chilling brilliance erupted from the lowest tier of the illusory skill tree representing the specialization of the formation spirits. The ice crystal node symbolizing array of blade souls, ice array. A torrent of icy information surged into his mind. It was not a skill, but rather a sensation of guidance. As if an epiphany had struck him, Lin Mo's focus immediately locked onto the nearest platform, currently besieged by several runic guardians. He commanded Mo Shou Xuanji to leap towards the edge of the platform, extending his hand, not to touch the platform, but to hover his palm above the softly glowing energy core at its center. His intent, like intangible tendrils, delved into the stable, substantial flow of energy. Using the array as a conduit and his thoughts as a bridge, He silently recited the instinctive guidance imparted by the system. A hum resonated. The platform's glow intensified dramatically. A torrent of dense white energy surged forth, as if seized by an unseen hand, propelled by Lin Mo's intent, erupting from the space before his hovering palm. The target was a fan-shaped area in front of the platform. The sound of chilling ice cracking echoed ominously from the point before Lin Mo's palm. A semicircular area with a radius of approximately 5 meters was instantaneously enveloped by a thick layer of ice, exuding a frigid aura. The ice rapidly spread, solidly encasing the lower bodies of the 4 foremost runic guardians, freezing them in place. Their motions with the luminous blades were suspended mid-air, covered in a heavy frost. While damage numbers of 15 floated above their heads. Frost barrier, guidance. Although it was not a complete ice array skill, it indeed guided the formation's stable energy into a formidable frost domain, characterized by powerful deceleration and continuous damage. Success. Lin Mo's heart soared. Yet, the consumption was immense. Merely guiding for these few seconds had drained a third of his energy, as if a dam had burst. Additionally, a wave of mental fatigue washed over him. Guiding the power of the formation was no simple task. The frozen runic guardians thrashed wildly, the ice cracking under the strain. Meanwhile, more guardians had circumvented this icy domain, surging towards the platform from both sides. The second, blue energy guidance, and third, multicolored elemental coordination, platforms were also in dire straits. There was no time to lose. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. He immediately severed the guidance on the first platform. The ice domain effect persisted, but damage ceased, and turned towards the pressure-laden third multicolored platform. This platform radiated the most alluring energy, attracting the greatest number of guardians. He replicated his previous actions, rushing to the platform's edge and hovering his palm over the core swirling with 4 colors of light. Guidance. This time, he was channeling the furious power of elemental coordination. Fiery crimson flames, icy blue currents, howling winds, and massive stone spikes intertwined chaotically before the platform, erupting forth. Elemental turbulence, guidance. Boom, boom, bang. 45, fire. 38, ice. 32, wind. 50, stone. The 5 runic guardians that entered this area were instantly engulfed by the elemental forces, their energy-formed bodies oscillating violently, visibly losing health. Their movements were disrupted by the chaotic elemental energy, rendering them unsteady. Such potent area damage. Lin Mo felt invigorated, yet the rate of energy depletion alarmed him. In mere seconds, another third of his energy vanished. He dared not linger in battle, promptly cutting off the guidance. The effect of elemental turbulence waned and dissipated. His gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The icy domain before the first platform was on the verge of vanishing, and the frozen guardians were close to breaking free. 3 guardians were attacking the base of the second platform, blue energy guidance. Its glow dimming. He had to utilize the characteristics of the platforms effectively. Rotational guidance. Lin Mo made a tactical decision in an instant. He dashed towards the second platform, hovering his palm. Guidance. This time, it was the fluid blue energy guiding power. The target was the area of runic guardians on the verge of escaping from the first platform. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several concentrated beams of blue energy shot forth, precisely guided, striking those guardians who had just broken free from the icy domain and still bore the frost deceleration effect. 88, 92, critical hit, 156, precise, high damage. The guidance energy from the platform could even execute remote precision strikes. Moreover, it dealt additional damage to enemies affected by the frost effect. The 3 targeted runic guardians wailed as they disintegrated into motes of light. Perfect. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief. The idea of rotational guidance was viable. Utilizing the ice platform for crowd control and deceleration, employing the elemental platform for area suppression and burst damage, and leveraging the guidance platform for remote precision strikes and finishing blows. He instantly transformed into a battlefield conductor, zipping between the 3 platforms. Ice, guiding the first platform. The frost domain enveloped the groups of guardians surging from the right, applying deceleration and continuous damage. Turbulence, guiding the third platform. The elemental storm swept through the densely packed area on the left, creating chaos. Guiding the second array, blue beams of light descended like the Grim Reaper's call, precisely harvesting the slowed or weakened guardians. The system notification chimed. Ding. Killed Rune Guardian, 10, gained 300 experience points. The screen began to flood with frantic system prompts. Lin Mo, experiencing a roller coaster of intense consumption, focused his mind sharply as his fingers danced over the keyboard, rapidly shifting his perspective. He had to meticulously calculate the duration, consumption, effect range of each guide, as well as the distribution and health of the guardians. A slight error could lead to a breach in defense and the destruction of the array. 1 Rune Guardian, enduring the damage from the elemental storm. Charged relentlessly to the edge of the third array, its blades slashing down fiercely. Sparks flew from the array's base, and the brilliance flickered intensely. Not on my watch. Lin Mo interrupted the guidance of the second array and instantly redirected to the third array. The elemental turbulence erupted once more, and the frenzied energy swiftly engulfed the weakened guardian. On the other side, 2 guardians broke through the frost domain's slow effect, lunging towards the first array. Lin Mo executed extreme maneuvers, switching to the second array as 2 blue beams shot forth, striking true. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Lin Mo weaved between the 3 arrays as if walking a razor's edge. He consumed potion after potion, both from the novice gift pack and previous purchases. His mental energy waning, inducing waves of dizziness. Yet, the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. The sensation of controlling the battlefield and commanding power through the array to repel enemies was exhilarating. This was the nascent form of the array demon. As the last rune guardian dissolved into shimmering light beneath the blue guiding beams, the entire rune maze plunged into a brief silence, leaving only the 3 arrays radiating a soft and steady glow. Ding. Killed Rune Guardian, 10, gained 300 experience points. Ding. Task Objective 2 completed. Eliminate all Rune Guardians, 3030. Ding. Congratulations on completing the job transfer task, Trial of the Array Demon. A gentle yet grand white beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Mo Xian Qi entirely. A surge of pure and potent energy coursed through his body, transforming his career core. Ding. Congratulations on successfully transferring to Array Demon. Unlocked Array Demon Exclusive Skill Tree. Unlocked Core Skills. Blade Soul Array. Ice Array 1. Erosion Array. Dark Array 1. Gained Array Demon Exclusive Passive. Demon Array Affinity 1. Slightly increases array casting speed and range, due to the perfect completion of a high difficulty job transfer task. Bonus rewards. 1 skill point. 1 specialization point. Job transfer successful. Array Demon. Lin Mo eagerly opened the skill panel. Beside the skill tree originally belonging to the Demon Swordmaster, a brand new tree radiating a ghostly blue glow was illuminated. Its crown was more expansive, and its branches more intricate. The 2 core skill icons at the bottom glimmered brilliantly. Blade Soul Array, Ice Array 1. The icon depicted a swirling ice crystal snowflake. Summons the power of the frost demon in a designated area, forming an ice array. Enemies that step into the ice array will continuously suffer ice attribute magic damage and experience significant reductions in movement and attack speed. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Cost, 50. Erosion Array, Dark Array 1. The icon depicted a swirling mass of pitch-black fog. Summons the power of the shadow demon in a designated area, forming a dark array. Enemies that step into the dark array will be blinded, greatly reducing vision, and will continuously suffer dark attribute magic damage. Duration, 12 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Cost, 60. Beneath the 2 core skills extended specialization branches representing enhancements. The first node was Demon Array Affinity 1, activated, passive. Increases all array casting speed by 5, and the array's effective range radius increases by 0.5 meters. Simultaneously, the system prompted, ding. Detected host successfully transferred to Array Demon. Core path, binding completed. Array Demon Skill Library Specialization Tree fully activated. Current available skill points, 6, 5 from tasks, 1 extra. Current available specialization points, 4, 3 from tasks. 1 extra, 6 skill points. For specialization points, Lin Mo's heart raced with excitement. He immediately turned his gaze to the skill tree. Aside from the unlocked Ice Array and Dark Array, the next skill available for unlocking was Blade Soul Array. Blade Array 1. The icon depicted a circle of floating blades, requiring 2 skill points to learn. Effect: increases the physical attack power of friendly targets within the range. For specialization, the next node after Demon Array Affinity was Ice Array Range Enhancement, Beginner, requiring 1 specialization point to activate. Effect: increases the effective range radius of the ice array by 1 meter. How to allocate? Lin Mo's gaze swiftly scanned between skills and specializations. The core of the Array Demon is battlefield control. The slowing effect of the ice array and the blindness effect of the dark array are the foundations of control, and the range directly determines the efficiency and coverage of the control, especially in the early stages of the game, when player equipment and resistances are low. Area control effects are outstanding. The strategy for allocating points became crystal clear. System, learn skill. Blade Soul Array, Blade Array 1. Ding. Consumed 2 skill points. Acquired skill Blade Soul Array, Blade Array 1. Activate specialization. Ice Array Range Enhancement, Beginner. Ding. Consumed 1 specialization point. Activated specialization. Ice Array Range Enhancement, Beginner. Ice Array effective range radius increased by 1 meter. Activate specialization. Dark Array range enhancement, beginner. There is a corresponding node on the specialization tree, ding. Consumed 1 specialization point. Activated specialization, Dark Array range enhancement, beginner. Dark Array effective range radius increased by 1 meter. Activate specialization. Demon Array affinity 2. Next level effect. Casting speed increased by 5. Range by 0. 5 meters, requires 2 specialization points, ding. Consumed 2 specialization points. Upgraded Demon Array affinity to 2. Array casting speed increased by 10, 1, 5, 2, 5. Array effective range radius increased by 1 meter, 10, 20. Point allocation completed. Remaining skill points, 4, spare. Specialization points, 0, exhausted. At this moment, Ice Array range, basic 5 yards. Specialization enhancement 1 meter, approximately 11 yards. Affinity to Ghost Array adds 1 meter, approximately 11 yards. A total of about 72 yards, radius. Shadow Array range, basic 5 yards. Specialization enhancement 1 meter. Affinity to Ghost Array adds 1 meter, approximately 72 yards. Release speed increased by 10. This range, at level 10, is truly formidable. It far exceeds the capabilities of ordinary Array Ghost players. Yet, it is still insufficient. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with determination as he focused on his skill points. He had 4 remaining. Without hesitation, upgrade skill. Soul of the Blade Array, Ice Array 2. Increasing skill level enhances damage, duration, or effect intensity. Ding. Consumed 1 skill point. Upgraded Soul of the Blade Array, Ice Array to level 2. Ice attribute damage increased. Slowing effect slightly enhanced. Duration 2 seconds. Upgrade skill. Erosion Array Shadow Array 2. Ding. Consumed 1 skill point. Upgraded Erosion Array Shadow Array to level 2. Dark attribute damage increased. Blindness effect slightly enhanced. Duration 2 seconds. Upgrade skill. Soul of the Blade Array 2. Although auxiliary, enhancing teammates' output is equally important. Ding. Consumed 1 skill point. Upgraded Soul of the Blade Array to level 2. Physical attack power bonus increased. Final remaining skill points. 1, spare. Allocation completed. Lin Mo gazed at the 3 newly acquired array icons. Ice Crystal Snowflakes, Pitch Black Mist, Golden Blade Wheel, in his skill bar. Feeling a profound clarity regarding array release in his mind, a surge of immense confidence blossomed within him. The domain of frost, the prison of shadows. The amplification of blades. This is his power. The power that belongs solely to the array ghost, Mo Shou Xianji. He closed the skill panel and directed his gaze towards the exit of the runic maze. It was time to return to the true world of glory. It was time to test this nascent brilliance that belonged to the array ghost. Jun Mo Shao Su Mucheng. The 10th district still boasts a mighty grandeur. Lin Mo murmured softly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. I have arrived. Chapter 10, Fiery Forest, Initial Control Experience. The ethereal blue void of the runic maze receded like a tide. The clamor of dusk at the elven defense line once again flooded his ears. Lin Mo, controlling Mo Shou Xianji, stood before the vocational mentor Soderos, feeling the distinctly different flow of power within him. It was a cold, tranquil force imbued with immense potential. Akin to a dormant volcano, serene on the surface, yet tumultuous within. In his skill bar, the 3 icons of Ice Array, Shadow Array, and Blade Array hovered quietly, radiating hues of blue, black, and pale gold. They were the foundation of his path as an array ghost. Soderos's mechanical prosthetic gently tapped against the sword hilt. His hawk-like gaze scrutinizing Lin Mo. The power of the ghostly deity has chosen you, young array ghost. Master it, do not let it master you. Remember, your battlefield lies not at the tip of the blade, but within the confines of the array. He paused, his mechanical palm opening to reveal an ancient badge inscribed with peculiar runes. Take this, and hone your arrays in a broader world. Acquired, Array Ghost Apprentice Badge, Accessory. Intelligence 3, Spirit 2. Equipping this will slightly enhance array release stability. Intelligence elevated to 28 points. Spirit also increased by 2 points, reaching a cap of 205 points. This badge is undoubtedly a boon for the fledgling array ghost. After bidding farewell to Soderos, Lin Mo immediately opened the map. At level 10, the tasks and monster experience surrounding the elven defense line had become inadequate. On the system map, a region marked in deep crimson, seemingly ablaze, came into view, the Fiery Forest. This intermediate map lies to the southeast of the elven defense line, with monsters ranging from levels 12 to 18, predominantly composed of fire attribute creatures. The environment is harsh, yet the experience is abundant, and the materials are valuable. More importantly, it is a necessary passage to the next significant area, the resting place of the buried. Lin Mo gazed at the ice array in his skill bar. a cold smile forming on his lips. Ice and fire, an inherent counterbalance. This is the perfect setting to test the control capabilities of an array ghost. Enhance the completion of his compendium and accrue glory points. Furthermore, deep within the fiery forest lies an important quest item he requires. With a clear objective, Lin Mo wasted no time, replenishing his health and mana potions, his wallet once again in distress, and began his journey towards the fiery forest with Mo Shou Xianji. As he departed from the protective range of the elven defense line, the air gradually became dry and scorching. The ground beneath his feet transformed from a tawny hue to a dark red, sparse vegetation displaying a parched yellow. In the distance, a range of undulating mountains, seemingly ablaze, became clearly visible, the air thick with the scent of sulfur and charred remains. This marks the outskirts of the fiery forest. The number of players significantly decreased. Their levels generally around 10 to 12, gathered in small groups, proceeding with caution. The roars of monsters grew increasingly ferocious. Lin Mo's goal was clear: to seek out solitary or small groups, 2 to 3, of fire attribute monsters, levels 12 to 14, utilizing Ice Array for control and elimination, maximizing experience gain and safety. Soon, the first target entered his sight: Lava Lizard, 12. This creature, nearly 2 meters long, is covered in dark red scales, with molten lava patterns flowing along its back. It lay upon a scorching rock, exhaling sparks. Scan. Ding. Compendium scan initiated for target: Lava Lizard, 12, scan completed. Health, 450-450. Attack methods: Lava Spit, medium-range conical flame attack, causing significant fire attribute damage and inflicting burn effects, continuous damage. Scorching Bite, close-range physical attack with added fire attribute damage. Magma Skin, passive, enemies attacking this unit in close range will suffer minor fire attribute backlash. Weakness, abdomen, uncovered by scales, takes 30 more damage. Interior of the mouth, exposed during spitting. Habit, slow in action, prefers high-temperature environments, and exhibits a pronounced wind-up before its lava breath attack. Completion of the Pock Dex, 100. Reward, 100 experience points, 200 copper coins, and 1 glory point. Weakness information unlocked. Glory points, 1. Total glory points, 52. Information acquired. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. The lava breath is the primary threat. However, its wind-up is significant and can be evaded with proper positioning. The retaliatory passive is somewhat troublesome, necessitating caution in close combat. The weaknesses lie in the abdomen and the mouth during its breath attack. He maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji to the side of the lizard, locking onto its relatively vulnerable abdominal area. Without rashly approaching, he directly activated the core ability of Zhang Gui. He struck the shortcut key for Ice Array, 1, on the keyboard. A hum resonated. The broken samurai sword in Mo Shou Xianji's hand was not swung, but instead pointed to the ground. As he rapidly recited an esoteric incantation, a wave of chilling, ghostly power was instantly summoned, centered on the tip of his sword. A circular area with a radius of approximately 7 yards saw the moisture in the air rapidly condense. The sound of freezing crackled intensely. The ground quickly became covered with a thick layer of solid ice, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. Dao Hunji Zhan, Ice Array, 25, 25. Ice attribute continuous damage immediately floated above the lava lizard's head. Roar. The lava lizard was instantly enraged. The magma patterns coursing across its body glowed fiercely, evidently stimulated by the frost power. It abruptly turned, targeting Lin Mo, who was at the edge of the ice array, its neck swelling. A fiery red light igniting in preparation for the lava breath attack. Already prepared, Lin Mo, at the moment of releasing the ice array, immediately executed a lateral slide. Whoosh. A fan-shaped torrent of dark red lava, radiating terrifying heat, whistled past the spot where Mo Shou Xianji had just stood, scorching the ground to a charred black. The lava lizard's breath attack missed, and its body became briefly rigid due to inertia. A golden opportunity. Lin Mo pressed forward instead of retreating. Rapid Run activated. He instantly dashed into the ice array's range. The slowing effect of the ice array was exceptionally effective against fire attribute monsters. The lava lizard's movements resembled those caught in a quagmire, incredibly sluggish, targeting the mouth, which was agape from the breath attack, revealing its relatively vulnerable interior. Ghost Slash. The purple-black blade light, infused with potent dark attribute power, pierced fiercely into the lizard's mouth. 158. Dark attribute ice array environment bonus on weakness strike critical hit. A terrifying golden number erupted. The lava lizard emitted a wretched scream, its health plummeting by 1/3. Its mouth suffered severe damage, unable to unleash another breath attack for a short period. Lin Mo, seizing the advantage, unleashed continuous stab, thrusting his short sword directly into the lizard's defensively weak abdomen. 65. Normal attack. 32. The lava lizard thrashed wildly, but trapped within the ice array. Its speed was greatly reduced, and its fiery bites failed to connect with the agile Lin Mo. The lava skin's passive retaliation inflicted only trivial damage, 3, 4, with each of Lin Mo's attacks. The duration of the ice array still had 5 seconds remaining. Lin Mo positioned himself at the edge of the ice array, constantly adjusting his stance with small steps to ensure the lizard remained within the slowing effect while waiting for Ghost Slash and Continuous Stab to cool down for precise strikes on its weakness. When the ice array's effect dissipated, the lava lizard's health had fallen below 1/5. It broke free from the slowing effect and lunged fiercely at Lin Mo. Remaining calm, Lin Mo withdrew, with Ghost Slash cooling down just in time. The final strike. 89. The massive body of the lava lizard crashed to the ground, dropping several copper coins and a scorching lizard scale. Ding. Defeated lava lizard, 12, gained 350 experience points. The experience bar surged. Level 10, 11504000. A significant level up kill, yielding abundant experience. Impressive. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. The control effect of the ice array exceeded expectations. The 7-yard radius provided him with a vast safe output space against a single monster. The slowing effect was a natural counter to fire attribute monsters. Combined with the weakness strike, the kill efficiency was extraordinarily high. Moreover, he incurred only negligible retaliatory damage throughout the encounter, not consuming a single potion. He promptly shifted his gaze to the next target, 2 fire imps, 13, lingering by the lava pool. These were small demonic creatures, less than a meter tall, wielding fiery tridents, bouncing about with agility and capable of launching small fireballs from a distance. Scanning. Information acquisition process omitted. Weakness, core, chest area, high fire resistance but extremely low ice resistance. This time, Lin Mo chose not to break through individually. He intended to test the effect of controlling multiple monsters simultaneously. He maneuvered his character closer, and as the 2 fire imps entered the aggro range and raised their tridents to throw fireballs, he struck the shortcut key for Ice Array once more. The chilling array instantly unfolded between the 2 imps. The 7-yard radius of the frost domain enveloped them both. 30. Continuous damage. The fireballs of the 2 imps were interrupted midway by the biting cold. Casting failed. Simultaneously, the flames flickering upon their bodies dimmed instantly, and their movements slowed to a crawl. Ghost Slash. Target locked onto 1 imp's chest core. 142. Ice Array bonus weakness critical hit. Instant kill. Continuous stab. Charged toward the other slowed imp. The short sword thrust straight into its chest. 71. Normal attack. 35. The second imp also wailed as it collapsed. Instant kill. Without a doubt, under the coverage of the ice array, the 2 level 13 monsters were like lambs to the slaughter. Lin Mo's crowd control ability began to shine at the outskirts of the flame forest. He resembled an efficient hunter, utilizing the ice array to create an absolute domain, skillfully manipulating the fierce fire attribute monsters at his will. Experience points surged rapidly, and the materials in his storage, scorching lizard scales, fire imp horns, gradually increased. His gameplay quickly attracted the attention of nearby leveling players. What the heck? What's up with that ghost swordsman? Soloing a lava lizard? Look at that ice array he cast. It's huge. The icy domain of the 15th level Zhengui I witnessed in the main city is dwarfed by this one. The deceleration effect is remarkably potent. That magma lizard is as sluggish as a tortoise. The damage is significantly high. A single critical hit from Gui Zhan exceeds 100? Just how much intelligence has he amassed? Mo Xianji? I have not heard of this newly emerged expert from the 10th district. Whispers of speculation wafted through the air. Lin Mo remained unfazed, concentrating on his own hunting endeavors. Reputation? That is merely a byproduct of strength, not the goal itself. As he dispatched the 5th fire imp, leveling up to the 11th level, experience, 2004, 500. He prepared to seek his next target when a commotion and cries for help erupted nearby. Healer. Heal. I can't hold on. Damn it. Run. Heal. Spiderweb. I can't move. Help. Lin Mo turned towards the sound. There, beside a bubbling, seething pool of molten rock, a 4-man team, warrior, priest, archer, elemental mage, was caught in dire straits, facing 3 magma giant spiders. 14. The magma giant spiders were colossal, their dark red bodies resembling shells formed from solidified magma, and their 8 long legs resembled red-hot iron rods. Not only did they possess high physical attack power, but they also spewed sticky webs infused with burning and slowing effects. To make matters worse, they summoned small, magma-young spiders that would self-destruct. At that moment, it was evident that the team was struggling with coordination. The warrior's aggro was unstable, and one magma giant spider relentlessly pursued the priest, who was desperately trying to keep everyone alive. The priest was slowed by the magma web. laboring under the weight of impending doom. The elemental mage was being chased by several self-destructing young spiders, while the archer, despite his best efforts, could only provide minimal damage. The entire formation was in disarray, on the brink of annihilation. Lin Mo surveyed the battlefield, making a swift judgment. The priest was the linchpin. He must be saved. Moreover, the magma giant spider was a fire attribute. Ice was its nemesis. Without hesitation, he activated Dash. Mo Shou Xianji surged like an arrow towards the precarious position of the priest. Brother, draw it towards me, Lin Mo shouted in the public channel, as his mouse swiftly predicted the movement path of the pursuing magma giant spider. Just as the priest player was enveloped in despair, he heard Lin Mo's call, akin to grasping a lifeline, and staggered towards Lin Mo's direction. Behind him, the magma giant spider, with its legs flying, opened its mandibles, preparing to unleash another torrent of sticky magma web. Now, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with determination. His finger decisively pressed one. Buzz. The frigid power of the ghostly deity descended. A massive, swirling ice crystal snowflake array instantly unfolded behind the priest, covering the magma giant spider's path. The frost domain, with a radius of 7 yards, completely enveloped the enormous body of the magma giant spider. Crackle. 35. Damage over time. The magma giant spider's web-spitting action was abruptly interrupted. Its blazing shell met the biting cold, emitting a sizzling sound and billowing clouds of white smoke. Its speed plummeted, as if ensnared in an invisible mire. The priest player seized the opportunity to roll and scramble out of the ice array, still trembling with fear. Thank you, he gasped in the channel. Mage, draw the young spiders over here, Lin Mo commanded without pause. He noticed the elemental mage was being relentlessly pursued by 3 young magma spiders, each the size of a watermelon and glowing bright red. The mage hesitated for a moment, then quickly turned to run towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji to quickly reposition, predicting the young spider's routes, and unleashed a second ice array. Buzz. The frost domain unfolded once more. The 3 young magma spiders that charged into the ice array found their speed drastically reduced, their red glow flickering as the signs of imminent self-detonation were forcibly delayed. Focus fire on the young spiders. Quickly, Lin Mo shouted. The archer and warrior, now alert, redirected their firepower, their arrows and heavy swords crashing down upon the slowed young spiders. Boom, boom, boom. The young spiders exploded prematurely within the ice array, causing area damage. But due to the ice array's obstruction and the scattered positioning of the teammates, it did not pose a lethal threat. Hold the remaining 2 giants. Healer, keep us up. Lin Mo spoke rapidly, while controlling his character towards the 3rd magma giant spider that had not been affected by the ice array. He refrained from casting a 3rd ice array, due to high energy consumption, and instead utilized blade array. Pressing 3. Buzz. A ring of faint golden phantom blades suddenly spun and expanded around Mo Shou Xianji, enveloping the warrior and archer. Blade soul array, blade array. Physical attack power enhanced. Attack. The warrior felt a surge of strength and bellowed as he activated taunt against the magma giant spider before him. The archer's arrows became sharper and more lethal. The magma giant spider ensnared in the ice array struggled futilely, its speed greatly diminished, thus posing a significantly reduced threat. The situation was stabilized in an instant. Lin Mo navigated the periphery, executing Gui Zhan to precisely strike the relatively vulnerable joints of the magma giant spider, as indicated by the system's weak point hints. Coordinating with his teammates for a united assault. When the first magma giant spider fell, the one trapped in the ice array had only just broken free from its deceleration. The ice array is ready. Control again. Lin Mo seized the moment. The cooldown for the 2nd ice array had completed, and he skillfully deployed it once more. The magma giant spider that had just escaped the deceleration, on the verge of rampaging, was once again imprisoned in ice. There was no longer any doubt in the battle. With the ice array's formidable crowd control and the attack enhancement from the blade array, the remaining 2 magma giant spiders were swiftly eliminated by the team's concentrated fire. Ding. Assisted in killing a magma giant spider, 14, gained 280 experience points, group bonus. Lin Mo glowed with white light. Level 11, 8004, 500. Chapter 11, The Savior of the Wild Team? Stabilizer of the spider cave deep within the blazing forest. The air was so scorching it felt as though it might ignite. Genuine lava flowed through the crevices of the dark red rocks, emitting suffocating heat waves and a pungent sulfuric scent. Towering, charred, dead trees resembled the twisted skeletons of monstrous creatures, pointing towards the obscured crimson sky, shrouded in thick smoke. Here, the monsters had escalated to levels 15 to 16, with magma elementals and fire scorpion lions, roaming fiercely, their attacks more frenzied than ever, and the accompanying burn and ignite effects even more lethal. Lin Mo meticulously maneuvered through the scalding rocks while controlling Mo Shou Xianji. He deftly avoided the menacing groups of monsters, focusing his efforts on the isolated lava elementals using the formidable ice array to establish control. This creature, composed entirely of pure flame elements, possessed nearly zero resistance to ice, rendering it the perfect target for the ice array. As the array unfolded, the flames enveloping the lava elemental dimmed instantly, rendering its movements as sluggish as that of a tortoise. Each strike of Lin Mo's Ghost Slash, imbued with dark attribute damage, severed substantial burning cores from the creature, steadily accumulating experience and materials, while his honor points gradually increased, gaining 1 point, totaling 53 points. His level ascended to level 12, experience 5,005,000, bringing him a step closer to the core level required to trigger the Buried Bone event, approximately level 15. Just then, a cave entrance exhaling scalding steam caught his eye at the edge of his vision. Above the entrance, several charred characters were etched in a crooked manner. Spider Cave, 1518. A dungeon. Moreover, it was a mid-level dungeon suitable for his current level. The rewards from a dungeon far surpassed those of grinding in the wild. Not only were there abundant experience and equipment, but the monsters were also more concentrated, making it a treasure trove for completing the illustrated guide and earning honor points. Lin Mo promptly checked the quest issued by the dungeon guide, a soot-covered goblin next to the entrance. Quest: The Distress of Scorching Spider Silk. Requirement: Clear the Spider Cave, normal difficulty. Reward: Experience 2500, silver coins 5, random class blue accessory 1. A blue accessory. This was an enormous temptation during the novice phase. Moreover, 2500 experience was sufficient for another level up. Let us do this. Lin Mo made his decision immediately. However, the dungeon required a team of 35 players. He surveyed his surroundings. Numerous players were gathered at the dungeon entrance, all shouting for parties. Normal speed run of Spider Cave. Bring the power. Level 41. Healers available. Seeking party for Spider Cave. Level 13 Elementalist. Skilled techniques. Level 14 Guardian Angel Seeking Party. Can heal. Lin Mo approached the edge of the crowd, opened the public channel, and typed. Area, Mo Shou Xianji, 12 Zhangguo Spider Cave Normal, Seeking Party. The response was somewhat mixed. Zhangguo? This class doesn't deal much damage, does it? Control? What is the need for control in a normal dungeon? Can't we just steamroll through? Level 12? That is a bit low. Zhangguo is not particularly favored, especially in the early stages of the game, where the focus is on speedy runs. Players tend to prefer overwhelming damage output. Lin Mo frowned. Just as he contemplated whether to lower his requirements to join a random group, a party invitation suddenly appeared. Player Steel Barrier, 14 Knight, invites you to join the party. Accept decline a knight? Primary class? Lin Mo accepted immediately. The party channel lit up. Party, Steel Barrier, Bro Zhangguo? Just right. We need a controller. We just wiped on the first boss. Those little spiders are too annoying. Party, Miraculous Revival, 13 Priest Welcome. Having a controller makes things so much steadier. Party, Arrow Without Missing, 14 Archer level 12 seems a bit low. Are your techniques up to par? Party, Fireball Raining Down, 13 Elementalist. Having a controller is better than not having one. Let us get in quickly. Party composition, Knight, Steel Barrier, Priest, Miraculous Revival, Archer, Arrow Without Missing, Elementalist, Fireball Raining Down, Zhangguo, Lin Mo. A standard configuration. No problem. Lin Mo responded in the party channel. Good. Let us enter. Steel Barrier. As the leader, initiated the dungeon. System, entering Spider Cave, normal difficulty. The scenery before him shifted. The heat not only persisted, but was now accompanied by a nauseatingly sweet and foul odor. This was a vast and damp lava cavern. Its walls riddled with countless holes coated in white sticky goo. The ground was blanketed with thick, dust-covered, sticky spider webs that emitted a repulsive sound upon stepping on them. Enormous, translucent spider eggs clung to the walls and ceiling, pulsating slowly. In the distance, a chilling skittering sound could be heard. Everyone be cautious. The ground is covered in slowing spider webs. Stepping on them is quite troublesome. The holes in the walls will intermittently spew out small spiders, which are numerous and poisonous. Steel Barrier, evidently experienced, warned. The first boss, the Scorching Spider Matriarch, is in the first hall. She will summon little spiders and spit out ignited venom and weave webs. Last time, we were overwhelmed by too many little spiders, and the healer got trapped in the webs, leading to our demise. Understood, Lin Mo replied, while scanning the holes in the cavern walls and the spider webs on the ground. Scanning. Ding. Illustrated guide scan initiated target. Small spraying spider, hole scan complete. Function, will intermittently spew 13 lava hatchlings, 13, which move rapidly, attack with poison, and will self-destruct upon approaching targets. Small area fire damage. Illustrated Guide Completion 100. Reward. Experience 60, Copper Coins 120. Ding. Illustrated Guide Scan Initiated Target. Sticky Slowing Spider Web Scan Complete. Effect. Players stepping in will have their movement speed reduced by 70 for 10 seconds. Can be dispelled or purified. Information acquired. Lin Mo felt more confident. The little spiders and slowing webs were precisely where control was needed. The party advanced. Indeed, not long after, several holes in the cavern walls suddenly gaped wide, and dozens of watermelon-sized, crimson lava hatchlings, moving at lightning speed, surged forth like a tide, screeching as they charged toward the party. Here they come. Mage. Steel Barrier raised his shield in front. Fireball raining down immediately began casting Blizzard. However, the casting time was rather long. The hatchlings were too fast. They were about to reach the priest and mage. Ice Array. Lin Mo shouted, pressing one. Buzz. A colossal ice crystal snowflake formation unfurled instantaneously before the charging young spiders, creating a frost domain with a radius of 7 yards that functioned like an invisible wall, firmly blocking the surging tide of juvenile arachnids. The sound of cracking ice echoed as their speed plummeted upon entering the icy realm, the ominous red glow of their self-detonation delayed by the chilling air. At last, the fiery barrage of Blizzard descended. The ice crystal snowflakes wreaked havoc within the formation, inflicting slowdown damage. Arrows, striking true, rained down upon the decelerated young spiders, while the steel bulwark swung its chain hammer, targeting any that managed to slip through. Under the powerful control of the ice formation, this wave of juvenile spiders was effortlessly eradicated along their path, with barely a few self-detonations occurring. Splendid, praised Steel Bulwark. Brother, this ice formation was perfectly timed. Its coverage is vast. The priest, Healing Hand, also sighed with relief, having nearly been overwhelmed by the young spiders moments ago. The team advanced with ease, as Lin Mo's ice formation provided both warning and crowd control, making the management of spider holes and scattered monsters along the way remarkably simple. As soon as the ice formation was established, the little spiders became slow-motion targets, while Lin Mo preemptively covered or marked the ground's slowing webs with his ice formation. Soon, the team arrived at the first grand hall. In the center of the hall lay a terrifying giant spider, the Scorching Spider Matriarch, 17 Elite. Its size comparable to a small car. Its body was cloaked in a dark red shell that flowed with magma, and its 8 compound eyes glimmered with a cruel red light. Its massive abdomen swelled and contracted rhythmically, connected to a gigantic spinneret that continuously secreted sticky liquid. Standard procedure. I'll hold the line. Ranged units, spread out. Watch out for venomous sprays and its webs. Steel Bulwark proclaimed as he advanced, raising his shield and landing a provocation on the Spider Matriarch's head. Hissing, the Scorching Spider Matriarch became enraged, its enormous mandibles parting to unleash a column of dark green venom, reeking and scalding. Steel Bulwark was prepared, raising his shield to block. The venom splattered against the shield, emitting wisps of smoke and inflicting damage. 185. It also applied a lingering, toxic effect. Dispelling. Healing Hand immediately cast Purification, eliminating the toxic effect. The battle commenced. Steel Bulwark endeavored to establish aggro, while arrows of true aim and fireball barrage unleashed their full power. Lin Mo moved along the battlefield's periphery, his gaze piercing as he observed every action. Before long, the Scorching Spider Matriarch's abdomen swelled dramatically, and its spinneret rose ominously. It's about to cast its web. Pay attention. Steel Bulwark shouted. A massive, sticky web, ignited with faint flames, hurtled toward the densely positioned arrows of true aim and fireball barrage. The coverage was immense, nearly impossible to evade. Just as their expressions shifted in alarm, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, pressing two. A surge of swirling black mist swiftly enveloped the two of them. Erosion formation, dark formation, a radius of 7 yards of blinding darkness. The burning web fell into the dark formation, losing its target instantly, like a cow sinking into the sea, landing harmlessly on the ground without ensnaring anyone. Wow, what a divine technique. Arrows of true aim exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Incredible. Fireball Barrage couldn't help but exclaim. The Spider Matriarch's web attack had missed, inciting its fury. It raised its front legs and slammed them into the ground. Boom. The earth trembled. Holes around the cave walls burst open, and at least 30 to 40 molten young spiders surged forth like a crimson tide, converging on the center of the hall, aiming directly at the healing hand. This is bad. Little spiders. Protect the healer. Steel Bulwark attempted to rescue, but was ensnared by the matriarch. Healing Hand's face drained of color, surrounded by young spiders, with no escape in sight. In a moment of peril, Lin Mo's voice rang out, calm as ice. Ice formation, with 2 swift motions. He placed 2 overlapping ice formations in the main path of the charging young spiders beside Healing Hand. The dual frost domains intensified the chill within a 7-yard radius. The speed of the young spiders entering the ice formation dropped to nearly a standstill, their self-detonation indicators flickering as they were forcefully suppressed. Damage numbers filled the air as the entire wave of young spiders seemed to hit the pause button. All out, Lin Mo commanded. Healing Hand, pulled back from the brink of death, came to her senses and cast Holy Shield upon herself before joining the offensive, even wielding Divine Fire, one of the rare area skills available to priests. The Fireball Barrage, Blizzard, Arrows of True Aims, Arrow Rain, and Steel Bulwark S Throne, Consecration, a paladin area damage over time, instantly blanketed the ice formation area. Under the terrifying control of the dual ice formations, dozens of young spiders became frozen targets, rapidly reduced to ashes under the relentless area firepower, with no chance for self-detonation. My heavens, this control! Healing Hand marveled at the instant-cleared swarm of young spiders, murmuring to herself, dual ice formations. The range is so vast. Arrows of True Aim was utterly convinced. Brother, you are my true brother, Steel Bulwark exclaimed, nearly forgetting to hold the line in his excitement. With the little spiders no longer a threat, the Scorching Spider Matriarch posed no danger. Under the alternating effects of the ice and dark formations, blindness interrupting its venom spray, ice formation restricting movement, it was quickly overwhelmed by concentrated fire from the 5 members. Ding! Congratulations, your team has successfully slain the Scorching Spider Matriarch. 17 Elite. Experience gained, 1,800. A flash of white light enveloped Lin Mo. Level 13. The loot distribution was harmonious. Lin Mo acquired a pair of blue cloth leg armor that enhanced intelligence and spirit with commendable attributes. More importantly, the awe-inspiring ice and dark formations had completely won over this party of adventurers. Brother, let us be friends. I'll call you for future dungeons. With you around, it's so stable. Steel Bulwark eagerly sent a friend request. Indeed, you, the Formation Master, are simply the stabilizer of dungeons. Arrows of True Aim also added Lin Mo as a friend. The priest and mage similarly expressed their admiration and willingness to team up. Lin Mo did not refuse. Having a few capable teammates would certainly facilitate future endeavors. Upon exiting the spider cave, Lin Mo glanced at the newly added names in his friends list, then looked at his own level of 13 and 63 honor points, invigorated by the recent gains from dungeons and minor monsters. The value of the formation spirit was more fully realized within team dungeons. Just then, the regional channel was suddenly inundated with messages. Regional, Dominant Might, Mad Blade. Coordinates, 578, 321. Goblin Merchant has respawned. Dominant Might is claiming the area. Non-essential individuals, retreat swiftly. Regional, Herbal Hall, all herbs. Heh, Dominant Might sure has a grand reputation. Has this wild map written your name? Regional, Blue Stream Pavilion, Listening Wind. Everyone gets their share. Brothers of Blue Stream Pavilion, assemble. The wild map, Goblin Merchant, has respawned. Chapter 12. The Turmoil of the Goblin Merchant. Goblin Merchant. Lin Mo's heart raced. The wild map. This was truly a gold mine within glory. Not only did it drop rare materials and high-level equipment, but more importantly, the rewards of achievements and honor points for the first kill or participation in the kill were exceedingly generous. Moreover, the Goblin Merchant, a mobile treasury, was a coveted target for all major guilds. Lin Mo quickly opened the map, pinpointing the coordinates, 578, 321. It was a relatively open stony wasteland situated at the junction of the blazing forest and the gloomy thicket. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately directed Mo Shou Xinji to sprint toward the coordinates at full speed. With the passive skill, Quick Walk, combined with Sprint, his speed reached its peak. Monsters along the way were either avoided or frozen with Ice Array, if they could not be bypassed. Time equated to money. Time equated to honor points. The closer he got to the coordinates, the more the air crackled with the scent of gunpowder. The public channel was ablaze with verbal skirmishes among the 3 major guilds, Dominant Might, Herbal Hall, Blue Stream Pavilion, and countless small to medium guilds and solo players. Dominant Might, clear the area. This is for everyone. Herbal Hall's herb gatherers, go back to your herbs. Blue Stream Pavilion, don't crowd. You're stepping on my toes. Solo players unite. Don't let the big guilds monopolize. When Lin Mo arrived near the coordinates, the sight before him took his breath away. It was an open space surrounded by towering weathered rock pillars. At this moment, it had transformed into a boiling battlefield. Hundreds of players were crammed together. A sea of heads, nearly obscuring visibility. The effects of skills erupted in waves, mingling with sounds of explosions, roars, and cries. Fireballs, ice shards, arrows, and flashes of swords flew wildly through the crowd, with players continuously resurrecting as beams of white light. At the heart of the battlefield, a diminutive, sneaky figure clad in a lavish silk vest, burdened with a massive pack, was frantically scurrying about. This was the wild map, Goblin Merchant, Golden Tooth Grig, 20 Elite. Its health bar had barely decreased, indicating that the battle had only just begun. It screamed, "My treasures," while darting through the chaotic crowd like a slippery eel, occasionally tossing out bizarre items from its pack, throwing blinding powder, blinds nearby players, throwing stink bomb, area poison, and slow, scattering coins, throws a small pile of copper and silver coins, inciting a scramble and creating chaos. The forces of the three major guilds were clearly delineated yet intertwined. Dominant Might, Red Prefix, had the largest numbers, their formation dense, primarily composed of knights and berserkers, resembling a red rock attempting to encircle the center but constantly being besieged by other guilds. Herbal Hall, Green Prefix, consisted mainly of magical scholars and elemental mages, relentlessly raining area spells from the periphery while employing various control skills to disrupt their foes. Blue Stream Pavilion, Blue Prefix, had fewer members, yet boasted numerous agile classes like assassins and swordsmen, skillfully weaving through the battlefield, with sharpshooters picking off key targets from afar. Solo players and smaller guilds flitted about like headless flies, some attempting to fish in troubled waters, while others were simply caught in the fray, pushing the chaos to its peak. Lin Mo concealed himself behind a massive weathered stone pillar at the edge of the battlefield, calmly observing the situation. Charging in recklessly would be tantamount to seeking death. His objective was the contribution and honor points from kills, not a suicide mission. The advantage of the formation spirit lay in controlling the battlefield and creating confusion, allowing him to profit from the turmoil. Scanning. He locked his thoughts onto the Goblin Merchant at the center of the battlefield. Ding. Pictorial scan initiated. Target, Goblin Merchant, Golden Tooth Grig, 20 Elite. Scanning. Warning. Target is in a state of high chaos. Information acquisition is difficult. Scanning speed reduced. Scanning progress. 1530, scanning required time. Lin Mo's gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield. The Goblin Merchant's health was declining slowly, with the three major guilds restraining each other, resulting in ineffective output. The solo players were merely complicating matters. Continuing like this would lead to a futile war of attrition. Where was the breakthrough? Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the flank of Dominant Might's formation. There, a familiar figure wielding a massive green axe was commanding with bravado. Left. Hold the left. Don't let those Herbal Hall scruffs break through. Ranged, focus fire on that Blue Stream Pavilion assassin. Damn it. Who froze me? It was Kwang Dao. The very same Kwang Dao who had once humiliated him on the slopes of Jelen Forest. At that moment, Kwang Dao and a small team of Dominant Might members were tasked with fending off a wave of assaults from Herbal Hall. They were struggling, as several magical scholars from Herbal Hall unleashed their Lava Vial and Acid Rain Cloud area skills, inflicting persistent damage and slowing down the front line, causing them considerable distress. Lin Mo observed the fiery area spells being cast by the magical cluster of Herbal Hall, then glanced at his own skill bar featuring Ice Array and Dark Array. An audacious plan took shape in his mind. He controlled Mo Shou Xianji, utilizing the cover of the weathered stone pillars and the chaotic battlefield, stealthily maneuvering toward the flank where Kwang Dao's team clashed with the magical cluster of Herbal Hall. The battlefield was so chaotic that no one noticed the approach of a level 12 formation spirit. Soon, he arrived at the anticipated location, behind a relatively prominent rock. Approximately 15 yards behind the Kwang Dao squad, and about 20 yards in front of the Zongqiatang spellcasting cluster. This position allowed him to cover part of the area behind the Kwang Dao squad with the Ice Array, while simultaneously placing the Dark Array beneath the feet of the Zongqiatang spellcasters. Now was the moment. Lin Mo's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He focused on several Quanjin warriors and gunner players, who were being tormented by the Acid Rain Cloud, and were already low on health, behind the Kwang Dao squad. He pressed the button for the Ice Array. A resounding hum echoed as a massive array of icy snowflakes erupted instantaneously behind the Kwang Dao squad. The Frosty Domain, with a radius of 7 yards, enveloped 7 or 8 players from the Baki Xiongta Guild. The chilling air pervaded the atmosphere. Those players, already low on health and afflicted by the Acid Rain Cloud, were instantly slowed down, suffering persistent ice attribute damage. The emergence of the Ice Array was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Where did this Ice Array come from? Who cast it? I can't move. The formation of the Kwang Dao squad was thrown into disarray, revealing a gap. The commander of Zongqiatang was evidently not incompetent. Upon noticing the flaw in the enemy's formation and realizing that the Ice Array was clearly cast by an ally, he assumed it was a lone expert's assistance. He seized the opportunity. A perfect moment. Sorcerers, lava bottles, smash them into the Ice Array. Continue to cover with Acid Rain Cloud. Elemental mages, blizzard. Focus fire on that gap. The commander roared in the guild channel. Several sorcerers immediately hurled their pre-prepared lava bottles into the Ice Array area. The scorching magma bottles detonated upon impact. Boom, boom. The players from Baki Xiong 2, slowed by the ice array, had no time to evade. The immense fire attribute damage from the lava bottles erupted upon them. The blood bars plummeted like an avalanche. Following that, the continuous corrosion from the acid rain cloud and the icy coverage from the blizzard rained down. That area instantly transformed into a death zone. Help, priest, heal me. A radiant white light suddenly illuminated 3 or 4 players. The Guangdao squad suffered grievously behind their lines. The gap was completely torn open. Who? Which bastard cast the ice array? I will kill you. Guangdao's eyes widened in fury as he turned to yell, only to see the chaotic battlefield. Unable to find the caster. Having successfully struck, Lin Mo wasted no time. His target shifted to the Zongqiatang spellcasting cluster, which was currently focusing their firepower. Dark array. He pressed the button. A wave of swirling black mist inexplicably spread beneath the feet of several elemental mages, chanting blizzard and sorcerers guiding the lava bottles. The erosion array. Dark array, with a radius of 7 yards, enveloped them. What the hell? Why is it dark? My skill. Interrupted. Who cast the dark array? The Zongqiatang spellcasting cluster was thrown into chaos. The blizzard chant was abruptly halted, and the guided lava bottles lost their target. Their visibility drastically reduced. They became like startled prey. What a perfect opportunity. Assassins from the Lanchi Pavilion. Attack. The commander of Lanchi Pavilion, who had been lingering on the periphery, would not let such a chance slip by. Several lurking assassins, akin to sharks smelling blood, sprang forth from the shadows. Their skills of throat-slitting and backstabbing flickering wildly amidst the darkness and chaos of the Zongqiatang cluster. Assassins. White light flared up once again. The spellcasting output of Zongqiatang suffered severe damage. Chaos. Lin Mo's 2 arrays acted like explosive ice water bombs thrown into boiling oil, instantly shattering the equilibrium of the battlefield. The flank of Baki Xiong 2 was heavily wounded. The Zongqiatang spellcasting cluster was thrown into disarray, and the Lanchi Pavilion seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The balance among the 3 guilds was shattered, and the melee escalated instantaneously. Independent players also surged toward the fray. The goblin merchant, Jinya Jelly, was frightened by the sudden chaos, screaming as he attempted to flee with his pack. His health had begun to noticeably decline. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Mo, had already silently retreated into the shadows of the weathered stone pillar, a cold smile gracing his lips. He glanced at the scanning progress of his consciousness. 85. Almost there. The interest from Guangdao was just the beginning, he murmured softly. His gaze refocusing on the panicked green figure at the center of the battlefield, like the most patient of hunters, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow and reap the greatest rewards. The glow of glory points seemed to beckon him. Chapter 13. The finishing touch in the melee in the cold shadow of the weathered stone pillar, Lin Mo lay in wait like a coiled serpent. His gaze firmly fixed on the terrified green figure, the goblin merchant, Jinya Jelly. In his consciousness, the progress bar of the scanning function crawled like a snail. Target, goblin merchant Jinya Jelly, 20 elite, scan progress, 92, 93. The battlefield, stirred by his 2 timely arrays, was in a complete uproar. The equilibrium among the 3 major guilds shattered, and their mutual animosity surged, leading to even fiercer skirmishes. Independent players and smaller guilds surged forward like hyenas sensing blood, taking advantage of the situation as health bars began to dwindle. The grandson of the Lanchi Pavilion. How dare you ambush us at Zongqiatang? Die! The commander of Zongqiatang erupted in fury, rallying firepower to fiercely assault the recently ambushed assassins from Lanchi Pavilion. Nonsense. You were the ones who struck first. Brothers of Baki Xiong 2. Attacked Zongqiatang first. Guangdao, blinded by rage, commanded his remaining members to charge at Zongqiatang's flank. The Lanchi Pavilion, utilizing their agility, dodged the wrath of both sides while exploiting every opportunity to strike back. Jinya Jelly screeched, "Stop hitting me. My gold coins." Amidst the chaos, he zigzagged through the crowd, his luxurious silk vest becoming tattered from various skills. His health had dropped to around 70, and his escape speed seemed to have increased as he used flash powder, stink bombs, and money scatter more frequently, continuously creating new points of chaos. Lin Mo calmly observed the trajectories of movements and focal points on the battlefield. After releasing the ice array and dark array, he had less than 1/3 of his energy remaining, which was slowly regenerating. He waited, anticipating the optimal opportunity to seize maximum rewards at minimal cost. The completion of the Atlas scan was imminent, and he was determined to acquire both glory points and kill contributions. Just then, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. Perhaps it was the depletion of Jinya Jelly's health below 70 that triggered some mechanism, or perhaps the 3 major guilds had ignited their true power, as a central figure made their entrance. From the rear of the Baki Xiong 2 faction, a battle mage, 18, wielding the Bachi Xiong Tu Zhan Miao, emerged with imposing presence. Clutching a spear ignited with crimson energy, he radiated an awe-inspiring aura as he unleashed a colossal, How Long Pajun, cleaving a path through the chaotic masses with unyielding force. The spearhead has arrived. Brothers, protect the boss and seize the moment, roared Kuang Dao, his voice hoarse from excitement. Almost simultaneously, from the Zhong Chaotang faction, a magical scholar, 18, mounted on a broom, ascended into the air. With a flourish of his staff, he unleashed torrents of Rongyan Xiaoping and Suan Yuyun, bombarding the path of the advancing spear. The radiant glow of Chu San Fun accurately dispelled the enhancements on the spear's wielder. Thinking of stealing? Have you consulted us at Zhong Chaotang? Bai Chao's voice was laced with cold disdain. The Lan Shiga faction was not to be outdone. As a swordsman, 18, from Lan Shiguting Feng materialized like a specter behind them, his lightsaber erupting with dazzling, Huaning Wu Xing Jian, cleaving towards Jin Yaguli's neck in an attempt to secure a critical strike. The arrival of the top elite from the three guilds instantly drew the majority of the firepower and enmity, shifting the focus of the battlefield from chaotic brawls to a more intense and perilous confrontation among elites. Casual players, overwhelmed by the escalating pressure, retreated, only able to shoot from the periphery. Jin Yaguli, terrified by the attacks of the three masters, screamed as it frantically fled toward the weathered stone pillars where Lin Mo was concealed, seemingly seeking refuge behind the stone. An opportunity. Lin Mo's heart raced. Atlas scan progress, 99. Jin Yaguli was less than 30 yards from his hiding place. The three masters were momentarily entangled with one another, unable to disengage. The casual players on the outskirts were also hindered by the chaos and the imposing presence of the elites. Now was the time. Scan complete. The cold electronic voice rang like celestial music. Ding. Atlas scan complete. Target, Goblin Merchant Jin Yaguli, 20 elite. Health, 65,100. Primary attack method. Refer to previous text. Special skills, Gold Shield. Triggers below 30 health, consumes money from the inventory to create a shield that absorbs substantial damage. The more money, the stronger the shield. Space Jump. Triggers below 10 health or under fatal threat random short-distance teleportation, leaving behind a decoy. Weaknesses. The large sack on its back. Destroying it prevents the use of items and skills, dropping a wealth of money and materials. Left leg, Old Injury. Slightly limps while moving, heavy strikes can cause temporary imbalance. Atlas completion, 100. Elite Monster First Scan reward doubled. Rewards, Experience 400, Copper Coins 600, Glory Points 5. Weakness information unlocked. Glory Points 5. Total Glory Points reached 68. Only 32 points remain to activate the simulated training ground. Key weaknesses, the sack and the left leg. Jin Yaguli had rushed within 15 yards of the stone pillar. Its limping left leg was particularly conspicuous as it sprinted. The bulging sack on its back shone like a beacon. Lin Mo's eyes glinted with determination. Recovering to about 40. It was sufficient. He maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji like a leopard, darting from behind the stone pillar. His target was the perfect angle of attack on Jin Yaguli's vulnerable sack and left leg. Ice Field. He pressed 1. The target was 5 yards in front of Jin Yaguli. Buzz. A massive ice crystal snowflake formation unfolded in its path. The 7-yard radius of the frost domain resembled an insurmountable chasm. Crackle. 35. Ice damage. Jin Yaguli crashed into the ice field. The biting cold froze it in place. The golden light emanating from it, acceleration item, dimmed instantly. Its speed plummeted, especially that limping left leg, which slipped on the icy surface, causing it to stumble and nearly fall. It let out a terrified scream. This sudden, precise ice formation immediately drew everyone's attention. That ice field again. What the hell? Someone's blocking the position. It's that formation demon. Mo Shou Xianji. The three masters caught sight of this scene, their eyes flashing with suspicion and anger. Who dared to intercept right under their noses? What Lin Mo sought was that moment of hesitation and chaos. He did not attempt to attack. The damage would be negligible against an elite monster's health, but instead locked onto the massive sack on its back. Simultaneously, he typed out a pre-prepared message and sent it to the regional channel. Region, Mo Shou Xianji. Casual players. Strike its sack. Loot the gold and materials. Target its left leg to immobilize it. Seize the final blow. The message sparked like a flame in a pool of oil. The casual players, previously pressured back by the three guilds, saw the precisely controlled ice field and the enticing words about looting gold and materials, their eyes instantly ablaze. Hit the sack. Loot it. Get the money. Attack its lame leg. Don't let it escape. Countless casual players, ignited by greed and frustration, surged like a flood towards the beleaguered Jin Yaguli, hindered by the ice field. Skills and ordinary attacks rained down upon its vulnerable sack and limping left leg. 18, 25, 12. Critical hit. 51. The damage was not high, but the sheer volume of attacks made it overwhelming. Moreover, they struck precisely at the weaknesses. The sack on Jin Yiguli's back was battered, sounding like a drum as the threads began to rupture. The limping leg received particular attention, faltering under relentless blows. Its movement nearly halted. The health bar began to plummet. Damn it! Block them! The battle spear let out a furious roar. Attempting to clear a path with a move known as Angry Dragon pierces the heart, only to be ensnared by Bite Cao's Frost Drill and Tingfeng's Sword Light. Eliminate that array demon first. Bai Chao, now frantic, directed his staff towards Lin Mo, prompting several magic scholars to redirect their firepower. However, Lin Mo was already prepared. At the instant the signal was sent, he executed a dash into a continuous stab, retreating into the shadow of the weathered stone pillar once more. The incoming lava flask and ice powder crashed against the stone, sending sparks and ice shards flying, yet failing to inflict any harm upon him. The battlefield spiraled into utter chaos. The frenzied onslaught of the independent players became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Jin Yiguli's satchel, under the weight of numerous attacks, finally emitted a sound of unbearable strain as it tore apart. No, my treasure! Jin Yiguli cried out in despair. The sound of clattering gold was akin to a vault thrown open. Countless shimmering coins, silver pieces, and vibrantly colored gems, along with rare materials glimmering like a fountain, erupted from the damaged satchel, instantly covering an area of several yards around him. Special status, satchel damaged. Lost skills, glitter dust, stink bomb, money scatter, gold coin shield. Space jump, entered a state of panic. Defense significantly decreased. It exploded, truly exploded. Grab it, it's all mine. The independent players went completely berserk. They abandoned all thoughts of attacking, lunging towards the ground covered in glimmering wealth and materials like starving wolves. The scene transformed from a siege into a frenzied looting frenzy in an instant. The elites from the three major guilds were left dumbfounded. The critical skills they had fought so hard to seize were being nullified by a crowd of independent players employing such a nearly unscrupulous tactic. A bunch of fools. Eliminate him. The battle spear, furious to the point of spitting blood, found it impossible to approach Jin Yiguli, whose health had dropped below 40 and who had lost his life-saving skills amidst the throng of players. Lin Mo, concealed behind the stone pillar, wore a cold smirk. His objective had been achieved. He had sown chaos, leveraging the independent players to undermine the situation. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, fixating on the flustered and staggering Jin Yiguli amidst the pile of coins. His health continued to dwindle amidst the disorder, gradually decreasing. 38, 35, 32. Restored to 50. Sufficient. Lin Mo commanded Mo Shou Xianji to once again dart from behind the stone pillar. This time, his target was crystal clear, the limping left leg of Jin Yiguli, as well as the vulnerable throat exposed in his panic. Dash activated. Maximum speed. The moment he entered the attack range, he pressed the shortcut for Dark Array. A swirling mass of pitch-black fog instantly unfurled beneath Jin Yiguli's feet. Corruption Array. Dark Array. A blinding zone with a radius of 7 yards. Jin Yiguli suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, completely disoriented. A terrified scream lodged in his throat. Now was the moment. Lin Mo's eyes sparked with electricity. Continuous stab. Target locked on the back of the knee of the left leg. Swoosh. 78. Weak point strike. Jin Yiguli let out a wretched howl. His left leg giving way, and his massive body crashed forward. The enormous satchel flew away, exposing his unprotected neck. Ghost slash. Just off cooldown. The purple-black blade light, infused with all of Lin Mo's will and strength, struck like lightning in the night towards the exposed, vulnerable cervical vertebrae. 201. Dark attribute weak point critical hit. A dazzling golden number erupted. Jin Yiguli's every action froze in an instant. His terrified green face, with bulging eyes filled with disbelief. In the next moment, his colossal form seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing limply onto the cold ground, unleashing a radiance far more brilliant and dense than when the satchel had burst. Ding. You dealt a fatal blow to Goblin Merchant Jin Yiguli, Elite 20. Ding. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of the wild map Goblin Merchant Jin Yiguli. Experience gained. 10,000. Achievement unlocked. Goblin Slayer, District 10. Achievement reward. Experience 3,000. Glory points 10. Items obtained. Jin Yiguli's money bag. Contains 50 gold coins. Refined Magical Silk 5. Space Rune Fragment 1. Goblin Merchant Badge, Accessory, 1. A torrent of experience surged in. Lin Mo was enveloped in a blinding white light as he leveled up consecutively, ascending 3 levels. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to 14. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to 15. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to 16. He soared directly to level 16, glory points 10, bringing his total to 78 points, just a step away from 100. The 50 gold coins in the money bag equated to 5,000 copper coins, instantly alleviating his poverty. The refined magical silk and space rune fragments were evidently high-grade materials. The Goblin Merchant Badge, Accessory Intelligence 5, Luck 1. Exceptional attributes. The battlefield fell into a momentary silence. All gazes were fixed in astonishment upon the figure standing beside the lifeless body, wielding a short sword. The garb seeming somewhat frail, yet glaringly prominent against the backdrop of cascading golden light and materials. Mo Shou Xianji. The previous stunning control, ice array positioning. Dark array blinding. Precise weak point strikes, breaking the satchel, severing the left leg, and the final thunderous, ghost slash flowed with an elegance akin to a well-rehearsed drama. In the chaotic vortex of the three major guilds and countless independent players, he had accomplished what could only be described as a remarkable feat of subterfuge. Mo Shou Xianji. Huang Dao stared at him, his eyes nearly popping out. This was the same little sword demon he had driven away in the green forest. How had he become so formidable? He is indeed that array demon. Bai Chao and Ting Feng also recognized this disruptor, their expressions turning extremely grim. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the scattered players erupted into jubilant cheers. Amazing. MSHUDSHN is incredible. Incredible. Did he really manage to seize it? Can a formation ghost play like this? My horizons have been broadened. Lin Mo paid no heed to the surrounding commotion and the focused gazes. He suppressed the overwhelming joy within him, his fingers moving with lightning speed. Pick up, pick up, pick up. The most essential items, glowing with hues of purple and gold, were swiftly gathered into his possession. Without hesitation, he activated dash and lunge, hurtling away at full speed towards the shadowy depths of the dark forest, leaving the battlefield behind. Don't let him escape. Catch him. He seized the core. The elite players from the three major guilds, consumed by fury, attempted to pursue. Yet, the scattered players scrambling for gold and materials formed an impenetrable barrier. By the time they broke through the crowd, Lin Mo's figure had long vanished into the shadows of the dark forest, leaving behind chaos and numerous astonished discussions about the name Su New Jersey. Chapter 14. The formidable formation ghost. The damp and chilly air of the dark forest enveloped Lin Mo, completely isolating him from the clamor and heat of the wasteland behind. Leaning against a massive, vine-covered dead tree, his chest rose and fell not from fatigue, but from excitement over his monumental gains. Level 16. 78 honor points. 50 gold coins, and a plethora of rare materials along with an exquisite accessory. Opening his inventory, he found the Goblin Merchant's emblem, resting in a slot. Emanating a tempting glow, Goblin Merchant's emblem, accessory. Quality, fine, blue. Level requirement, 15 intelligence 5, luck 1. Upon equipping, slightly increases the chance of acquiring extra gold from monsters. His intelligence surged to a remarkable 33. The luck attribute was a delightful bonus. Lin Mo immediately equipped it, replacing his previous novice accessory. Next, he turned his gaze to the core materials, refined magical silk, emitting a gentle magical aura. This soft and warm fabric is a key material for crafting high-tier cloth armor and magical gear. Spatial rune fragment, an irregular crystal shard shimmering with silvery gray spatial ripples. Cool to the touch, harboring mysterious spatial powers. Its use remains unknown, but it is undoubtedly precious. And those 50 hefty gold coins, nestled in his pouch, gleamed with a reassuring metallic luster. I've struck gold, Lin Mo murmured, unable to suppress a smile. This seed capital was sufficient for him to acquire a decent set of equipment, purchase ample supplies, and even start considering future reserves for silver armor materials. More importantly, the honor points. 78 points. Just 22 points shy of activating the simulation training ground, if he completed a few more tasks or participated in a similar event. At that moment, the system notification chimed like celestial music. Ding. Achievement Goblin Slayer, Zone 10, completion rate increased. Regional influence expanding. Earned achievement reward, experience points 1000. Honor points 5. Honor points 5. Total 83 points. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Indeed, participating in the kill and delivering the final blow had elevated the achievement's rating. Just 17 points left. He took a deep breath, calming his excitement. The immediate priority was to digest his gains and enhance his strength. He opened the map, targeting the player gathering hub. HD&MR Town, not far from the dark forest. There, he would find higher-level class mentors, equipment shops, warehouses, and various functionalities. Orienting himself, Lin Mo guided Su New Jersey towards HD&M with purposeful strides. Along the way, he distinctly sensed a difference. Although still traversing the forest, he encountered players predominantly above level 15, their equipment significantly improved. Occasionally, players brushed past him, their eyes flicking to his still dull novice robe. Momentarily surprised. Yet, upon noticing the shining number 16 above his head alongside Su Mucheng, their astonishment swiftly transformed into awe and curiosity. Su Mucheng? Is he the formation ghost who snatched the final blow from the goblin merchant? Yes, indeed. The level checks out. Incredible. He's really level 16? He's skyrocketed. Look at him still clad in novice robes. Playing the fool. I heard his ice formation has a vast range. His dark formations are exquisitely precise. The three major guilds must be green with envy. Whispers of speculation accompanied curious gazes, weaving around him like invisible threads. Lin Mo remained unfazed, quickening his pace. His reputation had arrived swifter than he anticipated. Upon reaching HDNMR town, this sensation intensified. This town, several times larger than IRWN defense line, brimming with medieval stone architecture, was now alive with bustling voices. As Lin Mo stepped into the town's entrance, he felt numerous eyes fixated upon him. The regional channel buzzed incessantly with discussions about the Goblin Merchant and Su Mucheng. Region, bystanders. Breaking news. The formation ghost Su Mucheng, who seized the final blow from the Goblin Merchant, has appeared in HDNMR. Coordinates, town entrance. Region, BQXNGT Xiaozu. Damn it. This bastard dares to show his face? Brothers, keep a close eye on him. Region, THCOT Ing bystander Aha. BQXNGT made a huge fool of himself, getting played by a scattered formation ghost. Region, LNXG spectator. To be fair, that guy's skills and awareness are indeed impressive. The way he positioned his ice formation was brilliant. Region, scattered players seeking assistance. MSHUDSHN. Requesting to add as a friend. Seeking to be carried through dungeons. I will shout 666. Region, formation ghost enthusiast. Formation ghost players rejoice. Finally seeing a high-level player. Seeking guidance on formation techniques. Lin Mo ignored the incessant chatter in the channel and headed straight for the central area of the town where the class mentors were located. He needed to find a formation ghost mentor to learn new skills at level 15 and confirm his future career advancement path. Soon, he located his target. The formation ghost mentor KIL. Before him stood a young woman with striking crimson short hair, clad in sleek leather armor, and adorned with two uniquely designed long daggers at her waist. Her sharp gaze, accompanied by a hint of irreverent amusement, was fixated on a coin inscribed with runes, which she idly tossed in her hand. Zhen Gue Daosher KIL. Status, intrigued, scanning. Lin Mo focused his thoughts. Ding. Target detected. KIL, Zhen Gue Daosher. Scanning progress. 2050-80. She was considerably faster than Sua de Luo. Suddenly, KIL ceased her coin tossing, her penetrating eyes appraising Lin Mo from head to toe, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, so you are the one who has stirred up quite a commotion in District 10, Emosho Shinji? Level 16? TSK, you've leveled up rather swiftly. You still carry the scent of that miserly gold-toothed fellow. It seems the rumors hold some truth. Lin Mo refrained from responding and stated directly, Mentor, I am here to learn new powers. How refreshingly straightforward. I like it. KIL laughed heartily. The path of the Zhen Gue is filled with unpredictable transformations. At level 15, you can choose a new direction. With a flick of her finger, a shimmering rune coin floated before Lin Mo. Please select your level 15 Zhen Gue specialization branch. Choose 1. Path 1. Frost Control. Enhances ice formation effects. Unlock skill. Ice formation. Frost Spread. 1. Slightly increases the slowing effect and duration of ice formations. Subsequent enhancements may include freeze probability, area ice explosion, etc. Path 2. Shadow Corruption. Enhances dark formation effects. Unlock skill. Dark Formation. Shadow Shackles. 1. Enemies blinded by dark formations have a chance to suffer a brief binding effect. Subsequent enhancements may include increased blindness effects, curses, etc. Path 3. Blade Soul Amplification. Enhances blade formation effects. Unlock skill. Blade Formation. Sharp Edge. 1. Slightly increases physical attack bonus of blade formations and adds minor armor penetration. Subsequent enhancements may include increased attack speed bonuses, critical hit bonuses, etc. The three branches represented different avenues for control and support. Lin Mo pondered briefly. The ice formation was his foundational skill. Its area slowing effect irreplaceable in the early stages. Deepening the ice formation would yield significant benefits now and in the future. I choose Path 1, Frost Control. Lin Mo declared. A wise choice. To freeze all things is to grasp the essence of control. KIL snapped her fingers, and the rune coin transformed into a stream of icy blue light, that entered Lin Mo's body. Ding. Acquired skill. Blade Soul Formation, Ice Formation, Frost Spread 1. Effect. Passive increase of ice formation slowing effect by 5. Duration 1 second. The ice formation has grown stronger. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Concurrently, KIL issued a new quest requiring him to venture to the burial ground to collect a material known as Wraith's Chill to further refine his frost powers. The burial ground was precisely the next target area he had planned. After bidding farewell to KIL, Lin Mo made his way to the equipment shop in the town. He was now affluent. It was time to upgrade his arsenal. In the shopkeeper's admiring gaze, Lin Mo lavishly spent 15 gold coins to acquire a complete set of level 15 blue-quality cloth armor, scholar's travel attire. Intelligence 18, Spirit 12, Cap 200. A level 15 blue-quality short sword, Phantom's Fong, magic attack power 2540, Intelligence 5, and a pair of blue cloth wrist armor, Swift Rune wristbands, that enhanced casting speed. The remaining coins were spent on a substantial supply of intermediate health and mana potions, as well as antidotes. Once dressed, Lin Mo gazed at his character panel. Marveling at the dramatically increased attributes, intelligence reached a staggering 56 points. Cap 425 points. Magic attack power significantly enhanced, feeling invigorated. The drab novice attire was replaced with a deep blue scholar's robe adorned with silver runic trim, and the short sword now glimmered with a chilling light from Phantom's Fong. His entire demeanor transformed, exuding an air of expertise. As he exited the equipment shop, intending to store materials and gold in the warehouse, a system notification chimed. Ding. Player Gang Tai by Lee requests to add you as a friend. Accept decline? It was the Knight Captain from the Spider Cave. Lin Mo chose to accept. Soon after, friend requests began pouring in. Player Jian Wu Su FA requests to add you as a friend. Spider Cave Archer. Player Miaoshou Hui Chun requests to add you as a friend. Spider Cave Priest. Player Huoqiu Lian Tian requests to add you as a friend. Spider Cave Elementalist. Player Quang Long Nujan requests to add you as a friend. Berserker from Green Forest Dungeon. Player Bing Huoji Gu requests to add you as a friend. Elementalist from Green Forest Dungeon. Player Dan Wu Su FA requests to add you as a friend. Sharpshooter from Green Forest Dungeon. Player Shengguang Pu Zhao requests to add you as a friend. Priest from Green Forest Dungeon. There were even a few unfamiliar requests. Player Yi Jiqiu requests to add you as a friend. Player Qiu Jingui de Tue requests to add you as a friend. Lin Mo looked at the suddenly bustling friend request list, bemused. It seemed that the name Mo Shou Xianji had indeed begun to resonate within District 10. He selectively accepted a few requests from players of notable skill, Gang Tai Bai Li, Jian Wu Su Fa, Quang Long Nujan's team, etc., while declining those who were clearly seeking to ride coattails or gather intel. Just as he finished processing the friend requests, a private chat window popped up from Gang Tai Bai Li. Private chat, Gang Tai Bai Li, Mo Shou, brother. Incredible. The Goblin Merchant maneuver had me fired up. Truly deserving of being the dungeon stabilizer, the battlefield disruptor, cough, the troublemaker. Private chat, Mo Shou Xianji, just lucky. Private chat, Gang Tai Bai Li, modesty. Too much modesty. By the way, are you interested in joining us in the burial ground? Our team is still in need of a crowd control specialist, and we're just waiting for you. The rewards will be absolutely generous. The burial ground? Lin Mo felt a stir of excitement in his heart. This is precisely his next target area. And the mentor's mission also requires a visit there. A fixed team indeed operates with greater efficiency than a wild team. In a private conversation, Mo Shou Xianji inquired, "When shall we depart?" Steel Fortress responded enthusiastically, "Wonderful. I've been waiting for your word. Let us prepare supplies and gather at the entrance of the burial ground dungeon in half an hour. I will send you the coordinates." After confirming the time, Lin Mo closed the private chat. He approached the warehouse manager and deposited refined magic silk, spatial rune fragments, and most of his gold coins, leaving only 10 coins for emergencies. He then proceeded to the tavern at the center of the town, seeking rest to recover his state while also listening for intelligence. The tavern in HD and M air was bustling, with oak barrels and travelers filling the air with the scent of ale and roasted meat. Lin Mo found a corner seat, ordered the cheapest ale, and quietly listened to the discussions of the surrounding players. Have you heard? Ba Qi Xiong Tu and Zhong Chao Tang clashed in the wild again, all because of that goblin merchant incident. One player scoffed. Serves them right. Let them be arrogant. They were outsmarted by a solo player, losing all face. By the way, that Mo Shou Xianji is truly impressive. The timing and positioning of that ice formation were extraordinary. Another replied, "Indeed, and that dark formation completely obliterated Zhong Chao Tang's damage output. Such audacity to play with fire between the three major guilds." The discussion continued, praising the crowd control capabilities of the Ghost Swordsman, a role once considered trivial, now revealed to be remarkably formidable in skilled hands. The surrounding admiration and chatter, coupled with occasional glances directed towards his corner, did not disturb Lin Mo's serene demeanor. He lifted his rough wooden cup, taking a sip of the bitter ale, his expression calm and undisturbed. Fame was merely a tool and a byproduct. His gaze had long been cast towards the distant burial ground and the legendary encounters that awaited him thereafter. However, at that moment, the conversation at a nearby table occupied by several high-level players, generally around levels 18 to 19, captured Lin Mo's full attention like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. It's true, the record for the burial ground dungeon has just been refreshed. A rogue player whispered, his tone brimming with disbelief. Refreshed? Which guild accomplished this? Ba Qi Xiong Tu, Zhong Xiaotang, or perhaps Lan Shigu? A knight at the table quickly inquired. None of those. The rogue's voice trembled with excitement. It was a solo player. A solo player named Jun Mo Xiao. Chapter 15. The Legend of Jun Mo Xiao. Jun Mo Xiao. The name struck Lin Mo like an incantation, shattering his tranquility in an instant. His grip on the wooden cup tightened, causing the inferior ale within to slosh slightly. Spilling a few drops onto the rough wooden table, his heart raced uncontrollably, blood rushing to his head. Yixiao, he has finally made his appearance. In District 10, under the alias Jun Mo Xiao, the dialogue at the tavern corner persisted, each word striking Lin Mo's heart like a hammer. A solo player? Are you certain? The record for the burial ground dungeon had stood for nearly a week, set by the elite team of Lan Shigu. How could a solo player possibly break it? The knight questioned, incredulity lining his face. It's absolutely true. I was at the dungeon entrance. The rogue player exclaimed, practically spitting with excitement. That Jun Mo Xiao went in alone. He brought a boss with him. In less than 15 minutes, the record was refreshed. He surpassed Lan Shigu's time by a full minute and a half. Alone, with a boss. In 15 minutes? The elemental mage at the table gasped, incredulous at the thought. The ordinary difficulty of the burial ground was fraught with troublesome mechanics. How could this be possible? It is real. Another previously silent priest chimed in, reverence in his voice. A friend of mine is part of Lan Shigu's elite team. Their leader was livid. I heard that Jun Mo Xiao employed a solo player's skills with all 24 low-tier skills at his disposal. His execution was simply otherworldly. Solo player, 24 low-tier skills. These keywords struck Lin Mo like thunder in the noisy tavern, subtle yet precise in capturing his attention. All his speculations and expectations were validated in that moment. It was him, the living legend. Yixiao. And that is not all. The rogue player seemed to possess exclusive information, lowering his voice further while brimming with excitement. I've heard that Jun Mo Xiao wields a weapon that defies convention. It can transform. One moment it resembles a spear, the next a great blade, and then transforms into a firearm. Lan Shigu tried to corner him, but ended up being played like fools with his bizarre skill combinations, not even brushing against him. The entire District 10 is in an uproar. Qianji-san, Lin Mo silently murmured. Yixiao's self-crafted silver weapon, the core of a solo player. A unique existence in glory. Transforming weapon? A solo player? What manner of monster is this? The knight player muttered, his worldview seemingly shaken. Who could argue otherwise? The rogue player slammed the table. All the major guilds are in a frenzy. Lan Shigu has placed a bounty on him that is staggering. Zhong Xiaotang and Ba Qi Xiong Tu are secretly trying to recruit him. Yet, Jun Mo Xiao is elusive, nearly impossible to track down. Can a solo player truly achieve such feats? The elemental mage remained skeptical, questioning how someone without class enhancements or high-tier skills could inflict such damage and efficiency. That remains unclear. The priest player shook his head, yet the record was irrefutable. I've heard he has also claimed several first kills in the wild, employing tactics akin to Mo Shou Xianji, cunning and ruthless, targeting weaknesses. All the major guilds are gnashing their teeth in frustration, yet they find themselves powerless against him. Mo Shou Xianji? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Lin Mo paused momentarily, in the shadow of Yixiao's brilliance. His own achievements seemed to be perceived in a similar light of cunning and ruthlessness. Mo Shou Xianji? Isn't he the one who outmaneuvered the goblin merchant with his formations? The knight player evidently recognized the name as well. He is quite formidable too. Yet when compared to Jun Mo Xiao, it seems he falls short. After all, it was Jun Mo Xiao who shattered the record. One cannot make such comparisons. The rogue players seem to regard Lin Mo favorably. The formation ghost serves as crowd control support. Their roles differ. Possesses a few remarkable techniques for controlling the battlefield. Capable of reversing the tides at critical moments. You have yet to witness his prowess within the spider's cave. Regardless, these two individuals are a mysterious rogue who appears and disappears at will, and a master strategist known for his exceptional control over the battlefield. They undoubtedly rank among the most enigmatic and formidable rogue experts in the 10th district. Whispers in the corner continue, filled with awe, curiosity, and reverence for Jun Mo Xiao. However, Lin Mo has lost interest in listening. Leaning against the rough wooden chair in the tavern, his mug of ale has long since cooled. The overwhelming influx of information and the confirmation of Yi Xiu's existence have stirred his emotions, leaving him in a state of agitation. Yi Xiu has arrived. Here, in the 10th district, under the name of Jun Mo Xiao, he made an extraordinary entrance, heralding his arrival to the entire realm of glory with a breathtaking dungeon record. A rogue, Qianji-san, a textbook-level maneuver. Everything aligns perfectly with the original narrative. And here stands Lin Mo, having traversed realms, bound by a system, and chosen the path of the master strategist. After enduring trials and tribulations, he has just begun to make a name for himself in the 10th district, garnering a somewhat favorable evaluation, accumulating strength as if all his efforts and schemes were in anticipation of this moment, waiting to stand alongside this legend or perhaps to be observed by him. Jun Mo Xiao. Lin Mo silently muses, feeling the blood coursing through his veins with a gentle warmth. The admiration and reverence he harbored from behind a screen in his previous life have now transformed into a tangible reality. He has the opportunity, an opportunity to stand beside that individual, to become a part of Xing Xin, and to partake in the legendary grassroots uprising. Yet amidst this excitement, a tremendous pressure looms. The heights achieved by Yi Xiu are beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Although his path as a master strategist holds immense potential under the system's guidance, will it catch the discerning eye of the esteemed authority and glory? Will his skills, awareness, and overall vision be able to keep pace with Yi Xiu's rhythm? Lin Mo recalls the promise made with Gang Tai by Lai regarding the burial ground dungeon. The burial ground is precisely where Yi Xiu has recently created a miracle. It is also the stage for the first large-scale confrontation between Xing Xin and various major guilds in the original narrative. He glances at the time. There are less than 10 minutes remaining until the agreed meeting time with Gang Tai by Lai. Lin Mo exhales a long, deep breath, emptying the cold ale from his mug. The bitter taste lingers in his mouth, sharpening his gaze and fortifying his resolve. Pressure? Challenges? This is precisely what he desires. To live anew is to challenge the pinnacle, is it not? Yi Xiu's appearance is not a reason for him to retreat, but rather the flame that ignites his fighting spirit. He rises, adjusts his newly donned scholar's journey attire, and grips the shimmering soul's tooth tightly. The figure of the rogue strategist casts a straight shadow filled with determination under the dim tavern light. Jun Mo Xiao, burial ground. Lin Mo whispers to himself, a fierce arc of battle intent curling at the corners of his mouth. We shall meet soon. He no longer lingers. Striding purposefully out of the bustling tavern, his silhouette merging with the twilight of Hertun Mall town, resolutely heading toward the burial ground. Within the system interface, the 83 points of glory flicker with a soft glow, seemingly urging him toward that destined encounter. Chapter 16, an unexpected encounter at the burial ground periphery. The bustling sounds of Hertun Mall town fade into the distance as Lin Mo, controlling the revitalized Mo Shou Xianji, steps into the burial ground. A chilling, decaying aura envelopes him instantly, akin to an invisible, damp shroud. The sky is a suffocating leaden gray, devoid of sunlight, with only feeble rays struggling to penetrate the dense clouds. The ground is soft and muddy, mixed with fragments of unknown bones. Twisted, withered black trees claw at the air, their branches adorned with tattered shrouds and rusted chains. In the distance, shadowy, enormous tombs lie like silent beasts sprawled across the horizon, the air thick with the stench of decay and death. This is the realm of the deceased. The monsters here generally hover around levels 18 to 22, predominantly comprising undead creatures, staggering corpses, wailing specters, skeletal warriors wielding bone blades, and ghouls lurking in the shadows. The environment imposes a chill effect, gradually diminishing life recovery rates, rendering it extremely inhospitable to living beings. Lin Mo's objective is clear: to rendezvous with the Gang Tai by Lai squad, delve into the burial ground dungeon, normal difficulty, collect chilling breath of the dead from Minter Kelly, and simultaneously strive for higher levels and glory points, 83, 100. As he races toward the designated dungeon entrance coordinates, situated at the edge of a vast graveyard, he utilizes the Glory Codex to scan the undead monsters encountered along the way, gradually accumulating completion and meager glory points. Scanning. Decaying Zombie, 18, scanning. Wailing Banshee, 19, scanning. Skeleton Warrior, 20. Information continuously feeds into the codex, slowly increasing completion, and glory points have risen to 85. As he nears the rendezvous coordinates, sounds of fierce combat and dazzling skill explosions emanate from an open area ahead, an altar constructed from massive white bones. Clearly, a team or guild is engaged in monster clearing, possibly even battling an elite creature. Lin Mo has no intention of taking a detour. He marches straight through. His gaze sweeps across the altar's center, and his pupils constrict slightly. Atop the altar, an exceptionally large corpse manipulator, 21 elite, covered in viscous black decay and wielding a massive bone club, is caught in a frenzy. Surrounding it are 7 or 8 sluggish yet resilient, enhanced corpses, continuously spewing greenish toxic gas infused with disease effects. Engaged in combat with it is a 5-person wild team. Configuration: a level 19 Knight, Tai Bai, a level 18 Priest, Sheng Guang Wei Chun, a level 19 Berserker, Kai Tian, a level 18 Elementalist, Bing Shuang Xian Xing, and a level 19 Assassin, Ing Shi. This team evidently lacks experience and coordination. Knight Tai Bai struggles to maintain aggro, repeatedly retreating under the devastating blows of the corpse manipulator, his health dwindling precariously. Priest Sheng Guang Wei Chun fumbles in a flurry, unable to provide consistent healing. Berserker Kai Tian focuses solely on output, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The Elementalist Frost Nova showcased commendable area control with its blizzard, yet its damage output proved insufficient for swiftly eliminating the bothersome enhanced rotting corpses. The Assassin Shadow Strike found it challenging to secure a favorable backstab opportunity, resorting instead to a hasty retreat amidst the noxious fumes. The entire team's formation was in disarray, caught in the chaotic onslaught of the Corruptor and the relentless harassment from the enhanced rotting corpses, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Cleric, heal me, please." The Knight, Iron Wall, cried out in desperation over the team channel. "Stop. Berserker, cease your assault." The Cleric, Holy Dust, was on the verge of tears from the urgency of the situation. This poison is truly nauseating. The Assassin, Shadow Strike, was struck by the toxic gas, green damage numbers floating ominously above his head. Lin Mo maintained his pace, yet his gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield. The elite Corruptor offered substantial experience and valuable loot. More importantly, eliminating it would surely yield rewards in completion percentage and glory points. Just 15 points shy of the coveted 100. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Should he intervene? With his current equipment, 56 intelligence, enhanced ice field, and skill, controlling the battlefield to assist this faltering party in vanquishing the elite foe would not be a daunting task. He could also reap a bounty of experience and goodwill. However, just as his fingers were about to press the ice field hotkey, a shadowy figure, swift as a phantom, emerged unexpectedly from behind a massive gnarled tree by the altar. The figure moved with astounding speed and an indescribable fluidity, instantly entering the fray. Clad in a hodgepodge of tattered beginner gear that bore the marks of various professions, cloth, leather, and chain armor, the appearance was almost comical. Yet Lin Mo's attention was immediately captivated by the weapon gripped firmly in that figure's hand. It was an extraordinarily bizarre weapon that continuously morphed in form. In one moment, it resembled a heavy war spear, its tip glowing with a fierce crimson aura. In the next, it transformed into a sleek, sharp katana, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue chill. Subsequently, the katana disassembled and reformed into a hefty hand cannon, exuding the scent of gunpowder. Qianji-san, Jun Mo Shao. Lin Mo's heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. His breath caught in his throat. It was truly him, right before his eyes. The figure, Jun Mo Shao, 20, entered the battlefield at a most opportune angle, precisely as the Corruptor unleashed a heavy strike. Its previous momentum spent and new power yet to be summoned. The weapon in his hand instantly locked into cannon form. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted. A massive anti-tank shell, propelled by scalding air, struck the Corruptor's grotesque head squarely between its eyes. 288. Critical hit. Weak point strike. A colossal golden number burst forth. The Corruptor's enormous frame staggered, instantly drawn to the source of this terrifying blow. "Who? What is happening?" Knight Iron Wall exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. "Is someone stealing the kill?" Berserker Ka Tian was equally furious. Jun Mo Shao remained unfazed by the shouts behind him. His movements were fluid as water, seamlessly switching from cannon to katana. Triple slash. 3 arcs of ethereal blue light, reminiscent of a waning moon, gracefully sliced through the air, avoiding an oncoming enhanced rotting corpse, striking the Corruptor at the neck joint instead. 102. 98. 105. The damage was modest but precise and efficient. Simultaneously, his positioning was erratic, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, effortlessly dodging the Corruptor's furious bone club strikes and the toxic projectiles spewed by the enhanced rotting corpses. Forget him. Focus on the kill. The Elementalist maintained composure, promptly chanting, "Blizzard," in an attempt to blanket the Corruptor. However, it seemed as though Jun Mo Shao had eyes in the back of his head. Just as Blizzard was about to descend, his weapon morphed once more, transforming into an ancient-looking war spear. Dragoness Tooth. The spearhead, glinting like a cold star, accurately pierced the Corruptor's raised bone club. Clang. The block was successful, yet the Dragoness Tooth enforced a momentary immobilization. The Corruptor froze. This brief paralysis allowed Blizzard to successfully take effect. Ice crystals ravaged the area, 55, 57, 53. Though the damage was modest, it successfully applied a slow effect. Jun Mo Shao did not pause. The moment he retracted the spear, it morphed again into two gleaming eastern staffs. Martial artist low-tier skill, crushing fist, hook punch. The straightforward strikes, imbued with a fierce gale, fell upon the corruptor's vulnerable chest and abdomen like a torrential storm. 68, 72. Critical hit. 145. The damage flowed like rhythmic notes, steadily and effectively chipping away at its health. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the battlefield, as though ensnared by a spell of paralysis, utterly entranced. The fluidity of the maneuvers, the seamless skill connections, and the weapon transformations utterly shattered his understanding of glory. The solitary player. The low-tier skills of 24 professions danced in Jun Mo Zhao's hands as if endowed with life, effortlessly conjured with boundless creativity. Each transformation was impeccably timed. Each skill release precise and lethal. It was as though he was not engaged in battle, but rather performing a resplendent, deadly dance. The wild party was left dumbfounded, unable to interject. Knight Iron Wall attempted to regain aggro, launching a provocation, only to have Jun Mo Shao deftly evade with a cunning slide, gunner class, slide kick, firmly locking aggro onto himself. The berserker sought to join the fray, but was obstructed by the dust and debris kicked up by Jun Mo Shao's scholar of magic, sweeping wind, inadvertently blocking his path. The cleric was at a loss as to whom to direct their healing. Within mere seconds, under Jun Mo Zhao's dazzling skill combo and precise weak point strikes, the corruptor emitted a final, unwilling wail, collapsing to the ground. A small burst of light erupted. Ding. Assisted in slaying the corruptor, 21 elite. Awarded 450 experience points. Team support decay. A faint glow enveloped Lin Mo. Level 16. Experience. 12,006,000. Glory points 2. Total of 87 points. Meanwhile, as the corruptor fell, Jun Mo Shao's figure flickered like a wraith, his Qianji San transforming once more, this time seemingly into a ninja blade. Shadow clone technique. A phantom silhouette left a fleeting illusion to confound the onlookers, while its true form had already vanished silently into the shadows of the desolate woods on the other side of the altar. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed. From appearance to assassination and then to disappearance, it transpired in no more than 30 seconds. On the altar, only 5 bewildered members of the wild team remained. Amidst a litter of dropped items, several green gear pieces and materials, and Lin Mo, who was equally stunned at the edge. My elite monster knight, Tiexin, stared at the empty center of the altar, tears unshed. Was that a human or a specter? Murmured the priest, Xinguang Weichen. Jun Moxio? Is he the one who broke the dungeon record as a solo player? The assassin, Ing Sai, recognized him, his tone tinged with awe and fear. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves within his heart. The target had been snatched away, and in a manner he could not even aspire to reach. He cast a glance in the direction Jun Moxio had vanished, the shadows of the desolate woods resembling a gaping maw waiting to devour. Is this the gap? He clenched the Yuhan Jiya in his hand, feeling its icy touch, yet his gaze ignited with unprecedented fervor. Without hesitation, he maneuvered Mo Shou Xuanqi around the altar, continuing toward the dungeon entrance. One thought consumed him: to grow stronger, to become strong enough to face that silhouette directly. Chapter 17. The Shock of the Qianji Umbrella. The chasm of disparity, the entrance to the dungeon, Maimu Ji, is nestled deep within a colossal, rib-like expanse of ghastly white stone forest. The entrance is a grand archway constructed from immense beast bones, emanating an eerie azure spatial fluctuation. At this moment, numerous teams congregated outside the arch, the atmosphere rife with the unique tension of dungeon exploration. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, the Steel Barrier squad was already present. Mo Shou, over here. Steel Barrier, 19 Knight, waved his tower shield enthusiastically. Beside him stood the priest, Miaoshou Huichun, 18, the archer, Jianwu Xiuhua, 19, and the elemental mage, Huiqiu Liantian, 18. They were all seasoned comrades from the Spider Cave, their levels and gear significantly improved. Apologies, I encountered some issues on the way. Lin Mo controlled Mo Shou Xuanqi to run over. No worries. We just arrived. Steel Barrier replied with a grin, his eyes suddenly brightening. Wow, brother. Have you upgraded your gear? That scholar's travel outfit and that short sword. What explosive attributes. No wonder you managed to outsmart the goblin merchant. Just lucky, Lin Mo responded briefly. Scanning his teammates. Are you all ready? Waiting on you. Jianwu Xiuhua patted his quiver. Let us enter. Let Mo Shou's ice array shine once more. Huiqiu Liantian was eager to begin. All right. As the captain, Steel Barrier initiated the dungeon. System. Entering the dungeon Maimu Ji, normal difficulty. The scene before them twisted and morphed. A deathly aura, tenfold more intense than that of the outside world, assailed their senses. They found themselves in an immense underground tomb, the vaulted ceiling supported by countless thick, pale ribs entwined with iron chains. The ground was laid with shattered black stone slabs, from which oozed a viscous dark red liquid, permeating the air with a heavy stench of blood and decay. Countless niches carved into the surrounding walls housed decaying coffins, some with lids ajar, revealing the desiccated bones within. Eerie green, ghostly flames floated silently in the air, providing the only light, casting a ghastly glow across the entire space. This atmosphere is something else. Miao Hui-chun instinctively shrank his neck. Stay alert. Steel Barrier raised his tower shield. The first boss, the Bone Collector, awaits in the first burial chamber. Expect to encounter skeleton soldiers, ghouls, and vengeful spirits along the way. Watch out for the blood pools on the ground. They have a slowing effect. Skeletons may ambush from the niches in the walls. Lin Mo remained silent. Yet his honor codex had quietly activated. Scanning. Decayed skeleton warrior, 20 complete. Weakness, soul fire within the skull. Scanning. Greedy ghoul, 21, complete. Weakness, corrupted core in the heart. Behavior, bloodthirsty, will go berserk at low health. Scanning. Wailing vengeful spirit, 19, complete. Weakness, ethereal core, attack method, mental shock, can pass through walls. Information continued to pour in, steadily increasing the completion rate of the codex. The team began to advance. With the cooperative experience from the Spider Cave, their synergy had improved significantly. Steel Barrier held the front, steadfast and steady. Miao Hui-chun's healing was timely and precise. Jinwu Xihua and Huoqiu Liantian provided stable and efficient range damage. Lin Mo emerged as the core of control. His ice array now spanned an astonishing radius of 7.5 yards, and its release speed had been significantly enhanced due to Ghost Array Affinity 2 and gear bonuses. Ice 1 activate. The Frost Domain instantly enveloped 3 charging ghouls, freezing them in slow motion. Jinwu Xihua's Rain of Arrows and Huoqiu Liantian's Flame Impact immediately followed up. Instant kill. Ice. The array falls beneath the niches. Several freshly emerged skeleton warriors had yet to steady themselves before being slowed and frozen. Steel Barrier executed a devotion to effortlessly dispatch them. Darkness 2 activate. Rolling fog enveloped a flickering vengeful spirit. The blindness effect rendered it disoriented, spinning in place. It was swiftly focused down and eliminated. Control was precise, the range immense, and the release fluid. Lin Mo's role as the array controller was executed brilliantly. The team advanced at an astonishing pace, encountering almost no setbacks. Teammates expressed their admiration. Mo Show, your ice array is incredible. Its range surpasses any other array controller I've seen, and the darkness array is spot on. A true nemesis for vengeful spirits. Yet, Lin Mo felt little pride. Having witnessed Jun Moxie's extraordinary solo prowess, he understood that his control abilities were still woefully inadequate. He craved a faster release speed, more precise foresight, and stronger command. The desire to activate the simulation training ground with 100 honor points had never been so intense. Before long, the team traversed a trap-laden passage, which Lin Mo had previously triggered or marked with ice arrays, and arrived at the first burial chamber. In the center of the hall lay a mountain of ominous white bones. A figure, clad in tattered black robes, stooped over, wielding a massive bone scythe, was rummaging through the pile of bones, its back turned to them. It emanated a chilling wave of death. Bone Collector, 23 Elite. Prepare to engage. The Steel Barrier let out a low growl, initiating a challenge. The Bone Collector was roused, abruptly turning its attention. Its visage was shrouded in the shadow of its hood, revealing only its eye sockets, which blazed with an eerie green flame. It emitted a piercing scream, and its bone scythe swept through the air with a chilling whistle. The Steel Barrier raised its shield to withstand the blow. A thunderous clang resounded, sending sparks flying. The impact was so tremendous that the Steel Barrier staggered backward, a crack appearing on its shield. What a formidable attack! The skilled healer immediately cast a major healing spell. The battle commenced. The Bone Collector's strikes were heavy and relentless, infused with a piercing effect that applied immense pressure. Simultaneously, it summoned skeleton puppets, formed from the bones of the ground, and unleashed death waves, which carried a dark attribute damage and fear effect. Lin Mo remained focused, playing a pivotal role in controlling the battlefield. When the Bone Collector summoned its skeleton puppets, the frost field precisely enveloped the summoning point, freezing the newly formed puppets and delaying their entrance into the fray. As it raised its bone scythe to prepare for the death wave, swirling mist unfurled before the teammates, successfully disrupting the incantation with a blinding effect. During the concentrated fire phase, golden blades blossomed beneath the feet of the teammates, enhancing their attack power. Under the formidable control of the ice and dark fields, the skeleton puppets were easily dispatched, and the death wave had little chance to be successfully cast. The team's output environment was excellent, and their health steadily declined. However, when their health dropped below 50, an unexpected change arose. The bone collector emitted an enraged scream, driving its bone scythe deep into the ground. The entire crypt trembled violently. From the niches in the surrounding walls, all the decayed coffins exploded instantaneously. Countless pale skeletal arms surged forth like a tide. Soon after, nearly 100 resurrected skeletons emerged from all directions, howling as they charged toward the center of the hall where the team stood. This is a sea of skeletons. The steel barrier turned pale. Such numbers could easily overwhelm them in an instant. All out. The arrows flew true. The tone of their voices altered. Fireballs filled the air as they desperately chanted Blizzard, but the casting time was far too short. The speed of the resurrected skeletons was astonishing. Just as the white tide of bones threatened to engulf the squad, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, his focus unprecedented. There are still 60. His hands danced over the keyboard, creating a blur. Ice, ice, ice. The massive ice crystal snowflake formations instantly spread out in a fan shape before the team, covering the 3 most aggressive directions of the skeleton tide. The radius of the frost field reached a staggering 7 yards, the cold concentration peaking. The incoming resurrected skeletons slowed to a crawl upon entering the icy domain, as if trapped in the thickest of glue. The numbers indicating their deceleration and damage floated up in a dense swarm. The front line of the skeleton tide collided with an invisible ice wall. Well done. The steel barrier exclaimed in exhilaration, having narrowly escaped disaster. Blizzard, release. The chant for the fireballs culminated at last. A colossal ice crystal storm ravaged the icy area, dealing area damage and slowing the foes. The precise volley of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts. The steel barrier also unleashed a holy storm, a knight's area skill. Under the terrifying control of multiple ice fields and the overwhelming firepower, the surging tide of skeletons was ruthlessly stifled before it could charge. The scene was breathtaking. Incredible. Brother Mo, your control is unmatched. After the battle concluded, the steel barrier surveyed the remnants of shattered bones on the ground, both in awe and trepidation. The rapid succession of 3 ice fields and the flawless arrow volleys left him thoroughly impressed. Lin Mo breathed heavily, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. The maneuvers he executed were nearly his limit, his hand speed barely reaching around 180. Aided by his passive skill and equipment bonuses. Yet, compared to the despairingly fluid operations of Su Mucheng, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. As the team regrouped, preparing to face the remaining foes, a figure appeared like a ghost in the shadows at the entrance of the crypt, clad in mismatched, worn-out gear, and wielding a bizarre weapon that constantly shifted in form. Su Mucheng. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. How could he be here? One could encounter him, even in a dungeon? Su Mucheng seemed to merely be passing by, his gaze casually sweeping over the bloodied remnants in the center of the hall and the resting Lin Mo's team. His eyes lingered on Lin Mo for half a second, seemingly intrigued by the earlier execution of 3 ice fields, but that was all. He did not pause, making his way toward a passage leading deeper into the crypt, showing no interest in the scene before him. Hey, stop. The berserker, Kai Tian, who had just regained his composure after the shock of the skeleton tide, saw Su Mucheng nonchalantly crossing the hall and immediately felt a surge of anger. Thinking he could take advantage? Did he consult me first? He had just been robbed of an elite monster by Su Mucheng and was still simmering with rage. Kai Tian bellowed, activating charge, barreling toward Su Mucheng's back like a raging bull. His colossal sword, glowing with the might of a heavy strike, came crashing down. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. That fool. Facing the furious attack from behind, Su Mucheng did not even glance back. He casually swung his 1,000-machine umbrella behind him while running, its form instantly transforming from a hand cannon into a round mechanical shield with serrated edges. A mechanic skill, spinning shield. Clang. The giant sword struck the rotating mechanical shield, erupting in a shower of dazzling sparks. Kai Tian felt an immense force, imbued with the technique of rotational force release, emanating from the shield, numbing his arms. The power of the heavy strike was completely negated. Meanwhile, Su Mucheng, leveraging the force of the impact, actually accelerated forward. Simultaneously, his other hand was not idle. The handle of the 1,000-machine umbrella swiftly extended and morphed into a short gun, a gunslinger skill, gun handle combat technique. Knee strike. The stock of the firearm, akin to a venomous serpent, swiftly thrust backward with a resounding impact. The blunt force struck the vulnerable abdomen of Kai Tian with precision, eliciting a muffled groan as his body involuntarily levitated. Su Mucheng remained unfazed, his short firearm retracting seamlessly. In an instant, the main body of the Qianji San transformed into a spear form, invoking the spell, Battle Mage skill, Tianji. The spear's tip gleamed with a rising arc of light, delicately prodding upward, lifting Kai Tian's suspended form once more. Almost immediately, the spear morphed into a sword shape. Executing the swordsman's skill, Ba Dao Zhan. A blade of light, swift as lightning, cleaved through the air, sending Kai Tian hurtling away like a ruptured sack. Crashing heavily to the ground, his health plummeting to the brink, succumbing to a state of dizziness. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Jun Mo Zhao's steps never faltered, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. The transformations of the Qianji San were dizzyingly rapid. Each skill executed with fluidity and grace, devoid of any superfluous movements. From blocking to counterattacking, to aerial combos and concluding strikes, every action flowed seamlessly. Reminiscent of a masterclass demonstration, his figure flickered and vanished into the shadows of the passage leading deeper within, leaving behind an eerie silence in the grand hall of the tomb. The berserk swordsman Kai Tian lay on the ground, gazing at his nearly depleted health bar and dizzy state, his expression vacant, akin to a marionette that had been thoroughly played with. The steel barrier squad, including Lin Mo, stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by an invisible frost. The shock of the preceding scene eclipsed even the terror of the skeletal horde. Lin Mo, observing the direction of Jun Mo Zhao's disappearance, glanced down at his slightly trembling fingers, feeling the palpable tension that mirrored the synchrony between reality and his game character. The exquisite fluidity and pinpoint accuracy with which Jun Mo Zhao commanded the Qianji San, treating formidable foes with utter indifference, revealed a chasm not merely of skill but of realms, a stark divide between mortals and divinities. Chapter 18. Yi Shun's evaluation. Slow response. The hall of the tomb remained enveloped in a deathly stillness, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the berserk swordsman Kai Tian and the flickering glow of the dizziness effect surrounding him. The bone collector appeared momentarily stunned by the rapid exchange of blows, halting its assault, while two dim green flames flickered uncertainly beneath the hood's shadow. The steel barrier finally regained its voice, attempting to break the suffocating silence. It opened its mouth to speak, but found its throat parched, rendering it mute. An exchange of glances between Jian Wusu Fa and Huoqiu Tian revealed mutual shock reflected in their eyes. Miao Shou Huichun instinctively covered her mouth, fearing she might gasp aloud. Lin Mo stood rigid, his body tense. The image of Jun Mo Zhao's effortless blocking and counterattacking, shattering Kai Tian's defenses like flowing water, was indelibly etched into his retina, replaying incessantly. Each millisecond transition of the Qianji San, each skill's precise execution, and every calculated maneuver regarding attack distance and angles exuded a near-cruel elegance, obliterating the flicker of confidence he had momentarily felt from his previous ice formation control. This was not merely combat, it was artistry, an absolute mastery that could only be displayed by one standing atop the pinnacle of glory, executing with effortless grace. Kai Tian, lying on the ground, gradually recovered from his dizziness, struggling to sit up. Observing his meager health and disheveled state, his complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, culminating in an exclamation of utter frustration. He downed a vial of life potion, barely restoring his health to a safe threshold. Yet he dared not utter the thought of pursuing Jun Mo Zhao. Let us just kill first. The steel barrier finally regained its voice, shattering the oppressive silence. It raised its tower shield, turning once more towards the bloodied bone collector, though its tone betrayed a tremor of lingering fear. The battle resumed, yet the atmosphere was palpably different. Lin Mo continued to unleash ice formations for crowd control, interrupting with dark formations and enhancing with blade formations, his execution remaining precise and efficient. However, his mind felt as though it were cleaved in two. One half remained focused on the ongoing battle, while the other remained ensnared in the aftershock of Jun Mo Zhao's overwhelming display. The disparity was insurmountable, so vast it evoked a sense of despair, a chasm that rendered his proud ice formation control clumsy and sluggish in the face of such elevated skill. His once esteemed 7-yard ice formation range, Jun Mo Zhao could effortlessly evade with a mere slide. His meticulously calculated timing for skill release. In light of his opponent's superhuman reflexes and anticipatory prowess, it appeared nothing more than a jest. Could I truly keep pace with him? An unprecedented thought, laced with self-doubt, slithered through his mind like a cold serpent, silently gnawing at his heart. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the bloodied bone collector was soon toppled, dropping several blue items and materials. The team distributed the loot as needed. Lin Mo acquired a blue ring that enhanced intelligence and casting speed. Its attributes were commendable, yet he felt no thrill upon receiving it. As they exited the dungeon, having completed the normal difficulty with substantial experience gained, Lin Mo leveled up to 17. Accumulating 92 glory points, the steel barrier suggested they proceed to the next area for training. Lin Mo, however, shook his head. I have something to attend to. You all go ahead. His voice bore a somber tone. The steel barrier, sensing his unusual demeanor and recalling the impact of Jun Mo Xiao's display, nodded in understanding. All right, then, Brother Mo Xiao, you take care of your matters. Call us if you need anything. It departed with the other three. Lin Mo stood alone amidst the chilling air of the burial ground, staring at the gray figure of Jun Mo Xiao in his friend list. A figure that seemed to carry an immense weight. He maneuvered Mo Xiao Xian Ji aimlessly, unwittingly returning to the bone altar where he had first encountered Jun Mo Xiao. The remnants of battle still lingered upon the altar, the corpse of the corpse manipulator having long since respawned. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the altar, replaying the scenes of Jun Mo Xiao vanquishing elite monsters and overwhelming Kai Tian in his mind, every detail vividly clear. The fluidity, the precision, the mastery were heights he could scarcely hope to attain. His thoughts drifted to hand speed, awareness, and reaction as he gazed at his slender, yet somewhat frail fingers, his in-game character. In reality, his potential was evaluated at a mere 120 to 150. Although he had managed to barely reach around 180 in-game due to recent high-intensity battles and equipment enhancements, casting speed wrist guards, that was the extent of his current capabilities. As Jun Mo Xiao showcased his remarkable skills, undoubtedly surpassing a score of 300, perhaps even higher, he found himself engulfed in a haze of self-reflection and the overwhelming pressure of uncertainty. Suddenly, a languid voice, tinged with a smoky rasp, emerged unexpectedly from behind a withered tree not far from him. Jingui? Rare. The triple ice formation at the dungeon entrance earlier was a commendable strategy. Expansive enough in range, and the timing was quite precise. Lin Mo's body stiffened as if struck by an electric current. That voice, that tone. He whirled around in haste, only to behold Jun Mo Xiao's silhouette leaning against the gnarled trunk. A seemingly unlit cigarette dangled from his lips, while his tattered, mismatched attire appeared rather disheveled in the dim light. Yet, the eyes, concealed beneath the fringe of his hair, radiated a languorous sharpness, as if they could perceive everything. In his hand, the unpredictable Qianji Sen rested casually against the ground, its tip embedded in the inky soil. It was Yishio. He approached me. The overwhelming shock rendered Lin Mo's mind blank, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. An idol? A legend? His target? Here he stood, palpably alive before him. Jun Mo Xiao. Yishio scrutinized Lin Mo's character, Mo Xiao Xianji, his gaze lingering momentarily on the pristine scholar's attire and the ghost's tooth in his grasp. Then, his focus returned to Lin Mo's face, from the character's perspective, his tone remaining flat, yet imbued with an intangible pressure. Unfortunately, your hands were a tad slow. Hands a tad slow? Those four seemingly weightless words pierced Lin Mo's heart like icy daggers, striking at his deepest insecurities and anxieties, igniting a torrent of self-doubt and stress. Indeed, hands slow. This was his most significant weakness. It stood as the insurmountable chasm between him and the elite players. It was the greatest shackling force on his path as a Zhengui. His proud spatial awareness and strategic foresight seemed utterly feeble in the face of absolute speed. Yishio's assessment was unerringly incisive, cruel yet genuine. Lin Mo's complexion paled instantly, the rigid sensation of reality and game character sinking. His fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of his robe. A profound sense of defeat and a burning shame of being seen through enveloped him like a cold tide. He felt as if he had reverted to the state of an ordinary player from his past life, gazing in awe and despair at the prowess of the top-tier masters displayed on the screen. The disparity loomed like an abyss. Jun Mo Xiao appeared indifferent to Lin Mo's reaction. He casually straightened up, brushed off non-existent dust, and rested the Qianji San on his shoulder. The burying ground is quite lively. Practice well, little ghost. Leaving behind a remark that could be taken as either encouragement or mere casual observation. He turned and strode away with his characteristic languid yet remarkably swift gait, disappearing once more into the dense shadows of the burying ground. Lin Mo stood alone amidst the chilling winds at the bone altar, resembling a forsaken statue. Hands slow, he murmured repeatedly, each word searing into his nerves like a red-hot branding iron. Emotions of defeat, resentment, and humiliation surged within him. Yet, in the depths of this icy emotional maelstrom, a faint but resolutely tenacious spark ignited stubbornly. Yishio, the textbook of glory. He saw himself. He had assessed himself. Although the assessment indicated slow hands, it implied that he had at least captured Yishio's attention. His Zhengui control was commendable, the concept sound, the range sufficient, and the timing accurate. This alone constituted a form of recognition. Slow hands. Then practice. Lin Mo abruptly lifted his head, all traces of confusion and defeat replaced by a fervent obsession. He focused on the suspended system interface deep within his consciousness. Simulation training ground. Activation requirement. 100 glory points. Current glory points. 92. just 8 points away. Just the final 8 points. He hesitated not a moment longer, guiding Mo Shou Xianji deeper into the burying ground, towards the core area where monsters were denser and more perilous, sprinting with wild abandon. The figure in tattered clothing moved through the ominous realm of death, fueled by a determination to fight, to gain experience, to complete his compendium, to gather those final glory points. Slow hands. Then he would hone his skills with 100-fold, 1,000-fold effort, until his hands could move swiftly enough to satisfy him, until he could truly master the domain of frost and the confines of shadows, until he could stand once more before that person and compel him to retract his judgment of slow hands. The chilling winds of the burying ground seemed to carry a palpable sense of battle intent. Chapter 19. The System's Task. Approach the legend hand slow. Yi Xiu's languid yet razor-sharp evaluation echoed like a relentless parasite through the frigid air of the burying ground, slicing through Lin Mo's nerves. He maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji across the decaying black earth with fervor, the tattered shroud behind him flapping in the wind. The cold hilt of the ghost's tooth nearly crushed in his grip. Defeat coursed through him like a chilling venom, creeping along his spine. Yet, at the core of this venom, a flame of defiance blazed fervently. He had been evaluated by the god of Yi. While the assessment indicated slow hands, it meant that he had at least caught his eye. His Zheng Gui control was commendable, the strategy sound, the range sufficient, and the timing precise. This in itself was a form of acknowledgement, a brutal yet genuine recognition from the pinnacle. Practice. Grow stronger. Rise quickly. Lin Mo silently roared within his heart. His goal had never been so clear and urgent. Activate the simulation training ground. At any cost, he charged toward the core region of the burying ground, the corridor of the departed. Here, the monsters' levels surged to 22-25, with bone knights, stitched abominations, and wailing banshee lords, roaming about, their attacks imbued with various curses, diseases, and fear effects, while the environmental, chill, effects intensified. Lin Mo felt no trepidation. Like a moth drawn to flame, he boldly darted towards a solitary bone knight, 22. This knight donned rusted black heavy armor, mounted upon a skeletal warhorse, wielding a long spear engulfed in ghostly green flames. Scanning. Mental lock engaged. Ding. The Pokédex scanning initiated its objective. The skeleton knight has been successfully scanned. Weaknesses identified. The vertebral connection and the warhorse's knee joints. Skills detected. Death charge. Phantom slash. Summon skeletal warhorse. Revivable. Pokédex completion. 100. Rewards. 120 experience points, 250 copper coins, and 1 glory point. Glory points total, 93. Information acquired. Lin Mo's gaze is sharp as an eagle. Ice array activated. A massive ice crystal snowflake magic circle instantly unfurls along the charging path of a frost domain with a radius of 7 yards. The charge speed of the drastically decreases. The bony hooves of the undead warhorse slip upon the icy surface. Ghost slash. The purplish-black blade of energy accurately strikes the fragile vertebra connecting the and its mount. A damage output of 215. High intelligence weakness strike. The damage explodes. The is thrown into disarray. Piercing thrust follows up, attacking the warhorse's knee joint. 78. The tumbles from its mount. Lin Mo employs the ice array to decelerate. Maneuvering to evade, phantom slash. As soon as the cooldown for ghost slash concludes, he precisely targets the weakness. The pace of battle is swift and efficient. Ding. Killed, 22. Gained 500 experience points. The experience bar surges. Level 17, 800-7000. Glory points, 94. One after another. The Sown Abomination, with its massive form slowed by the ice array, becomes a target as Lin Mo focuses on its ruptured abdomen weakness. The wailing of the wailing banshee lord is interrupted by the dark array, leaving its core exposed beneath. Ghost slash. His actions border on madness. He downs potion after potion, his mind intensely focused, fingers dancing on the keyboard like phantoms. Each release of ice array strives for perfect angles and timing, and every ghost slash aims at the weaknesses indicated by the system Pokédex. He is squeezing every ounce of his potential, honing his skills and reflexes on the edge of life and death. Ding. Killed Sown Abomination, 23, gained 550 experience points. Ding. Killed Wailing Banshee Lord, 24, gained 600 experience points. Radiant White Light ascends. Level 18. Glory points accumulate to 98. Only 2 points remain to reach 100. Lin Mo breathes heavily, leaning against a massive stone pillar inscribed with eerie runes to rest. His energy nearly depleted, fatigue washes over him. Yet, gazing at those tantalizing 98 glory points, along with the attribute boost from leveling up, intelligence reaching 60 points, the fire within him burns even brighter. Just one more point. Perhaps slaying another elite monster or completing a task. As he prepares to seek his next target, a long-dormant system interface within him suddenly erupts with unprecedented brilliance. The deep cosmic backdrop transforms into a magnificent golden hue, with the array demon specialization emblem spinning wildly at its center, and countless arcane runes flowing forth, ultimately coalescing into an immense, shimmering golden exclamation mark. Ding! Strong fluctuations detected at a fate node. Key figure Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Xiao detected. Strong host willingness to intersect with legend detected. Conditions met. Triggering unique hidden main quest. Quest name, Trial of Legends. Quest type, mainline, Fate. Quest objective, engage in substantial interaction with the legendary figure Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Xiao. Team up, trade, confront. Key assistance, etc. Quest time limit, 72 hours. Quest rewards, 5,000 experience points, 10 skill points, 5 specialization points, 100 glory points. Special item, Time-Space Beacon, can record a perfect operation segment for infinite playback study in the simulation training ground. X1. Failure penalty. Core system functions freeze for 30 days and permanently disable all tasks related to the Path of Legends. 100 glory points, plus skill points, specialization points. And that time-space beacon that can record perfect operation segments. Lin Mo's breath halts instantly. A wave of immense joy washes over him like a tsunami. Activating the simulation training ground is the key, a hope to compensate for his slow hand speed. Perhaps even a key to deeper powers lies within his grasp. Moreover, the quest objective directly targets Yi Xiao. The system is assisting him. In the most direct and forceful manner, it propels him toward that legendary figure. However, after the ecstasy comes immense pressure. Substantial interaction? 72 hours? Yi Xiao is elusive, and major guilds cannot find him. What makes him capable of achieving substantial interaction within 3 days? Teaming up? Trading? Confronting? Key assistance? Each path presents its own challenges, but there is no retreat. The simulation training ground is within reach. This is his only hope to break free from the shackles of slow hand speed. He whispers the name Yi Xiao. Jun Mo Xiao, Lin Mo, his eyes sharpening with determination. He must take the initiative. He must find him. At that moment, the regional channel is suddenly flooded with several bold, red messages filled with hostility. Region, Jia Dynasty Bloodthirsty Blade. Coordinates, 887-512. Jun Mo Xiao. You can't escape. Dare to encroach on our Jia Dynasty's wild map. Today, you shall perish back to the novice village. Region, Jia Dynasty Holy Word Priest. Surround him. Don't let him escape using Shadow Clone. Knights, raise the shield wall. Block the path. Region, Jia Dynasty Frost Mage. Prepare the control chain. Focus fire to eliminate him. The Jia Dynasty. Hunting Jun Mo Xiao. Coordinates, 887-512. Deep within the necropolis, in a perilous place known as the Martyr's Gorge. An opportunity. No, a crisis. Yet within crises often lie the greatest opportunities. Key assistance. This is the most direct and dangerous way to engage in substantial interaction with Yi Xiao. Lin Mo's heart beats like a war drum. Without a hint of hesitation, he downs his last potion, activates Sprint. Quick walk, passive fully engaged. He sprints at full speed toward the coordinates, into the most perilous area of the necropolis. In the land of the deceased, a figure clad in simple garb stirred a resolute cloud of dust. Chapter 20. The Hunt of the Jia Dynasty. The Predicament of Jun Mo Xiao. The Valley of the Martyrs resembled a grotesque wound carved into the earth by a colossal axe. On either side loomed steep, jagged cliffs adorned with weathered holes. Reaching towards the somber clouds, the valley floor was narrow and winding, littered with massive, shattered stone coffins and rusted remnants of ancient weaponry. A chilling wind howled through the gorge, producing a mournful wail akin to the cries of tormented souls. As Lin Mo maneuvered the Mo Shou Xiangui, akin to a specter, to a towering precipice above the valley, the scene below caused his pupils to constrict in shock. The battle had commenced. Or rather, it was a meticulously orchestrated ambush. In a relatively open area of rocky debris at the valley's base, Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Xiao, found himself encircled by over 20 elite players of the Jia Dynasty. These players, predominantly above level 25, were equipped with exceptional gear. Adorned with glaring crimson prefixes, their movements imbued with the finesse of a well-trained elite guild. At the heart of the encirclement, for heavily armored knights, Tai by 14 Hao, stood in a fan-shaped formation, their massive tower shields plunged deep into the ground, activating the shield wall. Enormous energy shields, emblazoned with the Jia Shi emblem, interconnected to form an impenetrable circular barrier, completely sealing off all potential escape routes from the ground. Remote firepower cluster. Behind the shield wall, 6 elemental mages, Bing Shuang Fa Shun, Lai Yin Fentian, etc., and 4 gunners, Ju Ji Ji Yin, Dian Shijuan Jia, etc., were strategically positioned, their firepower overlapping. The mages raised their staffs, conjuring ice shards, fireballs, and lightning at their tips, while the gunners knelt, their dark muzzles firmly locked onto the center of the encirclement. Additionally, a summoner, Wang Ling Tong Yuzhe, continuously summoned skeletal warriors and vengeful spirits to fill any potential gaps. Control and assassination group. In the shadows of the cliffs, 3 demon scholars, Xuan Yu, Rong Yin, Han Bingfun, hovered low on their brooms, poised with various slowing, resistance debuffing, and confusion potions at the ready. 2 assassins, and Ing Jiya, Shui Ron, lurked behind the scattered stones, akin to venomous serpents, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Command Corps, at the rear. Atop a massive boulder stood the commander of this siege, Jia Dynasty Bloodthirsty Madblade, 26 Quang Jianshi, brandishing a gigantic sword engulfed in blood flames. His gaze was fierce, his voice reverberating through the guild channel. Control him. Do not allow him any room to maneuver. Elemental mages, cover with frost nova. Demon scholars, seal off movement with lava bottles. Priest, prepare the holy word prison. Beside him, a female priest, Jia Dynasty Holy Word Priest, 25, raised her staff embedded with a large white crystal, chanting incantations as a brilliant holy light gathered at its apex, clearly preparing for a formidable control skill. Trapped at the center, Jun Mo Shao appeared remarkably beleaguered. His mismatched gear stood in stark contrast to the polished equipment of the Jia Dynasty elites. Armed with the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella, he darted within the constricted encirclement, weaving and dodging as if dancing on the edge of a blade. The transformation of the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella was astoundingly swift. In shield form, it deflected a sniper bullet from a gunner, sending sparks flying. In spear form, the dragon tooth pierced precisely into the eye socket of an approaching skeletal warrior, dispatching it instantly, while using the recoil to slide aside, narrowly avoiding a falling lava bottle. In cannon form, he unleashed a anti-tank cannon towards the encroaching demon scholar, forcing them back. In katana form, silver light falling blade. His body transformed into a streak of silver, evading a ground-hugging frost drill, and upon landing, he executed a continuous stab to create distance. His maneuvers remained nothing short of miraculous. Each dodge, block, and counterattack was executed with exquisite precision, searching for minute gaps within the impenetrable web of attacks. However, the ambush by the Jia Dynasty was evidently well-planned, exhibiting seamless coordination, with remote firepower suppressing him, the shield wall sealing off the ground, and the demon scholars and their summoned entities perpetually harassing and constraining his movement. Jun Mo Zhao's health steadily diminished. Although he managed to narrowly evade most damage, he was inevitably grazed by various area skills and stray projectiles. More troubling was the shrinking space he could operate within, the slowing effects of frost nova, the persistent damage from acid rain cloud, and the burning zones of lava bottles incessantly encroached upon his standing ground. Haha, Jun Mo Zhao, aren't you quite the runner? Keep running. Bloodthirsty Madblade cackled from atop the boulder. Today is your day to die. Hand over the putrid dragon crystal you previously seized, and perhaps kneeling before me with 3 respectful bows will grant you a swifter demise. Jun Mo Zhao remained silent, focused solely on the battle before him. Yet, Lin Mo sensed that his movements began to falter. The transitions of the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella appeared to slow imperceptibly. The intense demands of extreme maneuvers exacted a significant toll on both his mental and physical stamina. Just then, Holy Word Prison. Release. Bloodthirsty Madblade commanded sharply. The Holy Word Priest, who had been poised for action, unleashed a burst of concentrated holy light from the tip of her staff. A colossal cage composed of pure holy energy, inscribed with countless golden runes, descended from above. Its vast area nearly covered all possible evasion routes for Jun Mo Zhao. This advanced control skill from the priest, once ensnared, would forcibly confine him for several seconds while inflicting continuous holy burning damage. In the current predicament, being trapped meant instant annihilation from concentrated fire. Jun Mo Zhao's pupils constricted. The 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella instantly transformed into the form of a ninja blade, activating shadow clone technique in an attempt to confuse the targeting. Yet, the Holy Word Prison seemed to possess a tracking characteristic, ignoring the clones and relentlessly descending upon his true form with unerring accuracy. Its speed was astonishing. It was over. A glimmer of cruel delight flashed in Bloodthirsty Madblade's eyes. All remote firepower from the Jia Dynasty swiftly adjusted, locking onto the area where the prison was about to descend. The elemental mages unleashed Flame Impact and Blizzard, the gunners fired explosive shots and sniper rounds, and the summoners' vengeful spirits shrieked as countless devastating rays of light erupted. As the golden cage descended, the moment Jun Mo Zhao was ensnared would herald a cataclysmic saturation strike. gazing at the rapidly approaching golden prison and the deadly radiance illuminating from all directions. The Qianji umbrella in his hand momentarily faltered. Was there truly no escape? Atop the precipice, Lin Mo's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. An opportunity, nay, the singular opportunity. Crucial assistance had arrived at this very moment. The countdown for the system task, legendary trial, surged madly in his mind. 45 seconds remaining. The vantage point was impeccable, overlooking the entire battlefield. Now was the time. A brilliant light ignited in Lin Mo's eyes as his fingers danced across the keyboard like a pianist. He locked onto the holy word priest guiding the holy word cage and the very edge of the area where the cage was set to descend. Chapter 21. The Strike. Breaking the dark formation, ice lock pursuit time seemed to stretch interminably. The golden bars of the holy word cage, composed of pure divine energy, bore down with an oppressive might, mere 3 yards from Jun Mo Zhao's head. The attacks from all ranged classes of the Jia dynasty blazed to a crescendo, the scent of annihilation saturating the canyon. On the cliff, Lin Mo's nerves were taut to the breaking point. All the pressure, desire, and his resentment over Yi Xiu's slow evaluation coalesced into a desperate gamble at this moment. Dark formation, he roared internally, slamming the key too with conviction. Buzz. Not one, but 2 rolling clouds of pitch-black mist surged forth, as if summoned from the abyss, immediately unfurling beneath the canyon. The first dark formation. It enveloped the feet of the Jia dynasty holy word priest, with pinpoint accuracy, creating an absolute blindness radius of 7 yards. The second dark formation. It covered the edge of the area where the holy word cage was about to land, precisely encompassing the possible location where Jun Mo Zhao might be confined. What? The holy word priest felt an abrupt darkness engulf her, as if all sources of light had been stripped away. Her fervent incantation faltered instantly. The mental link was forcibly severed. The holy word cage, which had concentrated all her mental energy and divine power, quivered violently like a burst bubble in its final moment of formation, and then collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into a shower of golden motes. Skill interrupted. What? Dark formation? Where did this dark formation come from? The players of the Jia dynasty were momentarily stunned. Their poised barrage was choked, stifled in midair. In that fleeting moment of disruption and chaos, it was enough for Yi Xiu. As the holy word cage disintegrated, the languid expression in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp glint akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. The Qianji umbrella swiftly morphed into its mechanical rotor form, mechanic skill. Buzz. The rotors spun at high speed, generating powerful upward currents. Jun Mo Zhao's body, propelled by this force, surged upward as if liberated from the bonds of gravity, narrowly escaping the edge of the dark formation below and the deadly barrage that was sure to spell his doom. Attempting to flee? Not so easily. The bloodthirsty Mad Blade was the first to react, his eyes bulging with fury. Ranged. Bring him down. Mage. Slow him down with powder. Assassins. Go. The ranged forces of the Jia dynasty swiftly redirected their fire, bullets, fireballs, and ice shards raining down upon Jun Mo Zhao, who was now devoid of any support in the air. 2 mage scholars unleashed a flurry of ice powder and dispersing powder, striving to seal off his avenues of evasion. The lurking assassin, Shadow Fong, surged forth like a wraith from the shadows of the rocky wall, his poisoned dagger gleaming coldly as he aimed for Jun Mo Zhao's back. Just as it seemed Jun Mo Zhao would be riddled with arrows in midair, Lin Mo atop the cliff unleashed his second wave of maneuvers. Ice formation, ice formation, ice formation. He roared internally, pressing key 1 3 times in rapid succession. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 immense ice crystal snowflake formations erupted beneath the canyon like divine retribution. The first ice formation. It precisely landed beneath Jun Mo Zhao. A chilling aura spread instantly. The bullets, fireballs, and ice shards aimed at him visibly slowed as they traversed the ice formation's bounds, their trajectories becoming discernible, granting Jun Mo Zhao precious moments to evade. The second ice formation. It covered the path of the assaulting assassin, Shadow Fong. Crackle. The swiftly charging assassin found himself ensnared by the biting cold, his speed plummeting as if mired in quicksand. His assured strike, now rendered feeble and ineffective due to the sudden drop in velocity. The third ice formation. It formed a solid ice wall between the ranged cluster of the Jia dynasty and Jun Mo Zhao, obstructing part of the incoming fire. Damn it, another formation caster. Up there. The bloodthirsty Mad Blade finally spotted Lin Mo on the cliff, and with that realization, old grudges and new enmities surged within him, split into 2. Go kill him. However, Lin Mo's intervention had already forged a critical opportunity for Yi Xiu's counterattack. Amidst the barrage of the ice formation's slowing effects, Jun Mo Zhao's eyes flared with brilliance. The Qianji umbrella transformed once more. Spear form. round dance staff. The spear traced a perfect arc, effortlessly ensnaring the decelerated assassin, Shadow Fong, and hurling him violently toward the other charging assassin, Bloodblade. Bang! They collided in a chaotic tangle. Cannon form. Suspended magnetic cannon. A magnetically charged projectile, crackling with electricity, shot forth and struck the ground at the edge of the ice formation. The powerful magnetic force instantly disrupted the shooting stability of several nearby gunners. Sword form. Rising Dragon Slash. The blade's radiance propelled him skyward, narrowly avoiding several treacherous ice shards, simultaneously leveraging the height gained from Rising Dragon Slash. The Qianji umbrella instantaneously shifted to gun form. Gunner series, flying gun. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots reverberated against the stone wall, using the tremendous recoil to alter his trajectory, shooting toward a relatively weaker breach in the encirclement on the opposite side of the canyon where only 2 knights maintained their shield wall. Block him. The bloodthirsty mad blade roared. The 2 knights gritted their teeth, pushing their shield wall's energy to the utmost. In the air, Jun Mo Xiao was poised, while the Qianji umbrella had already transformed into the formidable spear form. Battle mage skill, Haolong Pujuan. A crimson dragon of fighting spirit entwines the spear, surging forward with indomitable momentum, crashing violently against the energy shield. Boom! The deafening sound reverberates. Crimson and golden energies collide frantically, annihilating one another. The 2 knights are sent staggering backward by the terrifying impact, while the shield wall bears spiderweb-like cracks. The connection point is forcefully torn apart, creating a gaping fissure. The figure of Jun Ma Xiao slips through this fleeting gap like a darting fish. Without a moment's pause, he activates dash and races frantically into the depths of the canyon. Chase. Pursue him relentlessly. No matter the distance, he must be slain. And that array, demon above. Eliminate them both. The bloodthirsty Mad Blade roars in fury, commanding his subordinates to pursue. The elites of the Jia dynasty awaken from their stupor, with 2 attempting to scale the cliff to confront Lin Mo, while the rest surge forward like a tide in pursuit of Jun Ma Xiao. Particularly, 2 assassins and several swift-moving magic scholars lead the charge. On the cliff, Lin Mo watches as Jun Ma Xiao successfully breaks through, feeling a momentary sense of relief, only to see several players from the Jia dynasty menacingly climbing towards him. He has less than 20 health left, having expended tremendous energy, casting 5 formations. Think you can capture me? Lin Mo's gaze turns icy. He glances at the direction where Jun Ma Xiao vanished, then at the relentless pursuers from the Jia dynasty below. A thought crystallizes. Assist those in need to the end. He does not choose to flee immediately. Instead, he maneuvers Mo Shou Xuanji along the cliff's edge, moving parallel to the direction Jun Ma Xiao fled. Simultaneously, he fixes his gaze on the fastest pursuing magic scholar and 2 assassins below. Ice formation. Madness ignites. The final ice formation is activated. Buzz. A massive ice crystal snowflake formation precisely lands in a narrow passage of the canyon. This constricted terrain is the only route for pursuit. Crack. The leading magic scholar and 1 assassin crash into the ice formation. Their speed plummets. Damn. The other assassin reacts a moment faster, performing an emergency stop at the edge of the ice formation. The momentum of the chase is abruptly stifled by this perfectly timed ice formation. Though only a few seconds, it proves invaluable for the fleeing Jun Ma Xiao. Having accomplished this, Lin Mo finds himself utterly depleted. Without further delay, he turns and dives into the intricate terrain on the other side of the cliff, his figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows of jagged rocks and withered vines. The players of the Jia dynasty, who had climbed up, are left empty-handed. In the canyon, the pursuing forces of the Jia dynasty are momentarily hindered by the ice formation, helplessly watching Jun Ma Xiao's silhouette disappear into the deeper mists of the corridor of the fallen. Damn! Mo Shou Xuanji, Jun Ma Xiao, I shall remember you both. The furious roar of the bloodthirsty Mad Blade echoes through the canyon, filled with impotent rage. Meanwhile, deep within the canyon, behind a relatively safe pile of rubble, Jun Ma Xiao halts. Breathing heavily, he glances back toward the canyon, then up at the cliff where Lin Mo vanished, the corner of his mouth, hidden beneath his hood, seemingly curling into an imperceptible smile. Oh, a languid voice, tinged with a hint of a smoky timbre, breaks the silence, as if musing to oneself. Yet it penetrates the space, reaching Lin Mo, who has just escaped danger. System channel. Private chat. There is something there. Chapter 22. A brief alliance. Repelling a strong enemy. Cold beads of sweat trickle down Lin Mo's temples, splattering onto the cheap plastic keyboard, creating a small dark stain. His heartbeat thunders in his eardrums, almost drowning out the cacophony of commands from the Jia Dynasty team channel in his headset. In his sight, Jun Ma Xiao's flamboyant mismatched gear is firmly locked by at least 3 skill effects, the cross slash of the mad swordsman still shimmering with bloodlight. The elemental mage's fiery impact surging beneath Jun Maxiao's feet, and the battle mage's spear pointing accurately at the spot Jun Maxiao is about to dodge. Control him. Priests, keep healing, do not let him escape. The commanding voice of the Jia dynasty team leader, Iron Wall, explodes in the regional channel, filled with unyielding determination. His knight stands immovable as a mountain, firmly blocking Jun Maxiao's flank, the heavy tower shield glinting with the light of a provocation skill, like an insurmountable wall of lament. An opportunity. A flash of inspiration strikes Lin Mo's mind, as the system's cold notification becomes his sole guide. Analysis. The elemental mage, Yan Baozi, is positioned forward, coordinates 127-58, with low mental attributes and weak interruption resistance. The knight is immovable, executing a taunt, with 0.5 seconds of stiffness. The mad swordsman's blood fury is in recovery after the skill's conclusion. Best entry path, coordinates 129-61, release the dark formation to cover the mage, linking with the ice formation to divide the battlefield. No time for hesitation. Lin Mo's fingertips explode with unprecedented speed on the keyboard. Mo Shou Xuanji, his array demon character, dashes forth like a specter merging with shadows, bursting out from behind the concealed wall. His perspective locks onto Yan Baozi, as his ghostly claws swiftly carve through the air, leaving a sinister purple-black trail. Dark formation, arise. The incantation, deep and resonant, is suppressed in Lin Mo's throat. As beneath Mo Shou Xuanji's feet, a profound black formation, as dark as a starless night sky, unfurls instantly, swallowing Yan Baozi, who is about to cast his next spell. The icon of vision deprivation immediately appears on the opponent's status bar. Damn, who? Yan Baozi's panicked curses echo in the regional channel, his skill chant forcibly interrupted, plunging him into a brief public cooldown. It's that array demon, the mad swordsman. Reacting with remarkable speed, roars and redirects his blade, the crimson giant blade sweeping forward, cutting through the air toward Mo Shou Xuanji. Ice formation, condense. Lin Mo's second command flows seamlessly. The ghostly claws emit a chilling azure light as a new formation rapidly crystallizes before Mo Shou Xuanji. Its position is exquisitely placed, perfectly wedged between the recovering blood fury and the shield-wielding iron wall. Crack. Piercing icy thorns erupt from the ground, instantaneously freezing the surface, forming a crystalline yet lethal barrier. Blood fury, unable to halt in time, steps into the ice formation's range, and the blue slowdown aura immediately wraps around his ankle, drastically halting his momentum. The Knight of Iron Wall is also forced to come to an abrupt stop at the edge of the ice formation, his tower shield crashing heavily, sending a spray of ice shards into the air. The battlefield was abruptly cleaved by a wall of frost. Beautiful. A languid yet slightly surprised voice echoed from a nearby channel. It was Jun Mo Shao. The encircled free agent sprang into action. The Qianji, san in his hand, erupted with dazzling brilliance. The umbrella swiftly collapsed, its ribs springing forth and reconfiguring into a battle spear radiating a chilling light. Without the slightest delay, the spear lunged forth like a venomous dragon, piercing through the swirling staff. Damn! Blood Fury barely managed a short gasp of astonishment. The icy spear tip accurately hooked onto his slightly clumsy ankle, which had slowed down, and a tremendous force surged forth, lifting his colossal berserker's body and crashing it down like a human sandbag onto the nearby Yan Baoxiaozi, who had just escaped from the dark formation and had yet to fully regain his sight. Bang! The two characters tumbled together in a disheveled heap, their health bars simultaneously plummeting. Priest, purify, quickly purify, Tai Bai exclaimed in shock and anger, pointing his sword towards the area engulfed by the dark formation, where a disoriented battle mage and a frantic priest were still present. However, the chill of the ice formation intertwined with the darkness of the dark formation, severely obstructing the priest's view and incantation. Jun Mo Shao struck true, refusing to linger. The Qianji Sin transformed once more, the spear tip retracting, the handle elongating into a heavy Gatling gun. The dark muzzle belched forth a searing tongue of fire, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets upon the crumpled berserker and elemental mage, showering them with blood and leaving them in disarray. Control that formation, demon. Do not let him. Tai Bai's voice was filled with urgency and frustration. Too late. Lin Mo's gaze turned frigid as his fingertips once again pressed down on the command key. The moment the dark formation's effect ended, Yan Baoxiaozi's vision regained a flicker of clarity, only to be met with Mo Shou Xianji's claw raised high, its tips entwined with a heart-stopping grayish plague aura. The murky green plague mist erupted violently, exuding a nauseating scent of decay, instantly enveloping the recently risen Yan Baoxiaozi, Blood Fury, and the rushing battle mage Ji Feng Ci. The skeletal icon indicating weakened defenses immediately appeared above their heads. Damn, that formation demon. Ji Feng Ci cursed angrily, the battle spear quivering as he attempted to thrust back Mo Shou Xianji. Lin Mo was entirely focused. As Mo Shou Xianji nimbly dodged several sharp spear shadows, he locked onto another critical coordinate marked by the system, where the priest of the Jia dynasty, who had just escaped the dark formation, was chanting a group purification spell, Shengguang Pu Zhao. Blade formation, the claw swung, and a blood-red blade formation instantly unfurled beneath Mo Shou Xianji. The fierce blade aura not only enhanced his own attack, but also accurately swept across the casting path of Shengguang Pu Zhao. A barely noticeable sound of blade aura slicing through the air. The casting bar for Shengguang Pu Zhao abruptly jumped, forcibly interrupted. He stared in terror as a casting prohibition status, one of blade formation's additional effects, appeared on his character, his mind going blank. The priest was silenced. A golden opportunity. Jun Mo Zhao's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill. The Qianji Sen transformed once again. The heavy Gatling gun vanished. The umbrella opened like a shield. And with a powerful thrust forward, it sent Tai Bai, who was attempting to bypass the ice formation, staggering. Using the recoil, Jun Mo Zhao slipped back like a wraith. The Qianji Sen completing its transformation mid-step, the ribs constricting into a slender eastern staff. Shadow step. The free agent's form suddenly became indistinct, leaving a faint afterimage as he swiftly evaded the knight's interception, darting straight towards the weakened Jia dynasty trio, enveloped by the plague formation and blade formation. Free agent. Strike quickly. Hurry. With fists, feet, the staff shadow, and even the occasional sharp blade emerging from the umbrella tip, countless attacks rained down like a tempest upon blood fury. Yin Bao Xiaozi and Ji Feng Ci. The weakening effect of the plague formation rendered their defenses futile, while the enhancement of the blade formation imbued Jun Mo Zhao's every strike with excruciating pain. Their health bars plummeted like a torrent unleashed. Save me. Yin Bao Xiaozi cried out in despair, attempting to cast an instant flame bomb. Dream on. Lin Mo's gaze hardened, as Mo Shou Xianji's claw had already swung in advance. Ice formation, coalesce once more. Just as Yin Bao Xiaozi raised his hand, new icy thorns erupted from the ground beneath him. An extreme chill instantly spread, not only interrupting his trivial instant spell, but also firmly freezing him and Ji Feng Ci, who was trying to break free, in place. Ice sculpture. Jun Mo Zhao praised, as the eastern staff struck like a venomous serpent, delivering a precise blow to the throat of the frozen Ji Feng Ci. Following this, the Qianji Sen transformed into a luminous sword, executing a swift, dazzling slash that struck fiercely against the ice sculpture like Yin Bao Xiaozi. Ice shards mixed with splattering blood. Blood Fury's eyes bulged in rage, disregarding his own low health. He roared and unleashed a whirlwind slash, attempting to trade his life for damage to push back Jun Mo Zhao. However, Jun Mo Zhao seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, deftly dodging with a single movement, slipping past the crimson blade storm like a slippery eel, and swiftly transformed the Qianji Sen into a hand cannon, the dark muzzle pressed against Blood Fury's chest. Boom. The charged laser cannon erupted at close range with devastating energy. Blood Fury's final health bar was completely vaporized, bursting into a shower of white light. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo controlled Mo Shou Xianji to swing his claw, tossing a rudimentary blade soul small formation beneath the feet of Ji Feng Ci, who had just struggled free from the plague formation. A faint glow flickered, and Ji Feng Ci, already battered by Jun Mo Zhao, let out a muffled groan and collapsed softly. Retreat. Quick retreat. Tai Bai, witnessing his three teammates fall in an instant, was filled with dread and no longer cared about the encirclement task. He grasped the still-dazed priest, Shengguang Pu Zhao, bracing his shield and fleeing desperately towards the canyon entrance. On the battlefield, only two characters remained. The ground lay in ruins, remnants of skills flickering sporadically on the ground and broken walls. Jun Mo Zhao, adorned in flamboyant mismatched gear coated with the dust and frost of battle, casually slung the Qianji Sen over his shoulder, the spear tip still emitting wisps of smoke from the overcharged laser cannon. Mo Shou Xianji stood a few steps away, his claw drooping, the tip of his staff glowing faintly, remnants of the chilling aura from the ice formation lingering around him. The cacophony of battle cries and skill detonations abruptly ceased, leaving only the whisper of the wind as it swept past the jagged stones deep within the canyon, accompanied by the faint metallic friction of equipment parts as the characters remained idle. This sudden silence magnified Lin Mo's heartbeat in his ears, pounding against his taut nerves. Instinctively, he glanced at his hands, which still trembled slightly, the residual warmth and tingling sensation from his recent frenetic keystrokes lingering at his fingertips. A cold system notification materialized in the corner of his vision, announcing the completion of the task, Legendary Trial, intersection with Jun Mo Zhao, rewarding him with 150 glory points. 20,000 experience points, a random intermediate array spirit skill book, and 10 ghost fragments. Yet, Lin Mo's gaze was steadfastly fixed on the figure of Su Mucheng, who stood so close, embodying countless legends of glory and symbolizing the pinnacle of achievement. The fluid commands exchanged during their recent collaboration, the astonishing quick strikes, and the breathtaking transitions of the myriad machine umbrella flashed vividly in his mind, each image striking with dizzying force. A clear breath was heard through the headset, followed by the crisp snap of a plastic lighter. Lin Mo could almost envision the person on the other side of the screen, lazily leaning back in their chair, igniting a cigarette. You played well. Su Mucheng's voice flowed through the static, maintaining that casual tone. Yet it struck Lin Mo like a stone cast into the turbulent lake of his heart. Your control awareness is commendable, and your timing for interruptions and segmentation was quite precise. Lin Mo felt a dryness in his throat as he opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he excitedly shout, "Lord Yi," or humbly attribute it to good fortune? Countless thoughts collided in his mind. Ultimately, he merely stiffly maneuvered his character, Mo Shou Xianji, to perform a slight bow, a gesture of courtesy within the game. The character's movements appeared somewhat stilted due to his nervousness. "Thank you," he managed to transmit through the microphone, his voice tinged with a dryness and tension that he himself found distasteful. A soft chuckle escaped Su Mucheng, who casually gestured with the tip of the myriad machine umbrella towards the lingering ice shards on the ground, especially the last ice formation that had been replenished just in time. "Did you predict that fellow was about to cast a fireball?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He certainly could not disclose that it was the system that had scanned the casting intent. Instead, he vaguely replied, I sensed some intention in his movements." "Sensed?" The playful tone in Su Mucheng's voice piqued Lin Mo's interest. "Your hand speed is a weakness. Had you been a fraction quicker, that ice formation would have rendered his fireball ineffective." The unrelenting critique pierced precisely where Lin Mo was most sensitive. The adrenaline from the earlier battle dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a flush of embarrassment creeping up his cheeks. He instinctively tightened his grip on the mouse, his knuckles turning slightly pale. However, Su Mucheng shifted the conversation, the myriad machine umbrella spinning lightly on his shoulder. "You've got a good head on your shoulders. You know when to take action, follow commands, and your execution is decent. There aren't many who truly understand the array spirit class." The repeated phrases, "good head, follow commands, understand the game," echoed in Lin Mo's ears. Although delivered with a teasing tone, such praise emanated from Yi Xiu himself, the very embodiment of the glory textbook. A surge of mixed excitement and disbelief rushed to his head, nearly overwhelming him. The canyon wind seemed to intensify, stirring up the dust and fluttering the garments of the two characters. Su Mucheng, still holding the umbrella, showed no intention of departing and remained silent, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He stared at the silhouette of the umbrella-wielding figure on the screen. A thought sprouted within him like a seed breaking through the soil. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. The system task had been completed, but this was merely the beginning. He abruptly pressed the voice key, his voice rising slightly in excitement, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. "Su Mucheng, may I learn from you? Learn the array spirit. Learn tactics. Learn how to thrive in glory." He paused, feeling the weight of his words was insufficient, and eagerly added, "I may be slow with my hands, but I can practice. I will practice diligently. I do not wish to remain an ordinary array spirit, merely hiding behind and setting formations." At that moment, the wind in the canyon seemed to freeze. Lin Mo held his breath, his heart nearly leaping from his throat as he fixed his gaze on the screen, awaiting a response from the figure bearing the umbrella. He could hear the sound of his own blood rushing, reverberating in the silence of the headset like thunder. Chapter 23. Oh, quite something. The wind swept the gravel, crashing against the severely weathered rock walls of the canyon, producing a fragmented and monotonous wail. Mo Shou Xianji's ghostly claws remained slightly raised, the lingering chill at his fingertips yet to dissipate, mirroring Lin Mo's heart, which hung suspended in uncertainty. His declaration of relentless practice echoed within the canyon, quickly swallowed by the wind, leaving only suffocating silence. On the other side of the screen, Su Mucheng continued to bear the unpredictable myriad machine umbrella, its tip angled towards the overcast sky, motionless. The subtle sound of equipment friction during idle state emanated through the headset, becoming the sole sound in this desolate silence. Monotonous enough to induce anxiety. Lin Mo could almost picture the operator at that moment, cigarette in mouth, squinting, the screen's glow reflecting off an expressionless face. Yet with eyes sharp enough to pierce through the network cable, seconds stretched out like an eternity. Lin Mo's fingers unconsciously tapped along the edge of the keyboard, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The excitement from the earlier battle and the thrill of receiving feedback had long since cooled, leaving only an almost palpable anxiety, akin to awaiting a verdict. Had he been too rash? A newcomer from District 10, whose hand speed had been criticized by a master. Daring to hope to learn from him? He almost clicked the exit button, wishing to escape the suffocating awkwardness. Finally, a brief, husky laugh broke the silence. The laughter was light, devoid of warmth, yet it pierced through Lin Mo's taut nerves like a needle. Relentless practice? Jun Mo Zhao's voice emerged lazily, each word elongated, accompanied by a hint of playful scrutiny, his tone carrying an air of significance. The tip of the Qianji umbrella casually pointed downwards, indicating a small charred mark left behind by the berserker's blood fury after his demise. Do you understand why that berserker fell so swiftly? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively responding, he was slowed by the ice formation, weakened by the plague formation, and then you seized the opportunity to unleash a series of strikes. Wrong. Jun Mo Zhao decisively interrupted, the Qianji umbrella swiftly unfurling with a whoosh before snapping shut again, its fluid motion a visual delight. He perished because he believed that activating his blood fury blade would allow him to contend with you, completely exposing his back to me. And you, with the tip of the umbrella seemingly marking the spot, preemptively trapped him in that position with the ice formation, while the plague formation diminished his defenses. And the blade formation interrupted the priest's healing. It was as if you personally delivered him to my artillery. Lin Mo's breath hitched slightly. And then there was that elemental mage. Jun Mo Zhao's voice continued, steady and unhurried, positioning himself forward, with low mental attributes. You immediately blinded him with the dark formation. Your reasoning was sound. However, when you deployed the dark formation, did you calculate that his next skill's casting would be halfway through, allowing you to interrupt it perfectly? Yes. Lin Mo found himself laboriously admitting, yet a tempest surged within him. How could Yishio have caught even this detail? At that moment, he had relied solely on the system's diagram scan to provide hints on casting intentions, daring to make such precise interruptions amidst the chaos. Oh, Jun Mo Zhao's voice held a hint of amusement. So how did you know the priest would cast group purification at that moment? Did you deliberately use the blade formation's additional effect to interrupt him? Luck? A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lin Mo's back. How could he explain this? Was it possible that the system indicated the priest's casting intentions and skill cooldowns? He could only grit his teeth, his voice dry as he attempted to cover. I saw his teammates being controlled, so I guessed he might be in a hurry to save them. Guess? Jun Mo Zhao seemed to chuckle again, the laughter revealing uncertainty. A bit slow on the uptake, but audacious in prediction. For someone like you to play with formations, it's quite intriguing. He paused, shouldering the Qianji umbrella once more. At least you possess more intellect than those who merely follow the main force, tossing ice and blade formations as mere background props. Intriguing, possessing more intellect. Lin Mo's heart felt as though it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, only to be suddenly released, blood rushing to his head and inducing a brief dizziness. Such praise from Yishio. He bit down hard on his lip to suppress the urge to break into a smile. However, Jun Mo Zhao swiftly shifted his tone. That rare commendation shattered by the harsh reality. Clumsiness is a significant flaw. Just now, when I commanded you to supplement the ice formation to seal the fireball, you were 0.3 seconds slow. When I instructed you to use the blade formation to sweep the priest's casting path, you were 0.5 seconds slow. Such delays may seem trivial to an ordinary player, but before anyone with a modicum of skill, it is enough to lead to death 10 times over. 0.3 seconds. 0.5 seconds. Lin Mo mulled over this precise difference, akin to swallowing bitter gravel. The sense of seamless connection and fluidity experienced during their previous collaboration shattered instantly, leaving only cold numbers revealing the cruel chasm. He instinctively glanced at his hands, which, though relatively agile among ordinary people, felt clumsy in the pinnacle realm of glory. Want to learn? Jun Mo Zhao's voice rang out again, this time laced with a tangible inquiry. Are you truly willing to practice to the utmost? Absolutely. Lin Mo nearly shouted, his voice cracking with excitement. I can definitely do it, as long as you are willing to teach. He straightened his posture, as if to convey his determination. All right. Jun Mo Zhao's response was so straightforward that it caught Lin Mo off guard. Just in time. I have a dungeon record to break. The tip of the Qianji umbrella pointed towards the depths of the canyon, where an ominous wind howled. In need of a reliable controller. Dare to give it a try? System, triggered key mission. Join the legendary challenge. Buried Bones Dungeon Record Contest. Mission objective. Join Jun Mo Zhao's team and successfully break the current dungeon clearance record for Buried Bones. Mission rewards. 300 glory points. 50,000 experience points. 1 random formation master skill book, advanced. 20 material bone essence. Title, Xingxin Cornerstone, temporary. Failure penalty. Significant decrease in Jun Mo Zhao's favorability. A golden mission box popped up at the edge of his vision, radiating an alluring glow. Buried Bones. Dungeon records. Together with Jun Mo Zhao. The overwhelming shock rendered Lin Mo's mind momentarily blank. Elation surged like lava, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he suddenly recalled the fractional seconds of delay from earlier. Akin to a bucket of ice water poured over him. He forced himself to regain composure, his voice trembling slightly. Am I capable? My hand speed. Are you afraid? Jun Mo Zhao's tone was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. Not afraid, Lin Mo declared firmly, yet apprehensive about being a burden to you. Whether you will or not, you'll only know by trying. Jun Mo Zhao's tone remained languid, yet carried an undeniable authority. Dungeon records do not equate to wild map skirmishes. What is required is absolute execution and cooperation. If I instruct you to lock the third skeleton on the left with the ice formation, you cannot be 0.1 seconds late in locking onto the fourth one. If I command you to deploy the blade formation the instant you raise your hand, you cannot wait until it is halfway up. Can you manage that? Lin Mo took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale the cold air and heavy pressure of the canyon. He gazed at the golden accept button on the mission panel, then at the figure on the screen, shouldering the umbrella as if he could bear the weight of the heavens. His finger hovered over the mouse, trembling slightly, not from fear, but from a sense of resolute determination. I can. He pressed the left mouse button decisively. Accepting the mission, you tell me how to fight. And I will fight that way. If I am 0.1 seconds late, I will delete my account and start over. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a fierce intensity. Deleting your account is unnecessary. Jun Mo Zhao seemed amused by this fierce declaration, the Qianji umbrella lightly spinning on his shoulder. What is your name? Let us add each other as friends and bring you into the team. Mo Shou Xianji. Lin Mo almost blurted out, his voice rising with excitement. Mo Shou Xianji, Jun Mo Zhao repeated softly, seemingly savoring the name, guarding the formation as one would a city? Quite intriguing. Wait for me. As the words fell, the figure of Jun Mo Zhao swayed slightly, and the Qianji San transformed instantly into a colossal mechanical rotor. With a soft hum, he soared into the air, hastening towards the deeper recesses of the canyon, where the ominous winds beckoned, vanishing in the blink of an eye into a mere black. At the entrance of the canyon, only Mo Shou Xianji remained, solitary in his presence. The wind seemed to grow stronger, whipping up dust that battered against the character model. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, releasing a long-held breath, as if to expel all the tension, euphoria, and immense pressure that had accumulated within his chest. His shirt was drenched with cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He loosened his grip on the mouse, his palms slick with perspiration. It worked. It truly worked. Not only had he repelled the Jia dynasty, but he had also gained recognition from Yi Xiao. Although his lack of skill had been mercilessly pointed out, the slightly humorous and more thoughtful evaluation, along with the invitation for the dungeon record, illuminated his path like a beacon in the darkness. He eagerly opened his friend list, which was starkly empty save for a single entry, Zhu Yan Xia, Chenghua, lying there desolately. He fixated on the blank space of the list, his finger unconsciously pressing the refresh button repeatedly, his heart racing uncontrollably in his chest, akin to a lively rabbit. Each refresh felt like a test of his patience. Would Yi Xiao add him? Was that casual remark about waiting merely a passing comment? Or would an application truly be forthcoming? Could he really pass the test for that dungeon record? Could he truly compensate for that minuscule gap of mere tenths of a second with relentless practice? Countless thoughts churned in his mind, rendering him restless. He instinctively called up the replay of the previous battle, locking the perspective on the crucial moment when he unleashed the ice array and blade array. The system marked the casting timing with a perfect red dotted line, while his actual operational effectiveness was always tainted with an imperceptible yet real yellow delay marker, akin to a persistent parasite. 0.3 seconds, 0.5 seconds, Lin Mo murmured, his gaze sharpening gradually. He closed the replay, abruptly pushed his chair back, and stood before the solitary, dust-laden window of his cramped rental. Outside lay the city's dazzling yet cold myriad of lights against the night sky. He forcefully slapped his slightly flushed cheek, stirred by excitement and anxiety. Lin Mo, calm down, he admonished himself, his voice sounding somewhat jarring in the silent room. The opportunity had been seized, yet the journey had only just begun. What Yi Xiao sought was not a fan, but a teammate capable of keeping pace with him. A partner who could help secure the record. Lacking skill? Then he would practice until his hands could take no more. He returned to his computer, ceasing the frantic refreshing of the friend list. Taking a deep breath, he opened the training grounds provided by Glory, selecting the most fundamental formation speed training mode. The goal, to compress the release time of the ice array to within 105 milliseconds of the system's theoretical limit while in motion. The monotonous repetition began. Mo Shou Xianji dashed across the expansive training ground, abruptly halting, pivoting, and executing the Ghost Claw, the ice blue magic array illuminating the designated coordinates time and again. The system coldly recorded each casting time, 135 seconds, 131 seconds, 133 seconds, always separated from the theoretical limit of 128 seconds by what appeared to be a minuscule, yet insurmountable chasm. Sweat began to bead from his forehead, tracing down his temples. His fingertips throbbed from the rapid keystrokes on the keyboard. Yet Lin Mo's eyes grew brighter and more focused, as if the entire world had been reduced to the character moving on the screen and the ever-ticking timer. Time trickled away in the tedium of practice. Just as Lin Mo was entirely absorbed in attempting to compress the ice array's time below 130 seconds, a crisp and melodious notification sound rang out, akin to celestial music, unexpectedly piercing through the drudgery of the keyboard clattering and the character's running footsteps, striking Lin Mo's taut nerves with precision. His mind went blank. His body reacted instinctively, faster than thought. His right hand, gripping the mouse, trembled violently, causing the ice array that Mo Shou Xianji was halfway through chanting to release awkwardly. Landing a full 2 character spaces away from the target coordinates, the ice spikes misaligned. His other hand instinctively reached for the can of cola on the desk, the aluminum can protesting under his grip, emitting a strained groan. The icy liquid suddenly burst forth from the deformed opening, splattering across the keyboard and his sleeve. The frigid sensation made him gasp, snapping him back to reality. The friend list. He couldn't spare a moment to wipe the sticky keyboard and sleeve, nor mourn the sacrificed cola can. With a slight tremor, the mouse pointer darted at breakneck speed towards the enticing little envelope icon in the lower right corner of the screen. Click it. Friend request, applicant, Jun Mo Shou. Additional information. None. A simple 2-line message, 1 name, and a blank additional field. There were no polite greetings, no unnecessary words, not even a single punctuation mark. Yet this extreme simplicity detonated within Lin Mo's heart like a bomb dropped into deep waters, exploding into a cacophony of emotions. It's him. It really is him. Yishio. Jun Mo Shou. The textbook of glory. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, only to race wildly the next moment, pounding against his chest, producing a dull yet thunderous sound that nearly drowned out the faint city commotion outside his rental. Blood surged to his head, his cheeks and ears flushed with heat, an indescribable torrent of joy, excitement, and disbelief engulfing every cell in his body. He felt a tingling in his fingertips. Accept it. Hurry and accept it. A voice screamed in his mind. Lin Mo held his breath, exerting all his strength to control the hand that was on the verge of losing composure due to overwhelming excitement. The mouse pointer hovered over the alluringly glowing accept button. Just as he was about to click it, a faint whisper of humility and apprehension, remnants of his past as an ordinary player, coiled around his heart like a cold snake, surreptitiously intertwining with his overwhelming joy. Yishio added me, a newcomer from District 10, a certain player, known for their swift finger movements, has been called out. Could they have made a mistake? Or perhaps they were merely a temporary addition to tackle a dungeon, only to be removed afterward? After all, they are a master of the game. This fleeting thought caused Lin Mo's finger, which hovered over the agree button, to momentarily hesitate. What am I thinking? Lin Mo shook his head vigorously, as if trying to cast away this ridiculous self-doubt. The dungeon record. The grave of bones. It was he who had personally issued the invitation. How could he form a party without adding friends? The exhilaration and immense opportunity swiftly overwhelmed any insignificant hesitation. With a resolve akin to a do-or-die determination, his finger decisively pressed down. System, you have successfully added Jun Mo Shou as a friend. Almost simultaneously, a new system prompt appeared. Jun Mo Shou has invited you to join the party. Do you accept? Accept. Decline. There was no time to catch a breath. Accept. Lin Mo nearly shouted, his voice echoing loudly in the empty rental apartment. He flurriedly clicked accept, his heart racing at a staggering pace of 120 beats per minute. The screen shifted instantly. Mo Shou Xianqi exited the vast training ground and found himself in a temporary party space. The backdrop was a virtual glory login hall, simple and clear. In the party list, several names stood out prominently. Captain, Jun Mo Shou, 25 free player. Member, Han Yen Ro, 24 battle mage. Member, Bao Zi Ru Qin, 23 rogue. Member, Mo Shou Xianqi, 24 ghost swordsman. Han Yen Ro, Tang Ro, Bao Zi Ru Qin. The initial core members of Xing, Xin. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the two, and his heart surged once more. Although he knew Yishio was undoubtedly with Tang Ro and Bao Zi in District 10, seeing them listed in the party felt entirely different. He had truly reached the starting point of this future legendary team. Before he could fully recover from the shock of joining the party, messages began to appear in the party channel. Party Jun Mo Shou. Everyone is here. Coordinates to the Grave of Bones entrance. Move quickly. Party Han Yen Ro. Acknowledged. Party Bao Zi Ru Qin. Coming boss. New brother? The one with quick fingers? Reliable? Confused expression. Bao Zi Ru Qin's uniquely personal, somewhat familiar. An amusing text bubble popped up immediately. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and typed on the keyboard. Party Mo Shou Xianqi. I'm here. Coordinates received. I will do my best. His reply aimed to be concise and composed, not wanting to show any signs of fear in front of his new teammates. Party Jun Mo Shao. Good. Before we enter the dungeon, let us discuss the key points of our strategy. Mo Shou, pay close attention. Here it comes. Lin Mo focused intently, his eyes fixed on the party channel. Party Jun Mo Shao. For the first wave, the skeleton collector's minions. Han Yan Ro will advance from the left flank to clear the area. Bao Zi will provide support from the right, creating openings. Mo Shou, your tasks. First wave. 10 yards from the entrance. Deploy the ice field to slow down and restrict the first wave of skeleton warriors charge. Second wave, coordinates, 87, 112. Throw the dark field into the rear of the skeleton mages to interrupt their incantations. Third wave, the narrow corridor before the door. Lay down the blade formation to clear our path and increase attack speed. I will call the timing. Your positioning must be flawless. Can you manage that? The instructions were clear, precise, and cold. Each coordinate, every skill release timing and purpose carried an unquestionable authority. There were no explanations, no reasons, only absolute execution. Lin Mo gazed at the meticulously defined coordinates and the stringent demands for perfection, and his heartbeat surged once more. This pressure was tenfold greater than before. He could almost envision the consequences of a single mistake in the dungeon. A delayed ice field or a misaligned dark field could lead to a total wipe. A failed record, and being labeled as unreliable in Yishio's eyes. Instinctively, he pulled up the system map, quickly locking onto the coordinates provided by Jun Mo Shao, mentally simulating the release path and timing. His fingertips felt slightly cold due to the tension and concentration. Party Mo Shou Xianqi, understood. Coordinates marked. I will ensure accuracy. As he sent the message, his palms were slick with sweat. Party Bao Zi Ruqin, wow. Boss's commands are still so exciting. New brother, give it your all. I'm counting on you. Thumbs up expression. Party Han Yan Ro, yes. Tang Ro's response remained succinct and cool. Party Jun Mo Shao, let us enter the dungeon. Stay close. There was no room for superfluous words. Jun Mo Xiao's status instantly changed to in dungeon, grave of bones, normal. Lin Mo dared not delay, immediately maneuvering Mo Shou Xianqi to race towards the marked dungeon entrance coordinates. His character sprinted around the desolate perimeter of the grave of bones. Where the ground was littered with bleached bones and crumbling tombstones, the eerie wind howling in his ears. Yet at this moment, a fire burned within Lin Mo's heart. He opened his friend list. That brand new name, radiating a certain legendary aura, Jun Mo Shao, quietly rested at the top of the list, its status indicating in dungeon. This was no longer an illusory target from a system task, nor a distant figure within the screen. This was a real friend slot. It was the first ticket to the core stage of that splendid yet ruthless world of glory. Just as he felt a surge of excitement, ready to wholeheartedly immerse himself in this crucial dungeon test, a soft ding rang out. It was not a message from the party channel, but a private message. Lin Mo paused, instinctively clicking on the flashing private chat icon. Private chat. Feng Shu Yanmu. Good luck, new little player with quick fingers. I'm counting on you to control the field. Don't let someone get too smug. Su Mucheng's exclusive starry eyes, Feng Shu Yanmu. Su Mucheng. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, and his heart, which had just begun to steady, skipped a beat once more, now racing with even wilder intensity. He abruptly glanced at his friend list. When had he added Feng Shu Yanmu? His fingers trembled as he scrolled through the list, and indeed, right beneath Jun Mo Shao, another new name quietly lay there. Feng Shu Yanmu, 25 gunner. Status, available. It dawned on him. In the midst of the chaotic battle at the gorge, Su Mucheng skillfully maneuvered her character, Feng Shu Yanmu, to provide timely fire support that suppressed the backline of the Jia dynasty, ultimately allowing them to escape unscathed. Lin Mo, fully engrossed in the fight alongside Yishio, completely overlooked the system notifications. Not only did Su Mucheng add him as a friend, but she also sent him a private message of encouragement. As he gazed at her playful expression and the sparkling animated emoji, an indescribable warmth surged within Lin Mo, instantly dispelling the looming pressure and chill that the dungeon had threatened to impose. The flush that had just faded from his cheeks due to Yishio's stringent demands flared back to life, more intense than before. In a flurry of activity, he hastily typed a response. Private message from Mo Shou Xianqi. Thank you. I will definitely give it my all. Once he sent the message, he felt it lacked substance and, feeling a pang of frustration, ran his fingers through his hair. Almost immediately, Su Mucheng's reply appeared. Private message from Feng Shu Yanmu. Don't be nervous. Though someone may have a sharp tongue, their judgment is keen. If they say you can do it, then you surely can. I believe in your ability to control the situation. Su Mucheng's exclusive cheer, An animated image of Mu Yucheng Feng energetically holding a cannon to cheer them on danced across the screen. As Lin Mo looked at the image and words, an uncontrollable smile crept onto his face, revealing a somewhat silly grin. The tension that had been coiled tightly within him due to Yishio's strict orders strangely loosened. A warm and resolute strength quietly infused his heart. He closed the private chat window and took a deep breath. On his screen, Emosho Xianji stood before the entrance of the bone-burying ground. A portal composed of enormous skeletal remains emitting a chilling aura. Characters Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yenro, and Baozi Rikinkin awaited nearby. Team Jun Mo Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Let's go. Team Emosho Xianji, coming. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and he cast aside any lingering hesitation or distractions. He directed Emosho Xianji to step through the ominous white skeletal door. A frigid wind, laden with the scent of decay, rushed toward him. Within the dim light of the dungeon, shadowy skeletal figures wandered in the distance. Yet in Lin Mo's heart, it felt as bright as day. In his left hand was Yishio's cold and precise command, and in his right was Su Mucheng's warm and playful encouragement. At that moment, he stood at the intersection of dreams and reality. Bone-burying ground, I have arrived. Records, I have come. The path of glory, I am here. Chapter 25, The Record-Breaking Invitation. In need of a reliable controller before the entrance of the bone-burying ground, a massive archway, constructed from countless pale and twisted bones, loomed ahead, exuding an oppressive aura of death. Inside lay a swirling darkness, thick as ink, where the sounds of bones scraping and chilling shrieks echoed from deep within. Just standing at the threshold sent a bone-deep chill crawling up Lin Mo's spine. When Emosho Xianji arrived, Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yenro, and Baozi Rikinkin were already there. Jun Mo Xiao leaned lazily against a weathered skull, the tip of his thousand-machine umbrella idly poking the ground. Han Yenro stood upright, her spear angled towards the earth, glinting with a cold light, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Baozi Rikinkin appeared particularly lively, bouncing around Jun Mo Xiao and Han Yenro, occasionally throwing punches at the air, likely muttering to himself. Lin Mo directed Emosho Xianji to halt. The chilling wind whipped the hem of his ghostly robe, creating a haunting sound. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of excitement and the residual tension, focusing all his attention on the dungeon. Team Emosho Xianji arrived. Team Jun Mo Xiao, yes. One last reminder before we enter. Emosho, your task is the heaviest, so listen closely. Team Emosho Xianji, understood. Lin Mo's fingers hovered above the keyboard, his mind intensely focused. Like an athlete poised for the starting gun. Team Jun Mo Xiao, the bone-burying ground, normal. The current record is held by the Jia dynasty at 19 minutes and 45 seconds and 37 milliseconds. We aim to break it, targeting under 18 minutes and 30 seconds. The key is to minimize the time spent dealing with small monsters and to synchronize our explosive tactics. The text scrolled rapidly in the team channel. Yishio's instructions felt like cold programming code, precisely etching themselves into Lin Mo's mind. Team Jun Mo Xiao. The dungeon consists of 3 segments. First segment, Bone Corridor. 3 waves of small monsters, each with fixed spawn points. First wave, proceed 50 yards straight from the entrance, spawn point coordinates, 102, 78. Spawn types, 8 skeleton swordsmen, melee physical, quick movement speed, with a charge skill. Team Jun Mo Xiao, Emosho. Your task, at the moment the team steps into coordinates, 98, 75, release the ice field at 180. The range must cover a 5-yard fan-shaped area in front of the spawn point to slow all charging swordsmen immediately. A delay of 0.1 seconds will double the pressure on Han Yenro. Lin Mo promptly opened the system map, marking the coordinates with a bright red dot. In his mind, he rapidly simulated the trajectory and range of the ice field's release. Team Jun Mo Xiao, second wave, coordinates 150, 120, spawn point. Spawn types, 6 skeleton archers, ranged physical. 4 skeleton mages, ranged magical, capable of casting bone spear and weaken curse. Team Jun Mo Xiao, Emosho's task, when the team reaches coordinates 145, 115. Accurately release the dark field at 148, 123. Target, the cluster of skeleton mages. You must interrupt their first round of chanting. Additionally, the vision deprivation from the dark field will severely disrupt the archer's aim. The moment to release is when the mages have raised their hands halfway through their chant. Too early is a waste. Too late, and the curse will take effect. Interrupt the chant. Lin Mo felt a jolt of determination. This required more than just slowing. It demanded precise anticipation of their casting actions. He marked the coordinates again, tightening his focus even further. Team Jun Mo Xiao, third wave, the narrow bone bridge leading to the first boss room, coordinates 180, 95, to 295. Spawn points on both sides of the bridge. Spawn types for skeleton shield guards, high defense, wielding shields, and 4 skeleton assassins, high agility, capable of backstab. The team led by Jun Mo Xiao embarked on the bone bridge, coordinates 182-95, when, at the exact moment of their advance, a narrow passage between coordinates 185-95 and 195-95 was laid with a blade formation. The duration must encompass the time it takes for us to traverse the bone bridge. This formation grants an acceleration in attack speed, expediting the elimination of monsters, while its faint blade energy continuously disrupts the assassin's stealth and backstab initiation. Precision is paramount. Any deviation to the left or right could result in missed monsters or impede the team's positioning. The path for the blade formation is set. Lin Mo felt as though he had momentarily held his breath. The demands were exceedingly rigorous. Not only must the positioning be impeccable, but the timing of release must coincide with the very instant they step onto the bone bridge, and the duration must be sufficiently sustained. What level of skill and foresight is required for this? Team Baozi Invasion exclaimed, "Wow, boss, this new brother's task sounds exhilarating. Far more thrilling than my brick slap to the face." Team Han Yenro responded succinctly, "I will handle the clearing." Team Jun Mo Xiao remarked, "This is merely the minor monster segment. The first boss, the Skeletal Collector, is a summoning type with a more complex strategy. We shall adjust based on the actual circumstances once we enter the dungeon." "Mo Xiao, do you have any issues?" Yi Xiu's inquiry struck Lin Mo like a heavy hammer. "Issues? Certainly." The demands were utterly extreme. Coordinates specified to a singular digit, timing anchored to a moment of action, and a near-zero tolerance for error. Any misstep could lead to total annihilation or failure of the record. He instinctively glanced at his slightly trembling fingertips, recalling Yi Xiu's evaluations of 0.3 seconds and 0.5 seconds. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. But to retreat? Impossible. Team Mo Xiu Xianji declared. The coordinates have been marked, and the requirements for skill release timing and positioning are clear. I will do my utmost to ensure precision. Should there be any mistakes, the responsibility lies with me. He did not simply say there are no problems. Rather, he emphasized his utmost effort and accountability. This reflected both caution and a resolute commitment to succeed. Team Jun Mo Xiao affirmed, "Remember, the record is the goal, but the process is training. Baozi, Han Yenro, heed your respective tasks and coordinate with Mo Xiu's formation." Into the dungeon. In the instant the words fell, Jun Mo Xiao's figure had already surged into the skeletal gate. Vanishing into the thick darkness, Han Yenro followed closely, her spear slicing through the air, leaving a silver glimmer in its wake. Baozi Invasion shouted, "Wait for me, boss." He too charged in, fists raised. Lin Mo took a deep breath. The cold, decayed air felt as if it were ice shards flooding his lungs. He cast one last glance at the 3 conspicuous coordinate points marked on the system map, his gaze sharpening and focusing intensely. Precision is paramount, so let it commence. Mo Xiu Xianji stepped forth, entering the land of the buried bones. His vision was instantly engulfed by dense darkness, illuminated only by the faint light emitted from his character's equipment and skills. Beneath his feet lay a path paved with crunching bones, while enormous, twisted ribs formed a narrow corridor on either side, jagged bone spurs hanging above like fangs poised to devour. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay and sulfur. The first segment, the skeletal corridor, is ready. Jun Mo Xiao's voice resonated in the team channel, calm and devoid of any tremor. Lin Mo immediately maneuvered Mo Xiu Xianji to closely trail Han Yenro. His eyes fixated on the cursor representing the team's position on the minimap, as well as the red coordinate point marked 98-75. Simultaneously, he activated the system's casting assistance line feature, a virtual ray extending from the tip of his character's staff, enabling him to position himself with greater accuracy. The team advanced swiftly through the dimly lit skeletal corridor. The sounds of footsteps, the grinding of bones, and distant wails melded into an unsettling cacophony. Lin Mo's heartbeat echoed like a rapid drumbeat, each thump pulling at his taut nerves. Closer. The team cursor was nearing 98-75. 321. Lin Mo silently counted in his mind, his fingers poised above the ice formation skill shortcut, knuckles whitening from tension. At the moment the team cursor entered the 98-75 zone, ice formation, Lin Mo roared internally, his fingertips striking down decisively. Mo Xiu Xianji's ghostly claws traced an azure trajectory, dark energy swiftly coalescing ahead. Coordinates 180. Boom. Piercing icy thorns erupted from the ground, instantly enveloping the designated coordinates in a 5-meter arc. The ice blue's slowing aura spread like ripples. Just as the ice formation solidified, a chilling howl pierced the air. 8 skeletal warriors wielding rusted bone blades materialized at the forefront of the ice formation's coverage. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames, and upon appearing, they immediately activated their charge skill, morphing into 8 pale bone shadows, hurtling forth with a shriek that tore through the air. However, awaiting them was the sudden onslaught of bitter cold. Crash! The rapidly charging skeletal warriors collided with an invisible ice wall, their speed plummeting. Ice blue frost instantly enveloped their stark, white bones, joints creaking under the strain. The motions of the 8 skeletons became sluggish and rigid. Splendid. Jun Mo Xiao's voice conveyed a hint of approval. Han Yenro, left flank. Understood. Han Yenro's icy voice responded. The battle mage, already poised for action, sprang forth like an arrow released from a bow, her spear striking out like a venomous serpent. Dragon breaks the army. A silver dragon-shaped aura roared as it crashed into the slowed skeletal horde. In an instant, bones shattered, and shards of ice mingled with splintered bone blades scattered everywhere. The decelerated skeletal warriors fell before Han Yenro's ferocious assault, like lambs ready for slaughter. A large swath cleared in an instant. Haha, what a thrill. Watch this. Baozi Invasion screeched as he burst forth from the right flank. A brick inexplicably appearing in his hand, ready to smack. He slid into the fray, the brick whistling through the air, crashing down with a resounding thud upon a skeletal warrior's smooth skull, shattering it to pieces. Lin Mo gazed at the first wave of minions that had been instantaneously vanquished. Yet he felt no semblance of relaxation within. The moment the ice formation was unleashed, he caught a glimpse of the nearly imperceptible yellow delay marker at the end of the system's casting assistance line. 0.1 seconds. Although he had executed the coordinates requested by Yi Xiu flawlessly and covered the designated area with precision, this 0.1 second casting delay could be the fine line between life and death in the realm of extreme record battles. If Han Yenro's advance had been even a fraction slower, or if the minion's charge had been a heartbeat quicker, the outcome could have been drastically altered. The second wave's coordinates, 145, 115, had been established, targeting the backline mages. Prepare. The voice of Jun Mo Xiao interrupted Lin Mo's moment of trepidation. There was no time to catch a breath. The team continued their swift advance, and Lin Mo's heart raced once more. Dark formation. Interrupt the chant. Anticipate the casting action. This is more challenging than the ice formation. He fixated intently on the mini-map, watching as the team's cursor rapidly approached 145, 115. Simultaneously, his gaze swept like that of a hawk towards the dimly lit end of the passage, the spawning point for the second wave of minions. Step in. Jun Mo Xiao's voice rang out like the firing of a starting gun. The team entered 145, 115. A hum resonated through the air as the space ahead distorted. 6 skeletal archers wielding white bone longbows and 4 skeletal mages draped in tattered robes, clutching bone staffs, materialized in an instant. The hollow eye sockets of the skeletal mages blazed with soul fire, their bony hands rising as the dark gem atop their staffs began to gather ominous light. Their chanting had commenced. Lin Mo's pupils dilated. Now, the system's compendium swiftly scanned and locked onto the 4 mages. Casting intent analysis. Target 1. Coordinates 1503, 1231. Chanting skill. Bone spear. High single target damage. Chant progress. 434547. Target 2. Coordinates 1511, 1225. Chanting skill. Weakness curse. Group attack and defense reduction. Chant progress. 414,345 now. Over half. Lin Mo nearly shouted. His fingertips, imbued with a sense of desperation, slammed down on the hotkey. The dark formation surged forth, a swirling mass of deep purple-black death energy converging violently, detonating at the coordinates designated by Jun Mo Xiao, 148, 123. The formation, as profound as the abyss, devoured the positions of the 4 skeletal mages entirely. The dark formation took effect. The skeletal mages froze, their raised staffs stilled. The light gathering at their staff tips extinguished abruptly, akin to a candle snuffed out. The icon indicating interrupted chanting appeared above their heads. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with soul fire, plunging them into a brief state of confusion and visual deprivation. Success. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him, but it was swiftly followed by a jolt of alarm. Watch out for the archer's concentrated fire. Jun Mo Xiao's voice bore a hint of urgency. At that very moment, as the dark formation consumed the mages, the 6 skeletal archers had already drawn their bone bows in unison. The eerie green soul fire coalesced into arrows, targeting the closest Han Yenro. Although the visual deprivation from the dark formation hindered their aim, the proximity of their assault rendered it still lethal. Damn it! Baozi Ruqing cursed, wishing to assist. But it was too late. Han Yenro's expression hardened, her spear raised defensively, preparing to endure the onslaught. In that critical instant, Lin Mo's fingers moved again, almost leaving an afterimage in their wake. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively pressed another key. Blade formation. A crimson light erupted beneath Mo Xuanji. The fierce blade aura crisscrossed through the air. The range of the blade formation did not encompass the archers, but instead precisely struck the ground just before Han Yinro. Thud, thud, thud. 6 ghostly green bone arrows soared through the air. Yet just as they were about to strike Han Yinro, they collided with the invisible yet razor-sharp barrier of blade aura. The sound of slicing echoed as the 6 arrows were shredded mid-flight, with only 2 escaping to graze Han Yinro's shoulder, causing minimal damage. Excellent. Jun Mo Zhao's voice resonated with surprise and admiration. Well done. Save the priest. Continue advancing. Han Yinro cast a grateful glance at Mo Xuanji, her spear once more striking out towards the mages, now disoriented and flailing like headless flies under the dark formation. Baozi Ruqin charged in with fervor. Lin Mo's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. That was purely an instinctive reaction in the blink of an eye. It was the moment he saw the archers knocking their arrows, combined with Yi Xiu's coordinated command through Mo Xuanji's formation, alongside the subtle effects of the blade formation, detailed in the system's compendium, that led to this timely adaptation. It was so close, just a hair's breadth, and Han Yinro would have been hit by all 6 arrows. Despite the successful adaptation, Lin Mo felt no pride. He glanced at the system record. Dark formation release coordinate error, 0, 5 yards, excellent. Dark formation release timing, target champ progress 48, requirement over half. Met, blade formation release, additional adaptation timing perfect, effect significant. However, casting delays persisted. Dark formation 0, 15 seconds. Blade formation 0, 18 seconds. Delays remained. Though they were smaller than before, in the realm of extreme record battles, those fractions of a second could represent the boundary between paradise and perdition. Third wave, bone bridge. Mo Xiu, lay the blade formation. Coordinates 185, 95 to 195, 95. Step onto the bone bridge, 182, 95, and release instantly. Duration must cover the passage. Jun Mo Zhao's voice served as an incantation, jolting Lin Mo back to the harsh reality of the situation. The most challenging portion lay ahead. Establishing the path. Continuous coverage. The margin for error was 0. The team had surged to the entrance of the narrow bone bridge. Below lay a bottomless abyss, swirling with black mist. The bridge itself composed of massive vertebrae that could barely accommodate 3 individuals side by side. Chapter 26. The Choice of Fate. Accept the challenge. The heavy bone door slowly closed behind them, emitting a spine-chilling grinding noise that severed the chilling winds and shattered bones of the bony corridor. Inside lay an even more suffocating sight, a cavernous expanse of unimaginable scale. The dome hangs inverted, densely populated with pallid stalactites resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, their tips dripping a viscous, foul-smelling black liquid that corroded the ground into bubbling pits. In the heart of the cave, a small mountain of assorted human skulls, animal spines, and the immense ribs of unknown creatures amassed, all congealed by a sticky black substance into a grotesque heap of bones. The pile writhed, accompanied by a spine-tingling crackling sound, as countless skeletons were kneaded, assembled, and reshaped by an unseen force. Atop the heap, a massive and misshapen head, constructed from dozens of skulls of varying sizes, slowly lifted. In the hollow depths of its eye sockets, 2 flickering flames of soul fire, darker and deeper than those of ordinary skeletons, glowed with greed and malice. The echoing voices of countless souls murmured in a low, raspy tone, reverberating throughout the cavern. As it roared, the bone pile convulsed violently, and several enormous bone legs, fashioned from robust femurs and sharp ribs, burst forth from the heap, forcefully embedding themselves into the ground to support its massive and distorted body. A colossal claw, entirely composed of intertwined phalanges and metacarpals, suddenly thrust from the pile, slicing through the air with a shriek, aiming directly at the quartet that had just stepped into the cave. Here comes the bone collector of buried bones, number 1. Scatter. The voice of Jun Mo Xiao echoed through the team channel, calm as ice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For figures immediately rolled away in different directions to evade the impending danger. Boom. The gigantic claw, wielding tremendous force, crashed down upon the spot where they had just stood. The hard ground shattered like tofu, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward, while fragments of stone mixed with decaying bone debris flew everywhere. The shockwave caused Mo Xianji, who was slightly closer, to stagger, visibly losing a segment of health. Aggro locked. Jun Mo Zhao's voice was rapid. Baozi, harass from the left flank and draw limited attention. Han Yinro, output from the right flank. Initiate test attacks. Mo Xiu, position coordinates, 215, 178. Prepare to restrict skills. Watch your footing for the black liquid. The commands were clear, and the division of labor was precise. Bowsy, with a loud cry, responded, I, launching a sliding attack towards the left rear bone leg of the bone collector, wielding a brick that glimmered with a rogue's characteristic gleam. He struck fiercely at a joint of the supporting leg bone. The brick smashes your joint. The damage was minimal, but the taunt effect was substantial. The massive head of the bone collector turned slightly, the dark soul fire seemingly locking onto this annoying little pest. The enormous claw slowly lifted, exuding an oppressive aura. Preparing to strike. A golden opportunity, Han Yen-ro shouted, as her spear burst forth with a dazzling silver radiance. How long, Pajun? The silver dragon's aura roared, crashing into the relatively weaker joint of the bone pile at the right rear of the bone collector. Boom. Bone fragments flew. A significant damage number appeared. Simultaneously, the aggro of the bone collector was successfully drawn to Han Yen-ro. The gigantic claw redirected, shrieking through the air, aiming to strike Han Yen-ro. Her gaze fierce. Han Yen-ro did not retreat, but advanced. Shaking her spear, the precise dragon tooth jabbed directly at the wrist joint of the claw, attempting to interrupt the attack. Clang. The sharp sound of metal on bone rang out. The dragon tooth met the hard bone, leaving only a white mark. The downward strike of the claw showed no signs of halting. The rigidity was exceptionally high. Interruption failed. Han Yen-ro's voice carried a hint of gravity as she swiftly retreated. Boom. The claw struck the ground again, leaving a second deep pit. It is not high rigidity. The attack judgment area is special. Jun Mo Zhao's voice resonated. There's blacklight protection at the joints. The core is at the body connection. Bowsy, keep harassing the left leg. Han Yen-ro, attack the right rear torso. Coordinates 230, 192. Mo Shou, Plague Array. Coordinates 225, 185. Cover the core torso. Now. Lin Mo was already in position. The moment Jun Mo Zhao issued the command, his finger pressed the shortcut for the Plague Array. Mo Shou Xianji swung his ghostly claws, unleashing a thick, nauseating dark green poison mist that erupted, accurately covering the designated coordinates set by Jun Mo Zhao. The enormous core torso of the bone collector, crafted from countless skeletons, was instantly engulfed by the plague mist. A grim green skull icon, indicative of reduced defense, immediately materialized above the bone collector's head. Good. Output. Jun Mo Zhao commanded. Han Yen-ro's spear glimmered once more. This time, it was no longer a tentative how long Pajun, but a relentless series of rapid attacks. Tianji, Dragon Tooth, continuous thrusts. The spear transformed into a silver curtain of light, pouring down upon the core torso, weakened by the Plague Array. Each strike sent up clouds of bone dust and substantial damage numbers. Bowsy also shrieked, no longer limited to slapping with bricks, employing an array of rogue skills. Knee strikes, throat locks, and hooks, all aimed at the lower joints, working in tandem with Han Yen-ro's onslaught. The bone collector let out an enraged roar, its massive body thrashing violently, attempting to shake off these bothersome attacks. It suddenly lifted one of its bone legs, crashing it down upon the ground. Boom. The cave trembled violently. At the point of impact, the viscous black liquid erupted like a fountain, transforming into countless deadly black water arrows that indiscriminately shot outwards. Dodge the black water. Jun Mo Zhao shouted fiercely. Lin Mo was already prepared. The moment the leg lifted, he maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji to retreat hastily. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of a black water arrow aimed at the frantically attacking Han Yen-ro. Watch out. Lin Mo instinctively shouted. Han Yen-ro reacted swiftly, forcibly interrupting her combo with a side roll. The black water arrow narrowly missed her battle robe, corroding the ground into a deep pit. Thanks. Han Yen-ro's voice echoed in the channel, still cool, but now tinged with appreciation. Continue the output. It is about to summon. Jun Mo Zhao warned. Indeed. The repeatedly wounded bone collector emitted an even more vengeful roar. Its massive bone pile torso convulsed violently, as countless tiny bones detached from the heap as if attracted by a magnet, swirling into the air. They swiftly coalesced in the air, instantly forming 4 elite skeletal harvesters, each wielding a bone sickle, with ghastly green soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. Summon creatures. High attack, low defense. Prioritize elimination. Jun Mo Zhao's voice was rapid. Bowsy, left 1. Han Yen-ro, right 1. Mo Shou Ice Array. Coordinates 218, 180. Cover right 2 and right 3. Contain them. I will handle left 2. Instructions fell like a torrential downpour. Lin Mo's heart was gripped tightly by an unseen hand. The summoning point was right beside him. The ice array covered 2 rapidly moving elite enemies. Any minor deviation could result in a failure to contain them. He fixed his gaze on the coordinates, 218, 180, provided by Jun Mo Zhao on the minimap, as well as the predicted initial movement trajectories of the 2 skeletal harvesters as indicated by the system's diagram, dashed lines. His fingertips trembled slightly from intense thought and immense pressure. Ice array. There was no time to hesitate. The ghostly claw traced an icy blue trajectory. Crackle. The piercing icy thorns erupted from the designated coordinates. The ice blue deceleration halo instantly spread. Perfect. The right 2 skeletal harvester had barely taken a step before being firmly ensnared by the frost, its movements becoming agonizingly slow. Although the right 3 skeletal harvester was slightly off position, the deceleration effect at the edge of the ice array still rendered its movements laborious. Splendid. Jun Mo Zhao's voice rang with approval. The Qianji San transformed into a luminous sword, executing a precise draw-and-slash-arc of light. Sending the left 2 harvester he was responsible for staggering. Han Yanro and Baozi each engaged their targets. Just as Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The right 3 skeletal harvester, slowed by the ice array, suddenly had its soul fire leap violently. It defied the deceleration of the ice array, raising its bone sickle high, as the ghastly green light rapidly concentrated on the blade, preparing for a wide-range death spiral slash. The targets were evidently the closely positioned Mo Shou Xianji and the entangled Han Yanro. Interrupted. Jun Mo Zhao's voice carried a hint of urgency. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. The distance was too close. He needed time to cast the next array. Han Yanro was ensnared by the right 1 harvester, leaving him no room to assist. What to do? In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo's mind fixated on a singular thought. System. Diagram. Weakness. Skeletal harvester, elite. Core weakness. 7th vertebra connection. Coordinates 2295, 1831. Current status. Skilled death spiral slash in progress. Progress 1520. The 7th vertebra. In progress. Baozi. Brick. Coordinates 2295, 1831. Smash. Lin Mo nearly shouted. His voice, laced with extreme tension and urgency, became hoarse and distorted. Huh. Oh, here it comes. Although Baozi Invasion was bewildered, he executed the battle command with almost instinctual precision. He abruptly abandoned his pursuit of the left 1 harvester, a flamboyant character trembling in his hand, and hurled the brick with the force of a cannon, aimed with pinpoint accuracy at the coordinate Lin Mo had shouted. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The weathered brick struck squarely at the 7th protruding vertebra of the right 3 skeletal harvester. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The skeletal harvester's action of raising its bone sickle abruptly froze. The ghastly green light gathered on the blade flickered violently like a candle in the wind, then extinguished abruptly. The guidance was interrupted. The death spiral slash was stillborn. Damn! Impressive, new brother. How did you know to strike there? Baozi Invasion's astonished and delighted exclamation echoed in the channel. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yanro thrust her spear like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, executing a precise, soaring dragon strike, utterly shredding the right 3 skeletal harvester, which had fallen into a brief state of rigidity due to the interrupted guidance. The crisis was averted. Lin Mo's back was drenched in cold sweat. That last move was entirely based on the system diagram's extreme operation. It was a gamble on Baozi's ability to comprehend and execute flawlessly. It was a bet that the coordinate point was an absolute weakness. Any misstep would have catastrophic consequences. Well done. Jun Mo Zhao's voice echoed again, this time laced with evident praise. The weakness was accurately identified, and the commands were clear. Baozi executed it well too. Heh. Of course. Do you even know who I am? Baozi Invasion beamed with pride. Don't get too cocky, it's enraged. Jun Mo Zhao's voice suddenly turned sharp. The skeletal harvester, witnessing its summoned creatures swiftly annihilated, emitted a deafening roar filled with boundless rage. The entire cavern trembled violently. Stalactites from the ceiling began to fracture and plummet. Its massive skeletal form erupted with a blinding dark glow. Countless bones writhed like living creatures, proliferating. Its size expanded. The enormous bone claw became even more menacing, covered in a layer of flowing black metallic sheen. Full screen. Skeletal storm. Find cover. Coordinates 205, 165. Behind the bone pile. Jun Mo Zhao's voice held unprecedented gravity. Mo Shou. Blade array. Cover the concealment area. Withstand the first wave of impact. Hurry. Enraged. Skeletal storm. Full screen attack. Lin Mo's heart sank to the depths. He gazed at the despairing dark glow enveloping him, and at the minuscule concealment coordinates, 205, 165, marked by Jun Mo Zhao on the minimap. It was a narrow space formed by several gigantic ribs, barely accommodating 3 individuals. Cover the concealment area with a blade array? Withstand? This was practically a suicidal command. The defense boost from the blade array was negligible. How could it withstand the rampaging full-screen ultimate? There was no time for doubt. No time to think. Blade array, rise. Lin Mo shouted with all his might, his fingers striking the shortcut key with force. The blood-red blade array erupted beneath Mo Shou Xianji, the fierce blade aura crisscrossing, precisely covering the concealment area designated by Jun Mo Shao. Enter. Jun Mo Shao commanded in a low voice. The four dashed towards the narrow bone pile cover like arrows released from a bow. Mo Shou Xianji, Jun Mo Shao, and Han Yanro squeezed in almost simultaneously. Baozi invasion was a moment slower. Just as Baozi invasion barely squeezed into the cover, their bodies pressed together. Suddenly, boom. The bone collector unleashed a thunderous roar. The entire cavern transformed into the epicenter of a tempest. Countless pale bone fragments and shattered bone spikes, entwined with the destructive energies of a black gale, surged forth like billions of rapidly spinning bone blades, madly spraying in every direction, engulfing the surroundings. The bone storm. Destruction descends. A horrifying shriek tore through the air, shattering eardrums. The view was completely consumed by the pale and shadowy tempest. The blood-red barrier formed by the blade array groaned under the immense pressure, warping and twisting violently upon contact with the storm. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of impacts echoed against the barrier like countless heavy hammers striking the hearts of the four. The health bar of Mo Shou was plummeting like a floodgate that had been opened. Lin Mo desperately pressed the defense posture key on the keyboard, though its effect was minimal, gritting his teeth until blood nearly seeped from his gums. The glow of the blade array flickered in the chaos of the storm, like a candle flame in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. And the storm had only just begun. Hold on. The storm comes in 3 phases. The first wave is the weakest. The voice of Jun Mo Shao resonated through the deafening storm, imbued with a reassuring stability. Lin Mo gazed at his rapidly diminishing health bar and the flickering light of the blade array, as an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear seized him. Is this the intensity of a professional-level dungeon? Is this the record that Yishio intends to challenge? Can he truly keep up? This furious storm. The blade array would not hold for long. Just as his resolve wavered, Mo Shou, don't dawdle. Check the system. Check the status bar. The voice of Jun Mo Shao thundered like a clap of lightning. Lin Mo jolted back to attention. The system. Yes, the system diagram. Nearly instinctively, he brought up the diagram, locking onto the frenzied bone collector. Bone collector, frenzied state, status, bone storm, phase 1, energy core, skulltop soulfire, coordinates 2452. 1508, energy fluctuation, peak 899091 weakness, energy convergence point, 3 meters directly below the soulfire, coordinates 2452, 1538, energy core, weakness, coordinates. A wild thought struck Lin Mo's mind like a bolt of lightning. Master Jun Mo Shao, coordinates 2452, 1538. 3 meters directly beneath the soulfire. The energy convergence point of the storm. Attack there. It can weaken the storm. Lin Mo nearly shouted hoarsely, his voice rising above the cacophony of the storm in the team channel. The moment his words fell, he felt the air within the cover freeze for an instant. The next second, Han Yanro, dragon soaring in the sky. Target coordinates 2452, 1538. Maximum power. Baozi, strong throw. Throw everything you can. Smash that point. Mo Shou, maintain the blade array. Hold it even if it costs your life. Jun Mo Shao's command was delivered without a hint of hesitation, imbued with a sense of resoluteness as if he were burning the boats behind him. He didn't even ask why. Roar. A remarkable battle intent erupted from Han Yanro's icy gaze. She disregarded the bone blade storm battering against the blade array barrier, her spear radiating an unprecedented brilliant silver light. She and her spear transformed into a roaring silver dragon, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 27, Team Assembly. Han Yanro and Baozi invade the exit of the Graveyard of Bones dungeon. The bone gate slowly opened, revealing the desolate Gobi scenery and slightly blinding sunlight, dispelling the dense, eerie death energy within the dungeon. Mo Shou Xianji followed closely behind Jun Mo Shao, and the instant they stepped out of the dungeon, the system notification sounded again. System, you have been invited to join the guild Xing Xin. Do you accept? Accept decline, without a moment's hesitation. Accept. System, welcome player Mo Shou Xianji to the guild Xing Xin. A brief joining notification flashed through the guild channel. Simultaneously, an invitation to a group named Xing Xin Core, Striving, also popped up. Lin Mo clicked to accept. The group interface appeared, displaying a simple member list. Jun Mo Shao, Group Leader, Zhu Yanxia, Han Yanro, Baozi Invade, Mo Shou Xianji. Group Message Jun Mo Shao. All members, new member Mo Shou Xianji, the Array Ghost, will be our control core in Xing Xin from now on. Please welcome him. Zhu Yanxia, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to our new classmate. Flowers. I am Chengua, the owner of Xing Xin Internet Cafe. We will be family from now on. Han Yanro, welcome. Handshake emoji Baozi invade. Wow. New brother. Let us throw bricks together in the future. Shoulder pat emoji. I am Baozi. Bao Rongxing. I will have your back from now on. Watching the welcoming messages dance across the screen, Lin Mo felt a warm surge within him. The online team had begun to take shape. Mo Shou Xianji. Thank you, everyone. I am Lin Mo. I look forward to your guidance. Striving emoji Jun Mo Shao. Guidance is not necessary. We will learn from each other. Lin Mo, I will send you the coordinates. Xing Xian Internet Cafe. Feel free to visit anytime. It's convenient for training. By the way, trade me the bone essences that dropped from the dungeon. I will need them for research on silver gear. Mo Shou Xianji. Understood. Coordinates received. Trading the materials now. Lin Mo operated Mo Shou Xianji. Trading all the bone essences, 25 in total from dungeon rewards and task rewards, to Jun Mo Shao. Yi Xiu accepted them without hesitation. Jun Mo Shao. Alright. That will be all for today. Lin Mo, keep pace with your level and familiarize yourself with your skills. Starting tomorrow, special training. Speed of hand is of utmost importance. Be prepared mentally. Mo Shou Xianji. Understood. Ready at all times. Jun Mo Shao. I'm logging off. If anything comes up, just shout in the group. The avatar of Jun Mo Shao, Yi Xiu, instantly faded to gray. Zhu Yanxia. This guy always runs off so quickly. Don't mind him, new classmate. That's just how he is. By the way, Lin Mo, where do you live? Is it far from the city? Mo Shou Xianji. Not far. Just in the neighboring city. It takes an hour by high-speed train. Zhu Yanxia. That's great. You must come over to play sometime. The internet cafe is fully stocked. Coffee emoji Baozi invade. New brother. Come on. Let me test your formation. Excitedly rubbing hands Han Yen Ro. Baozi, don't be ridiculous. He just finished the dungeon and needs to rest. Baozi's invasion. Oh, you are right. New brother, you should rest first. Gather your strength, and we shall battle again. With a playful smile, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile at the enthusiasm of Chun Guo in the group chat and the seemingly cool yet attentive maintenance by Tang Ro, Han Yen Ro. This online little community had an atmosphere far more delightful than he had anticipated. This was the essence of the original Xingxin, he murmured softly, filled with a sense of nostalgia and yearning. After closing the group chat, Lin Mo did not log off immediately. He controlled Mo Shou Xianji to teleport back to the main city's safe zone. Eagerly, he opened his backpack. The first thing that caught his eye was a skill book radiating a mysterious purple glow. Random Array Demon Skill Book, Advanced, Use. The book transformed into a purple light and integrated into his character. System, congratulations, you have comprehended the Array Demon's Advanced Skill, Ghost Shadow Step 1. Ghost Shadow Step 1 active skill. Cost, 50. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effect, when activated, the Array Demon leaves a ghostly shadow that lasts for 3 seconds during movement. The shadow possesses a faint taunt effect, attracting non-targeted single attacks, probability determined. Additionally, the Array Demon's movement speed increases by 10 while the shadow persists, and the casting time of the next array is reduced by 0.2 seconds. A divine skill. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled instantly. An increase in movement speed, a reduction in casting time, and the ghostly shadow to attract fire. This was the perfect skill to compensate for his shortcomings in hand speed, enhancing both survival and mobility. Particularly impactful when paired with Yi Xiu's extreme pulling tactics. He immediately equipped the permanent Xingxin Foundation title, which provided a slight attribute boost and an increase in array range, albeit minimal. Then, his gaze settled on the last and most significant treasure, a fragment, no larger than a fingernail, entirely black and adorned with mysterious silver patterns, lay quietly in the corner of his backpack, exuding a profound and enigmatic aura. Mysterious Array Demon Inheritance Fragment, 1-7. Item description, an ancient fragment that records the lost path of the Array Demon. Collecting 7 fragments may unveil the ultimate secrets of the Array Demon class, with a faint resonance existing between the fragments, which will resonate when near others. Currently no resonance. The ultimate mystery of the Array Demon. Lin Mo's heart raced. With the system's specialization in the Array Demon, combined with this mysterious inheritance fragment, could he truly have the opportunity to embark on a path that transcends the current glory version, a singular journey as an Array Demon? Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo carefully stored the fragment. This would become one of his greatest trump cards and pursuits in the future. Next, he clicked on the newly unlocked special training task chain, Array Demon Mentor, Yi Xiu. The first phase, Basic Hand Speed Hell, 0-10,000. Task description, hand speed is the foundation of the Array Demon and also your weakness. To bear its weight, you must first strengthen your muscles and bones. Complete 10,000 effective operations, number of operations per minute, exceeding 180 in the designated training program. Task reward, permanent one-hand speed, slight enhancement of neural reflex speed. unlocks the second phase of the task. Penalty: none, but the Minter Yishio's favorability will decline with delayed time. 10,000 times. 180. Lin Mo gasped in astonishment. His current stable speed was around 150, with bursts reaching up to 170. Achieving 180 meant he had to perform 180 effective operations per minute, key presses and mouse clicks. A standard only professional players meet. Moreover, he needed to sustain 10,000 effective operations. This truly was hell. Yet Lin Mo's gaze showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it ignited with fervor. A mere fraction of a second difference? He would bridge that gap with this 10,000 times of hellish training. He immediately accessed the system's built-in hand-speed special training program. This interface resembled a rhythm game, with countless light points representing different operational commands, movement, turning, releasing skills, combination keys, etc., falling from the top of the screen. Players needed to accurately press the corresponding keys or combination keys as the light points reached the judgment line. The speed, rhythm, and complexity of combinations would continuously escalate, with the ultimate goal of maintaining high-precision operations. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo began his first attempt. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and the mouse clicked rapidly. Move left. Turn. Ice array release. Ghost claws block. Roll right. Knife array connection. The light points poured down like a torrential rain, and Lin Mo focused intently, his mind sharply concentrated. Sweat soon trickled from his forehead. Initially, he managed to keep up, maintaining around 175. However, as the pace quickened and the combination commands grew complex, mistakes began to multiply. Snap. A light point representing the ghostly shadow step's dark array combination was missed. Instantly, his score plummeted to 160. No. Focus. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the aching tips of his fingers and push to accelerate once more. 10 minutes later, the first training session concluded. Effective training duration, 10 minutes. Average, 169. Effective operation count, 1,690 times. Task progress, 1690 10,000. Evaluation, unsatisfactory, 1,690 times, still a long way from 10,000. Moreover, an average of 169 was quite far from the target of 180. His fingers had begun to ache, and his wrists felt stiff. Again, Lin Mo felt no discouragement. Instead, his eyes sharpened further. He flexed his fingers and reopened the training program. The monotonous and painful cycle began anew. Training, resting, training again. The small rental room was filled only with the rhythmic sounds of keyboard tapping and mouse clicking. Sweat soaked his hair, trickling down his cheeks and splashing onto the keyboard. His fingertips turned red from the rapid, repetitive strikes, even tingling slightly. Time flew by in the engrossing training. Until buzz. The mobile phone on the table vibrated violently, the screen lighting up to display an unfamiliar local number. Lin Mo was jolted from his intense focus, glancing at it with mild annoyance. So late, who could it be? He hesitated for a moment, then paused his training and picked up the phone. Hello? Who is this? There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by a young, melodious voice tinged with a hint of lazy mirth, soft yet refreshing like a babbling brook, instantly dispelling the fatigue and monotony brought on by his rigorous training. Hello? Is this Lin Mo? I am Su Mucheng. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Chapter 28. Yishio's Tactics. The formation demon as the axis the phone slipped from his ear and landed with a thud on the cluttered desk, causing half a can of cola to shake slightly. Lin Mo remained frozen in the position of holding the phone, his heart pounding wildly within his chest, echoing against his ribs with a dull yet powerful resonance. Su Mucheng. The enchanting voice on the other end seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly dissipating the exhaustion and numbness in his fingertips accumulated from hours of high-intensity training, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dizziness mixed with immense surprise and disbelief. How could she know my number? Why is she calling me? Did Yishio tell her? Or was it the system? Countless thoughts exploded in his mind, leaving his thoughts in disarray. The only sounds in the small apartment were the low hum of the computer fan and his own heavy breathing. Hello? Lin Mo? Are you still there? The voice on the other end carried a hint of amused curiosity. Is the signal bad? Yes. Lin Mo abruptly regained his composure, hastily grasping the phone, his voice slightly altered by excitement. Su Mucheng Sr. Not at all. You're not disturbing me. He wished he could slap himself. That formality sounded so stiff. A light chuckle resonated from the other end. Senior? No need to be so polite. Just call me Mucheng. Yishio mentioned you to me, saying that the new formation demon in District 10 has some intriguing ideas and considerable potential. I just saw the system announcement. You all achieved a first kill and broke a record. That is impressive. A wave of warmth surged to Lin Mo's head. Yishio mentioned me to her. She even saw the announcement. She praised us for being amazing. And no, it's mainly thanks to Yishio's excellent command. and Han Yinro and Baozi Rushu's strong output. I merely played a supportive role. Lin Mo felt his cheeks heat up as if they could fry an egg, his words tumbling out in a flurry of modesty. While inside, he felt like fireworks exploding. Support is crucial too. That guy Yishio doesn't casually praise those with good control awareness. Su Mucheng's voice was imbued with a warmth that felt like a gentle spring breeze. I heard you have a weakness in speed? No worries, practice slowly. His training methods are quite effective, though, well, a bit devilish, so be mentally prepared. I understand. I will double my efforts. I won't hold anyone back. Lin Mo nearly shouted, filled with a fierce determination. Yes, I believe in you. Su Mucheng's voice was soft, yet carried a peculiar soothing power. Keep it up, little formation demon. I look forward to seeing you shine in Xing Xin. All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Goodbye, goodbye. Thank you, senior. No, thank you, Mucheng. Lin Mo stammered as he bid farewell. As the call ended, the busy tone rang in his ears, and the small apartment fell into a brief silence. Lin Mo held the still warm phone, sitting dazedly on his chair, as if he could still hear Su Mucheng's encouraging words and little friend echoing in his ears. The fatigue accumulated from training moments ago seemed to have been entirely washed away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of electrifying exhilaration. Su Mucheng, the first gunner of the Glory League, the goddess of countless players. She not only took the initiative to call and encourage me, but was also so gentle and kind. A profound sense of happiness enveloped him like a warm tide, completely submerging him. He suddenly leaped up from his chair, pacing excitedly in the cramped space. Fist pumping the air as he silently chanted, Su Mucheng. She called me. She remembers me. She said she looks forward to my brilliance. After several minutes, he finally managed to calm his racing heart and return to his computer. Looking at the paused speed training interface on the screen, he gazed at the progress bar reading 1690100000, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and fervor. Double my efforts. I won't hold anyone back. He growled under his breath. Clicking on the speed training program once more. This time, his state was entirely different. His fingers danced across the keyboard as if infused with new vitality. The light points on the screen fell like raindrops, yet he felt his thoughts clearer than ever, and his fingers responded with newfound swiftness. The values began to rise steadily. 175177179, although still far from the inhuman standard of Yishio, and with errors still present. His fighting spirit and focus were exponentially stronger than before. Train again. For Yishio's recognition. For Su Mucheng's expectations. For the title of the cornerstone of Xing Xin. The monotonous sound of the keyboard striking once more became the main melody of the apartment, but this time, it was filled with soaring ambition. In the following 2 days, Lin Mo's life transformed into a fixed cycle, frantically leveling up to catch up with the main team, utilizing system-optimized routes and tasks. Racing against the clock to complete guild daily tasks, contributing materials, and most importantly, enduring hellish speed training. Task: Basic speed hell progress. 5123100000. His fingers had become red and sore, and his wrists ached, yet Lin Mo's eyes sparkled brighter than ever. His average speed had stabilized around 172, with bursts capable of briefly exceeding 180. Although still far from Yishio's extraordinary level, the progress was undeniable. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, while Lin Mo was grinding a group of small monsters in the wild, practicing the new skill Ghost Shadow Step in conjunction with Ice Array, a series of urgent message notifications from the Xing Xin core, fighting, sounded. Jun Mo Xiao. Mo Shou Xianji, what is your level? Mo Shou Xianji, level 28. Jun Mo Xiao. That is sufficient. I'll send you the coordinates. The entrance to the dungeon, Dark Mine. Hurry over. We're breaking records. Baozi Rishu Wao. Is there a fight? Oh no. Is there a dungeon? Boss, wait for me. I'm coming. Running with bricks on my back. Han Yenro. Received. Zhu Yanxia. Keep it up. Bring back the record. And I'll treat you all to milk tea. Milk tea. Dark Mine. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This is a level 25-30 dungeon. A tier above the resting place of the dead. The terrain is intricate, the variety of minor enemies is abundant, and the mechanisms are particularly bothersome. The record set by the Jiao Wanchao stands at 21 minutes, 18 seconds, and 44 milliseconds. Yishio's objective is evidently to crush it once more. He immediately halts his training, teleports back to the city for supplies, and then rushes towards the coordinates sent by Jun Mo Xiao. The Yunku Ngding is nestled deep within a forsaken mine. Its entrance resembles a vast and profound pit, akin to the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Inside, it is shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the sporadic, faint blue glow of the fluorite embedded in the mine walls. The air is thick with a heavy dust and the scent of metallic rust. Upon Mo Shou Xianji's arrival, Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yenro, and Bao Ziruqin are already waiting at the entrance of the pit. Jun Mo Xiao maintains his usual languid posture, leaning on an umbrella, while Han Yanro quietly polishes her spear, and Bao Ziruqin peers curiously into the depths of the mine, murmuring to himself, "You're here." Jun Mo Xiao's voice comes through the headset. Team Mo Shou Xinji, MHM. There are no unnecessary pleasantries exchanged. Team Jun Mo Xiao, Yun Ku NG Ding normal. Jiao Wanchao record 21 minutes, 18 seconds, and 44 milliseconds. The goal is to complete it in under 19 minutes. Core challenges. The mine tunnels are complex. With numerous and varied enemy spawn points, the first crystallized giant scorpion possesses exceptionally high physical defense and a retaliatory shell. The second mine lord can summon self-destructing crystal clusters and trigger terrain collapses. Yi Xiu's directives fall like a frigid waterfall, cascading down in an instant. Team Jun Mo Xiao. The dungeon is divided into 4 segments. The first segment, main mine tunnel. 5 waves of minor enemies. The spawn points are not fixed, but follow this pattern. Approximately 100 yards from the entrance, the coordinates for the first wave spawn are 120, 140, 280, 100. With the spawn type being Mine Tunnel Ratman 10, Agile type, equipped with Pierce attacks and Venomous Fangs. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Mo Xiu's task. When the team reaches coordinates 110, 75, based on the specific location of the Ratman spawn, release the Plague Array within a 5-yard radius of the spawn point. Objective, cover all Ratmen, applying debuffs at the earliest opportunity. Timing of release. The moment the Ratmen emerge and initiate their Pierce charge. Requirements. Maximize coverage. The debuff effect must take effect immediately on all targets. The notion of an unfixed spawn point. Area release. Maximizing coverage. Timing it precisely with their charge. Lin Mo gasps in disbelief. This is a significantly higher requirement than the resting place of the dead. It demands exceptional foresight and adaptability. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Second wave. Coordinates 180, 120. At the fork. Spawn points. Left, right, and ahead in the mine tunnel. Spawn types. Crystallized Bats 8. Flying, ranged sonic attacks. Crystallized Stone Skin Puppets 4. High defense. Slow movement. Equipped with area shockwaves. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Mo Xiu's task. Upon the team's arrival at the center of the fork, coordinates 178, 118. Release the Dark Array at coordinates 180, 122. Objective, cover all crystallized bats. It must interrupt their first round of sonic volleys. Simultaneously, within 0.5 seconds after the Dark Array takes effect, release the Ice Array at coordinates 175, 125. Objective, cover all stone skin puppets. Prevent them from approaching and unleashing shockwaves. Requirements. The 2 arrays must seamlessly connect, positions must be precise, and timing error must be less than 0.2 seconds. Seamless connection of 2 arrays. Different targets. Different positions. Timing error of less than 0.2 seconds. Lin Mo feels a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. The demands for speed and fluidity of skill execution are simply hellish. A 0.2 second error? His current average casting delay hovers between 0.15 and 0.2 seconds. Team Bao Ziruqin. Boss, this sounds much harder than getting hit with a brick. Can our new brother handle this? His expression betrays concern. Team Han Yanro. Focus. Tang Ro merely types 2 simple words. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Third wave. Deep within the mine. Coordinates 220, 150. Narrow passage. Spawn points. Rocky walls on either side of the passage. Spawn types. Crystallized Poison Spiders 6. Ranged Venom Spitting, with slowing effects. Crystallized Armadillos 4. Burrowing Ambush, high attack. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Mo Xiu's task. When the team enters the narrow passage, coordinates 218, 148. Activate Shadow Step. Utilize the acceleration effect to maneuver in front of the team. During the movement, at coordinates 222, 152, release the Ice Array to cover the spider spawn area. And at coordinates 225, 155, release the Blade Array to cover the Armadillo Burrow exit. Requirements. The movement must attract some fire, and both arrays must be executed within the duration of Shadow Step, with precise positioning. Executing 2 arrays while moving, using Shadow Step to draw fire. This is no longer about controlling the battlefield. It's about becoming a bait. Lin Mo gazes at the directives. Feeling a chilling pressure seep from his spine to his limbs, he instinctively moves his fingers, still sore and numb from intense training. Team Jun Mo Xiao. This is merely the first segment with minor enemies. 2 more troublesome waves and 2 mechanisms await. Mo Xiao, your array of ghosts is the absolute core and pivot of this record-breaking strategy. All rhythm of advancement and timing of bursts revolve around your formations. Every timing, position, An effect of your array releases directly impact the entire situation. Speed may be a flaw, but your mind must keep pace. Do you understand? Absolute core. Tactical pivot. Each word strikes Lin Mo's heart like a heavy hammer. Yi Xiao dares to place such a colossal burden on the shoulders of a novice with subpar speed. Is this trust? Or a more brutal trial? The weight of pressure feels like a tangible boulder, pressing heavily against his chest, nearly rendering him breathless. He gazes at the screen, where Jun Mo Xiao stands with his umbrella, at Han Yen Ro's silent spear, and at Bao Zi Ruqin's worried expression. While the gentle encouragement and anticipation from Su Mucheng's voice suddenly flashes in his mind, there is no room for retreat. Absolutely not. Team Mo Shou Xianji, understood. Coordinates recorded. Skill connection plans simulated. I will compensate for the speed gap with strategy. I assure you, the task will be completed. Should there be any mistakes, the responsibility lies with me. The words are sent with a resolve akin to burning bridges. Team Jun Mo Xiao, MHM, remember your words. Bao Zi, Han Yen Ro, your task is to achieve maximum output and eliminate any remaining threats. You must keep pace with the rhythm created by Mo Shou's formations. Let us enter the dungeon. There were no unnecessary words. Jun Mo Xiao's figure first vanished into the bottomless darkness of the mine. Han Yen Ro swiftly followed, her spear glinting with a fleeting chill. Bao Zi Ruqin patted Mo Shou Xianji's shoulder, game action, exclaiming, "Brother, hold on. I am with you in spirit." He too rushed into the abyss. Lin Mo inhaled a last breath of the rust-laden air outside the mine, maneuvering Mo Shou Xianji as he stepped into the murky depths. Instantly, his vision was consumed by the thick darkness, with only scattered blue luminescent stones casting eerie, mottled shadows upon the walls. The ground was slick with muddy sludge, dust swirling in the air, rendering visibility exceedingly low. In the distance, the sound of mine carts grinding against their tracks, dripping water, and the rustling of some rodent-like creature created an unsettling atmosphere. The main mining path was ready. Jun Mo Xiao's voice resonated through the team channel, cold as ice. Lin Mo's heartbeat raced like a rapid drumbeat. He closely trailed Han Yen Ro, his gaze fixated on the cursor indicating the team's position on the minimap, as well as the coordinates, 110-75. Simultaneously, he maximized the creature perception module within the system's bestiary, scanning for energy fluctuations in the encroaching darkness. The team advanced swiftly through the dimly lit mine. Closer. The cursor reached 110-75. Ratman ahead. Intense energy fluctuations. Lin Mo roared into the channel. Almost simultaneously, a dozen pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life in the shadows of the dim path. Accompanied by a disconcerting, high-pitched screech, several small, agile figures lunged forward like arrows released from a bow. Their sharp claws shimmered with a lethal glint as they charged. Now is the moment. Plague formation. Cover. Lin Mo thundered within, decisively pressing the skill key. Mo Shou Xianji's ghostly claws danced wildly. A dense, ink-green poisonous mist erupted ahead. He meticulously controlled the area of effect, striving to cover every potential path of the charging ratmen. The poison engulfed the first few ratmen in a swift onslaught. The ghastly green skull icon appeared above their heads. Defense reduction activated. Yet, several ratmen at the edge of the plague formation, propelled by their momentum, barely escaped the mist's grasp. Their strikes, still sharp and swift, aimed directly at the foremost Han Yen Ro. They got through. Bao Zi Ruqin exclaimed. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. Damn, the range was still slightly lacking. In that critical moment, ghostly shadow step. Instinctively, Lin Mo pressed the newly learned life-saving skill. Whoosh. Mo Shou Xianji's figure blurred, leaving behind two afterimages. He swiftly sidestepped, positioning himself in the path of the oncoming ratman. Thud, thud. Two ratman strikes landed heavily on Mo Shou Xianji's afterimage. The phantom shattered, emitting a faint wave of provocation that caused the two ratmen to momentarily hesitate. It was in this fleeting moment of disruption that Han Yen Ro's spear struck like a silver serpent, with precise dragon-tooth thrusts. She launched the two distracted ratmen into the air. Bao Zi Ruqin also leapt forth, slamming down with a brick to dispatch the last stray foe. Crisis averted. Yet Lin Mo's back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close. Just a hair's breadth from a disastrous start. Range control needs improvement, but the adaptability was commendable. Onward. Jun Mo Xiao's tone revealed no hint of emotion. There was no respite. The team continued their advance. Ahead lay a fork in the road. A greater trial awaited them. Chapter 29, Extreme Operations, Awaiting Orders. Ice Formation Lock. At the fork, three deep mining paths stretched like the throats of a great beast, leading into the unknown darkness. Faint blue light from the luminescent stones adorned the rock walls, barely outlining the twisted contours of the tunnels. The air here felt thick, punctuated only by the monotonous dripping of water on stone and a disquieting, high-frequency sound of wings vibrating from deep within the three paths. Second wave. Prepare. Coordinates, 178, 118. Jun Mo Zhao's voice echoed in the channel, carrying a chilling metallic resonance. Lin Mo's heart leapt to his throat. The double formations must connect seamlessly. The margin of error must be below 0. 2 seconds. Different targets. Different positions. He maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji closely behind Jun Mo Zhao, stepping into the center of the fork, 178, 118. At the same time, the system's bestiary's creature perception module was fully powered. Warning, high-energy sound waves detected. Left, right, ahead mining paths. Target, crystallized bats. Casting intent, sonic barrage. Guidance progress, 1520, here they come. Dark formation, coordinates, 180, 122. Interrupt the bats. Jun Mo Zhao's command reverberated like thunder. Now, Lin Mo's pupils constricted to their utmost. With a determination akin to desperation, he slammed down on the shortcut key for the dark formation. Dark formation, activate. Ghostly claws danced. A deep, purple-black magic circle, as profound as a cosmic black hole, erupted at the designated coordinates. The area precisely enveloped the most energetically volatile region at the entrance of the three tunnels. Screech. An ear-piercing, soul-rending high-frequency wail erupted, but it lasted less than half a second, abruptly cut off as though a hand had choked its throat. Dozens of enormous bats, just emerging from the shadows, their wing membranes adorned with azure crystals, found themselves ensnared in a state of bewilderment, deprived of sight, and interrupted in their casting. Success. A flicker of joy brushed Lin Mo's mind, yet his brain showed no sign of pausing. The instant the dark formation activated, his fingers reflexively moved toward the ice formation's shortcut key. Ice formation. Coordinates, 175, 125. Lock the puppets. As the command left his lips, he pressed the key. Crackle. Bone-chilling ice thorns erupted from another designated coordinate. The ice blue slowing aura rapidly expanded. However, just as the ice formation began to take shape, the corner of Lin Mo's eye caught a glaring yellow delay marker at the end of the system's casting assist line. 0, 18 seconds. The ice formation was delayed by 0, 18 seconds. Boom, boom. The heavy footfalls echoed like distant thunder from the mine ahead. 4 towering figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height and entirely encased in thick, grayish-white crystalline rock, emerged with a thunderous gait. Their massive rock fists were raised high, and the energy waves visibly converged at their chests, creating an ominous resonance that rippled through the air. The slowing effect of the ice formation had taken hold, yet the delay of 0, 18 seconds allowed the foremost 2 stone-skinned puppets to accumulate their energy to a critical threshold before the ice completely enveloped them. Dodge the shockwave, roared Jun Mo Zhao. Han Yen Ro and Baozi Rikinkin reacted swiftly, rolling to the sides to evade the oncoming threat. However, Mo Shou Xianji found himself in a brief moment of cooldown after just casting 2 formations, leaving him vulnerable. The shockwave radiated outwards, ensnaring him within its grasp. A deafening hum erupted as the grayish-white shockwave surged from the stone-skinned puppet, expanding like ripples in water, pulverizing the ground beneath it into dust. Lin Mo felt a chill of dread. Enduring this shockwave with his fragile form would surely lead to his demise. In a moment of panic, he activated the Ghost Shadow Step, unleashing his latent potential. His fingers danced across the keyboard just as the cooldown ended. With a swift motion, Mo Shou Xianji's form blurred, leaving behind 2 afterimages. Utilizing a 10-fold acceleration effect, he narrowly slipped backward just before the shockwave struck. The shockwave collided violently with the afterimages, shattering them into fragments, yet the residual force still slammed into Mo Shou Xianji's body. Lin Mo felt as if he had been struck by a colossal hammer, his health bar plummeting dramatically, his vision swirling. Damn, new brother, exclaimed Baozi Rikinkin in alarm. Healing potion. Jun Mo Zhao's voice remained calm amidst the chaos. Lin Mo, disregarding his fear, immediately consumed a basic healing potion, watching his health gradually restore. He observed the 4 stone-skinned puppets, slowed by the ice formation, moving sluggishly, and the crystalline bats still struggling within the dark formation, feeling a wave of frustration and self-reproach. He had been too slow. That 0, 18-second delay had nearly cost him his life. Clear the area. Jun Mo Zhao issued a concise command, free of reproach. Han Yen Ro's spear and Baozi Rikinkin's brick immediately engaged the enemies. The minions, ensnared by both the dark and ice formations, were swiftly eliminated. The dual formations had connected with a timing error of 0, 18 seconds. The positioning was still acceptable. Let us move to the next wave. Jun Mo Zhao's voice remained emotionless, yet Lin Mo sensed an invisible pressure weighing upon him. The team delved deeper into the mine, where the passage became increasingly narrow and treacherous, with massive stalactites hanging overhead and the ground slick with moss and protruding ore. The air was thick with dust, mingled with a faintly sweet, acrid scent indicative of crystalline poison spiders. Third wave. Narrow passage. Coordinates 218, 148. Mo show. Ghost shadow step. Positioned to lure the enemies. Dual formations. Jun Mo Zhao's command rang out, cold as ever. The most daunting challenge was at hand. Releasing both formations while moving and utilizing Ghost Shadow Step to draw fire was no small feat. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, silencing all distractions, his gaze sharpening with focus. He maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji into the coordinates of the narrow passage, 218, 148. Ghost Shadow Step. Activate. His skill ignited, instantly enhancing his speed by 10, leaving two blurred afterimages in his wake. No longer trailing behind Han Yanro, he surged forward like a wraith, positioning himself at the front of the team. A piercing hiss erupted from the crevices of the canyon walls on either side. A dozen crystalline poison spiders, their bodies a deep azure and abdomens swollen, leaped from the shadows, their grotesque mandibles open wide, unleashing streams of dark green venom that wove together into a lethal net aimed directly at the advancing Mo Shou Xianji. Simultaneously, the ground quaked slightly as several creatures, covered in sharp crystalline spikes and resembling crystalline pangolins, erupted from beneath Lin Mo's feet. With glinting claws and pointed snouts, they charged forth with a shrill screech. Ready to rend the air, caught in a pincer movement, danger loomed on all sides. Lin Mo's nerves tightened to their utmost limit. The system's interface scrambled to predict trajectories. Poison spider venom trajectory prediction, left front fan-shaped coverage, pangolin eruption points, coordinates 2221, 1513, 2235, 1537, ice formation, coordinates 222, 152. Cover the poison spiders. Lin Mo roared internally, his fingers gliding across the keyboard with fervor. The ghost claw, trailing an icy blue arc, was unleashed. With a crackling sound, the chilling ice formation blossomed precisely against the left wall of the passage. The ice blue thorns swiftly blanketed the most concentrated area of the poison spider's venom spray, freezing the majority of the toxic liquid into crystalline shards that cascaded down. Several spiders that failed to evade were also slowed and encased in ice. Blade formation. Coordinates 225, 155. Cover the pangolin exit. The commands synchronized flawlessly with his actions. The ghost claw traced a blood-red trajectory. Buzz. The deadly blade formation erupted on the ground before Mo Shou Xianji. The crimson gusts of blade energy crisscrossed with precision, enveloping the coordinates where the pangolins emerged. The pangolins, freshly surfaced and poised to attack, were instantly swept up in the onslaught of blade energy. Though the damage was minimal, the relentless blade presence and the weak casting restriction effect from the blade formation abruptly interrupted their predatory motions, leaving them momentarily stunned. Perfect. A surge of triumph filled Lin Mo's heart. The timing and placement of the dual formations had been nearly flawless. Though his fingers throbbed with pain, the effectiveness was undeniable. Splendid. Unleash your output. Jun Mo Zhao's voice carried a hint of approval. Already primed for action, Han Yanro and Baozi Rikinkin surged forth like tigers unleashed, their weapons raining down upon the ensnared poison spiders and pangolins. Lin Mo skillfully maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji, utilizing the acceleration of Guiying Bu and the effect of afterimages to deftly navigate through the narrow passage, drawing the fire of the remaining monsters and creating a secure environment for his teammates to unleash their attacks. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet his eyes sparkled solely with the light of victory. At the end of the passage, the heavy sound of footsteps and the harsh noise of metal grinding could be faintly heard. Number 1, the crystallized giant scorpion, lay just ahead. An even greater challenge was imminent. Chapter 30, the eruption of the blade array. Critical junction. The narrow passage suddenly opened up to reveal a vast, natural cavern, seemingly hollowed out from the belly of the mountain. Countless enormous crystal clusters, emanating a ghostly blue glow, hung from the ceiling, casting an eerie light throughout the space. In the center of the cave, a colossal creature was slowly moving. It was a giant scorpion entirely composed of deep purple, translucent crystal. Its size rivaled that of a small truck. The enormous crystallized pincers resembled two heavy war hammers, each movement accompanied by a shrill metallic screech and a shower of sparks. The thick crystal armor covering its body shimmered with a cold, unyielding luster in the ghostly blue light. Most alarming was its tail, raised high and composed of sharp crystal spikes, with a drop of dark green venom, exuding a sweet and pungent odor, slowly dripping down and corroding the ground beneath it into wisps of smoke. Crystallized giant scorpion, with extremely high physical defense and a retaliatory shell. Positions. Spread out. Report coordinates. Jun Mo Zhao's voice remained unwavering. as if he were merely confronting an ordinary small monster. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Han Yenro, coordinates, 250, 200. Flank and engage in guerrilla tactics, probing attack mode. Be wary of the scorpion's poisonous tail. Team Han Yenro, received. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Bao Zi, coordinates, 245, 195. Draw the attention of the left pincers. Utilize the terrain to evade strikes. Team Bao Zi Ru Qin. Got it, boss. Watch me tease it. Playful expression. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao, coordinates, 255, 205. Maintain maximum casting distance. Observe the energy core. Prepare to restrict skills. Follow my instructions. Team Mo Xiao Xianji. Understood. The force swiftly dispersed, taking up their designated positions. Lin Mo maneuvered Mo Xiao Xianji back to a safe distance. His gaze fixed intently on the massive body of the crystallized giant scorpion. System catalog power at full capacity. Crystallized giant scorpion status. Alert physical defense. Extremely high special abilities. Crystallized retaliation. 30 damage reflected from physical attacks. Scorpion's tail poison needle. High damage. Poison. Charged heavy pincer slam. Area knockback and stun. Energy core. Crystallized heart. Located beneath the central crystal armor on its back. Coordinates 2587. 1963. Weakness. Joints of the crystal armor requires high-frequency attacks or energy impacts to destroy. Han Yenro initiated a probing attack first. The spear transformed into a silver flash, accurately piercing the joint connection of the giant scorpion's right pincer. Clang. Sparks flew. The spear tip struck the hard crystal armor, leaving only a minute white. Simultaneously, a red number indicating reflected damage appeared above Han Yenro's head. Retaliation activated. The crystallized giant scorpion was enraged. Its enormous left pincer, accompanied by a terrifying howl, crashed down towards the troublesome Bao Zi Ru Qin like a collapsing mountain. I dodge, Bao Zi Ru Qin shouted, executing an extremely stylish roll to narrowly evade. The pincer smashed into the ground with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying and creating a deep pit. At the same time, the raised scorpion tail suddenly quivered. Poison needle. Han Yenro evade. Jun Mo Xiao barked. A line of dark green venom shot forth like lightning towards Han Yenro. The speed was astounding. Han Yenro reacted swiftly, blocking with her spear. Sizzle. The venomous line struck the spear shaft, producing a corrosive sound. Although she successfully blocked, a layer of dark green toxin quickly covered the spear, and Han Yenro's health bar plummeted slightly, becoming poisoned with a continuous health drain. Healing potion. Han Yenro calmly consumed a potion. Physical retaliation makes melee combat difficult. The defense at the joints is also very high. Han Yenro reported in the channel. Mo Xiao. Plague Array. Target the core at the back. Coordinates. 2587, 1963. Weaken its crystal armor defense. Jun Mo Xiao immediately adjusted the strategy. An opportunity. Lin Mo's spirit surged. Guizhua activate. Plague Array commence. A dense, dark green toxic mist erupted at the center of the crystallized giant scorpion's back. A ghastly green skull icon instantly appeared above his head. Defense reduction activated. Good. Han Yenro, try the joints again. Jun Mo Xiao commanded. Han Yenro charged forward once more. This time, the spear pierced the joint of the right pincer. Thud. Although she still faced retaliation. This time the spear tip clearly penetrated deeper. A minute crack appeared on the crystal armor. Effective. Han Yenro exclaimed. Bao Zi, coordinate. Attack the left pincer joint. Jun Mo Xiao directed. Here it comes. Bao Zi Ru Qin abandoned the distraction, throwing the brick with powerful force towards the left pincer joint. Bang. Crystal shards scattered. The crystallized giant scorpion let out an enraged screech, its massive body spinning violently, the scorpion tail sweeping through the air with a piercing sound, like a deadly poisonous whip. Aimed at the relatively rear-positioned Mo Xiao Xianji and Jun Mo Xiao. The area of effect was immense. Dodge. Jun Mo Xiao urged. The thousand-machine umbrella transforming into mechanical wings, sweeping low. Lin Mo immediately maneuvered Mo Xiao Xianji to retreat. But the tail swept too quickly. The range was too vast. Guiyingbu. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and activated his life-saving skill once more. Whoosh. An afterimage remained in place. Smack. The fearsome scorpion tail struck the afterimage with a resounding crash. The afterimage shattered. The fierce gust still hit Mo Xiao Xianji. Bang. The health bar dropped once more. Be careful. It's going to charge its heavy pincers. Jun Mo Xiao's voice carried a warning. Both giant pincers of the crystallized giant scorpion were raised high. The deep purple crystal armor emitted a blinding light. A massive amount of energy was frantically gathering. Target. Han Yenro. Jun Mo Xiao instantly assessed. Han Yenro retreat. Lin Mo shouted urgently. HNYN reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly maneuvering her spear and retreating urgently. However, the crystallized giant scorpion's charging speed was too rapid. Two massive pincers, akin to mountains, descended with a destructive force, one from the left and one from the right. Fiercely striking the path HNYNRU aimed to evade. The coverage area was immense, sealing off all escape routes. There was nowhere to hide. Ice formation. Lock onto the right pincer S landing point. Coordinates 252, 203. Quickly. JNM Shio's command was as swift as a tempest. Lock onto the landing point. This necessitates predicting the trajectory and landing point of the attack. Moreover, it is a moving target. L&M's mind raced furiously. The system's diagram instantaneously provided predictions of the giant scorpion's charging stance and pincer trajectory. A crimson landing point, coordinates 2521, 2033, was marked. Ice formation. Activate. There was no time to ponder. Trust the system. Trust one's own judgment. With a speed that tore through the air, her fingertips struck down. Crackle. The chilling ice thorns erupted beside HNYNRU, emerging at the predetermined landing point of the giant scorpion's right pincer. The ice-blue radiance instantaneously illuminated the dim cavern. Boom! Almost simultaneously as the ice formation took shape, the crystallized giant scorpion's right pincer, wielding immense power, crashed down. Crack! The heavy crystallized pincer struck solidly at the core area of the ice formation. An extreme chill swiftly spread along the pincer. Ice-blue frost flowers frantically covered the deep purple crystalline armor. The terrifying kinetic energy of the descending pincer was forcefully delayed by 0.5 seconds due to the ice formation's significant deceleration effect. It was this precious 0.5 seconds. A brilliant light sparkled in HNYNRU's eyes. Beneath the shadow of death cast by the descending pincer, she not only did not retreat, but advanced instead. With an extreme slide, she narrowly slipped beneath the pincer that had been delayed by the ice formation. The spear followed suit, fiercely thrusting into the crack in the crystalline armor at the pincer joint. A palm-sized shard of crystalline armor was forcefully pried away. The crystallized giant scorpion emitted a painful screech. The movement of the right pincer became exceedingly slow and rigid due to the ice formation and the shattered armor. Well done, MSHU. JNM Shio's voice brimmed with unreserved admiration. New brother's divine prediction. BOZRQN also howled. HNYNRU, having escaped danger, immediately distanced herself and nodded slightly towards MSHUX and J. L and M exhaled deeply, feeling his fingertips tremble slightly. That moment was too extreme. It was a perfect amalgamation of the system and on-the-spot reaction. However, the fury of the giant scorpion was ignited entirely. Roar. The crystallized giant scorpion let out a deafening roar. The central area of its back, covered by the plague formation, was suddenly illuminated by a blinding purple light. A violent surge of energy swept through the entire cavern. It was about to unleash crystallized energy. Full screen. Crystal explosion impact. JNM Shio's voice carried unprecedented gravity, with an extensive range. High damage. MSHU. Blade formation. Shield all of us. We must withstand. It must be released before the shockwave arrives. Coordinates 253, 198. Quickly. Withstand the full screen. Use the blade formation. LNM's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. The meager defensive enhancement from the blade formation could hardly withstand such a level of explosion. Yet, Weishi's orders were indisputable. Coordinates 253, 198. It must be released before the shockwave arrives. The purple light on the back of the crystallized giant scorpion had already reached its zenith. It resembled a miniature purple sun. The terrifying shockwave was brewing. The air twisted under the weight of this energy. There was no time to think. No time to question. Blade formation. Activate. LNM shouted with all his might. His fingertips struck down on the shortcut key with the resolve to shatter everything. All his spirit, will, and sense of responsibility towards his teammates coalesced in this strike. Buzz. The blood-red blade formation erupted beneath MSHUXNJ. The fierce blade energy spread instantly, enveloping JNM Shio, HNYNRU, BOZRQN, and himself with pinpoint accuracy. The crimson light shone brilliantly within the dim blue cavern. Just as the light of the blade formation reached its peak, boom! The purple sun on the back of the crystallized giant scorpion exploded. A visible, ring-shaped expanding purple crystallized shockwave, imbued with the force to annihilate all, collided fiercely against the blood-colored barrier formed by the blade formation at supersonic speed. Bang, 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 bang. It sounded as if countless heavy hammers were simultaneously striking steel. The suffocating cacophony of impacts erupted against the blood-red blade barrier. The entire blade formation twisted violently, pulsating as it emitted agonizing groans under the immense burden. The crimson radiance dimmed rapidly at a visible rate. MSHUXNJ's health bar plummeted like an avalanche. LNM pressed the defense posture key with all his strength, his gums bleeding from the pressure. The tremendous shockwave reverberated through the virtual helmet, making his brain tremble. It could not be stopped. It was utterly insurmountable. The radiance of the blade formation wavered precariously under the onslaught of the purple shockwave, on the verge of complete collapse. Hold firm. The shockwave has 3 phases. The first wave is the strongest. JNM Shio's voice resonated amidst the ear-splitting explosion, bringing a sense of reassuring stability. MSHU. Maintain it. Your blade formation is our shield. A shield? LNM gazed at his rapidly depleting health bar. Watching the blood-red blade energy flicker amidst the purple tempest, an overwhelming sense of tragic resignation surged within him. Was this how it would end? No, absolutely not. LNM let out a suppressed roar in reality. His fingers spasmed from overexertion. He suddenly recalled the exhilarating sensation of surpassing limits during his speed training. He remembered SMCHeng's words, "I look forward to your brilliance." Hold on, as if responding to the cry of his soul. The mysterious formation demon inheritance fragment, 17, quietly resting in his backpack, suddenly emitted a faint, nearly imperceptible warmth. Buzz, the blade formation barrier, on the brink of total collapse, saw its dim blood-red radiance suddenly coalesce. As if infused with renewed vigor, it remained resilient against the relentless onslaught of the violet shockwaves, oscillating violently, yet defiantly unbroken. It withstood the initial wave of the most ferocious impact. It held up? Baozi Rukin exclaimed incredulously. Excellent. Jun Maxiao's voice carried a barely perceptible excitement. The shockwaves continued, albeit their potency had noticeably diminished. The glimmering array of blades, though faint, stood steadfast like rocks, providing a small sanctuary for the four. When the last vestige of the violet shockwave dissipated, the crystallized giant scorpion fell into a momentary state of weakness due to the energy explosion. Launch. Full power. Target the core at the back. Break the armor. Jun Maxiao's command rang out like a drawn sword. The poised Hanyan Ro unleashed her spear, radiating an unprecedented brilliance of silver light. She transformed into a streak of silver lightning that tore through the fabric of space. Angry dragon piercing the heart. Boom. The spear, infused with unwavering determination, pierced through the core armor of the crystallized giant scorpion, which had been weakened by the pestilential formation and momentarily damaged by the crystal explosion. The deep purple crystallized heart was instantly exposed to the air. Baozi, brick. Jun Maxiao commanded. Understood. Witness my ultimate fatal brick-smashing heart strike. Baozi Rukin shrieked, channeling all his strength into the brick in his hands, which glowed with the brilliance of a desperate strike, and he struck fiercely at the exposed crystallized heart. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering echoed through the cavern. The massive form of the crystallized giant scorpion suddenly stiffened. Its deep purple crystalline armor lost its luster, marred by a web of cracks. It emitted a wretched and despairing howl, its colossal body collapsing like a crumbling mountain, shattering into countless pieces of purple crystal. System, congratulations to players Jun Maxiao, Hanyan Ro, Baozi Rukin, and Mozho Xuanji for defeating the crystallized giant scorpion in the Dark Mine No. 1. Golden light enveloped them. Experience points surged. Lin Mo slumped in his chair, utterly spent, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He gazed at the fallen behemoth on the screen, at his character with a mere sliver of health remaining, and at the residual glow of the blade array that had miraculously endured until the end. He had done it. With intellect, dexterity, and willpower, he had withstood that lethal onslaught. He had secured ultimate victory for the team. A profound, indescribable sense of accomplishment and pride erupted within him, overwhelming all fatigue and pressure like a volcanic eruption. New brother. Baozi Rukin's ecstatic cries overflowed with admiration. Your blade array was incredible. That last strike was simply divine. You tanked the ultimate move. Hanyan Ro maneuvered her character to stand before Mozho Xuanji, her spear pausing gently once more, emitting a resonant sound. This time, her actions seemed more solemn. Jun Maxiao approached the immense wreckage, bending down to pick up a core crystal radiating a rich purple glow, along with a piece of azure-glowing cloth armor bracer. While fought, he turned to Mozho Xuanji, casually resting the 1000-machine umbrella on his shoulder. That last blade array, timing, positioning, tenacity, exceeded my expectations. You matched your intellect with speed. You did it. Lin Mo gazed at the figure on the screen holding the umbrella, at his teammates' names, and at the title of Xingxin Foundation beneath his character. A wave of warmth surged into his eyes. He had accomplished it. He truly had. In the depths of the mine, the approach to number 2 echoed with heavier footsteps. The battle was not yet over. Yet at this moment, Lin Mo felt an unprecedented surge of confidence and strength. Chapter 31, Records Reset. The system's generous rewards. The massive crystallized remains of the giant scorpion slowly dissipated under the eerie blue light of the mine, leaving behind a ground strewn with glimmering spoils and the acrid scent of sulfur and scorched crystals lingering in the air. After a brief silence, the team channel erupted with Baozi Rukin's signature cry. Wow, amazing. New brother, your blade array was phenomenal. You tanked the ultimate move. Sister Han, that spear thrust was also incredibly stylish. Our leader's command was unbeatable. We won. Baozi Rukin's text bubbles flooded the screen, interspersed with countless exclamation marks and praises. Han Yanro refrained from typing, instead guiding her character to stand before Mozho Xuanji once more. The spear paused gently, producing a resonant sound, more solemn than before. Her cool gaze seemed to carry a hint of barely perceptible acknowledgement through the screen. Jun Maxiao approached the spot where the scorpion had vanished, bending down to retrieve a fist-sized core crystal that seemed to swirl with a purple nebula within, labeled Giant Scorpion Crystal Core, Rare, along with a piece of cloth armor bracer that shimmered with a ghostly blue hue. Crystallized Guardian Bracer, fine. He casually tossed the crystal core into his backpack and turned to Mozho Xuanji with the bracer in hand. Bracer, for you. It enhances spirit and defense, with slight crystallization resistance, perfect for a formation ghost. Yi Xiu's voice came through the headset, maintaining its languid tone yet imbued with undeniable weight. Team Mozho Xuanji, thank you. Lin Mo promptly maneuvered his character to accept. The Bracer's attributes were indeed impressive. Spirit 8, Physical Defense 15, Magical Defense 12. With a passive effect, reduces damage from crystallization skills by 5. He immediately equipped it, replacing the plain bracer, and his character's attributes saw a modest increase. System, obtain Giant Scorpion Crystal Core, Rare, X1, Quest Item, automatically locked. System, obtained Crystallized Guardian Bracer, fine. Onward. There's still time. Target the number 2 Mine Lord. Within 19 minutes, Jun Maxiao did not linger, directing the Thousand Machine Umbrella towards a deeper passage in the mine, emanating an ominous red glow. The minor monsters along the way had fixed spawn points. Let us clear them out. The team set forth once more, with the thrilling victory over the crystallized giant scorpion. Lin Mo's confidence and state soared to new heights. Though the subsequent minor monster spawn points remained challenging, and the combinations grew more troublesome, such as self-exploding crystal cluster bugs, or crystallized goblins that summoned stone pillars, under Jun Maxiao's precise commands and Lin Mo's increasingly adept coordination of the formations, they were cleared with minimal risk. In the depths of the dark mine, the surroundings transformed from natural caves into a vast, artificially hewn platform. At the center of the platform stands a rudimentary throne, constructed from colossal, rough black ore. Seated upon it is a being of formidable stature, clad in tattered miner's garb. Its exposed skin exhibits a morbid grayish-white hue, with muscles knotted like stone. Most unsettling is the fact that its arms are entirely replaced by dark red crystalline structures, resembling flowing magma, emanating scorching heat and an alarming energy fluctuation. The Lord of the Mines, the terrifying entity that summons self-destructing crystal clusters and manipulates the terrain to collapse. Without hesitation, the battle erupts the moment they step onto the platform. The Lord of the Mines emits a thunderous roar, and its lava-like arms plunge violently into the ground. Boom. The entire platform trembles violently. Countless sharp crystal clusters, ablaze with dark red flames, surge forth from beneath the feet of Lin Mo and his companions, exploding instantaneously. Scatter. Move. Jun Mo Xiao commands. The four scatter like startled rabbits. The explosive flames and shards graze their characters, inflicting searing damage. Mo Xiao. Ice Array. Coordinates, 310, 175. Cover the area in front of the Lord's left side. Suppress the growth rate of the crystal clusters. The command resonates amidst the cacophony of explosions. Ice Array. Activate. Lin Mo does not hesitate, and the Azure Magic Circle descends instantly. The extreme cold indeed slows the growth rate of the crystal clusters in that area. Baozi. Divert the Lord's attention to the left flank. Do not let it strike the ground again. Jun Mo Xiao instructs. Under orders, Baozi charges toward the left flank of the Lord, unleashing a flurry of cunning skills. Han Yanro. Right flank damage. Target the joint of the lava arm. Jun Mo Xiao continues to issue commands. Like silver lightning, Han Yanro thrusts her spear directly at the lava joint of the Lord's right arm. Enraged, the Lord of the Mines swings its lava arm, emanating searing heat, towards Han Yanro. Mo Xiao. Dark Array. Coordinates, 305, 180. Beneath the Lord. Interrupt its next action. Jun Mo Xiao's command seems to predict the future. Dark Array. Lin Mo's fingertips dance. The purple-black magic circle instantly engulfs the ground beneath the Lord. Effects of vision deprivation and skill interruption activate. The Lord's sweeping motion suddenly halts. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yen-ro thrusts her spear repeatedly, leaving cracks upon the lava joint. Well done. Jun Mo Shao praises. It is about to collapse. Watch for the red glow beneath. No sooner have the words left his mouth than a vast area of the platform ignites with an ominous dark red light. Coordinates, 315, 170, safe zone. Move swiftly, Jun Mo Shao announces. The four rush towards the safe zone. Lin Mo, maneuvering Mo Shao, lags behind to activate Ghostly Shadow Step for acceleration. Boom. Just as they step into the safe zone, the area they had just occupied suddenly collapses, revealing a chasm filled with roiling magma below. Debris and burning crystal shards plummet like raindrops. Blade Array, cover the edge of the safe zone. Prevent falling debris. Jun Mo Shao issues another command. Blade Array, activate. A blood-red barrier of blade aura rises at the edge of the safe zone, shredding much of the falling debris mid-air. The battle intensifies into a fierce tug-of-war. The Lord of the Mines employs an array of deadly tactics, summoning self-destructing crystal clusters, delivering heavy lava strikes, and causing terrain collapses. Lin Mo's nerves remain taut. Synchronizing the timing, positioning, and target shifts of the formations under Jun Mo Shao's precise commands, repeatedly averting crises and creating precious opportunities for Han Yen-ro to deal damage. Sweat has thoroughly soaked Lin Mo's back, his fingertips numb and stinging from the intense operation. Yet the brilliance in his eyes grows ever brighter. He is adapting. He is growing. His coordination with his teammates becomes increasingly harmonious. Finally, after the Lord of the Mines summons a final wave of self-destructing crystal clusters, weakened by the previously laid Ice Array and Plague Array, and subsequently pierced through the core by Han Yen-ro's long-charged thrust, the terrifying lava giant emits a reluctant roar, its colossal form crashing down. The glow of its lava arms extinguished, transforming into a heap of scalding black ore and a few glimmering pieces of equipment. System, congratulations to players Jun Mo Shao, Han Yen-ro, Baozi, and Mo Shao for defeating the Lord of the Dark Mine number 2. System, congratulations to players Jun Mo Shao, Han Yen-ro, Baozi, and Mo Shao for clearing the Dark Mine, normal. After a brief pause, a resplendent and astonishing golden announcement reverberates like thunder across the screens of all online players. Server announcement, congratulations to Jun Mo Shao, Han Yen-ro, Baozi, and Mo Shao for breaking the clearing record of the Dark Mine, normal. New record, 18 minutes, 47 seconds, 33 milliseconds. 18 minutes, 47 seconds, 33 milliseconds. A full 2 minutes and 31 seconds faster than the record of the Jia dynasty. And this was achieved after narrowly escaping the crystallized giant scorpion and enduring an intense battle with the Lord of the Mines. The entire 10th district seems to fall into a brief silence at that moment. Moments later, the public channel erupts like a lake disturbed by a boulder, overflowing with excitement. Public player A, holy cow. 18 minutes 47 seconds. Is this even a human record? Public player B, Jun Mo Shao. It's Jun Mo Shao again. And he S with Mo Shao? Who is this ghost? Public player C. Mo Shao is a newly emerged formation expert in the 10th district, previously known for his record at the Buried Bones site. A member of Xing, XIN. Public player D. 18 minutes 47 seconds? The Jia dynasty must be going insane. Public player E. Jun Mo Shao. You better watch out. And that Mo Shao? Just wait. The public channel is flooded with a cacophony of excitement, shock, envy, and anger. Meanwhile, within the instance, bathed in golden light, the four-man team appears remarkably tranquil. Lin Mo exhales deeply, releasing a long-held breath as if he seeks to expel all the tension, fatigue, and immense pressure accumulated within his chest. He slumps against the back of his chair, feeling as though his entire body has come undone, yet an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and joy washes over him like a warm tide, instantly engulfing him. We did it. We truly did it. In such a high-intensity dungeon, under such strict commands, they broke the record. His name once again stood alongside Jun Mo Shao, Han Yen-ro, and Bao Zi Ruqin in the system announcement. This time, he was no longer a mere fortunate auxiliary, but rather one of the pivotal axes of strategy. System, task, join the legendary challenge. Darkmine Dungeon Record Contest completed. Task reward settlement. Glory points 500, experience points 80, 000. Random advanced skill book for Zhang Gue 1. Material, Melting Fire Crystal 15. Title, Breakthrough Vanguard issued. Golden light bathed him anew. The immense experience points allowed Mo Shou Xianji to ascend 1.5 levels, reaching level 29. A more profound purple skill book and a badge of title, adorned with fiery patterns, fell into his backpack. Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement as he opened it. Title, Breakthrough Vanguard. Attributes, when equipped. The effect of the first formation released against elite dungeon foes is enhanced by 10, and the formation duration is 5. An exquisite title. Lin Mo's heart soared with joy. This was truly an artifact for conquering dungeons, especially when paired with Yishio's ultimate output maximizing tactics. He then used that advanced skill book. A flash of purple light. System, congratulations, you have comprehended the advanced skill of Zhang Gui. Yin Zhan, 1. Yin Zhan, 1 active skill. Cost, 70. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Effect, summons a burning field of flames in a designated area, lasting 8 seconds. Inflicts intelligence-based fire damage to enemies within the area each second. And applies a burning effect, continuous damage, stackable. Enemies within the Yin Zhan take 10 more fire damage. In the Formation S range, friendly units' fire attribute attacks have a 10 chance to trigger a small explosion, extra damage. Continuous area damage. Damage enhancement. Plus, benefits for allies. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This skill was simply a divine technique for positional warfare and synergizing with fire-based damage dealers, such as the gunner. The terrifying scene of Yin Zhan combined with the gunner's firepower, as envisioned by Su Mucheng, immediately filled his mind. The immense gains nearly made Lin Mo forget his fatigue. He cherished the new title, Breakthrough Vanguard, equipping it in place of the temporary Xing Xian Foundation. The effect of temporary titles is ineffective near non-Xing Xian members. However, the system's reward notifications were not yet finished. Ding. Detected that the host performed excellently as the tactical core in a high-pressure dungeon environment, successfully refreshing the high difficulty record. Additional achievement reward issued. Glory points 200. Zhang Gui profession specialization points 5. Ding. Detected that the host executed multiple extreme maneuvers in battle, breaking through the critical point of mental will. Special reward. Permanent slight increase in mental strength. Permanent slight increase in neural reflex speed. Ding. Detected significant improvement in host cooperation with key figure Jun Mo Xiao, Yishio. Affection reward. Yishio affection points 10, current, admiration. Ding. Detected that the host fought alongside key figure Han Yen Ro, Tang Ro. Affection reward. Tang Ro affection points 5, current, acknowledgement. Ding. Detected that the host fought together with key figure Bao Zi Ru Qin, Bao Rongxing. Affection reward. Bao Rongxing affection points 8, current, trust. A series of system notifications rang like a splendid melody in Lin Mo's mind. Specialization points. Permanent attribute boosts. Affection skyrocketing. This was truly a bountiful harvest. He promptly allocated all 5 precious specialization points into the formation release speed branch. A warm current surged through him, and he felt a smoother guidance of formation energy. The fractional delay before casting seemed to have diminished imperceptibly. Just then, Jun Mo Zhao's voice interrupted Lin Mo's ecstasy. The record was broken. The rewards were satisfactory. He paused for a moment, casually gesturing with the tip of his Qianji sand towards the scattered equipment and materials left by the dungeon lord. As per usual, materials as needed, equipment points. Mo Shou, you contributed the most just now. You can choose first. Scattered on the ground were several pieces of blue glowing equipment, a 2-handed great sword for warriors, a leather chest piece, and a ring. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the ring. Heart of Flame, fine. Attributes, Intelligence 10, Spirit 5, Fire Attribute Enhancement 8. Special effect, when attacking. There is a 5 chance to set the target in a flammable state, taking 10 extra fire damage for 5 seconds. Perfectly suited for Zhang Gui, especially in conjunction with the newly learned Yin Zhan. I will take this ring. Lin Mo was unreserved. Very well. Jun Mo Xiao nodded. And the remaining equipment and materials were quickly distributed. Just as Lin Mo equipped the Heart of Flame, savoring the delightful enhancement in attributes. A new system notification popped up. Ding. Detected that the host equipped a key fire attribute enhancement accessory. Triggered hidden linkage. Yin Zhan, 1, effect enhancement. Yin Zhan's burning effect layer cap increased by 1, and the explosion trigger chance boosted to 15. Surprises kept coming. Lin Mo felt overwhelmed by a wave of happiness. All right, the dungeon is concluded. Let us disperse. As Jun Mo Xiao spoke, he seemed ready to log off. However, just as his icon was about to fade to gray, another message appeared. Private chat with Jun Mo Xiao. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., Xing Xian Internet Cafe. Come by. There is something to discuss. Lin Mo's heart leaped. Xing Xian Internet Cafe. Yishio personally summoned him. He immediately replied. Private chat with Mo Shou Xianji. Received. I will be there on time. Jun Mo Zhao's icon dimmed. Lin Mo gazed at the screen, at his brand new title, equipment, skills, feeling the comprehensive enhancements from the system, and then at the private message for tomorrow at 2 p.m., a wave of indescribable anticipation and subtle anxiety surged within him. Just then, ding-dong, a crisp notification sound for a friend message rang out. Lin Mo clicked on the flashing friend icon. It was Feng Shu Yanmu. Private chat with Feng Shu Yanmu. Congratulations on breaking the record. 18 minutes and 47 seconds. Incredible. Someone was secretly delighted just now. The new title suits you perfectly. Best of luck tomorrow. Gazing at the playful emoticon and the exclusive applause gif on the screen, Lin Mo felt the last vestiges of fatigue dissipate under the warm sunlight. A smile tugged at his lips as his fingers danced lightly across the keyboard. Private message to Mo Shou Xianji. Thank you. I was fortunate, and everyone cooperated well. I will continue to strive tomorrow. A new journey, a new beginning. Seems to be right before my eyes. Chapter 32. Yi Xiu's evaluation upgrade. Sharp mind in the city, during the afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of the Xing Xi Network Club, casting bright patches of light on the impeccably clean dark wooden floor. The air was infused with the aromas of coffee, instant noodles, and the distinct scent of electronic devices. Although it was a weekday afternoon, the internet CAF was still bustling with activity, the sounds of keyboard clacking, mouse clicks, and excited murmurs of players merging into a vibrant symphony. Lin Mo stood at the entrance, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. He pushed the door open, and the cool air from the air conditioning mingled with the familiar scent of the CAF, embracing him. Welcome. Are you here to use the computers, student? Behind the bar, a young woman with a neat ponytail and a bright, cheerful smile looked up. She was the owner, Chen Guo, known for her gaming prowess. Hello, Chenjia. I am Lin Mo. Yi Xiu asked me to come at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Lin Mo quickly replied. Lin Mo? Oh, you are the new addition. The Mo Shou Xianji? Chen Guo's eyes lit up as she excitedly circled around the bar to size Lin Mo up. You look even more spirited in person than I imagined. Come, sit here. That guy Yi Xiu is upstairs, just mentioned you should be arriving. Chen Guo's enthusiasm made Lin Mo feel a bit bashful as he followed her past rows of computers towards the staircase at the back of the CF. Many customers engrossed in their games looked up curiously at this newcomer who was personally welcomed by the owner. Over there, in that corner, the one wearing headphones. Chen Guo pointed to a quiet nook by the window on the second floor. Lin Mo followed her gaze. A man dressed in a simple shirt and jeans lounged in a spacious gaming chair, a cigarette hanging unlit from his lips. His long fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard and mouse, the glow from the screen illuminating his expressionless face, yet his gaze was sharp and focused. It was Yi Xiu. The seat next to him was empty, and beside it sat a girl of striking beauty with an air of cool elegance, also wearing headphones, completely absorbed in the screen, her hands flying across the keyboard. She was Tang Rou, Han Yen Rou. On Yi Xiu's other side, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a flamboyant shirt was animatedly shouting at the screen, clearly the operator of Bao Ziru Qin, Bao Rongxing Yi Xiu. Lin Mo is here, Chen Guo called out. Without turning his head, Yi Xiu continued his rapid typing, merely raising his left hand in a casual wave, indicating he acknowledged her. Sit here. Chen Guo guided Lin Mo to the vacant seat next to Yi Xiu. Would you like something to drink? Cola? Milk tea? Mineral water is fine, thank you, Chenjia. Lin Mo sat down a bit awkwardly, his gaze inevitably drawn to Yi Xiu's screen. On the screen, Jun Mo Shao was moving swiftly through a complex forest map, the Qianji Sen transforming unpredictably. Sometimes it thrust with a spear. Sometimes it unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, and at other times it fired a cannon, engaging in a duel with a colossal creature. Observing the health bar, it was clearly in a precarious state. Lin Mo's heart raced. A duel against a wild creature. Is this the true prowess of Glory's textbook? The fluidity of the operations, the calculations of skills and attack patterns, was nothing short of a finely tuned machine. He instinctively held his breath, his eyes fixated on the screen. Baozi, 45 degrees to the left, hit it in the eyes with the brick. Han Yen Rou, prepare for the flying dragon in the right flank. Time it right to catch the tail end. Yi Xiu's voice resonated in his headphones, clear and calm. Coming, boss. Bao Rongxing shouted. Executing an exceptionally flamboyant slide with Bao Ziru Qin. Tang Rou remained silent, yet Han Yen Rou's spear gleamed with dazzling silver light. At the moment when a fierce tail attack missed, causing a brief moment of vulnerability, Yi Xiu called out, now. Boom. Han Yen Rou's flying dragon crashed into the side weak point with the ferocity of a silver dragon. Simultaneously, Bao Zi's brick accurately struck the creature's enormous eye. With a piercing wail, its health bar plummeted to 0. The massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Beautiful. Bao Rongxing exclaimed, excitedly slapping the table. Tang Rou's lips curled slightly in a smile. Only then did Yi Xiu release the mouse and keyboard, remove his headphones, stretch lazily, and tuck the unlit cigarette back into his pocket. He turned to look at the slightly anxious Lin Mo and smiled languidly. You made it? Quite punctual. Yi go. Lin Mo greeted hurriedly. You played well in the dark mine. Yi Xiu took a swig from the bottled water on the table. Especially during the last phase of the crystal explosion, your knife formation displayed unexpected resilience. Also, during the boss battle, the timing of the fiery combination with Han Yen Rou was spot on. Lin Mo's heart swelled with warmth. It was thanks to Yi Ji's guidance. Even with excellent guidance, it requires someone to execute it effectively. Yi Xiu waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo's face, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Does your hand still hurt? Lin Mo was taken aback, instinctively flexing his still somewhat sore right fingers, a little sore. That's normal. High-intensity precision operations impose significant strain on the fingers and wrists. Yesterday in the dungeon, your peak speed reached 195, with an average above 170 for a considerable duration. You pushed yourself hard for a newcomer. Yi Xiu's tone was calm. Yet it sent a shock through Lin Mo. Yi Xiu even noticed his peak speed. Speed is a hard limit. We both know that. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Xiu gazed at Lin Mo. When we first met in the burial grounds, I mentioned your hands were slow, but after the dark mine, I must revise my assessment. He paused, observing Lin Mo's suddenly tense expression, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Your mind is sharp. Moreover, in critical moments, you dare to take risks, to fight, and you carry a sense of responsibility. Your mind is sharp. The weight of these 4 words spoken by Yi Xiu is profoundly significant, far surpassing the somewhat amusing and intellectually astute evaluations of the canyon's entrance. This is a comprehensive acknowledgement of his tactical understanding, on-the-spot adaptability, and psychological resilience. A surge of immense warmth surged above Lin Mo's head, rendering his cheeks flushed and his breath slightly hurried. Thank you, Brother Yi. His voice was somewhat dry. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Yi Xiu swiftly changed the subject, his gaze sharpening. Intelligence is a talent, a potential. However, in the game of glory, the ultimate determinant lies in execution. If your hand speed cannot keep pace with your intellect, even the best strategy is but a castle in the air. Yesterday, during the dungeon run, your dual formation connection had an error of 0.18 seconds, and the ice formation's drop point was delayed by 0.1 seconds. These minuscule discrepancies, in a higher level of combat, translate to the distance between life and death. Like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over him, Lin Mo instantly awakened. Yi Xiu's insights were astoundingly perceptive. Those mistakes he believed he could remedy through adaptability were still glaringly evident to a true expert. I understand. Lin Mo straightened his back, his gaze resolute. I will continue to practice. Relentlessly. Mere practice is insufficient. You must practice correctly. Yi Xiu rose, beckoning him to follow. Lin Mo hurriedly complied. Yi Xiu led him to a relatively quiet corner on the second floor of the Internet CAF, where several high-end machines were arranged. This is the training area. From now on, when you come, you will use this machine. Yi Xiu indicated one of the computers, which had superior configuration and lower latency than those in the CAF area. Thank you, Brother Yi. Hold your thanks for now. Yi Xiu pulled out a chair beside him and sat down, turning on the machine. His fingers deftly entered his account card information. Hand speed training is not merely about piling up numbers. That is superficial. The key lies in developing muscle memory, allowing actions to become instinctive responses, thereby minimizing the time required for cognitive processing and command transmission. The screen illuminated, revealing the login interface for Glory. However, Yi Xiu did not log in as Junimo Xiao, but instead created a new account, selecting the class of Zhenggue. Observe closely. Yi Xiu donned headphones, his hands poised over the keyboard and mouse, his demeanor transforming from languid to intensely focused. On the screen, the Zhenggue character appeared in an expansive training ground. Basic operation, release ice formations while moving. Yi Xiu's voice came through the headphones, calm and steady. The Zhenggue character began to run erratically, executing sudden stops and directional changes, each movement fluid and graceful like flowing water. Amidst this rapid motion, Yi Xiu's fingers seemed to strike the keyboard at random. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, ice blue formations appeared precisely beneath the randomly generated moving targets in the training ground. The positioning was impeccable. The timing of release was accurate to the millisecond. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any sense of chaos, as if those ice formations were destined to materialize there. Lin Mo watched in astonishment. This was the true embodiment of the unity of hand and mind. Yi Xiu's execution might not be terrifying, but the precision, fluidity, and foresight were simply extraordinary. Do you see? It is not about speed. Rather, it is about allowing your fingers to internalize the sensation of skill release, to remember the rhythm of adjusting casting angles and force under different movement conditions. Yi Xiu paused his actions, removed the headphones, and continued. Your issue lies in the fact that each time you release a skill, your brain must undergo a process of confirming the target, calculating coordinates, and sending commands. Even if it takes merely a fraction of a second, the accumulated delay is substantial. What you need to do is compress this process, making it nearly instinctual. Lin Mo felt as if a profound enlightenment had struck him. His previous training in hand speed, although improved, had relied more on brute force rather than addressing the core. Starting today, your daily training will include an additional component. Yi Xiu opened a training program interface that Lin Mo had never seen before, the muscle memory restructuring training. I will set various movement patterns, casting targets, and environmental disturbances for you. Your task is to forget about thinking and rely on your instincts to release skills. Forming the correct muscle reflex arc. A complex training setup interface appeared on the screen. Furthermore, Yi Xiu turned to Lin Mo. I heard you were practicing a new skill. Gui Ying Bu in conjunction with formations? Yes, the transition between Yin Zhun and Bing Zhun. Lin Mo nodded. A commendable idea. The gunner class, in combination with the Yin Zhun, can yield significant damage. Yi Xiu seemed to see through his thoughts, however. The acceleration and afterimage effect of Gui Ying Bu are not merely for evasion and positioning. They are crucial for adjusting your casting rhythm. Contemplate how to leverage that fraction of a second of acceleration and the reduction of casting delay to unleash your formations, rather than merely releasing them. Unleash them. Lin Mo murmured, deep in thought. That will be all for the theory. The rest is practice. Yi Xiu stood, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder. This machine is yours. I will send you the account and password for the training program. Practice for at least 2 hours before leaving. Chengguo, bring him a bottle of water. Certainly. Chengguo responded from behind the bar. After Yi Xiu finished speaking, he sauntered back to his position, donning his headphones once again, seemingly engrossed in a new game. Lin Mo sat before the brand new machine, feeling the cool touch beneath his fingertips, his heart brimming with an unparalleled sense of motivation and direction. Yi Xiu's evaluation, intelligence is sufficient, his precise guidance, muscle memory, and that insight regarding unleashing formations served as a guiding light. He took a deep breath and logged into his account, Mo Shou Xianji. He entered the mysterious training program provided by Yi Xiu. The interface was simple yet hardcore. There were no flashy visual effects, only cold directives, movement mode, random speed and direction changes, casting targets, randomly positioned moving targets, interference factors, virtual wind resistance, slippery ground, visual obstructions. The difficulty was exceedingly high. Lin Mo commenced his first attempt. Move. Sudden stop. Turn. Lock onto the target. Release the ice formation. Bang. The ice formation veered off course, landing 3 feet away from the target. Error. Release accuracy deviation of 18 yards. Casting delay of 0. 25 seconds. The system's cold reminder echoed. Again. Move. Gui Yingbu activated. Accelerate. Positioning. Lock onto a new target. Release the Yin Zhun. Whoosh. Flames erupted behind the target. A complete miss. Error. Prediction error. Miscalculation of the target's trajectory. Sweat quickly trickled down Lin Mo's forehead, yet his gaze remained intensely focused, devoid of any hint of discouragement. He compelled himself to forget calculations, to disregard coordinates, and instead relied solely on his instinct for character movement and intuition regarding target trajectories to unleash his skills. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Within the training grounds, the figure of Mo Shou Xianji resembled an indefatigable specter, weaving through a complex environment of distractions, halting abruptly, and changing direction. Ice formations, fire formations, shadow formations, and blade formations were all unleashed from various cunning angles and opportune moments. From an initial state of erratic aim and frequent misses, he gradually refined his accuracy, eventually achieving occasional precision hits. His muscles ached, and his mind, under intense concentration, began to tire, yet Lin Mo felt an unprecedented exhilaration. It was as if he were brushing the very edge of the sensation that Yi Xiu had described. Time flew by in the monotonous, yet fulfilling training. Until, oh, still practicing? Quite diligent, aren't you? A voice tinged with jest chimed in nearby. Lin Mo snapped back to reality, removed his headphones, and discovered that Yi Xiu had once again sauntered over, a can of cola in hand, keenly observing his training screen. The screen displayed the statistics of his session. Training duration, 118 minutes. Effective casting attempts, 587 times. Average casting accuracy deviation, 0, 7 yards. Average casting delay, 0. 15 seconds. Highest consecutive accurate hits, 18 times. The 0. 15 seconds average delay marked an improvement of 0. 0.3 to 0. 5 seconds from yesterday's dungeon run. Yi Xiu took a sip of cola, regarded the data on the screen, nodded, and remarked, "Your mind is sharp, and your practice is rigorous. Quite commendable." Again, the phrase "your mind is sharp" echoed, but this time Lin Mo sensed a deeper layer of praise. However, he noted that the force behind his movements still lacked fluidity, appearing somewhat stiff. Yi Xiu pointed to a moment on the screen where Mo Shou Xianji's casting motion seemed slightly sluggish, indicating that the moment of acceleration following the activation of the ghostly step was the ideal time to adjust his casting posture, utilizing inertia effectively. Practice more, and you'll find the rhythm. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Yigo. Lin Mo expressed his sincere gratitude. All right, that's enough for today. Your fingers need rest. Excessive fatigue can impede muscle memory formation. Yi Xiu waved his hand, advising him to go home and digest the day's training. Tomorrow may bring a new challenge. A new challenge? Lin Mo's heart stirred, but Yi Xiu did not elaborate and strolled away. Lin Mo gazed at the 0.15 seconds average delay in the training program. Feeling the lingering ache yet invigorating strength in his fingers, a confident smile gracing his lips. 0.15 seconds? Not enough. He yearned for swiftness, accuracy. He sought to truly embody the praise bestowed by Yi Xiu regarding his sharp mind. Chapter 33. The Formal Invitation. The makeshift team lacks a formation master as evening fell. Lin Mo departed from the Xingxi Network Club. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the bustling streets, casting a warm hue upon him. He clutched a bottle of ice-cold cola that Chun Gua had forcibly given him, his fingertips still tinged with a slight soreness from the intense afternoon training. Yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. Yi Xiu's evaluation of his sharp mind echoed repeatedly in his mind, along with astute insights regarding muscle memory and casting rhythm. He felt as though he had pushed open a new door, glimpsing the deeper realms of the formation master profession. Particularly, Yi Xiu's final remark about a potential new challenge tomorrow ignited a thrill of anticipation within him. Upon returning to his cramped rental room, he did not immediately turn on the computer. Instead, he sat at the edge of his bed, extending his hands before him, scrutinizing them carefully. These hands, though not particularly long, were well-defined, with fingertips hardened from years of keyboard tapping. It was these very hands that, during the afternoon's training, had repeatedly surpassed their limits, reducing the average casting delay to 0.15 seconds. Muscle memory, Lin Mo murmured to himself, instinctively mimicking the wrist flick motion he had practiced while casting the ice formation earlier. His wrist guided his fingers, tracing a short yet powerful arc through the air, as if a shimmering ice blue formation truly blossomed in the void. Just then, his phone on the table vibrated. Lin Mo picked it up to find an unfamiliar local number. But the last digits seemed familiar. It was the number Su Mucheng had called from yesterday. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly answered. His voice slightly strained with nervousness. Hello? Hello? Lin Mo? The melodious voice of Su Mucheng, laced with mirth, came through the line. It's me, Su Mucheng. I hope I'm not interrupting you. No, not at all. Absolutely not. Lin Mo hastily replied, feeling his cheeks flush once more. Senior Mucheng, is there something you need? Just call me Mucheng. Su Mucheng chuckled lightly. I heard from Yi Xiu that you were training at the internet CAF this afternoon. How did it go? Did he push you too hard? No, not at all. Yi Xiu provided very insightful guidance. I gained a lot. Lin Mo responded quickly, his tone filled with genuine gratitude. He taught me so much about operational rhythm and muscle memory, and he even said I have a sharp mind. As he uttered the last 4 words, his voice unconsciously lowered, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Oh, he said you have a sharp mind? Su Mucheng's voice carried a note of surprise and amusement. That's quite rare. This guy usually doesn't have much praise to offer, and when he does, it's like the sun rising in the west. It seems he truly has high hopes for you. Su Mucheng's teasing warmed Lin Mo's heart, further confirming the weight of Yi Xiu's compliment. Yes, I will continue to work hard. I will not let Yi Xiu, or you down. Lin Mo declared with determination. Go for it. I believe you can do it. Su Mucheng's voice brimmed with encouragement. The formation master profession has a high ceiling. Especially in teamwork, if played well, it can be incredibly powerful. By the way, I'll let you in on a secret. Someone seems to be planning something. When you go to the internet CAF tomorrow, there might just be a surprise waiting for you. All right, I want to keep you. Make sure to rest well. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you, Mucheng. Lin Mo quickly bid farewell. After ending the call, he held his phone tightly, unable to calm his racing heart. Su Mucheng's encouragement felt like a refreshing spring, nourishing his weary yet exhilarated nerves. The mention of someone planning something only deepened his imagination for tomorrow's new challenge. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and settled in front of his computer. He did not log into the game immediately. Instead, he first opened the muscle memory reshaping training program sent by Yi Xiu. He intended to seize the moment and solidify the sensations from the afternoon. The monotonous yet focused training commenced anew. This time, he paid greater attention to the feelings and rhythms that Yi Xiu had described, striving to emulate the effortless grace of Yi Xiu's demonstrations. Sweat dripped down, his fingers ached. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the precision and latency data dancing across the screen. 0.14 seconds, 0.13 seconds, 0.12 seconds. Although the progress was minuscule, each fluctuation in the data filled him with ecstatic joy. It was not until late into the night, when fatigue weighed heavily upon his eyelids, that Lin Mo concluded his training. He hastily washed up and collapsed onto his bed, almost instantaneously slipping into slumber. In his dreams, he seemed surrounded by icy blue formations and Yi Xiu's remark about having enough brains. The following afternoon, Lin Mo arrived at the Xingxi Network Club half an hour early. Upon seeing him, Chen Guo greeted him warmly. "Little Lin, you're here? Yi Su is upstairs. He said to go find him as soon as you arrive." "Thank you, Sister Chen." Lin Mo quickly ascended to the second floor. In the corner, Yi Su remained in his usual spot, a cigarette, unlit, between his lips, fingers dancing across the keyboard. Tang Rou and Bao Rongxing were also present. Upon noticing Lin Mo's arrival, Bao Rongxing immediately exclaimed, "New brother, come over. The boss says we're going for something big today." Tang Rou glanced at Lin Mo and nodded slightly. "You're here? Take a seat." Yi Su did not turn his head, merely gesturing towards the adjacent spot. Lin Mo sat down and logged into his account. As soon as he came online, he received a party invitation. System, Jun Mo Xiao invites you to join the team. Accept. The team consisted of Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yan Ro, Bao Ziru Qin, and an additional member, Feng Shu Yanmu. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Su Mucheng is here too. Team Feng Shu Yanmu. Hi. New array demon friend. Nice to see you again. Su Mucheng's exclusive wave. Team Mo Shou Xianji. Hello, Senior Feng Shu Yanmu. Nervous expression. Team Feng Shu Yanmu. Oh dear, I told you not to call me senior. Just call me Mucheng. I'll be watching your performance today. Su Mucheng's exclusive cheer. Watching the vibrant animated cheer from Mu Yu Cheng on the screen, Lin Mo felt a warm current sweep through him, banishing the fatigue from the previous night. Everyone is here. Objective, the land of wandering. Yi Su's voice resonated in the team channel, interrupting Lin Mo's thoughts. I'll send you the coordinates for the dungeon entrance. Clear small monsters on the way. Mo Shou will control the main strategy, and Feng Shu Yanmu will assist. Discuss tactics before entering the dungeon. The land of wandering. A medium difficulty dungeon for levels 30 to 35. It was a step above the dark mine. The terrain was more complex, the minor monsters more repugnant, and the mechanisms more intricate. The record set by the Jia dynasty was 25 minutes and 12 seconds. The team teleported, gathered, and advanced. Throughout the journey, Lin Mo became the absolute core of crowd control. Under Yi Su's succinct and precise commands, his ice formations, plague formations, shadow formations, and blade formations meshed seamlessly into the rhythm of the team's progression, especially with Feng Shu Yanmu's formidable ranged firepower support. The efficiency of monster clearing was exceptionally high. Lin Mo diligently practiced the array techniques taught by Yi Su. Although still not entirely proficient, the fluidity and accuracy of his casting had notably improved, with an average casting delay stabilizing around 0.13 seconds. Even Tang Rou, Han Yan Rou. After clearing a wave of monsters perfectly contained by the formations, uncharacteristically sent a thumbs-up emoji. Before long, the team reached the dilapidated entrance of the dungeon. Emanating a pestilential aura, the dungeon was divided into 3 segments. The first segment, the Plague Marsh. The monster spawn points were concealed, toxic, slowed, and summoned. Yi Su began to lay out the strategy, with instructions precise down to coordinates and seconds. However, this time, Lin Mo felt less pressure than in the dark mine. Instead, he was filled with a thrilling eagerness. Once the tactical arrangement was completed, the team stepped into the dungeon. The viscous green toxic mist, rotting mire, lurking plague zombies, and toxic flies created an extremely harsh environment. Yet, under Yi Su's accurate commands and Lin Mo's increasingly adept control, the team advanced steadily. When the team successfully defeated a corrupted treant capable of spawning countless plague insects with little risk, there were still 5 minutes remaining on the Jia dynasty's record time when Yi Su suddenly ordered the team to halt. "We still have ample time. No more fighting." Yi Su's voice came through the channel. Everyone was taken aback. No more fighting? How could they break the record? Mo Shou Xianji, Yi Su called out. "Here." Lin Mo immediately responded. "Come, follow me to a place." Jun Mo Xiao said, turning towards an inconspicuous side path in the dungeon. Although Lin Mo was puzzled, he maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji to follow. Han Yan Rou, Bao Ziru Qin, and Feng Shu Yanmu trailed behind. At the end of the side path stood a cliff entwined with massive, decaying roots. Below lay a chasm swirling with green toxic mist, unfathomably deep. It was evident that this was not the normal route of the dungeon. "This is it." Jun Mo Xiao stopped at the cliff's edge. "Boss, what are we doing here?" "The scenery isn't even good," Bao Ziru Qin questioned. Yi Su ignored Bao Zi and turned to Mo Shou Xianji. His flamboyant and eclectic gear appeared somewhat eerie in the dim light. Mo Shou Xianji, Yi Su's voice came through the headset, still laced with his usual languid tone, yet imbued with an unprecedented weight. "From our first collaboration at the Gorge to breaking the record at the burial ground, and then enduring the crystal explosion in the dark mine, as well as your performance just now in the land of wandering, I have been observing you closely." Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened. He sensed that something significant was about to transpire. "Your hand speed is a hard limitation. That has not changed. However, you have utilized your intellect, your awareness, and that daring spirit to minimize the impact of this limitation. Yisu paused. The tip of the Qianji Sen seemed to pierce through the screen, striking Lin Mo's heart. Now, I formally ask you once. Yisu's voice was clear and powerful, each word resonating like a hammer against Lin Mo's heart. I have a makeshift team here. Our goal is to enter the challenge tournament and advance to the professional league. Currently, we are in need of an array demon to take the lead. A makeshift team for the challenge tournament, needing an array demon to lead. Boom. Although Lin Mo had anticipated this moment, when Yishio formally extended the invitation, an electric surge coursed up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The entrance to the canyon was a mere test, the burial ground a challenge after which he was beckoned. And now, it was a formal invitation to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle after deepening their understanding of one another. It was a defining moment. Before the screen, Lin Mo felt his breath catch in his throat as he fixated on the silhouette of Yishio, who carried an umbrella, his fingers trembling with a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. Are you interested? Yishio's voice possessed an enchanting quality, as if he were illustrating a grand tapestry. Join us. Let us stir the waters together. Shall we topple those so-called aristocratic clans? System, triggering key decision task, fate's choice, join Xingxin, and task description. The legendary invitation has reached its zenith. Will you seize this opportunity, rife with thorns and glory, to challenge the entire league structure? Or will you remain complacent? Your choice will irrevocably bind your future. Task rewards. Unlock formal member status of Xingxin. Commence the ultimate legacy task chain with the Array Demon Mentor, Yishio. Earn the title foundation of Xingxin's Array Demon, 2,000 glory points. And a mysterious fragment of the Array Demon's legacy, 27, x1, significant enhancement of affection with Su Mucheng, Feng Shu Yen Mu. Failure penalty. None, but the pathway to joining Xingxin will be permanently closed, and Yishio's affection will be locked. The golden task frame shimmered more brilliantly and weighed heavier than ever before, embodying the gravity of fate's choice, filling Lin Mo's entire vision. Join. Challenge matches. Professional leagues. Array demon leadership. Overturn the aristocracy. The blueprint Yishio painted brimmed with the defiance and resilience of the grassroots. Moreover, the ultimate rewards of the system task were extraordinarily tempting, especially the second fragment of the legacy and the enhancement of affection with Su Mucheng. Yet, this was no longer a mere collaboration within an online game. This was a genuine commitment to a grassroots team with an uncertain future. It meant relinquishing comfort, confronting the oppression from the likes of the Jia dynasty, and shouldering the weight of leadership. It meant binding his future glory entirely to Yishio and Xingxin. The risks were monumental. The thorns were dense. Yet, the soul of the ordinary player, who could only gaze up at the professional arena from behind the screen in his previous life, roared within him. The thrill of fighting side by side at the canyon's entrance, the pride of breaking records in the burial ground, the valor of standing firm against the crystal explosion in the dark mines, Yishio's acknowledgement of his capability, Su Mucheng's warm and playful encouragement, and deep within, that fervent yearning for the pinnacle of glory. Retreat? Continue as an ordinary player? Miss the chance to stand alongside legends and inscribe history with his own hands? No, absolutely not. Lin Mo inhaled sharply, as if expelling every ounce of hesitation and uncertainty from his chest. His gaze sharpened with unwavering determination. His fingers struck the keyboard with resolute vigor, forging a path through all obstacles. Team Emosho Xianji. Yes, Brother Yi. From this moment forth, I am the Array Demon of Xingxin. Through fire and water, count me in. Chapter 34, Blueprint. From challenge matches to professional leagues. In the desolate ruins dungeon. Amidst a dark precipice, the rolling green poison fog silently surged beneath the abyss, while decaying massive roots coiled around the rugged cliffs like the arms of a dying giant. The air was thick with a pungent blend of decay and sulfur. Yet at this moment, Lin Mo felt as if his senses were shielded, with all his thoughts ignited by Yishio's words, stirring a tempest within his chest. Grassroots challenge matches, professional league array demon leadership, toppling the aristocracy. Each word was like a heavy bomb dropped into the lake of his heart, creating towering waves. Before the screen, Lin Mo's breath quickened, his heart pounded like a drum, and his palm, grasping the mouse, became drenched in sweat. He fixated on that figure of Yishio, who bore the Qianji umbrella, as if trying to peer through the network cables to discern Yishio's expression at that moment. Team Emosho Xianji. Yes, Brother Yi. From this moment forth, I am the Array Demon of Xingxin. Through fire and water, count me in. As those words were sent, they carried the resolve of a do-or-die determination and the fervor of boiling blood. No hesitation, no retreat. The golden task frame shattered in his view, transforming into countless dazzling sparks that melded into his character. System, task, fate's choice. Join Xingxin, and completed. Rewards earned. Unlock formal member status of Xingxin. Commence the ultimate legacy task chain with the Array Demon Mentor, Yishio. Earn the title foundation of Xingxin's Array Demon, 2,000 glory points. And a mysterious fragment of the Array Demon's legacy, 27, x1. Title foundation of Xingxin's Array Demon. Upon equipping, all attributes 2, Array effect range 5. And when near members of Xingxin, gain an additional 5 skill cooldown reduction. The ultimate legacy task chain with the Array Demon Mentor, Yishio, has been initiated. First ring, Heart of the Array Demon, 01. Achieve Yishio's preliminary recognition and master the essence of the Array Demon's rhythm. Detected mysterious fragment of the Array Demon's legacy, 27. Weak resonance with fragment, 17. Resonance effect, slightly enhances sensitivity to Array energy perception. Golden light enveloped him. The new title bore a weighty significance. The acquisition of the second legacy fragment bestowed new strength. More importantly, the phrase formal member of Xingxin was imprinted deeply within Lin Mo's identity information. Team Feng Shu Yanmu, wow. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to our Array Demon leader of Xingxin. Su Mucheng's exclusive confetti, Team Baozi Ruqin, new brother. Oh no, brother leader. From now on, we are family. I'll throw bricks at your face. Shoulder to shoulder, swaying wildly. Team Han Yanro, welcome. Handshake emoji. Team Jun Mo Xiao, good. Yishio's response remained succinct. Yet Lin Mo discerned an almost imperceptible hint of satisfaction within it. He maneuvered Jun Mo Xiao to turn around, casually resting the Qianji umbrella upon his shoulder, facing the swirling poison fog abyss. Now that he was one of their own, certain matters needed clarification. Yishio's voice emanated through the headphones, lazily tinged with an unprecedented seriousness. Xingxin is currently just a grassroots ensemble. The base is located in the cluttered storeroom on the second floor of Chun Gua's Internet CAF. Equipped with a hodgepodge of devices. The team members are few, comprising only those you see here, along with a pastor undergoing rehabilitation and a technician handling logistics. We are devoid of funds and connections, lacking even a proper training room. Yishio mercilessly exposed the dire circumstances behind Xing Xian's glamorous facade. Lin Mo felt a slight heaviness in his heart, yet it was swiftly replaced by an even stronger sense of belonging. This was the authentic Xing Xian he had chosen. Our goal is to compete in the Glory Challenge Cup next season. Yishio's voice was clear and resolute, stating that we would start from the Challenge Cup, seize the championship, and earn our qualification for the Professional League in the following season. Challenge Cup, Championship, Professional League. These three phrases illustrated a thorny path leading to the pinnacle of glory. This journey will not be easy. Yishio continued, his tone calm, yet imbued with immense gravity. Within the Challenge Cup, there exist veteran teams eager to reclaim their place in the Professional League after being ousted, alongside grassroots teams like ours, impoverished yet brimming with dreams. And those clubs that drop their second teams for training or to purge their ranks. Every match will be a fierce battle. Even if we manage to break through and secure our tickets to the Professional League, we will face formidable giants like Jia Shi, Ba Tu, Lan Yu, Wei Chao, and Luan Hui. He recited each thunderous name, each symbolizing the pinnacle of the Glory Alliance and countless trophies. Before the screen, Lin Mo felt the suffocating pressure bearing down on him. They possess wealth, top-tier players, a professional training system, tactical analysts, and a vast fan base. And what do we have? Yishio's voice held a hint of self-deprecation, which quickly transformed into defiance. We possess only an unadulterated love for glory, and a group of fervent, fearless lunatics. Pure love. Fearless. Lin Mo felt his blood ignite. This was precisely what he yearned for. To transcend mere utilitarianism and fight solely for the sake of glory itself. What does joining Xing Xian signify? Yishio's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a soul-stirring force, signifying that you must relinquish the leisurely days of leveling up and conquering dungeons. It means you must confront the skepticism, ridicule, and even oppression from countless people. It means enduring hellish training, honing your reflexes to the point of cramping, and sharpening your awareness to its utmost limit. It means colliding head-on with titans like Jiao Wang Chao, risking being crushed into oblivion. It signifies that from this day forth, your name, Mo Shou Xianji, will no longer represent just yourself, but also the spirit of the Xing Xian team. It will embody our grassroots challenge to the entire league. Each implication struck Lin Mo's heart like a hammer, making him acutely aware of the arduousness and weight of this path. Yet simultaneously, an unprecedented fervor and sense of mission surged within him. However, Yishio's tone abruptly shifted. The tip of the Qianji sent seemingly pointing to the abyss's opposite shore, to the distant, unreachable sea of stars, also signifying that you have the opportunity to stand on the stage of the Glory Professional League, the chance to engage with the league's most elite masters, the chance to craft a legend belonging to the grassroots, the chance to let your spirit resonate throughout the realm of glory. Opportunity. stage, legend, spirit. These 4 words ignited Lin Mo's innermost desires like the most fervent flame. The soul of an ordinary player who could only gaze at the screen in his past life roared. This was the significance of his traversal. This was the opportunity bestowed upon him by the system. The philosophy of Xing Xin is remarkably simple. Yi Xiu's voice regained its tranquility, yet carried an undeniable penetrating force. Glory is not the exclusive domain of wealthy clubs, nor the privilege of star players. It belongs to every individual who cherishes it and dedicates their sweat and intellect. We need not heed anyone's opinions, nor adhere to any preordained rules. We shall forge our glory in our way. With the purest love and strength, we shall show the world that even grassroots can reach for the heavens. Pure love, strength, grassroots reaching for the heavens. This philosophy resonated like thunder in Lin Mo's mind. It completely overturned his perception of the glory professional scene and perfectly aligned with the flame within him that yearned to prove his worth. Therefore, Mo Shou Xianji. Yi Xiu maneuvered Jun Mo Shao, his flamboyant equipment glowing with an enchanting brilliance under the dim light. Are you prepared? Prepared to join us in carving a bloody path out of the mire of the Challenge Cup and onto the stage of the professional league to create a storm? The toxic mists of the abyss roiled silently, and the winds of the precipice carried a whiff of decay. The team channel was enveloped in silence, all awaiting Lin Mo's response. The spear of Han Yen Ro hung quietly, the barrel of foam, Shu Yen Mu slightly lowered, and even Bao Ziru Qin was unusually quiet. Lin Mo gazed at the figure bearing the umbrella on the screen, observing the new, weighty title of Xing Xin's Ghost Formation Foundation beneath his character, feeling the faint resonance from the 2 shards of inheritance in his backpack. Along with the call of the system task chain, the heart of the Ghost Formation. An unprecedented surge of fervor rushed to his head. All doubts and fears were incinerated by that blazing ideal and fervent promise in that moment. He took a deep breath, as if inhaling the entire future of Xing Xin. His fingers struck the keyboard with a resolute and resonant reply. Team Mo Shou Xianji, I am ready. Yi go. The Ghost Formation of Xing Xin. Mo Shou Xianji stands ready for orders. Challenge Cup, Professional League, let us advance together. The elite clubs? We shall topple them. Chapter 35. A surge of emotion, joining Xing Xin. Team Mo Shou Xianji, I am ready. Yi go. The Ghost Formation of Xing Xin, Mo Shou Xianji, stands ready for orders. Challenge Cup, Professional League, let us advance together. The elite clubs? We shall topple them. This line ignited like a spark to a fuse, instantly detonating the team channel. Team Feng Shu Yanmu. Well said. Such ambition. Su Mucheng's exclusive applause and cheers. Welcome to the Xing Xin family. Please take good care of our Ghost Formation Foundation from now on. Wow. Impressive. My brothers. From now on, my brick shall serve as your shield. Whoever dares to harm you, they must first pass through me. I promise you this. Welcome. Raise his fist. Quite the bravado. Remember the words you uttered today. S response retained his characteristic nonchalance and teasing tone, yet perceived a hint of acknowledgement within. He maneuvered to the edge of the cliff, transforming into mechanical rotors. Enough. The blueprint is drawn, and the resolve expressed. We shall not engage in the dungeon any longer. We will record our progress for next time. Let us disperse and attend to our own matters. Stay for a moment, and gradually dissipated into white light, sequentially logging off from the dungeon. On the dimly lit cliff, only and remained. The toxic mist of the abyss rolled silently, enveloping the surroundings in utter stillness. Did you bring your account card? S voice echoed through the silence. Paused, yes. His account card was snugly inserted into the card slot beside his computer. Not the game account card. Interjected after a brief pause, but the professional player registration card from the, do you possess one? A surge of disbelief struck. As a newcomer to this makeshift team, how could he possibly have such a card? It required club qualifications and personal registration in the league to obtain. No, I don't, responded, somewhat bewildered. Oh, that is to be expected. Seemed to anticipate this, has already initiated the process to establish this qualifications, but it may take some time. However, you can begin preparing your registration card. With that, directed to retrieve a card from his inventory. This card was not a mere virtual item, but rather a strikingly realistic image occupying the center of screen. The card was a profound, deep navy blue. Its edges adorned with flowing dark golden patterns of the. At its center lay an abstract depiction of a ghostly formation, outlined by countless minute blue points of light. Reminiscent of twinkling stars, mysterious and profound. Beneath this design were the striking silver letter spelling, devoid of a club name or player number. The card's exquisite design and its unique name radiated extraordinary significance. System, acquired an unactivated special professional player account card. Item description, a special account card embodying future and glory. Requires binding to qualifications for activation. Upon activation, It will serve as your unique identity credential in the professional, binding with your character's soul. Post-activation, the character will receive a professional player exclusive emblem, unlocking certain exclusive features and permissions in professional leagues. Professional player account card. Exclusive emblem. Soul binding. Felt his breath catch in his throat. Though still in an unactivated state, the significance of this card far exceeded that of any equipment or skill. It was a passport to the professional arena, a symbol of identity, a tangible manifestation of promise to him. I'll give this to you. Keep it safe. Once the club qualifications are established, activated at the earliest opportunity. S voice was calm and unwavering, as if he were merely handing over a common recharge card. Additionally, I have a task for you. Please let me know. Immediately responded, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Within 3 days, elevate your hand speed to a steady 180 or above and reduce your casting delay to under 0.1 seconds. S tone was casual, yet the weight of his words struck like thunder. Fail to do so, and I shall reclaim this card. Steady 180. Casting delay of 0.1 seconds. Gasped. Currently, his average hand speed hovered around 172, peaking at 185 in bursts, yet lacking the necessary stability. His casting delay had just been compressed to 0.13 seconds. To break through these two thresholds in 3 days, it felt like an insurmountable challenge. Yet, as he gazed upon the deep navy card emblazoned with his professional account title, an unprecedented determination surged from his core. I can do it. I will achieve it. Affirmed resolutely, without an ounce of hesitation. For this card. For the title of cornerstone of Ghost Formation. For S trust. For the grand blueprint ahead. He must succeed. Good. I shall await your progress. Seemed to smile faintly before logging off. If anything arises, call out in the group. S figure transformed into white light, vanishing from the cliff's edge. Only S solitary silhouette remained within the dungeon. The abyss's toxic mist continued to swirl, yet felt as though the entire world had brightened. He gazed at the navy blue professional account card lying quietly in his inventory, his fingertips trembling with excitement. He cautiously moved his mouse over the card. Unactivated professional player account card. Binding status. Unbound. Activation conditions. Must bind to a valid qualification. Currently no clubs available for binding. Soulbound character. 29 Ghost Swordsman. Post-activation effects. Character gains a professional player exclusive emblem and aura. Unlocks exclusive channels and features for professional leagues. Certain character attributes will receive slight adjustments according to league regulations, to be displayed post-activation. Gains access to a professional player exclusive quest chain and achievement system, though it remained unactivated. Simply gazing at this description filled with a fervent rush coursing through his veins. Professional player. This was a height he had never dared to dream of in his past life. And now, a ticket to that summit lay firmly within his grasp. He abruptly pushed back his chair, standing and pacing excitedly within the confines of his modest rental room. Overwhelmed with joy, he reached for his phone, wishing to share this monumental news with someone, yet found his contact list woefully empty. An orphan in his previous life, this new existence appeared devoid of close friends. Ultimately, his gaze settled back on the computer screen. He opened the named. The member list was quite simple, group leader, and a newly added. Gazing at the name adorned with a star suffix, S' heartbeat quickened once more. He took a deep breath and opened the input box. I have arrived. Thank you all. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The message quickly garnered responses. Welcome. Don't be so polite, Shaolin. The internet CAF will be your home from now on. Just tell me what you want to eat or drink. Brother, whenever you feel fatigued from training, come to me. I'll take you for some relaxation. Yes, keep it up. Go for it, Shaolin. I have high hopes for you. Have you received your professional account card? That is indeed a treasured item. Upon hearing Su Mucheng mention the professional account card, Lin Mo felt a warm surge in his heart, further confirming the significance of this card. Yes, I have obtained it. Thank you, Mucheng. I will definitely strive to do my best. Effort is not merely spoken. 3 days, 180, with a delay of 0.1 seconds. Begin training. Yi Xiu's sudden appearance doused the enthusiastic atmosphere with a splash of cold water, yet it also brought Lin Mo back to a state of calm from his previous exhilaration. Indeed, no matter how grand the blueprint or how enticing the account card, without strength, all is mere talk. 3 days. 2 seemingly impossible goals. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened instantly. He exited the group chat and opened the muscle memory training program provided by Yi Xiu, while also accessing the extreme training module inherent to Glory. The hellish training commenced. The monotonous sound of keystrokes became the dominant melody within the rented apartment. Move, change direction, cast spells. Ice array, fire array, dark array, blade array. Releasing spells time and again, making mistakes repeatedly, and adjusting constantly. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the keyboard, while his fingertips turned red and hot from the rapid, repetitive strikes, even slightly swelling and numbing. Pain began to radiate from his wrists as well, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His focus was solely on the fluctuating values on the screen and the timer for casting delays. 180. 1 seconds. These two numbers were etched in his mind like a brand. Time flew by in this immersive training. The light outside transitioned from dusk to darkness, then to the faint glow of dawn. Lin Mo forgot hunger, forgot fatigue, his mind intensely focused, though his body had already reached its limits. His movements began to falter, and his error rate surged. No, concentrate. Lin Mo. He pinched his thigh sharply, forcing himself to regain consciousness. He opened his backpack, gazing at the dark blue professional account card, fixating on the 4 characters of Mo Shou Xianji. A new surge of strength welled up from within his heart. For this, for Xing Xin, for Yishio's trust, for Su Mucheng's expectations, for the glory that resides in his heart. Again, he shouted low, plunging back into training. The next afternoon, when Lin Mo returned to Xing Xin Network Club, dragging a body that felt almost disassembled, Chun Guo was startled to see his bloodshot eyes and pale, haggard face. Shaolin, are you all right? Why do you look so unwell? Did you not sleep well last night? I'm fine, Xinjie, just practiced a bit late. Lin Mo forced a smile, his voice hoarse. Yishio, look what you've done. You've trained him to this state. Chun Guo called out towards the second floor. Yishio poked his head out from behind the screen, casting a glance at Lin Mo, his brow slightly furrowing. Training is one thing, but is your life worth nothing? Come here. Lin Mo approached and sat beside Yishio. Extend your hand, Yishio commanded. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then extended his right hand. His fingers trembled slightly from fatigue, tips red, and joints slightly swollen. Yishio grasped his wrist, pressing firmly on several acupoints. A sharp sensation of soreness and numbness surged through Lin Mo, causing him to involuntarily hiss. Muscle strain, showing signs of mild tenosynovitis. Yishio released his grip, his tone neutral, saying, no hand speed training today. Go, get an ice pack from Chun Guo to apply, then log into the game and follow me to the arena. The arena? Lin Mo was taken aback. Yes. Yishio donned his headphones again, saying, let us exercise your mind. By the way, I'll teach you something new. Lin Mo complied and fetched an ice pack from Chun Guo to apply to his wrist, the cool sensation temporarily alleviating the fiery pain. He logged into the game and soon received an invitation to Yishio's arena room. Room name, Basic Training, 11, Map, Arena, the simplest unobstructed arena, Opponent, Jun Mo Shao. Solo player. Upon seeing the opponent's name, Lin Mo's heart raced once more. Although he understood it was a training session, facing Yishio in a one-on-one duel, just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Entering the map. A simple square arena surrounded by energy barriers awaited. Jun Mo Shao stood across from him, lazily holding the Qianji umbrella. The rules are simple, Yishio's voice rang out. I will only use basic movements and minor skills, non-array types, with my attack power set to the minimum. You must control me once with any array you know for it to count as your victory. Control Yishio once? Lin Mo's spirit lifted. This seemed to hold promise. Begin. The moment the command fell, Jun Mo Shao moved. There were no flashy maneuvers, just the most fundamental straight charge. The speed was not overwhelming, yet the pressure was palpable. Ice array. Lin Mo reacted immediately, swinging his ghostly claw to cast the ice array before Jun Mo Shao. However, just as the ice array took form, Jun Mo Shao executed a nimble 90-degree turn, slipping past the ice array's range effortlessly. His speed remained unchanged. Misjudged. Try again. Yishio's voice remained calm. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, activating Ghostly Shadow Step to accelerate. He attempted to close the distance while simultaneously casting the Dark Array, targeting Jun Mo Shao's feet. Whoosh! Jun Mo Shao leaped backward, precisely evading the Dark Array's range. At the same time, the Qianji umbrella transformed into a hand cannon, firing a shot. Though the damage was minimal, the impact momentarily stalled Mo Shou Xianji's actions. The rhythm was disrupted. Arrays are not to be tossed around haphazardly. Watch my movement intentions. The ensuing time became a one-sided ordeal for Lin Mo regardless of whether he released the Ice Array, Dark Array, Plague Array, or Blade Array, or utilized Ghostly Shadow Step to seize position. Jun Mo Shao consistently evaded with the simplest, most fundamental maneuvers. Sharp turns, sudden stops, small jumps, and gliding, avoiding every attack with mere fractions of a second to spare. Yishio's maneuvers may appear unremarkable, yet his exquisite control over distance, timing, and rhythm is nothing short of divine. Each evasion seems to inscribe a bold prediction failure upon Lin Mo's face. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Mo had not even grazed the hem of Jun Mo Zhao's attire. Instead, he found his health bar diminished by half due to the minimal damage from basic attacks, though it quickly replenished. A profound sense of defeat washed over him like a frigid tide, nearly overwhelming him. Stop. Yishio called a halt to the practice. Lin Mo, dejected, released his grip on the mouse, sweat trickling down his chin. The disparity was insurmountable. So vast it felt hopeless. Do you know where the problem lies? Yi Xiao inquired. I cannot anticipate your movements, Lin Mo replied, his voice dry. Incorrect, Yi Xiao refuted. It is not that you cannot anticipate. Rather, you are being led by my actions. Losing your own rhythm. Lin Mo was taken aback. The array ghost is the controller of the field, the master of rhythm, not a passive responder. Yi Xiao's voice resonated with clarity. You wish to use the ice array to block my path. Yet you have not considered why I would choose to proceed down that path. You aim to blind me with the dark array, but you have not contemplated when I might require vision. You intend to restrict my movement with the blade array. Yet you are oblivious to where I plan to step next. A series of rhetorical questions struck Lin Mo like a hammer, leaving him dizzy. Your formations must align with my rhythm, rather than ensnare me within yours. Thus, you will never gain control over me. Yi Xiao's words pierced through. Remember, the heart of the ghost array is not merely swift hands or accurate predictions. It is insight, it is mastery. It is leading your opponent unknowingly into the traps you have meticulously woven. Insight, mastery, weaving traps? Lin Mo felt a glimmer of understanding, though it remained elusive. That will be all for today. Go home and ponder this. Yi Xiao issued a dismissal. Until your hand has fully healed, refrain from intensive speed training. Your mind is far more vital than your fingers. As Lin Mo departed the internet CAF, Yi Xiao's words echoed in his mind. He gazed at his wrist, still wrapped in an ice pack, and recalled the weighty professional account card nestled in his backpack. His expression, once marred by defeat, gradually transformed into one of determination. The heart of the ghost array, rhythm, control, insight, and traps, he murmured, a newfound fire igniting in his eyes. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he did not immediately engage in training. Instead, he retrieved his notebook to review the afternoon's arena battles. He replayed the footage repeatedly, analyzing every subtle movement of Yi Xiao, contemplating the intent behind each evasion. As the night deepened, when the pain in his wrist had slightly subsided, Lin Mo returned to his computer. This time, he did not initiate training nor enter a muscle memory program. He logged into a secondary account and entered a free practice arena, summoning a basic wooden dummy. He no longer sought complex trajectories from the previous training regimen. Instead, he focused on the fundamental movements of lateral shifts and forward and backward maneuvers. Simultaneously, his fingers began to dance across the keyboard, no longer hammering keys for speed, but instead embracing a unique rhythm and flair. Ice array, dark array, blade array. The formation no longer aimed to cover a specific point, but instead aligned with the dummy's movement tendencies, landing on potential turning points. Although the dummy remained motionless, Lin Mo was simulating. He envisioned a conscious opponent capable of evasion. His speed of releasing formations was not rapid, hovering around 150. Yet each release carried an unusual rhythmic quality. The ice array descended with resolute blockage. The dark array unfurled with a brooding shadow. The blade array spread with cutting precision. Time slipped away in this focused simulation. The dull ache in his wrist seemed to fade under the exhilaration of mastery. Lin Mo was wholly absorbed in this enchanting sensation of controlling rhythm, forgetting time, objectives, and even the pain in his wrist. Until buzz. The phone on the desk vibrated violently, its screen illuminating with a call from Chenghua. Lin Mo was jolted from his concentrated state, momentarily disoriented as he picked up the phone. Hello? Sister Chen? Shaolin, where are you? Are you all right? It's already 9 o'clock. Chengua's anxious voice rang through, filled with concern. Yi Xiao said you left this afternoon, but you haven't logged in, and no one has heard from you. I was so worried. 9 o'clock? Lin Mo suddenly glanced out the window, where the city had already donned its evening lights. He had unknowingly practiced for nearly 5 hours. Oh, Sister Chen, I'm fine. I'm so sorry. I was training at home and got too engrossed to check my phone. Lin Mo quickly explained, a warm sensation swelling within him. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. Take care of your health during training. Your hand is still not fully recovered. Rest up and eat something. Chenghua, with concern, reminded him. By the way, Yi Xiao asked me to remind you not to forget to join the guild. Also, some materials have been stored for you in the guild warehouse, intended for your skill research. Guild? Materials? Lin Mo suddenly recalled that since formally joining Xingxin, he had yet to join the guild. All right, Chenjia. I will join right away. Thank you, Chenjia. Lin Mo promptly expressed his gratitude. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo rubbed his slightly sore eyes and stretched his stiff neck. Although his body was weary, his spirit was exceptionally vibrant. As the enchanting sensation of brushing against the edge of the ghost formation lingered in his mind, he logged into Mo Shou Xianqi. As soon as he came online, several system prompts appeared. System, you have been invited to join the guild Xingxin. Do you accept? Accept, decline. System, player Zhu Yanxia requests to add you as a friend. System, Player Feng Shu Yin Mu requests to add you as a friend. Automatically accepted. System. Player Han Yin Ro requests to add you as a friend. Automatically accepted. System. Player Bao Zi Ruqin requests to add you as a friend. Automatically accepted. A warm feeling enveloped Lin Mo's heart as he immediately clicked to accept the guild invitation. System. Welcome player Mo Shou Xian Qi to the guild Xingxin. The guild channel instantly refreshed with a joining notification. Simultaneously, an invitation to a group named Xingxin Yi Jia Ren, noisy version, popped up. With the addition of Bao Zi renamed version, clearly indicating Bao Rongxing's handiwork, Lin Mo smiled and clicked to accept. The group interface appeared. With the member list, Jun Mo Xiao, group leader, Zhu Yin Xiahan Yin Ro Bao Zi Ru Qin, Bao Zi de Xia, Feng Shu Yin Mu Mo Shou Xian Qi group messages, 99. Lin Mo opened it. And the messages scrolled rapidly. Bao Zi de Xia, welcome, brother. Throwing flowers. Fireworks, fireworks, fireworks. Have you joined the guild? Have you claimed the materials? The boss has stored good things for you. Zhu Yin Xia, Shaolin, you finally came online. You startled me. It's good that you've joined the guild. Your access to the guild warehouse has been granted. Feel free to use anything. We are all family. No need to be polite. Coffee. Feng Shu Yin Mu. Welcome. Shaolin. Guild tasks can be done together. I'll help you farm contributions. Su Mucheng exclusive team invitation. Han Yin Ro. Welcome. Jun Mo Xiao. How's your hand? Bao Zi de Xia boss. What's wrong with the hand of our brother? Do you need me to introduce you to a traditional family doctor? Serious expression. Zhu Yin Xia. Yi Xiao. Did you add more training again? Shaolin's hand is still injured. Feng Shu Yin Mu. Shaolin's hand is hurt. Is it serious? Worried expression. Looking at the flood of concern and greetings in the group, Lin Mo felt his nose tingle. This sense of acceptance and care was a warmth he had never experienced in either his past or present life. He quickly typed a reply. Mo Shou Xian Qi. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine. My hand is just a bit sore. Yiga helped massage it this afternoon, and it feels much better. I just joined the guild. I'll go check the materials. Thank you, Chenjia. Thank you, Mucheng. Thank you all for your concern. Touched expression. Jun Mo Xiao. The materials are in the guild warehouse under the Ghost Formation exclusive category. Help yourself. Research the combination of Yinjun and Guiying Bu. We continue in the arena tomorrow. Mo Shou Xian Qi. Understood. Yigo. Lin Mo closed the group and immediately opened the guild interface. The guild level was still low, and the member list was short. Aside from the few core members, only a handful of casual players seemed to have been recruited by Qinghua. He located the guild warehouse, and his access had indeed been granted. Opening the Ghost Formation exclusive category, he gasped in astonishment. Although the items were few, each made his heart race. Rong Hui Jing Sui, 10, produced from the Dark Cave, core material for fire formation. And Ing Fun Chen 15, produced from high-level dungeons. Enhances shadow formation effects. Bing Pei Jiejing, 8, rare material, strengthens ice formation range and slows down. Gui Wenbu, 5, special fabric. Can be used to craft ghost formation exclusive equipment. Elementary formation inscription blueprint. Yen, 1, records techniques for optimizing the energy structure of yen formation. These materials were worth a considerable sum in the market, especially that inscription blueprint, which was priceless. Yixiao and Chunghua had prepared so much for him. This trust and support felt immensely heavy. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He knew this was not the time for pretense. He took the Rong Hui Jing Sui, and Ing Fun Chun, and the yen formation inscription blueprint. He intended to thoroughly study how to optimize the yen formation to better synergize with Su Mucheng's gunslinger. Just as he exited the guild warehouse, preparing to head to the practice arena to test his new ideas, a clear notification sound echoed. It was Feng Shu Yin Mu. Private message from Feng Shu Yin Mu. Shaolin, Shaolin. Check the guild announcement. Su Mucheng exclusive smirk, guild announcement. Lin Mo puzzledly clicked on the guild interface and found the announcement board. The latest announcement was posted by Yixiao just a few minutes ago, with a simple title, Training Plan, Mo Shou Xian Qi. Clicking on the content revealed, 1 daily basic hand speed and reaction training, 181 hour. During the hand injury recovery period, adjust the amount to avoid aggravating the injury. 2 muscle memory reconstruction formation rhythm training, 2 hours. 3 practical combat drills in the arena with Jun Mo Xiao, formation application 1 hour. 4 team dungeon field practical coordination, arranged as necessary. 5 research on the application of formation inscription materials, self-study, unlimited. Goal, within 3 weeks, stabilize at 185, reduce casting delay to under 0.8 seconds, and initially master the rhythm of the ghost formation. Supervisor, Jun Mo Xiao. Note, completion is linked to the priority of activating the professional account card. Clear. Strict. With precise goals. Even the activation of the professional account card was listed as an incentive condition. Lin Mo gazed upon this meticulously crafted training regimen. And instead of feeling daunted, an intense resolve surged within him. This was the path to becoming a professional player, the thorny road he had chosen. Private message to Mo Shou Xianji. I see it. I promise to complete the task. Striving expression. Private message to Feng Shu Yanmu. Go for it. I believe in you. Though he may seem tough, his training methods are truly formidable. Endure this, and you will become a genuine professional player. Exclusive encouragement from Su Mucheng. Private message to Mo Shou Xianji. Yes. I will not let everyone down. Resolute expression. Closing the private chat. Lin Mo cast a final glance at the familiar names in the guild list, at the dark blue professional account card in his inventory, and at the weighty training plan from Yixiao. He took a deep breath, maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji, and strode purposefully toward the skill training ground in the Glory Main City. The light elongated the silhouette of and the path ahead was strewn with thorns. Yet at this moment, his heart brimmed with strength. The online home had been integrated, and the journey had only just begun. Chapter 37. The first encounter with Zhu Yanxia, the enthusiastic boss. Under the soft white light of the skill training ground, Mo Shou Xianji's ghostly claws traced an ice-blue trajectory, and a brand-new ice formation accurately blossomed beneath the wooden stake. The speed at which the ice spikes spread seemed slightly faster than before. Lin Mo observed the system prompt indicating a casting delay of 0.12 seconds. A subtle smile gracing his lips, although there remained a gap to the 0.1 seconds demanded by Yixiao. The progress achieved through last night's epiphany and adjustments was palpable, just as he prepared to attempt integrating the flame formation into a new rhythm. The alert sound rang out urgently. Group Zhu Yanxia. All members, urgent assembly. Coordinates, 875, 342. Flame Forest. The newly respawned wild map Flame Demon Ragnaros has been surrounded by the formidable guild Ba Qi Xiong 2. Hurry and seize the opportunity. This is the first large-scale event for the Xing Xian Guild. If you're a brother, charge with me. Fury, Fury, Fury. Flame Demon Ragnaros. Level 50 wild map. Drops a plethora of top-tier materials and rare equipment blueprints. More importantly, this marks the first direct confrontation for the Xing Xian Guild against a top guild like Ba Qi Xiong 2 since its establishment. Lin Mo's Spirit Sword. A real battle. Moreover, a team battle. The perfect opportunity to test training results and immerse into the team. Group Mo Shou Xianji. Received. On my way. Group Baozi de Xiaowao. What a grand scene. Boss. Cold sister. Brothers. Grab your weapons. Let's take them down. Charging with bricks. Group Han Yin Ro. Group Jun Mo Xiao. Meeting point coordinates. 865, 330. Stay concealed. Mo Shou. Check supplies and prepare to control the field. Lin Mo immediately maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji to teleport back to the city, swiftly replenishing potions and backup equipment. Before sprinting towards the gathering coordinates provided by Jun Mo Xiao, the flame forest was aptly named. Towering ancient trees displayed fiery red leaves, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur and charred earth, with visible heat waves rising from the ground. In the depths of the map, the deafening roars and explosive skills could be faintly heard, accompanied by vast swathes of crimson light shooting into the sky, indicating a fierce battle was underway. The meeting point was located behind a relatively sparse area of red maples, on slightly elevated terrain, providing a vague view of the intense skirmish in the basin ahead. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, he found Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yin Ro, and Bao Zi Ruqin already waiting there. Chen Gua, controlling Zhu Yanxia, gunner, was also present. Shaolin, over here. Chen Gua, spotting Mo Shou Xianji, immediately waved enthusiastically, her face flushed with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Her character, Zhu Yanxia, wielded an exaggerated heavy cannon. Though her equipment did not seem top-notch, she exuded an impressive presence. Chenjia. Lin Mo promptly maneuvered his character over. Don't be so formal. Just call me Guogua from now on. Chen Gua laughed heartily, then lowered her voice, brimming with determination. Those sons of Ba Qi Xiong 2, relying on their numbers, are truly ruthless in clearing the area. Our few brothers on the outskirts have all been sent back to the revival point. We must show them a thing or two this time. Rest assured, with the boss and our brothers here, we'll definitely reclaim what's ours. Bao Zi Ruqin proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Tang Ro, Han Yin Ro, merely nodded slightly, her gaze sharp as it fixed on the basin. Yi Xiao, Jun Mo Xiao, crouched behind a red maple tree, holding the Qianji umbrella. Squinting as he observed the battlefield, at least 3 elite teams from Ba Qi Xiong 2 had arrived, with the main force being the Knight Corps at the front. The Berserker Corps flanking from the sides, and elemental mages and gunners providing ranged fire support. The Priest Corps was positioned behind, offering solid protection. The commander was likely their District 10 guild leader, Yu Fengdian, Jiangyu. His words flowed rapidly as he precisely analyzed the battlefield situation. Flame Demon Ragnaros. Skills include Lava Eruption, Flamestorm, and summoning fire elementals. Current health around 75, Ba Qi Xiong 2 is holding steady. Their weakness lies in the connection area between the priest core and the ranged output team, slightly isolated by the terrain. Yi Xiu's gaze shifted to Lin Mo. Mo show. Your task. Lin Mo immediately straightened his posture, his mind sharply focused. First, use the terrain and ghostly shadow step to stealthily approach behind the lava fissure at coordinates 870. 335. This area is a blind spot, but it can reach the flank of the priest core. Second, follow my command. I will create chaos. The moment chaos erupts, you must accomplish 3 tasks. 1. Release the plague formation in the core area of the priest core to debuff their defense. 2. Immediately deploy the ice formation between the ranged output team and the priest core to create a barrier. 3. Finally, at coordinates 868, 340, near Yufeng Dian's command position, drop a dark formation, not seeking to harm, but to create confusion and deprive them of vision. Requirements. All 3 formations must be completed within 5 seconds. The sequence cannot be disrupted. The positions must be precise. The timing must be impeccable. Can you achieve this? 3 formations in succession. 5 seconds. Precise positions. Create chaos. These demands were more stringent than any command given in dungeons. Not only did it require extreme precision, but it also necessitated infiltrating the enemy's territory right under the noses of 3 elite teams. An immense pressure enveloped Lin Mo in an instant. Yet as he met Yi Xiu's calm and piercing gaze, as he felt the trust emanating from his teammates, including Chunghua, a surge of fervor rushed to his head. I can do it. Lin Mo spoke with unwavering resolve, his voice infused with the fierce determination of one who has burned bridges behind him. Vowing to accomplish the task at hand. Should there be any missteps, the fault lies with me. All right. Yi Xiu nodded. Baozi Hanyanru, your mission is to launch a direct assault while the formation of MSHU is activated, creating chaos. The goal is not to steal aggro, but to generate maximum disorder. Draw the fire. Provide MSHU with an opportunity to escape. Chunghua, you will support from afar, suppressing the enemy's artillery and elemental mages. The orders were clear, and the division of labor was precise. A fierce battle akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws was about to commence. Lin Mo took a deep breath of the scorching air and activated MSHU's mysterious technique, Ghost Shadow Step. His figure became a blur, leaving behind 2 afterimages. Like phantoms merging into a backdrop of flames, silently approaching the designated coordinates near the flank of the priest guild. Stealthily moving through the fissured ground bubbling with dark red magma. Every step was taken with utmost caution, utilizing the burning shrubs, the rising heat, and the massive crimson rocks as cover. He could distinctly hear the deafening roars ahead, the commanding shouts of the Ba Qi Xiong 2 players, and the explosive sounds of skills being unleashed. The sacred light of the priest guild's healing chants flickered not far away. His heart raced like a drum, sweat trickling down his temples. Lin Mo forced himself to remain calm, sharpening his mental focus to its peak. The environmental camouflage module of the system's illustration operating at full power. He felt as though he was walking on the edge of a blade. Once exposed, he would be instantly obliterated under the firepower of 3 elite teams. Closer. The coordinates, 870, 335. The vast fissure, flowing with dark red magma, loomed before him. The heat waves distorted vision at the fissure's edge, providing the perfect hiding spot. MSHU slipped into the fissure like a ghost, pressing against the scalding rock wall. The searing heat rushed toward him, and his health bar began to drop at an agonizingly slow pace. He fixed his gaze on the direction of the priest guild, his fingers hovering over the hotkeys for the 3 formations, poised like a coiled serpent ready to strike. In his earpiece, Yi Xiu's calm countdown resonated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 attack. Boom. At the very moment the command was uttered, the infernal demon Ragnaros, firmly held by the Ba Qi Xiong 2 knights in the center of the basin, unleashed a more ferocious roar. Its massive molten body swelled violently, and countless fiery columns erupted from beneath it without warning, covering an area far greater than before. It was its raging ultimate skill, chaotic lava eruption. Damn it. It's gone berserk. Scatter. The frantic voice of Yu Fengdian, Jiang Yu, echoed through the Ba Qi Xiong 2 channel. However, this frenzy came too suddenly. The coverage was too vast. The knights at the forefront were instantly engulfed by the towering flames, their health plummeting. The side flank of the Mad Sword Guild was also caught in the fallout. The entire formation of Ba Qi Xiong 2 was thrown into disarray. Chaos spread like a plague. Now, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a maestro conducting a symphony of death. Plague formation. Activate. Target. Core of the Priest Guild. A dense, dark green mist erupted amidst the sacred healing light. The ghastly green skull icons instantly appeared above the heads of several priests. Ice formation. Solidify. Target. Between the ranged damage dealers and the priest guild. Crack. The piercing cold ice thorns burst forth from the ground. In an instant, they created a crystalline yet lethal barrier of frost amidst the chaos, effectively isolating the elemental mages and gunners who were preparing to support the priest guild. Dark formation. Descend. Target. Yu Fengdian's command position. A deep purple-black magic circle blossomed in the core area of the Ba Qi Xiong 2 command. Vision was stripped away. Skills were interrupted. 3 formations. Within 5 seconds. Perfectly connected. Precisely executed. Splendid. Yi Xiu's voice resonated with low approval in the earpiece. Kill. Han Yanru's cold command rang out. The silver spear transformed into a streak of lightning, charging forth with indomitable momentum toward the temporarily uncontrollable infernal demon Ragnaros, who was in a frenzy amidst the chaos. Brick slapped to the face. Brothers, follow me. Baozi shouted, charging into the disordered flank of Ba Qi Xiong 2, wielding a brick with reckless abandon. Boom, boom, boom. Chungua's Zhu Yinxiao also opened fire. The heavy artillery roared. Shells accurately landed in the area where the enemy's ranged damage dealers were isolated by the ice formation, igniting a flurry of explosions and chaos. They're in ambush. It's Jun Mo Shao, and that formation demon. Priests, purify, quickly purify. Yu Fengdian screamed frantically in the darkness of the dark formation, his vision completely obscured. However, with the plague formation reducing their defense and the ice formation severing their support, the priest guild, shrouded in darkness, struggled to protect themselves. The chanting of the purification spell was frequently interrupted amidst the turmoil. Chaos. Utter chaos. At the moment Lin Mo completed the dark formation, he did not linger for a second. The acceleration effect of Ghost Shadow Step still surged within him. He maneuvered MSHU with the agility of a frightened rabbit, sprinting along the edge of the magma fissure toward the opposite direction of Han Yanru and the others. Behind him were the furious roars of Ba Qi Xiong 2 players and the incoming skills illuminating the air. Bang! A fiery shockwave grazed past him. Whoosh! An armor-piercing arrow embedded itself into the rock behind him. Lin Mo's heart leaped to his throat. He concentrated entirely on his positioning and evasion, utilizing the terrain. Harnessing the afterimages of Ghost Shadow Step, he applied the rhythm of the formations to his escape. MSHU. To the left, behind the rock. Coordinates, 855, 325. Jump. Yi Xiu's calm command was like a lifeline. Without hesitation, Lin Mo accelerated and leaped toward the designated coordinates. Just as he landed, boom. The spot he had just occupied was struck by an elemental mage's charged ultimate skill, Meteor Fall, creating a deep crater. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. Well done. Retreat. Yi Xiu's voice rang out. Lin Mo turned back to see Han Yanru's spear tearing a massive gash into the infernal demon, while Baozi charged through the Ba Qi Xiong 2 formation like a battering ram. And Chungua's artillery continued to suppress the enemy. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao appeared like a specter behind them, transforming the 1,000-machine umbrella into a radiant sword, executing a dazzling slash that carved a deadly arc. Boom! The fiery demon Ragnaros let out a mournful wail of discontent as its massive lava body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless materials and equipment, shimmering with enticing brilliance, erupted like fireworks. Seize it! With a command from Yi Xiu, the ever-prepared Han Yanru, Baozi Ruqing, and Mo Shou Xuanji surged forward towards the pile of spoils like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The players from Ba Qi Xiong 2, their eyes wide with rage, longed to intervene, yet their formation had been utterly shattered, hampered by Chungua's artillery fire and Yi Xiu's sporadic distractions. They could only watch helplessly as the members of Xingxin swept away the most coveted rare materials and a blueprint radiating orange light. Retreat. With another command from Yi Xiu, the Qianji umbrella transformed into mechanical rotors, lifting him skyward. Han Yanru, Baozi Ruqing, and Mo Shou Xuanji followed suit without hesitation, shattering their return scrolls. Behind Xinghua, a charged cannonball struck the pursuit path, sending clouds of dust into the air. In a flash of white light, the 5 members of Xingxin vanished into the sweltering air of the flame forest, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a group of furious Ba Qi Xiong 2 elites. In the public channel of Glory's 10th district, the atmosphere was ignited by a system announcement. Server announcement. Players Jun Mo Shao, Han Yanru, Baozi Ruqing, Mo Shou Xuanji, and Zhu Yanxia successfully defeated the wild demon Ragnaros. Shortly thereafter, the furious spamming of Ba Qi Xiong 2's president, Yu Fengdian, Jiang Yu, erupted. Public Yu Fengdian, Jun Mo Shao, Mo Shou Xuanji, Xingxin. Just wait. This isn't over. Meanwhile, the Xingxin guild channel and group chat were already filled with exuberance. Guild Baozi Da Xia Wahaha. So exhilarating. The teamwork of our brothers was phenomenal. Baki Xiongtu's faces turned green, bursting with laughter. Guild Zhu Yanxia, Shaolin, you were amazing. Guoguo will remember your contribution. What reward do you want? Milk tea is on me. Let us celebrate. Guild Han Yenro. Indeed, controlling the field was crucial. Guild Feng Shu Yenmu. Although I didn't participate, I could tell from the announcement that it was spectacular. Shaolin is impressive. Su Mucheng's exclusive starry eyes. Guild Jun Mo Xiao. Well done. Submit the materials to the guild warehouse. Mo Xiao, you performed admirably. As Lin Mo observed the flood of accolades in the guild channel and group chat, particularly Yi Xiu's commendation, he sank back into his chair, exhaling deeply. His shirt was drenched in cold sweat, his fingertips still trembling slightly, yet an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and belonging enveloped him like a warm current. It was his first team battle, his first direct confrontation with Baki Xiongtu, and his first role as the pivotal controller. He had withstood the pressure and fulfilled his task. The title of Xingxin's Ghost Array Cornerstone felt truly deserved for the first time. In the guild chat, Lin Mo replied, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with excitement and gratitude. Thank you. It was everyone's great cooperation. I will submit the materials to the warehouse immediately. Submit what? Keep your share. Chenghua, Zhu Yanxia, quickly typed in the guild channel. This time, you've contributed the most. Keep that blueprint for the heart of the flame demon, orange, and the core of the magma, rare. Go research your flame array. You can take any other materials from the guild warehouse as well. Don't be polite. A warm feeling surged in Lin Mo's heart, and he did not feign modesty. Thank you, Guoguo. He opened his backpack, gazing at the blueprint radiating orange light and the scorching core of the magma. Akin to a miniature sun, his eyes filled with anticipation. The enhancement of the flame array now had crucial materials. Just as he prepared to log off for a well-deserved rest, a private message from Yi Xiu popped up. Private message Jun Mo Xiao. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Arena. Old room. Your performance today was satisfactory, yet there is room for improvement in your control of the rhythm. The heart of the Ghost Array is not just a 3-hit combo. Lin Mo smiled at Yi Xiu's evaluation. Receiving a word of approval from Yi Xiu was the highest recognition he could attain. As for improvement, he was brimming with motivation. Received. See you tomorrow, Yiga? After replying, he took one last glance at the lively guild channel and group chat, feeling an unprecedented sense of belonging at the sight of the group named Xingxin Family, Noisy Edition. This was his online home. Chapter 38. Special training begins. The daily trials of being tormented by Yi Shun. The exhilaration of seizing victory in the flame forest lingered throughout the night. The next day, as Lin Mo entered the Xingxin Network clubhouse, sporting 2 faint dark circles under his eyes, yet feeling unusually spirited, he was instantly met with a hero's welcome. Shaolin, come. Sit down. Sister made you red date and goji berry tea. It's good for your vitality. Chenghua, Zhu Yanxia, warmly beckoned, placing a steaming cup of tea at Lin Mo's usual training machine, her eyes full of care and pride. Last night was brilliant. Those Baki Xiongtu guys looked utterly furious. Ha, Guoguo, you're too kind, Lin Mo replied, feeling slightly bashful as he accepted the teacup. The warm, slightly sweet tea immediately dispelled the morning chill. Kindness. You are now our precious array, Ghost and Xingxin. Chenghua patted his shoulder. By the way, Yi Xiu is upstairs. He wants you to go straight to him for training. Yes, I will head there now. Lin Mo set down the teacup and quickly ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he could hear Bao Rongxing, Bao Ziruching, shouting excitedly. Boss, let us have another round. I refuse to believe I can't even touch the hem of your garment this time. Bao Rongxing was animatedly gesturing at the screen, where his rogue character was being toyed with by Jun Mo Xiao, leaving him in a pitiful state. Tang Ro, Han Yenro, sat quietly beside him, her screen displaying 2 battling mages fiercely clashing, sparks flying as their spear tips collided, evidently engaged in a spar with a skilled opponent. Leaning back lazily in his chair, Yi Xiu casually held a cigarette, still unlit, his fingers seemingly aimlessly tapping on the keyboard, while the character Jun Mo Xiao on the screen effortlessly evaded all of Bao Ziruching's attacks. Your speed is commendable, but your approach is too reckless, full of flaws. Baozi, what you need to learn is not how to touch my hem, but how to prevent your opponent from getting close enough to touch it. You're here? Yi Xiu caught sight of Lin Mo and gestured towards an empty seat beside him. Log in. Arena, old room. Lin Mo promptly seated himself, logging into MSHU Su NQ, accepting Yi Shi's arena invitation. The map remained that simplistic arena. JNM Shio stood opposite, holding an umbrella. The rules were unchanged. I shall only employ basic movements and minor skills. You will use formations to restrain me once. Yi Shi's voice resonated through the headset, but today, let us increase the difficulty. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Shi maneuvered JNM Shio into action. The movements were no longer the straightforward lines or simple turns of yesterday, but rather a chaotic and unpredictable array of speed variations. At times, he moved with ghostly elusiveness, and at others, like a rampaging bull. The rhythm was utterly unpredictable. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. This is the enhancement space Wai Shi spoke of. Yesterday's training had helped him find a sense of rhythm, but in the face of Wai Shi's erratic and whimsical movements, the control he had just established was instantly shattered. Ice formation. Lin Mo attempted to block J and M Shio's potential paths of movement. Whoosh. J and M Shio executed a sudden stop followed by a reverse slide, effortlessly evading the attack. Dark formation. Lin Mo predicted his sliding landing. Bang. J and M Shio abruptly leaped during the slide, transforming the Qianji umbrella into a hand cannon, firing midair. Not only dodging the dark formation, but also disrupting MSHU Su Mucheng's casting rhythm with a retaliatory shot. Blade formation. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Spreading the area of restriction, J and M Shio appeared to possess foresight, slipping through the gaps of the blade formation at the very moment it took shape without losing speed. 10 minutes elapsed, and Lin Mo had attempted every combination of formations, even employing the ghostly shadow step to hasten his positioning. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He couldn't even graze the hem of J and M Shio's attire. In fact, due to his impatience, the casting delay returned to approximately 0.15 seconds. A profound sense of frustration surged once more. Stop. Wai Shi called for a halt. Lin Mo panted heavily, sweat trickling down his forehead. Have you identified the issue? Wai Shi inquired. Your movements lack pattern. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse. Correct, yet also incorrect. Wai Shi opened the video playback, the slow-motion replay showcasing J and M Shio's movement trajectory. Observe here, my sudden stop was prompted by the lifting of your hand, revealing your intent to deploy the ice formation to seal the left path. Here, I leaped because your ghostly shadow step had begun, indicating a tendency for your center of gravity to shift leftward. And here, I executed a slip because your perspective instinctively fixated on my right front as you laid out the blade formation. Wai Shi incisively pointed out every subtle action of Lin Mo that betrayed his intentions. Your formations expose your thoughts. An opponent can predict your landing through your body language, the movement of your perspective, and even the visual effects preceding your skill. Thus, you will never be able to control a true master. Exposing intentions. Body language. Lin Mo was struck as if by lightning. He had never considered that the subconscious actions preceding his formation releases were as illuminating as a beacon in the night to an opponent of Wai Shi's caliber. Heart of the ghostly formation. Step 2. Conceal intent. Wai Shi's voice held a profound significance, urging that your heart's intent be as elusive as a ghostly shadow. Let your hand raise no longer signify your landing. Let your positioning become a trap to bewilder your opponent. To achieve this, the heart must be present, the formation established, and the intent concealed. Conceal intent. Heart present, formation established, intent concealed. This requirement was even more ethereal and challenging than yesterday's rhythm control. Today's training content, thoughtless casting. Wai Shi opened a training program Lin Mo had never encountered, which would randomly generate moving targets while subjecting him to various distractions, flashes, noise, and perspective shaking. Your task is to release formations instinctively, without contemplating the landing or deliberately controlling your actions, relying solely on feeling to hit the target. The goal is to eliminate all intentional actions before casting, allowing formations to be released as if instinctively. Thoughtless casting. Eliminate intentional actions. Lin Mo gazed at the complex distraction program, feeling a shiver run down his spine. This was utterly inhumane training. Yet, he did not retreat. He recalled the professional account card in his backpack, Wai Shi's trust, and his teammates' expectations. Let us begin. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute. The hellish training resumed. The trajectories of the moving targets generated by the program were cunning, and various distractions followed in rapid succession. Blinding lights rendered the screen a sea of white. Piercing noise nearly shattered his eardrums. The perspective jolted violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Lin Mo endeavored to cast aside all distractions, forcing himself not to think, but rather to release formations based solely on instinctive feeling. The results were predictable. The ice formation missed entirely. The dark formation veered off course. The blade formation was laid out in vain. The error rate skyrocketed. Due to the heightened tension and distractions, it plummeted below 160. The casting delay was abysmal. Focus, not tension. Relax your body. Feel the flow of energy. Do not think with your mind. Instead, let your body remember the sensation of release. Wai Shi's voice rang like a warning bell, echoing intermittently. Sweat soaked Lin Mo's back, his fingers stiff and sore from the strain and relentless distractions. Yet he gritted his teeth, failing repeatedly and starting anew time after time. Time passed slowly amidst the tedious and painful training. Unbeknownst to him, as he instinctively released an ice formation in a particularly jarring perspective shake, The awkwardly executed spell astonishingly struck a rapidly moving target. Hit. Casting Intent Concealment. 65. Good. The system notification chimed, though it was merely a fluke, and the concealment was only 65. That fleeting moment of thoughtless success was akin to a lightning bolt cutting through the darkness, illuminating hope for Lin Mo. He grasped that elusive sensation. Quite interesting. Weishi's voice bore a subtle note of approval. Remember that feeling from just now. That will be all for today. This afternoon, you may engage in free activities to digest what you've learned. In the evening, the guild will organize a dungeon run to foster teamwork. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, feeling more exhausted than after 10 consecutive battles, yet his heart brimmed with a sense of fulfillment from his gains. The path of concealing intent and thoughtless casting was arduous, but he had already taken the first step. He removed his headset, stretching his stiff neck, and noticed Boring X-ing was huddled in front of Ting Ru's screen, shouting excitedly. Sister HN is amazing. That dragon raising the head was exquisite. Wasn't that fellow from the professional training camp? You completely dominated him. On Tang Ro's screen, her battle mage was fiercely suppressing her opponent, the spear dancing with a sharp aura of lethality. Lin Mo gazed at Tang Ro's focused profile and the fluid maneuvers on the screen, inwardly exclaiming, Xing Xian truly harbors hidden talents. As the formation master, there is still much for me to learn. Chapter 39. The Material Contest. The debut of Xing Xian's formation master in the evening. The second floor of the Xing Xian Network Club was brightly lit. The sounds of keyboard clattering and Bao Rongxing's occasional bizarre calls intertwined, creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality. Gather. Dungeon. Spider Cave. Heroic. Objective. Rare materials. Dungeon Silk and Venom Gland. Quick. Form the group. Chenghua. Zhu Yanxia. Announced energetically in both the group and guild channels. The Spider Cave. Heroic. Was a level 30 entry 5-person dungeon, significantly more challenging than the normal version. The minor monsters possessed poisonous attacks and appeared in great numbers, while the mother spider would continuously summon small spiders and unleash toxic clouds, requiring exceptional teamwork. The Dungeon Silk and Venom Gland produced were crucial materials for crafting high-level antidotes and poison attribute equipment, creating substantial market demand. Lin Mo promptly maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji to join the team. Team composition: Jun Mo Xiao, the lone commander; Han Yen Ro, battle mage main attacker; Baozi Ru Qin, rogue sub-attacker; Zhu Yanxia, gunner providing remote support; Mo Shou Xianji, formation master assisting control. Without delving into the dungeon mechanics, the focus was on swiftly eliminating small spiders and interrupting the mother spider's spawning abilities. Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao, quickly outlined the tactics in the team channel. Mo. Your core tasks are 1. Utilize the ice formation and plague formation to control the small spider spawn area, assisting Han Yen Ro in clearing them. 2. When the mother spider raises its abdomen to spawn, release the dark formation beneath it to interrupt the skill. 3. When it releases toxic clouds, use the blade formation to cover the team's movement path, reducing the likelihood of poisoning. Understood. Lin Mo replied solemnly, firmly committing Yi Xiu's request to memory. This dungeon marked his first formal team dungeon as the core controller after earning the title of Xing Xian's formation master, a moment of great significance. Upon entering the dungeon, a dim and damp cave enveloped them, the air thick with a sweet, rancid odor. Enormous webs were strewn everywhere, adorned with the desiccated remains of prey. Rustling sounds echoed from all directions, sending chills down their spines. The first wave of small spiders. Spawn points to the left, right, and above on the rock wall. Prepare. Yi Xiu called out. As soon as he finished speaking, countless fist-sized, pitch-black small spiders with gleaming green compound eyes surged forth from the crevices in the rock wall like a tide, moving with alarming speed and emitting sharp shrieks as they lunged toward the team. Ice formation. Coordinates 102, 88. Cover the left spawn point. Yi Xiu commanded. Ice formation. Activate. Lin Mo deftly gestured, and the ice blue formation descended in an instant. A chilling aura permeated, instantly slowing the small spiders emerging from the left. Plague formation. Coordinates 98, 92. Middle spawn point. The command followed. Plague formation. The dark green toxic mist erupted, and a skeletal figure appeared above the small spiders in the middle, reducing their defenses. Han Yen Ro. Dragon Tooth Charge. Left and middle paths. Clear them out. Yi Xiu ordered. With a deft flick of her spear, Han Yen Ro transformed into a beam of silver light, accurately piercing into the slowed and weakened small spider horde. Combined with Chenghua's Zhu Yanxia's remote artillery fire, the small spiders in the left and middle paths fell like harvested wheat. Right path. Baozi. Use the brick. Yi Xiu directed. Watch my heavenly maiden scattering flowers with the brick. Baozi Ru Qin exclaimed, tossing a brick that astonishingly split mid-air. raining down on several small spiders that had slipped through the cracks on the right. The first wave of small spiders was cleared with minimal risk. Lin Mo's formations were released with precision and timeliness, perfectly aligning with Yi Xiu's strategy. He felt a sense of relief. The team pressed deeper into the cave. The paths grew more convoluted, the webs denser, and the environment increasingly treacherous. The subsequent combinations of small monsters became more troublesome. Gigantic spiders that spewed sticky webs to restrict movement, small explosive poisonous spiders, and elite assassin spiders lurking in the shadows. With each encounter, Lin Mo remained wholly focused. The ice formation blocked paths and restricted movement. The plague formation weakened defenses, working in tandem with damage output. The dark formation interrupted elite monster skills at critical moments, and the blade formation provided attack speed bonuses and slight protection in narrow passages. His casting became increasingly fluid, mastering the art of formations with an average casting delay of around 0.11 seconds, especially during an encounter with 3 elite assassin spiders. Lin Mo executed a ghostly sidestep at Yi Xiu's warning, simultaneously releasing the ice formation and dark formation behind the team. Not only did he thwart the assassin's ambush, but he also slowed and blinded them, allowing Han Yanro to swiftly dispatch one with a fierce strike. His fluid operations drew continuous praise from Chun Guo over the voice channel. At long last, the team reached the colossal lair of the mother spider. In the center of the nest, a terrifying spider, as large as a small automobile, lay prone on layers of white webs, its abdomen swollen like a giant egg sac. Its fearsome mandibles opened and closed, dripping with dark green venom, while its 8 compound eyes glimmered with a cruel light. The usual plan. Han Yanro, you take the lead, draw aggro, and avoid the venom sprays and web entanglements. Bao Zi, harass from the flank and interrupt its bites. Chun Guo, provide long-range fire support. And keep an eye on the small spider spawn points. Mo, keep your eyes on its abdomen. When it raises, it will spawn. Use the dark formation to interrupt. Yi Xiu quickly assigned the tasks. The battle commenced. Han Yanro charged ahead, her spear aimed directly at the mother spider's compound eyes, successfully drawing aggro. The mother spider emitted an enraged screech, its massive forelimbs crashing down. Han Yanro skillfully dodged, counterattacking with her spear. Bao Zi Ruqin bounced around like a flea, employing a barrage of quirky skills, bricks, knee strikes, throat locks, constantly interrupting the attack rhythm. Chun Guo's Zhu Yanxia set up long-range artillery. The thunderous booms echoing as shells exploded against the mother spider's tough exoskeleton. Lin Mo, meanwhile, remained intently focused on the mother spider's immense, writhing abdomen. His task was the most critical. If spawning succeeded, dozens of small spiders would be summoned in an instant, enough to cause the team to collapse. Suddenly, the mother spider's massive abdomen lifted abruptly. A surge of dark green energy coalesced at its apex. Spawning. Mo show. Dark formation. Yi Xiu bellowed. Dark formation. Deploy. Lin Mo's fingers hovered over the shortcut key, poised for action. The moment he issued the command, a deep purple magic array erupted beneath the Yumu Jiju, engulfing the gathering emerald energy in an instant. The Yumu Jiju froze, the icon indicating a skill interruption glowing ominously above its head. Its raised abdomen fell back down in reluctant submission. Well done, Chun Guo exclaimed with excitement. Output, Yi Xiu commanded. The team unleashed their full firepower, plunging into the cycle of battle, drawing aggro, evading skills, interrupting spawning, and clearing the occasional waves of small spiders. Lin Mo remained taut with anticipation. Each time the Yumu Jiju lifted its abdomen, he instinctively unleashed the dark array, perfectly timed and precisely positioned. 5 lifts, 5 successful interruptions, without a single error. The Yumu Jiju's health steadily declined. Once its health dropped to 20, it let out a furious wail, causing the entire nest to tremble violently. Countless small spiders surged forth from every corner, while simultaneously, the Yumu Jiju's abdomen spewed a vast cloud of emerald poison, enveloping the center of the nest. Poison cloud. Retreat. Blade array covering the escape route. Yi Xiu shouted urgently. Blade array activate. Lin Mo responded with remarkable swiftness. The crimson blade array unfurled instantly along the team's evacuation path, forming a barrier of sharp blade energy that, while not entirely isolating the poison cloud, significantly reduced its potency and damage. With the feeble protection of the blade array, the team swiftly retreated from the poison cloud's range. There are too many small spiders. We can't clear them all, Chun Guo exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety as she watched the black tide of spiders swarm in. Mo show, Ice Array and Plague Array cover the spawn points. Han Yanro, unleash your ultimate to clear the field. Yi Xiu remained composed in the face of adversity. Ice Array, Plague Array. Lin Mo's ghostly claws danced in a frenzy, intertwining frost and poison mist to promptly blanket the densest clusters of small spiders. Slow them down. Lower their defenses. Han Yanro called out. her war spear erupting with an unprecedented silvery brilliance. She transformed into a roaring silver dragon, crashing fiercely into the tide of small spiders weakened by the array. Boom. The silver dragon's fury ravaged through the area, and the slowed, weakened small spiders were obliterated as if tossed into a meat grinder, clearing a vast expanse. The crisis averted. The team seized the opportunity to launch a final assault on the critically wounded Su Mucheng. Ultimately, under the precise headshot of Lin Mo Zhao's Barrett sniper rifle, the Su Mucheng let out a chilling wail before its colossal form collapsed. Countless materials, equipment, and gold erupted like fireworks. System, congratulations to players Lin Mo Zhao, Han Yanro, Baozi Ru Qin, Zhu Yanxia, and Mo Shou Xianji for successfully clearing the spider cave. Heroic. Brilliant. Bao Rongxing was the first to cheer. Bro, your dark array interrupts were phenomenal. 5 times. Not a single miss. Lin Mo is incredible. Chun Guo's voice brimmed with joy. We've secured the materials this time. Tang Rou maneuvered Han Yanro to stand before Mo Shou Xianji, her war spear pausing with a resonant clang, more solemn than before. Yishio approached the loot, bending down to collect 2 shimmering threads and several emerald poison sacks. Cave spider silk 3, poison sac gland 5. Good haul, he remarked, directly trading the materials to Lin Mo. These are yours. Lin Mo gazed at the newly acquired rare materials in his inventory, feeling the unmistakable approval of his teammates surge within him, a profound sense of accomplishment and belonging swelling in his heart. As the cornerstone of Xing Xian's ghost array, he was solidifying this title with every action he took. The team's synergy had flourished. Their debut was a resounding success. Chapter 40. Seizing opportunity from the Tiger's Maw. The triumphant debut in the Spider Cave and the bounty of materials had elevated the morale of Xing Xian's small group online. However, the calm lasted but a day. The following noon, an urgent report from a peripheral member of the guild reignited the flames of battle. Guild Mushroom Picker, reporting. Coordinates, 1124, 789. Misty Valley. Rare elite Jing Gunyao has respawned, surrounded by members of the Blue Stream Pavilion. Their numbers are few, seemingly just one elite squad. But they are quite formidable. Our members do not dare to approach. The Jing Gunyao, an exceedingly rare flying elite monster, while not the strongest in combat, guaranteed the drop of a special material known as the Crystal Feather, one of the core materials for crafting top-tier silver cloaks, scarce and highly sought after. Blue Stream Pavilion? That guy Huang Xiaoyan's territory? Chenghua, Zhu Yanxia, exclaimed in the group chat. Just one squad. This is an opportunity. Let's snatch it. Group Baozi de Xia, snatch. Snatch, snatch. My brick is itching to be used. Group Han Yanro. Yes, we can take them. Group Jun Mo Shao, coordinates received. Assemble at 1110, 775, Valley Entrance. The Blue Stream Pavilion's elite squad may be scouting or just out for fun with Huang Xiaotian. Stay vigilant. Mo Shou, prepare to control the field. Once again, the core of crowd control. Lin Mo's spirit lifted. Understood. The team swiftly gathered and teleported to the entrance of the Misty Valley. The valley was shrouded in a perpetual milky white mist, with visibility severely hampered. Strange crystalline plants flickered in and out of view within the fog, emitting a faint glow. From afar, the clear and melodious calls of the Jing Gunyao echoed, mingled with the sounds of skill activations and player commands. The fog is too thick. Mo Shou, activate Ghost Shadow Step, lead the way. Everyone else, maintain distance and follow my commands, Yishio decisively ordered. Alright. Lin Mo immediately activated Ghost Shadow Step, guiding Mo Shou Xianji to trail behind Jun Mo Shao. The two moved like phantoms, seamlessly blending into the mist as they stealthily approached the source of the sounds. The fog severely obstructed their vision. Lin Mo maximized the power of the biological perception and sound wave positioning modules in the system's atlas, striving to capture the energy fluctuations and sound details ahead. To the left front, 30 yards away, 3 energy fluctuations were detected, likely from a swordsman, elementalist, and priest. To the right front, a high-speed moving target. It was the Jing Gunyao. It was being pursued. Yishio's voice resonated in the team channel, displaying remarkable judgment. Lin Mo focused intently, indeed capturing a swift flow of energy darting through the mist to the right, trailed by slower waves of energy. The Blue Stream Pavilion squad was pursuing from the right, while to the left might be their guard or another small team. Yishio swiftly analyzed the situation. Opportunity. Han Yanro, Baozi, Chenghua. Target the right front. Charge at the Jing Gunyao. Mo Shou, deal with the sentinel ahead. Swiftly. Do not allow them to send a message. The command was like a flash of lightning. The 4 individuals immediately divided into 2 groups. Jun Mo Shao and Mo Shou Xianji darted forward like arrows released from a bow, targeting the 3 figures shrouded in mist to the left front. Who? It was evident that the enemy had also detected the anomaly, as one of the swordsmen shouted fiercely. Dark formation. Cover. Yi Xiu's voice rang out. Dark formation. Activate. Lin Mo did not hesitate. The purple-black magic formation instantly engulfed the area where the three enemies stood, depriving them of their sight. Ice formation. Bind their feet. Yi Xiu commanded again. The ice-blue thorns blossomed within the dark formation, the extreme chill rendering the movements of the trapped three instantly rigid. Attack swiftly. Yi Xiu's voice carried a chilling efficiency. The Qianji San erupted in dazzling brilliance amidst the mist, unleashing a barrage of punches, kicks, staffs, and gunfire upon the three adversaries, blinded by the dark formation and slowed by the ice formation. Lin Mo was not idle either. The blade formation was activated, enhancing his own attacks while the faint blade energy continuously sliced through the enemy. In perfect coordination with Yi Xiu's assault, the strikes were quick, fierce, and precise. Within 10 seconds, the three elite players from Lan Shigu had yet to even discern their opponents' identities before they transformed into three streaks of white light, ascending into the sky. Their equipment and potions scattered across the ground. Address the right front. Yi Xiu moved without pause, the Qianji San transforming into mechanical rotor blades, propelling him towards the right front. Lin Mo activated the ghostly shadow step, accelerating to follow closely. At this moment, the battle in the right front had reached a fever pitch. The Jing Gunyao darted through the mist like a streak of light, emitting urgent cries. Behind it, a figure pursued relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. This individual wielded a lightsaber with unmatched speed, the blade glimmering like a continuous spring rain, exuding an oppressive aura. Indeed, it was Lan Shiji's ace, Sword Saint Huang Shaodian, though he was using a lower-tier character. His signature swift swordsmanship and incessant banter, flooding the nearby channel, betrayed his true identity. Nearby, Lu Mu exclaimed, "Run. You better run. Little one, you are quite fast. Take this 3-part slash. Oh, you dodged? Let me try a draw slash. Damn it. Just grazed. This is infuriating. Healer, heal me. Don't let me die and be humiliated." Nearby, Lan Shiji's priest. "Captain, be careful. Someone is coming from behind." Nearby, Lan Shiji's elemental mage. "It's Jun Mo Shao. And that formation demon. Be cautious." Han Yenro, Bao Zi Ruqin, and Shun Guo were entangled with 3 other members of Lan Shigu, the priest, elemental mage, and knight, struggling to break through the blockade to snatch the objective, but they were firmly held back. Meanwhile, Huang Shaodian was fixated on pursuing the Jing Gunyao, seemingly disregarding the two approaching from behind. Mo Shou, ice formation, coordinates, 1130, 795. Predict the movement trajectory of the Jing Gunyao. Restrict its movements. Force it to change direction. Yi Xiu's words flowed rapidly. Ice formation, fall. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto the trajectory predicted by the system's chart. The ghost claw swinging down with an icy blue arc crack. The ice formation accurately erupted in front of the Jing Gunyao's flight path. The extreme chill made the very air seem to freeze. The Jing Gunyao emitted a terrified cry, abruptly halting and changing direction. Good opportunity. Huang Shaodian, watch the sword. Yi Xiu laughed heartily, as Jun Mo Zhao's speed suddenly surged. The Qianji San transformed into a lightsaber, delivering a swift, slicing strike that tore through the mist, directly targeting the Jing Gunyao, which was forced to change course and had significantly slowed. The timing was impeccable. Nearby, Lu Mu exclaimed, "Damn. Old Yi, you tricked me. Stealing my monster. Watch the sword, watch the sword, watch the sword, watch the sword." Huang Shaodian exploded with rage. The lightsaber transformed into a myriad of sword shadows, no longer pursuing the Jing Gunyao, but sweeping towards Jun Mo Shao. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Mo Shou, blade formation, cover me, endure. Yi Xiu's voice carried a hint of excitement. Blade formation, activate. The blood-red blade energy erupted beneath Jun Mo Zhao's feet. The fierce blade energy formed a barrier. Ding 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 ding. Countless sword lights struck the blade formation barrier, creating a cacophony of metallic clashing sounds. The blade formation trembled violently, yet it remained steadfast, securing precious output time for Jun Mo Shao. Jun Mo Zhao's lightsaber struck the Jing Gunyao's wing fiercely. A massive damage number sword. The Jing Gunyao let out a mournful cry, plummeting towards the ground. "Bao Zi, Han Yenro, go for it." Yi Xiu bellowed. "Here it comes." Bao Zi Ruqin executed a powerful throw, the brick slicing through the air with a whistling sound, accurately smashing into the falling Jing Gunyao. Han Yenro then unleashed the Dragon Breaker, transforming into a silver dragon, arriving first to collide heavily with the falling creature. Boom. The last sliver of health from the Jing Gunyao was obliterated. It emitted a hauntingly beautiful long cry, dissipating into sparkling light. A feather shimmering with a rainbow hue, resembling a crystal carving, crystal feather, along with several other items, fell to the ground. "It's mine." Bao Ziruqin shouted as he lunged for the feather. Damn, you bandits. Huang Xiaodian fumed, spamming the nearby channel. Nearby, Lu Mu declared, Jun Mo Xiao. Mo Shou Xianji. I will remember you. And the one who threw the brick. Just wait until we meet again, and I will chop you into 18 pieces. Rage, rage, rage. However, the members of Xing Xin paid no heed to him. Bao Ziruqin swiftly scooped up the crystal feather. Han Yen Rou gathered the other materials. Chen Guo provided fire support from the rear, and Yi Xiu and Lin Mo covered their retreat. The five coordinated seamlessly, shattering the return scroll. Several beams of white light flashed, and the five vanished into the enveloping mist, leaving behind Huang Xiaodian, fuming in frustration, and the remaining members of Lan Shigu exchanging glances in bewilderment. In the public channel of Glory's 10th district, a system announcement once again flooded the screen. Server announcement: players Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yen Rou, Bao Ziruqin, Zhu Yanxia, and Mo Shou Xianji successfully defeated the rare elite Jing Gunyao. The Xing Xian Guild channel and group chat erupted with cheers and exclamations of triumph. Guild member Bao Zidixia. Haha, crystal feather. It's in the bag. That ice formation was incredible. The boss's blade formation withstood the Sword Saint's ultimate move. So proud. Guild member Zhu Yanxia. So satisfying. Snatching something from Huang Xiaodian. Delightful. Kudos to Lin Mo for the assist. Celebratory flowers. Guild member Han Yen Rou. Indeed. Great teamwork. Gong Hui Feng Shu Yanyu. Although I did not participate, the announcement alone indicates it must have been spectacular. Xiaolin is increasingly embodying the essence of the master tactician. Gong Hui Junmoxio. Indeed. Materials have been submitted. Mo Shou, the blade formation withstands pressure, the timing is impeccable. As Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, he exhaled deeply. Observing the accolades flooding the guild channel and group chat, particularly the remark from Yi Xiu regarding the impeccable timing. After 2 consecutive grueling battles, from the Grand BQ Shi NGT to the serene LNXG, from wild maps to rare elites, he had held his ground as the core of control, showcasing an exceptional performance. The cornerstone of Xingxin's ghost formation was beginning to shine in each battle, revealing its unique brilliance. He opened his backpack, gazing at the beautifully radiant Shu Jie Yingzhi, lying quietly within, a confident smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning. The legend belonging to Xingxin and the master tactician Mo Shou Xuanji has just begun to unfold. Chapter 41. The results of special training. Enhancement of formation speed. The Shu Jie Yingzhi in his backpack shimmered with a prismatic glow, mirroring Lin Mo's current mood, vibrant and fulfilling. The remarkable feat of snatching victory from Huang Xiaodian, the sword saint of LNXG, had made the names Xingxin and Mo Shou Xuanji resound throughout District 10. The praises in the guild channel and group chat filled the screen, and Yi Xiu's commendation of impeccable timing was like a nourishing rain, soothing his tightly strung nerves from the intense battles. However, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Lin Mo quickly regained his composure. He opened Yi Xiu's substantial training plan, Mo Shou Xuanji, his gaze settling on the first line: daily basic hand speed reaction training, 181 hour, 185, 0, 8 seconds delay, the heart of the ghost formation. The goal still loomed high, akin to a perilous peak before him. The success of snatching victory relied on the team's synergy and Yi Xiu's godlike command, while his individual operational bottlenecks, the fractional seconds of difference and the issue of exposed intentions, remained. Upon returning to his cramped rental apartment, the lights outside had begun to twinkle. Lin Mo did not rest immediately. Instead, he gulped down a large sip of cold water, the icy liquid invigorating his throat and dispelling his fatigue. He sat back down at his computer, bypassing the game login, and directly opened the muscle memory retraining program that Yi Xiu had provided, along with the built-in limit break module in Glory. This time, he would no longer blindly pursue speed. He integrated Yi Xiu's teachings on rhythm, concealed intent, and thoughtless casting into each training session. In the limit break module, luminous points cascaded like a torrential downpour. Lin Mo forced himself to cast aside distractions, refraining from contemplating landing points or calculating trajectories, instead relying solely on the tactile sensations of his fingertips on the keys and the instinctive surge of formation energy. His fingers danced across the keyboard, no longer pounding but rather imbued with a unique flair and sense of rhythm. Ice formations, fire formations, dark formations, and blade formations were unleashed at various unconventional angles. Initially, he stumbled frequently, barely maintaining an average of around 175, with casting delays hovering around 0.12 seconds, and the concealment of intent was dismal. Sweat quickly soaked his hair, and his fingertips ached from the high-speed attempts and intense concentration. Relax and feel the flow. It's not about thinking, it's about remembering the sensation, Yi Xiu's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Mo took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. striving to recall the instinctual fluidity he had experienced while interrupting the mother spider in the spider cave and while sealing the crystal songbird people in the Misty Valley with ice formations. He shifted his focus away from the fluctuating data on the screen, immersing himself entirely in the tactile sensations beneath his fingertips and the gathering, forming, and erupting energy of the formations in his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, his movements transformed. No longer rigid or deliberate, each action, moving, turning, accelerating with ghost shadow steps, became more natural and fluid, as if merging with the rhythm of his own breath. When releasing formations, his wrist guided his fingers, tracing short, precise trajectories imbued with an indescribable cadence. The descent of the ice formation bore a chilling finality. The eruption of the fire formation radiated with fervent intensity. The expansion of the dark formation enveloped with gloom, and the deployment of the blade formation sliced through the air with sharpness. The luminous points on the screen continued to cascade like a torrential downpour, yet Lin Mo's mindset had curiously settled into tranquility. His fingers danced upon the keyboard, akin to playing a silent symphony, with each keystroke seamlessly fitting into the intangible rhythm. Average, 183, 5. Average casting delay, 0. 0.95 seconds. Highest intent concealment, 81. Evaluation, excellent. As Lin Mo gazed at the statistical data flashing on the screen, he exhaled in relief. An overwhelming sense of joy and accomplishment instantly dissipating the pain in his wrist. An average of 183, 5. A delay of 0.95 seconds. A concealment of intent at 81. He was merely a step away from Yishio's requirements of 185 and 0.8 seconds. Moreover, he had finally grazed the edge of thoughtless casting and concealed intent. He released the mouse, observing his right hand quivering slightly from prolonged high-speed operation, fingertips reddened. Yet a weary yet contented smile adorned his face. These hands were gradually transcending their limits. At that moment, a notification chimed. Private message from Fengshu Yanyu. Is the training over? I heard you showcased your prowess again today. Snatching items from Huang Xiaodian. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. However, do remember to rest during training, as someone might exploit your labor. Reading the playful text and the special starry-eyed gif on the screen warmed Lin Mo's heart, as if alleviating some of the wrist pain. Private message from Mo Shou Xuanji. Just finished. Fortune favored us, and everyone coordinated well. There has been some progress in training. Thank you for your concern, Mucheng. Smiley face private message from Fengshu Yanyu. Progress is good. I knew you would succeed. Keep it up. I look forward to seeing your even more formidable formations. The encouragement from Su Mucheng was akin to a warm spring breeze, dispelling the fatigue of training. Lin Mo turned off private messages, carefully saved a screenshot of the training data. This was a milestone earned through sweat and willpower. The following afternoon, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the Xingxi Network Club. The pain in his wrist had eased considerably after a night's rest, yet some stiffness remained. He ascended to the second floor, where Yishio was already seated in his usual spot, seemingly analyzing a battle replay on the screen. Brother Yi, Lin Mo greeted. How's your hand? Yishio replied without turning his head. Much better, still a bit stiff. No hand speed practice today. Arena, same place, Yishio stated. Opening the arena to create a room. Let me see how much you've progressed. The moment had come to test the results. Lin Mo felt invigorated and promptly logged into Mo Shou Xianqi to accept the invitation. The arena was still a simple stage. Jun Mo Shao held an umbrella. His posture relaxed. The rules remain unchanged. Begin. Yishio's voice was flat. As soon as the command was given, Jun Mo Shao moved. His movement was as erratic and unrestrained as ever, elusive as a specter, swift as thunder. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, focusing intently. He refrained from rushing to strike. Instead, maneuvering Mo Shou Xianqi to begin his own unpredictable movement, activating the ghost shadow step to adjust the distance and angle relative to Jun Mo Shao. He locked his eyes onto the moving figure, no longer attempting to predict the landing point, but rather sensing the unique rhythm and cadence of Yishio's movements. Capturing the fleeting momentum, Jun Mo Shao abruptly halted, his center of gravity subtly shifting to the right. Ice array, Lin Mo thought, and instinctively, his fingers flicked out. The ice blue magic array materialized at a precise distance of 5 meters in front of Jun Mo Shao, strategically covering his potential escape route. However, in that instant of halting, Yishio's body twisted in an uncanny reverse motion, gliding left as if defying the laws of physics. The ice array missed. Intent concealment at 70. Position prediction at 70, reaction slow by 0.5 seconds. Yishio's voice was as cold and mechanical as a machine. Lin Mo's heart sank, yet he remained undeterred. He continued to maneuver, to capture. Jun Mo Shao surged forward with sudden acceleration, feigning an attack. Dark array. Lin Mo executed the ghost claw. The purple-black array spread out in front of Jun Mo Shao's path. Yet, during the rush, Jun Mo Xiao suddenly ducked and slid, evading the dark array by gliding close to the ground. Simultaneously, the Qianquan umbrella transformed into a hand cannon, firing a shot towards Mo Shou Xianqi. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, rolling to the side to evade. At the same time, he laid down a blade array at his previous position. Good response. The blade array timing was spot on, Yishou commented. The battle intensified. On the stage, two figures moved at high speed, weaving past each other. Ice blue, purple black, and blood red arrays illuminated intermittently, evaded by Jun Mo Xiao through various astonishing maneuvers. Lin Mo's spellcasting grew increasingly fluid, his rhythm in deploying arrays strengthening. His intentions more concealed. Several times, his arrays nearly brushed against Jun Mo Xiao's afterimages, prompting exclamations from the onlookers, Bao Rongxing in particular. Finally, in a moment when Jun Mo Xiao made consecutive movements to escape the edge of the blade array and slowed down, Lin Mo captured the exceedingly subtle rhythm break at the point of his old strength waning and new strength yet to arise. Now, Plague Array, Lin Mo roared inwardly, his fingertips decisively casting forth. A dense, ink-green toxic mist erupted, as if predicting Jun Mo Xiao's inevitable landing point, exploding at the very moment his movements ceased, perfectly covering him. Hit. Although Jun Mo Xiao managed to leap out of the range at the instant the toxic mist enveloped him, suffering only a brief reduction in defense. This was indeed Lin Mo's first success in a practical exercise, landing a hit on Yishou. The entire training ground seemed to fall silent for a moment. Bao Rongxing's mouth hung open. Tang Rou paused her own battle, glancing over. Before the screen, Lin Mo's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Nearby, Jun Mo Xiao. Yishou remained silent for 2 seconds. Peak value, 189. Average, 182. 3. Average casting delay, 0.088 seconds. Intent concealment peak, 85. Average, 78. He reported a series of precise data, his tone still devoid of fluctuation, yet Lin Mo detected a hint of satisfaction. Timing of the Plague Array release was impeccable, coinciding with the rhythm break, position prediction at 90. Good job. Yishou commanded Jun Mo Xiao to retract the Qianquan umbrella. You've reached today's passing mark. Passing mark. He had achieved it. Though it was merely a glancing hit, and only for less than a second, it signified that his efforts were not in vain. His direction was correct. He was truly advancing towards the heart of the Ghost Array. An indescribable surge of excitement and elation washed over Lin Mo. He clenched his fist tightly, his fingertips turning white from the exertion. The pain in his wrist at that moment felt like a badge of honor. However, Yishou shifted the conversation, stating that his capture of the rhythm break was still not sharp enough. The coverage of the Plague Array was too small. I managed to jump out. The heart of the Ghost Array demands control, not a fluke. Yes, Brother Yi, I will continue to practice. Lin Mo's voice rang loud and full of determination. Yishou acknowledged, seemingly preparing to conclude the training. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly recalled something. Mustering the courage to speak up, Brother Yi, I want to try that. Yishou paused. Which one? The ultimate inheritance task chain's first ring. The assessment of the Ghost Array's heart. Lin Mo's eyes shone brightly, filled with a resolute determination. Chapter 42. New objective. The place of burials. The air seemed to solidify for a moment, under the soft white light of the training ground. The ghost claw of Mo Shou Xianqi still glimmered with the ink-green hue of the released Plague Array. Lin Mo's heart pounded like a drum in his chest as he fixed his gaze on the figure holding the umbrella on the screen, waiting for Yishou's response. The ultimate inheritance task chain's first ring, Ghost Array's heart, 01. Gain Yishou's preliminary recognition and master the essence of the Ghost Array's rhythm. This is not merely a task, it is the ultimate test of his rigorous training during this period. It serves as his ticket to embark on the unparalleled path of the Zhichenggu. Yishou remained silent for a few moments. The sound of his fingers gently tapping the table echoed in his headphones, each tap resonating on Lin Mo's taut nerves. Finally, a brief, playful chuckle broke the silence, revealing a boldness to dare engage in the ultimate assessment with just a passing grade. Lin Mo felt a dryness in his throat. Yet he did not retreat. I wish to give it a try. Please, Yigu, guide me. Very well, Yishou replied succinctly. Since you desire to seek torment prematurely, I shall oblige. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishou's character, Jun Mo Xiao, exited the arena room. System, player Jun Mo Xiao invites you to join the special training space, Zhichenggu Trial Ground. Do you accept? Accept decline, a special training space? The Zhichenggu Trial Ground? Lin Mo took a deep breath and decisively pressed, accept. The screen instantly shifted. The gentle white light was supplanted by a deep, enigmatic purplish-black glow. Mo Shou Xianji was enveloped in a vast, peculiar space seemingly composed of countless flowing purplish-black energies. The space appeared boundless. with dark streams of light swirling beneath his feet, reminiscent of cosmic nebulae. Countless arcane, flickering runes flickered in the void, as the air thickened with an overwhelming, spine-chilling energy of the Zhenggu formation. In the center of this space, a figure floated silently, no longer the leisurely Jun Mo Shao with an umbrella, but a being entirely composed of pure, profound purplish-black Zhenggu energy. It lacked distinct facial features or equipment shapes, possessing only a humanoid outline, surrounded by powerful formation waves that emanated an oppressive aura. Above its head floated 4 grand characters. Zhenggu Heart Phantom. System, entering the special training space. Zhenggu Trial Ground. Ultimate Inheritance Task Chain, Phase 1, Zhenggu Heart, Assessment in Progress. Task Objective, endure for 5 minutes against the assault of the Zhenggu Heart Phantom, or inflict effective damage, accumulate the destruction of its 10 energy shields. Assessment begins. Without providing Lin Mo any time to prepare, the suspended Zhenggu Heart Phantom suddenly surged into action. It did not move, but raised its arm, composed solely of pure energy, and pointed towards Mo Shou Xianji. A profoundly vast dark formation instantly blossomed beneath Mo Shou Xianji's feet. The speed surpassed anything Lin Mo had ever witnessed from any Zhenggu. The effects of visual deprivation and skill interruption descended upon him instantly. Lin Mo was taken aback. This release speed, this range, it was entirely beyond his comprehension. Instinctively, he activated the Zhenggu step and retreated urgently. However, the coverage of the dark formation was far too extensive. He was still engulfed by the encroaching darkness, his vision blurred, and the skill bar shrouded in a murky haze. Ice formation. Activate. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and, relying on instinct, directed the ice formation towards the phantom in an attempt to counteract. However, as soon as the light of the ice formation flickered to life, the second formation descended instantly. It was the blade formation. The vicious crimson blade energy precisely enveloped the core area of the ice formation. The additional effect of the blade formation triggered an immediate prohibition on casting. Lin Mo's chant for the ice formation was forcibly interrupted. Lin Mo's heart trembled violently. The release of formations by this phantom was not only swift, but also fierce and accurate. It seemed to anticipate his intentions. The seamless connection between formations flowed with a natural rhythm, embodying the very essence of the Zhenggu Heart's realm that he had longed for. Without granting Lin Mo a moment's respite, the third formation descended. It was the plague formation. Dark green poison mist erupted along the path of Mo Shou Xianji's retreat. The defense reduction effect was instantly applied. Immediately following, the fourth formation, ice formation. It erupted beneath Mo Shou Xianji, who was slowed by the plague formation. The bone-chilling cold instantaneously froze him. Ice sculpture. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Mo's Mo Shou Xianji was perfectly ensnared by 4 interconnected formations, immobilized in place. His health plummeted rapidly under the dual effects of the plague formation's defense reduction and the continuous damage from the ice formation. The vast chasm of disparity engulfed Lin Mo like an icy abyss. His once proud latency of 1835.0095 seconds, in the presence of the Zhenggu Heart Phantom, felt akin to a stumbling infant. Assessment failed. A cold system notification appeared. Mo Shou Xianji was teleported back to the ordinary arena room. Lin Mo sat dazed in his chair, his back drenched in cold sweat. Those brief seconds felt as protracted as a century. The sense of being completely seen through and utterly controlled left a profound imprint in his mind. How was that? Refreshing? Yi Xiu's languid voice broke the silence. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, his voice tinged with a raspy edge, very strong. The disparity is immense. Indeed, Yi Xiu replied bluntly. That was a projection of the ultimate realm. Being able to merely touch its edges is commendable. However, surviving the first wave of formation attacks without being eliminated suggests your reactions and fundamentals are somewhat adequate. Was that supposed to be a consolation? The Zhenggu Heart is not something attainable overnight. Your journey is still long. Yi Xiu paused, then shifted the conversation. However, practical combat is the best sharpening stone. Simply enduring blows is insufficient. You must engage in hard battles. Lin Mo's spirits lifted. Yigu, is there a new objective? Yes, Yi Xiu replied. Standing up as Jun Mo Shao. In the burial ground, heroic. The current record is held by the Jia dynasty at 15 minutes, 28 seconds, and 44 milliseconds. Our goal is to break it, aiming for under 14 minutes and 50 seconds. The burial ground. Heroic difficulty. The Jia dynasty's record of 15 minutes and 28 seconds. The target is 14 minutes and 50 seconds. Lin Mo's heart raced instantly. This challenge was far more daunting than the previous ordinary difficulty. With an objective of finishing under 15 minutes. Almost 40 seconds faster than the Jia dynasty. This was truly an extreme challenge. The core lies in the extreme compression of minor enemy handling time and the rhythm of battle bursts. Yi Xiu's voice carried an undeniable authority. Your Zhenggu remains the tactical axis, but the expectations are higher. The first segment, the Bone Corridor. The minor enemies refresh at fixed intervals in 3 waves. However, under heroic difficulty, their attack power, health, and skills are all significantly enhanced. The skeletal soldiers charge forth, their blades tearing and spilling blood. The skeletal mages chant curses, diminishing attributes, while the skeletal assassins deliver paralyzing backstabs. Your directive. In the first wave, the ice field's coverage must exceed the previous by 20, ensuring that all soldiers are slowed immediately, while utilizing the chill of the ice to mitigate the tearing effects. Release the spell 5 seconds earlier. In the second wave, the shadow field must be unleashed precisely as the mage begins to chant the curse, shifting the release point 3 steps back to cover all mages in the rear, ensuring the interruption of all curses. Simultaneously, within 3 seconds after the shadow field takes effect, seamlessly deploy the blade field to cover the area engulfed by the shadow field, utilizing the dispelling effect, low level, of the blade energy to eliminate any lingering negative states. In the third wave, the narrow passage of the bone bridge. At the hero difficulty level, elite skeletal shield guards will spawn, equipped with a reflective shield and group taunt. Your mission, the instant the team steps onto the bone bridge. Activate the ghostly step. Accelerate to the forefront of the team. As the shield guard initiates the group taunt, release the plague field beneath its feet. Reduce defense and break the shield. Furthermore, after the plague field takes effect, immediately lay down the blade field along the team's path. The duration must encompass the passage time. Leveraging the blade field's slight control immunity effect against low-level taunts to resist any potential follow-up control. The commands are as swift as a tempest, more stringent than in the dark mines, greater in scope, earlier in timing, seamless connections required. Moreover, charge ahead to interrupt the elite skills. Lin Mo felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. This difficulty was nothing short of hellish. The first boss, the Skeletal Collector, at the hero difficulty, introduces a new skill, Death Decay, a range-based continuous damage reduction to healing, and the number of summoned skeletal reapers is doubled. With the added feature of Vengeance of the Fallen, explosion upon death causing area damage. Your task, continuously utilize formations to restrict the reaper's movements, gathering them in designated areas for Han Yenro to execute swift kills, avoiding chain explosions. Simultaneously, when the casting of Death Decay reaches halfway, release an ice field beneath your feet. Utilize the extreme chill to momentarily freeze the ground's energy, weakening the decay effect. The timing error must not exceed 1 second. Restrict the reapers. Gather. Designated area. Weaken the new skill. Lin Mo felt his mind racing, striving to absorb every detail. This was merely a rough outline. Adjustments would be made based on actual circumstances once they entered the dungeon. Yi Xiu concluded, granting you 2 days for preparation. First, stabilize your speed to above 185, and reduce latency to within 0.085 seconds. Second, memorize the monster compendium for the buried bones at hero difficulty, including skills and attack patterns, particularly of the elite skeletal shield guards and their new skills. Third, study the soul crystal, rare, in the guild warehouse, and explore its potential synergy with your shadow field or ghostly step to enhance effects. Yi Xiu's demands felt as heavy as 3 mountains resting on Lin Mo's shoulders. Stabilize at 185.085 seconds latency. Memorize the compendium. Research material synergy. Only 2 days left. Yet, gazing into Yi Xiu's calm yet trusting eyes, as Lin Mo imagined, an unprecedented determination ignited within him. The buried bones would mark his first battle after joining Xing Xian, and now, at hero difficulty, he aimed to break the record set by the Jia dynasty. This would be the cornerstone of Xing Xian's formation, a declaration of their existence to the 10th district and all prestigious guilds. Absolutely, Lin Mo declared firmly, his voice imbued with a resolve akin to burning bridges. In 2 days, I will be ready. The record shall be shattered. Chapter 43, Studying the Opponent. Compendium analysis. Leaving the Xing Xian internet CAF. The evening breeze carried a slight chill, yet it could not dispel the fervor swelling within Lin Mo's heart. The blueprint sketched by Yi Xiu, envisioning a record-breaking 14 minutes and 50 seconds against the Jia dynasty, resonated like the beating of war drums within his chest. Amidst the excitement lay the weight of responsibility and urgency. 2 days, 3 mountains. Upon returning to his rented room, Lin Mo wasted no time. He logged into the game and headed straight to the guild warehouse. In the depths of the specialized section for formation spirits, he discovered the soul crystal, rare, that Yi Xiu had mentioned. It was a fist-sized crystal, entirely pitch black, with countless tiny gray souls appearing to writhe silently within, emitting a chilling aura even at a distance. Lin Mo retrieved it, holding it in his hand as a wave of icy energy coursed up his arm, causing him to shiver. Soul Crystal, rare, item description, a rare crystal containing a rich essence of soul power. It is a top-tier material for enhancing shadow, curse, and soul-related skills. It provides special bonuses for the Ghostblade class, especially for formation spirits and ghostly whales. System compendium scanning. Scan complete. Hidden attributes activated. Hidden attribute. Soul resonance. Passive. When holding this crystal, there is a 15% chance to trigger Soul Whale when casting shadow attribute formations, Shadow Field, Plague Field. Dealing additional soul damage based on spirit attributes to enemies within range, and inflicting a brief fear effect, reducing movement speed by 20 with a chance of missed attacks. Would you like to consume one soul crystal, rare, to permanently activate the soul resonance passive and bind it to the character Mo Shou Xianqi? Yes, no, 15% chance. Additional soul damage. Fear effect. Lin Mo's heart raced. This effect was a divine enhancement for both the Shadow Field and Plague Field. Particularly in team battles, the chaos induced by the fear effect was invaluable. Moreover, it was a passive ability. Permanently bound. Without hesitation. Yes. The soul crystal in his hand transformed into a profound stream of black light, surging into Mo Shou Xianqi's body. A faint gray-black aura flickered around the character before vanishing. Lin Mo immediately sensed his perception of shadow energy sharpening slightly. System successfully activated the passive soul resonance. The character Mo Shou Xianqi's shadow attribute formations have been enhanced. First battle victorious. Material research successful. Lin Mo's confidence soared. Next came the more arduous task, memorizing the buried bones, hero, compendium, and stabilizing at 185 with a latency of 0.085 seconds. He opened the system compendium. Locking onto the buried bones, hero, dungeon, map, loading monster database, loading skill database, loading. A vast influx of information surged into his mind. It was exponentially more complex than its standard difficulty. Yangxiing 52, significantly enhanced. Skills, CHNGF-ing, inflicts a tearing effect, bleeding damage per second for 8 seconds. SHNPZHN, has an increased area of effect. Weakness, knee joints, low weight-bearing capacity, takes 20 additional damage from ice attributes. A brief moment of stiffness occurs at the initiation of CHNGF-ing. Yangxiing 52, significantly enhanced. Skills, GM damage increased. XRUZHU, expanded area of effect with enhanced attributes, 15 to all attributes, and a new skill. LNGH and JUSH, channeling type, continuously burns the target. Weakness, low mental resistance, takes 25 additional damage from dark attributes. When chanting the curse, the brightness of the soul fire in the head increases. When channeling LNGH and JUSH, a purple-black orb of light gathers at the tip of the staff. Yangxiing 52, significantly enhanced agility. Skills, BIC damage increased, includes paralysis, 15 seconds of immobility, and a new skill. New Yorking B, short distance teleportation, cooldown of 15 seconds. Weakness, extremely low defense. A spatial ripple occurs at the initiation of New Yorking B. Stiffness duration is extended after being controlled. Yangxiing 54, exceptionally high defense. Skills, DNJ, includes dizziness, 2 seconds. FNSH-ing DN, rebounds 30 melee physical damage. QNTOF-ing, forces surrounding targets to attack itself for 3 seconds. Weakness, slow movement. The shield glows earthy yellow when FNSH-ing DN is activated, with a 0.5 second startup time. QNTOF-ing requires raising the shield and shouting angrily, with a prominent wind-up, 1 second. No shield protection from behind, taking 50 additional damage from back attacks. Yangxi-ing new skill. SW-ing TIOL-ing, a channeling type area spell that inflicts shadow damage based on the target's maximum health each second, reducing healing received by 50 for 10 seconds. The area of effect is immense. Weakness, while channeling SW-ing TIOL-ing, the core soul fire flickers violently, with energy waves concentrated on the ground. Defense decreases by 20 during the channeling. LNM absorbed every detail like a sponge soaking up water. Health, skills, wind-up actions, weaknesses, resistances, especially the newly introduced elite and the new skill SW-ing TIOL-ing, which were of utmost importance. He repeatedly watched the dynamic images generated by the system's compendium, indelibly imprinting the crucial wind-up actions and characteristics of weaknesses in his mind. At the same time, he resumed his infernal training. This time, he no longer pursued mere speed and precision, but instead thoroughly integrated the concepts of rhythm, hidden intent, and thoughtless casting. Amidst the torrential downpour of light points in the extreme module, he diligently sought a fluid rhythm, allowing the formations to be released instinctively. Amidst the various interferences of muscle memory programming, he forced himself to ignore intent, relying solely on instinct to lock onto targets. Sweat drenched his clothing, and the sting in his wrist became clear once more under the repeated strain of pushing his limits. However, Lin Mo's gaze grew brighter and more focused. Each successful thoughtless hit, each seamless connection of formations, brought him one step closer to his goal. Training duration, 105 minutes. Average, 1848. Average casting delay, 0.86 seconds. Highest intent concealment, 83. Evaluation, excellent. Gazing at the data flashing on the screen, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. 1848. 0.86 seconds. He was merely a hair's breadth away from Weishi's requirements. Moreover, this was achieved under high intensity and interference. At that moment, a message from the group of XNGXN, the noisy version, popped up, sent by BORNGXing. Group BOZD11, brothers. Quick, check the world channel. The gang from GWNGCHO is making threats. Lin Mo opened the screenshot. Our Owen Chu Ying, JNM110. MSHUX New Jersey. I heard you want to break the record of the burial ground heroes? Haha, what a grandiose claim. If you have the guts, don't hide and play tricks. At the entrance of the burial ground dungeon, do you dare to challenge the formation master against the mad swordsman? Let me teach you guys from XNGXN what true strength is. The loser must take a detour when encountering the other S guild members. Dare you? JNM11OMSHUX New Jersey. Provocative expressions, our Owen Chu Ying. Our Owen Chu Ying. A top expert from GWNGCHO's 10th district, a mad swordsman, renowned for fierce operations and aggressive tactics. He is one of the core forces pushing for the record in the 10th district. Our Owen Chu Ying, this guy is quite arrogant. BORNGXing shouted in the group, brothers, let's teach him a lesson. Smother him with your formations. Make him understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. Our Owen Chu Ying, the record holder in GWNGCHO's burial ground. This provocation came at the perfect time. He did not respond immediately, but swiftly opened the system compendium to lock onto the target. Compendium scan. Player R. Owen Chu Ying, 54. Mad Swordsman. Equipment analysis. Weapon, bloodthirsty heavy sword, purple, with high attack and lifesteal effect. Armor PNSH set, blue, primarily focuses on strength and high physical defense. Accessories are biased towards critical hits and strength. Skill preference, core skill, rage blood frenzy, explosive area, whirlwind slash, mobility, crumbling mountain strike, charge control. Blood awakening, frenzy at low health. Operational style, aggressive and fierce, relying on lifesteal for sustainability. Battle video analysis, last 10 matches won. Initial habits, 70 probability of starting with crumbling mountain strike for control, 30 probability of starting with whirlwind slash for mobility. 2. Explosive nodes, when health drops below 50. He will definitely activate blood awakening, significantly increasing attack power, attack speed, and lifesteal rate, entering a frenzied state. 3. Weakness, relatively straightforward positioning, relying on skill invincibility to endure control, low resistance to sustain negative states, slow, reduced defense, healing prohibition. In a frenzied state, mental attributes decrease, weakening resistance to control skills, especially mental. After releasing whirlwind slash, there is a brief, 0.8 seconds, recovery stiffness. Comprehensive assessment, attack power, defense, mobility, control resistance, sustainability. Core threat, bloodthirsty strong attacks in a frenzied state. Utilization points, positioning habits, recovery stiffness, low resistance to sustain negative states, decreased mental resistance post-frenzy. The analysis from the system compendium was clear and comprehensive, exposing the strengths and weaknesses of our Owen Chu Ying before Lin Mo in a stark manner. A cold smirk slowly graced the corners of Lin Mo's lips. Did the G Dynasty's our Owen Chu Ying intend to use me as a stepping stone to reclaim their honor? Let us see who the true stepping stone is. He opened the world channel, his fingers striking the keyboard with a resonant response. World MSHUSU New Jersey. Our Owen Chu Ying? Certainly. Time, tomorrow at 8 p.m. Location, at the entrance of the Bearing Bone Land dungeon. The stakes shall be as you have proposed. The loser shall take a detour when encountering the other S guild members. Chapter 44. Unlocking the new formation. The marvels of the silent formation. The declaration of challenge from MSHUSU New Jersey reverberated through the world channel like cold water splashed into boiling oil, instantly igniting a frenzy. The world S onlookers exclaimed, "Wow, a challenge has been issued. The formation master from Xingxin has taken it on." An informant from LNXG remarked, "Our Owen Chu Ying is one of the top combatants in G Dynasty's 10th district, and the berserker's fighting style is exceedingly fierce. This formation master certainly has guts." A soldier from BQ GT exclaimed, "A good show awaits." At the entrance of Burying Bone Land, 8 p.m. tomorrow, everyone, be on standby. A pharmacist from ZHNGCOT commented. A formation master against a berserker? That's quite a significant counter, isn't it? What is MSHU Su New Jersey thinking? A minion from G Dynasty shouted. Divine RON, mighty indeed. Teach that timid turtle from Xingxin a lesson. Let them know the power of G Dynasty. BORNGX, exuberant in the Xingxin family chat. Flooded the screen. Group BOZD11. Our leader is imposing. That is how it should be. Take them down. Use your formation to turn him into a roasted pig. Wait, he is a berserker. A roasted pig is too cheap. Let us skewer him like a lamb kebab. Excited emoji QNZHY Nexia asked. Lin Mo, you really accepted? That guy our Owen Chu Ying is quite formidable, having come from G's training camp. With fierce skills. Worried emoji QNHNYN are you declared? Fight then. What is there to fear? Determined emoji QNJNM11 O remarked. Commendable courage. Indeed, practical experience is the best test of training results. Losing is no shame. And winning is a great gain. Smoking emoji QNMSHU Su New Jersey responded. Thank you all. I am well aware. This is a perfect opportunity to test something new. Lin Mo closed the cacophony of the world channel and group chat, taking a deep breath to refocus his attention on the system interface. Despite the abrupt nature of our Owen Chu Yang's provocation, it served as a fine whetstone. At this moment, he needed a sharper blade. His gaze landed on the icon entwined in chains, exuding an eerie tranquility, silent formation. This was one of the most pivotal and enigmatic control formations accessible at his current level. The rare materials required for its unlocking, the silent dust and the void magic core, had previously seemed unattainable. He accessed the guild warehouse permissions interface, swiftly scrolling through the materials list. Silent dust, rare, 3, status, available for collection. Void magic core, rare, 1, status, available for collection. Yishio had indeed kept his word. In preparation for the upcoming battle at Burying Bone Land, to face our Owen Chu Yang's challenge, and for the growth of Xingxin's formation master, these precious resources were unhesitatingly made available to him. Lin Mo solemnly selected to collect them. 3 clusters, akin to swirling nebulae, shimmering with silvery brilliance of silent dust, along with a void magic core, profound like an unfathomable abyss, rippling with spatial waves, appeared in his system backpack. Materials detected, silent dust, rare, 3. Void magic core, rare, 1. Unlock conditions met for skill, silent formation. Would you like to consume materials to unlock the skill? Yes, no, yes. Lin Mo chose without hesitation. The materials transformed into flowing light and vanished. In the skill library, the icon entwined in chains suddenly illuminated, the chains shattering with each passing moment. A torrent of immense information regarding the principles of silence flooded Lin Mo's mind, accompanied by the methods of utilizing the skill and exquisite insights. Skill unlocked. Silent formation 1. Skill type. Area formation, instant. Consumption, 150 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cast time, none. Effective range. A circular area with a radius of 5 yards centered on the casting point. Duration, base 3 seconds. Benefits from mental attribute enhancement. Skill effects, 1. Force silence. All hostile targets within the formation's range will be forcibly interrupted in their current casting of skills, and during the formation's duration, they will be unable to release any skills requiring casting or guidance, including, but not limited to, spells, priest healing, and certain special combat techniques. 2. Skill lock. Hostile targets within the formation's range will have all skills that have entered cooldown, but with a cooldown time shorter than the formation's duration, base 3 seconds. Their cooldown time will be frozen. During the duration of the silent formation, these skills cannot complete their cooldown. 3. Domain suppression. The space within the formation experiences slight distortion, causing mental interference to the release of non-instant skills, reducing their success rate by 10. System prompt. The priority of this skill's effect determination is exceedingly high, possessing forced interruption and blocking effects against the vast majority of casting skills. It is a core weapon for countering mages, priests, warlocks, and other professions reliant on critical casting skills. Exercise caution in timing and positioning for release. Lin Mo had mentally prepared for the formidable nature of the silent formation, yet he was still taken aback by its overwhelming effects. Forced silence, interruption of casting, freezing short cooldown skills, interfering with success rates. This was no mere control. It was a nightmare for magic users and casting-dependent professions. A precisely executed silent formation could instantaneously dismantle the opponent's core tactical chain. No wonder such rare materials were required for such effects. They were worth their weight in cost. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with determination. He immediately recognized the strategic value of this skill. Whether interrupting a deadly ultimate in a dungeon, such as the Skeletal Collector's Death Decay, or crippling the opponent's core output or healing, the silent formation would be revolutionary. Mastery was imperative. A strong desire surged within Lin Mo. He could hardly wait to initiate the system training ground. Training mode, advanced combat simulation, simulation target, are Chu Ying, frenzied swordsman. Map, arena, standard, objective, master the timing of the release of silence array and test its countering effect against the frenzied swordsman's key skills. As a flash of white light illuminated the arena, Su Mucheng appeared at its center. Opposite him, the simulation of our Chu Ying, wielding a bloodthirsty greatsword and exuding an aura of ferocity, materialized simultaneously. With a roar, the simulated our Chu Ying wasted no time. Upon appearing, he let out a ferocious cry and crouched slightly, signaling the initiation of Mountain Shatter. The aggressive sword energy began to coalesce around his greatsword, targeting Su Mucheng directly. M's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. According to the analysis, our Chu Ying had a 70% likelihood of initiating Mountain Shatter. He awaited this very moment. Just as our Chu Ying was about to leap, M acted. His mouse glided in a barely perceptible arc, fingers tapping the keyboard with a near-silent grace to cast his spell. A faint gray force field, visible only to the caster, emerged beneath our Chu Ying's feet without warning. Although small in radius, merely 5 yards, it enveloped him with precision. Silence array. As our Chu Ying prepared to leap, his body abruptly stiffened. The fierce sword energy he had gathered was abruptly severed, dissipating with a muffled sound. He was forcibly anchored in place by a powerful silence, the interruption rendering him immobile for a full 0.5 seconds. Success. A wave of exhilaration surged within M. The silence array indeed had a forceful interruptive effect against skills like Mountain Shatter, which required a brief charge time, akin to casting. This disrupted our Chu Ying's most common initiation and control. Seemingly enraged, the simulated our Chu Ying let out a low growl, his bloodlust surging as he triggered Blood Awakening. Although his health plummeted, his attack power, attack speed, and lifesteal skyrocketed. He abandoned his skill charge and charged directly toward M, his greatsword slicing through the air with a deafening shriek, delivering a powerful, frenzied blood slash. M remained exceptionally calm. In a berserk state, the frenzied swordsman's mental resistance would diminish. This was the perfect moment for control. Rather than absorbing the ferocious strike, he maneuvered Su Mucheng into a deft sidestep, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge. Meanwhile, as he sidestepped, he anticipated our Chu Ying's next potential position, striking the keyboard. A second silence array manifested like a phantom in our Chu Ying's path. The timing was impeccable. It was as if our Chu Ying had collided into the array himself. With his momentum unabated, our Chu Ying plunged into the faint gray force field. The brilliance of Whirlwind Slash, which he had just begun to gather, extinguished. Whirlwind Slash was interrupted. More critically, a small gray chain icon appeared on the Blood Awakening status indicator, signifying that as long as he remained within the silence array, the berserk state could not conclude. Although the effects persisted, he could neither actively maintain nor prematurely end it, and its duration was briefly frozen. Furthermore, the Mountain Shatter he had readied was also frozen and could not be utilized. A furious and frustrated roar escaped the simulated our Chu Ying. His strongest explosive state was locked down by an enigmatic array, unable to use any skills requiring action guidance, like Mountain Shatter and Whirlwind Slash. He was relegated to basic attacks and a limited number of instant skills. A cold smile crept across M's lips. The silence array's counter against the frenzied swordsman exceeded his expectations. It effectively neutralized the opponent's most adept skill chain explosive mode. He hesitated no longer and began his counterattack. Dark Array. A pitch-black magic circle blossomed beneath our Chu Ying's feet, enveloping him in a dense shroud of darkness. Ice Array. Following swiftly, a chilling aura spread, with icy blue runes encircling the edges of the Dark Array, creating a dual slowing effect that ensnared even the berserk our Chu Ying as if trapped in quicksand. Plague Array. A murky green miasma surged forth, further diminishing his defenses. Just as the Plague Array took effect, M clearly noted the system prompt. Soul Resonance triggered. Fear effect activated. Caught in darkness and slowed by frost, our Chu Ying's body shuddered violently, a terrified skull icon appearing above his head. The fear effect took hold. His body, which had intended to advance towards M, uncontrollably began to flee in the opposite direction. Now was the moment. Blade Array. M's eyes gleamed with determination, the golden light of the Blade Array igniting beneath our Chu Ying's feet, enhancing his attack power. Rather than engaging in close combat with skills like Ghost Slash, he calmly distanced himself, wielding his katana to unleash arcs of Moonlight Slash and Full Moon Slash. Akin to the Scythe of Death, precisely cleaving into the fleeing Ren Chu Ying, who was now akin to a headless fly. 587. 623. Critical hit. 1,215. The damage numbers skyrocketed. Ren Chu Ying's health plummeted like a floodgate released. Despite his frenzied attack power, fear prevented him from approaching his target, and the silence barred him from utilizing crucial mobility and explosive skills, leaving him to endure the onslaught passively. As the fear effect waned, and Ren Chu Ying roared in fury, turning to charge once more. LNM's second ice array cooled down and again slowed him. Simultaneously, LNM's movements were ghostly, always maintaining the safest distance for output. The battle transformed into a one-sided execution. The art of control exhibited by the array ghost reached its zenith at this moment. The silence array became the pivotal shackle binding the frenzied swordsman's fangs. Simulation battle concluded, victory. As he gazed at the data flashing across the screen, Lin Mo felt a slight perspiration forming in the palm of his hand gripping the mouse, while his heart raced with exhilaration. Remarkable. Truly formidable. The synergy of the silent formation and the fear induced by the soul resonance serves as a veritable nemesis to the Berserker class, which relies heavily on skill rhythm and close-range bursts. The challenge at Yao and Shuiyang? Tomorrow at 8? A fierce determination ignited within Lin Mo's eyes. He could hardly wait to witness the expression on the face of this arrogant berserker when he is rendered utterly mute by his formation and plunged into despair. Chapter 45. The Might of the Flame Formation. Mastery of area scorching. The shockwave from the silent formation had yet to subside when Lin Mo's gaze shifted to another icon awaiting unlocking within the skill library, Flame Formation. This intricate array, composed of crimson fire runes, appeared to pulse with molten magma at its center, radiating an intense heat even in its mere icon form. Unlocking prerequisites: Heart of Molten Fire, Rare, 2. Earth Vein Flame Crystal, Rare, 1. Once more accessing the guild warehouse privileges, Lin Mo's fingers glided over the list with anticipation. Heart of Molten Fire, Rare, 2. Status: Available for collection. Earth Vein Flame Crystal, Rare, 1. Status: Available for collection. Yi Xiu had spared no effort in investing resources to forge the core of Xing Xian's formation. Lin Mo felt a surge of gratitude and unhesitatingly chose to collect them. 2 pieces of the Heart of Molten Fire, resembling dancing flames and emanating intense heat, along with a block of Earth Vein Flame Crystal, resplendent in deep crimson with golden magma patterns coursing through it, were deposited into his system backpack. Detected materials: Heart of Molten Fire, Rare, 2. Earth Vein Flame Crystal, Rare, 1. Unlock criteria met. Flame Formation. Would you like to consume materials to unlock the skill? Yes, no, unlock. The materials transformed into a stream of crimson light and dissipated. In the skill library, the icon for Flame Formation ignited instantly, ablaze with fervor. A torrent of information regarding flame manipulation and energy eruption surged into Lin Mo's mind. Skill unlocked. Flame Formation 1. Skill type: Area Damage Formation, Instantaneous. Consumption: 120 points. Cooldown: 25 seconds. Cast time: none. Effect range: circular area with a radius of 7 yards centered on the casting point. Duration: base 5 seconds, affected by intelligence attribute. Skill effects: 1. Lava eruption. Upon activation of the formation, all enemies within the area suffer medium fire explosion damage based on the intelligence attribute, with an additional ignite effect, causing minor fire damage per second for 3 seconds. 2. Continuous scorching. During the formation's duration, enemies within the area will sustain fire damage based on the intelligence attribute per second, with damage values gradually increasing over time, lowest in the first second, highest in the fifth. 3. Terrain alteration. Basic: the ground covered by the flame formation transforms into a searing lava field, inflicting additional burning damage based on the target's maximum health percentage to enemies that step onto it, reduced effect on elites. Additionally, the lava field decreases the enemy's movement speed by 30. This effect can stack with the slowing effect of the ice formation. 4. Fire attribute enhancement. Friendly fire attribute attacks, including the formation itself, within the range of the flame formation receive a 10 damage boost. System notification. This formation serves as the core skill for area continuous damage of the formation class, embodying explosive power, sustained suppression, and terrain control effects. The terrain alteration feature holds immense tactical value in narrow passages, choke points, and fixed area battles. Please note its high threat level, with area damage, terrain alteration, deceleration, and fire attribute enhancement. Lin Mo rapidly absorbed the information, his eyes shimmering with excitement. If the silent formation was the silent assassin, Then the flame formation was the Raging Flame Artillery. It perfectly compensated for the formation class's deficiencies in pure area damage while providing formidable terrain control capabilities. Especially in the narrow passages of the burial ground, where positioning is crucial, the value of the flame formation is immeasurable. Time to test its power. Lin Mo activated the training ground once more. Training ground mode. Advanced combat simulation. Simulation targets. Skeleton swordsman. Hero. 10. Skeleton mages. Hero. 5. Map. Burial ground narrow passage. Simulation. Objective. Master the flame formation's range, damage, and terrain control effects. Practice the integration with ice formation and dark formation. As the scene shifted, Imo Shou Xianqi appeared in a narrow passage barely wide enough for three to walk side by side, littered with jagged bones and dark moss. Not far ahead, 15 simulated hero monsters from the burial ground wandered aimlessly. Lin Mo refrained from attacking immediately. He meticulously observed the passage's width, length, and the distribution of the monsters, with the flame formation's radius of 7 yards. A single formation could nearly encompass the entire cross-section of this narrow corridor. Terrain is the flame formation's greatest ally, Lin Mo realized. He maneuvered Imo Shou Xianqi to charge forward swiftly, halting approximately 10 yards from the monster group. His mouse moved at an acute angle toward the narrowest section of the passage, and he struck the keyboard. Boom. Crimson fire runes instantaneously imprinted upon the ground, forming an enormous 14-yard diameter fire formation. As the formation activated, scorching magma erupted violently from the ground, akin to a miniature volcanic explosion. The searing wave of flames engulfed the entire passage. 1,124. 1,098. Critical hit. 2,310. 1,087. A flurry of damage numbers erupted above the heads of 10 skeleton swordsmen and 5 skeleton mages. The momentary explosive damage of the flame formation, lava eruption, proved to be substantial. All struck monsters were engulfed in crimson flames, entering a state of ignition and continuously losing health. Roar. The skeletal warriors let out a furious roar, their bodies engulfed in flames as they charged toward Lin Mo, brandishing their bone blades. Meanwhile, the skeletal mage began to raise its bone staff, preparing to chant, bone spear, and weaken curse. Ice array. Lin Mo remained remarkably composed, just as the fire array took effect. His mouse had already directed toward the path of the charging monsters. A pale blue frost array swiftly unfurled, covering the area in front of the fire array. Crackle. The foremost skeletal warriors stepped into the icy realm. Frost rapidly crept up their leg bones, causing their movement speed to plummet. To their greater agony, they stood upon the searing lava created by the fire array, which had yet to dissipate. 385. 376. 379. Lava burns. 201. 198. 205. Ice array's slow damage accumulates, a purgatory of ice and fire. The dual torment of deceleration and burning. The health of the skeletal warriors plummeted like an avalanche. Their charge abruptly halted at the edge of the ice array. Dark array. Lin Mo's third formation followed swiftly. The inky shadows erupted at the juncture of the ice array and fire array, enveloping those slowed warriors and the skeletal mages attempting to cast spells from behind. Vision deprivation. The skeletal mages' chants were instantaneously interrupted. Confusion marks appeared above their heads. Excellent. The terrain is perfectly blocked. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. The narrow corridor. The fire array sealing the path, the ice array controlling the field, and the dark array disrupting spellcasting. The three formations coalesced into a flawless triangle of death. The horde of monsters was firmly confined within this narrow space, suffering continuous damage from the dual extremes of ice and fire, unable to advance. He maneuvered Imo Shou Xianqi a few steps back, safely positioned behind the formations. With a flourish of his katana, waves of moonlight slash and full moon slash sliced through the gaps in the formations, reaping the lives of the small monsters ensnared in the death triangle. The skeletal mages attempted to retaliate, but under the dark array's interference and the ice array's slowing effects, their bone spears veered wildly, resulting in a remarkably low hit rate. Occasionally, a stray bone spear would fly toward him, but Lin Mo effortlessly evaded it. 5 seconds passed, the fire array dissipated, and the molten ground cooled. Yet, the ice array and dark array continued unabated. With the absence of the fire array's continuous high damage, the pressure on the small monsters eased slightly, but they remained hindered by the slowing and blinding effects. Lin Mo did not pause. The cooldown for the fire array was 25 seconds, slightly longer than the ice array, 20 seconds, and dark array, 18 seconds. He needed to calculate the skill cycle meticulously. The ice array was nearing completion, and the dark array had 2 seconds left. Just as the dark array's effect was about to fade, Lin Mo swiftly moved his mouse once more. Ice array. The second frost formation descended seamlessly at the previous location, ensnaring the skeletal warriors who had just regained a modicum of speed back into the mire. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's fire array was also ready. Fire array, rise, Lin Mo commanded, as the new crimson formation imprinted itself at the overlap of the ice array. Boom. The magma erupted once more. 1058, 1021, magma eruption, 355, 362, lava burns, ice array's slow damage accumulates. The small monsters, having just caught their breath, were once again plunged into an even more frenzied hell of ice and fire. This time, they could no longer withstand it. The skeletal warriors shattered into bone shards amidst their wretched howls, and the soul flames of the skeletal mages were extinguished amid the conflagration and frost. Simulation battle concluded. Victory. Time taken, 1 minute 15 seconds. Fire array used, 2 times. Ice array used, 2 times. Dark array used, 1 time. Fire array total damage percentage, 58. Terrain control effect, perfect. Monsters failed to breach the formation's blockade throughout. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, surveying the ground littered with charred and frost-covered bone fragments, his eyes brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The fire array's power, its sustained damage capacity, and its effect on altering the terrain had fully met his expectations. Its synergy with the ice array and dark array unleashed terrifying control and lethality within the confined space. Ample range, substantial damage, and the ability to alter terrain and slow, truly deserving of being the core formation of the fire element. Lin Mo's confidence for the impending battle at the burial ground had been further bolstered. He could almost envision the magma erupting from the fire array becoming a nightmare for all players of the Jia dynasty within the narrow tomb passages of the burial ground. Just as he prepared to exit the training arena to reinforce the silent array, a new notification flickered. A private message from Yishio. Private message from Jun Mo Xiao. How is the practice going? Have you unlocked silent and fire arrays? Don't just keep to yourself. Over at the One Line Canyon, it seems the people from Blue Brook Pavilion have found some insights. Their elite team just emerged, and I heard the terrain there is quite intriguing, with troublesome falling rocks. Get ready. In half an hour, I'll take you to the One Line Canyon Hero Dungeon for a practical test of the new formations. By the way, Fengshu Yanmu will join us if she is free. Smoking emoji. One Line Canyon Hero Dungeon. Fengshu Yanmu, Su Mucheng. Lin Mo's spirits lifted, and he promptly replied. Private message from Mo Shou Xianji. Received. Both silent and fire arrays are unlocked, and I am familiarizing myself with them. Ready to set off at any time. Chapter 46. The Challenging Dungeon. The Summoning of the One Line Canyon. Half an hour later, Lin Mo logged into the game punctually. Mo Shou Xianji appeared beside the warehouse manager of the Xing Xian Guild. He quickly organized his backpack, ensuring his supplies, especially mana recovery potions, were sufficient, and repaired the durability of his equipment. Facing the unknown One Line Canyon Hero Dungeon, he had to be thoroughly prepared. Opening his friends list, he found the avatars of Jun Mo Xiao, Fengshu Yanmu, Han Yanro, and Bao Zi Ruqin all lit up. Team chat from Jun Mo Xiao. Is everyone ready? Gather at the warehouse entrance. Prepare to set off. Target. One Line Canyon Hero Dungeon. Let us break new ground. Smoking emoji. Team chat from Fengshu Yanmu. Here I come. I heard there's a new formation, little brother. Looking forward to your performance. Smiley emoji. Team chat from Bao Zi Ruqin. Brother, it's all up to you. Burn the canyon with your fire formation. Excited emoji. Team chat from Han Yanro, Team chat from Mo Shou Xianji. Ready. Soon, 5 figures gathered at the entrance of the Xing Xian Guild warehouse. With a 1,000-machine umbrella in hand and an eclectic array of gear, the formidable Jun Mo Xiao, Yishio, exudes an aura of authority, bearing a heavy hand cannon. The graceful gunner Fengshu Yanmu, Su Mucheng, stands poised and ready. The battle mage Han Yanro, Tang Ro, with her spear angled sharply towards the ground and a keen glint in her eyes, reflects determination. The peculiar robe Bao Zi Ruqin, Bao Rong Xing, wields a brick with flair, and finally, clad in dark cloth armor and wielding a katana, the composed formation master Mo Shou Xianji, Lin Mo, emanates an aura of restraint. This assembly, led by the illustrious Glory textbook, comprises the future's elite deities and rising stars. Now stands ready to embark on a quest aimed at conquering one of the most formidable 5-man dungeons at level 50, the First Line Canyon. Ingxiong. Let us depart. Yishio succinctly commands, guiding Jun Mo Xiao towards the main city's teleportation point. The others follow closely behind. Upon activating the teleportation array, the quintet materializes in a desolate and treacherous mountainous region. In the distance looms a series of imposing, jagged cliffs resembling a landscape hewn by blades. A narrow, deep crevice snakes between the mountains, resembling a ghastly scar upon the earth. This is the entrance to the First Line Canyon. Numerous players gather at the entrance. Primarily comprised of pioneering teams from various guilds, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of past failures and a fervent spirit of perseverance. The Blue Stream Pavilion's second team has just emerged, hinting at the challenge that lies ahead. Yi Xiu casts a glance at a nearby group adorned with the Blue Stream Pavilion's guild insignia, engaged in fervent discussion. The heroic mode contrasts starkly with the ordinary. Su Mucheng's voice crackles through the headset, tinged with gravity. The minor monsters deal significant damage. Their skills are intricate and exceptionally challenging. The terrain is incredibly narrow, with many passages accommodating only one or two individuals, while rockfalls and landslides are commonplace, testing the team's coordination and control. Lin Mo, your formation pressure will be substantial, she warns. Understood. Fengshu Yanmu Sr., Lin Mo replies solemnly, having studied the first line Canyon's, Xiong, data in advance and aware of its perils. Don't be so formal. Just call me Mucheng Jia. Su Mucheng chuckles, encouraging him. You've got this. All right, Mucheng Jia, Lin Mo responds amiably. Feeling warmth in his heart, the five arrive at the entrance of the dungeon, a colossal crevice that seems to swallow all light. System, would you like to enter the dungeon? First line canyon, heroic difficulty. Team members, Jun Mo Xiao, Captain, Fengshu Yanmu, Han Yan Ro, Bao Zi Ru Qin, Mo Shou Xianji. Proceed. Yi Xiu confirms. As light and shadow intertwine, a sensation of weightlessness envelopes them. In the next moment, they find themselves in a dim, oppressive environment. Only by stepping into the first-line canyon, Xiong, can one truly grasp its suffocating atmosphere. Towering cliffs, nearly vertical, rise to a height of 100 feet on either side, their jagged formations threatening to collapse at any moment. Above, the sky compresses into a slender, grayish light band. Below lies a rugged path strewn with debris, its widest point scarcely measuring 4 to 5 meters, while the narrowest sections permit only a single person to pass sideways. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint hint of sulfur, the dimness illuminated solely by bioluminescent moss clinging to the rock faces. The sounds of the wind wailing through the narrow canyon evoke a haunting lament. Watch your step on the rubble and be wary of falling rocks. Bao Zi, refrain from recklessness, Yi Xiu cautions. Lin Mo, maintain control over the battlefield's rhythm. Keep the area limited to avoid aggro overflow. Mucheng, find your firing position. Received. The group responds in unison. Having advanced barely 20 paces, the heavy footfalls and low growls echo ominously from a narrow corner ahead. They're coming. Yi Xiu's gaze sharpens. From the shadows of the corner emerge 3 colossal creatures. They are not mere stone puppets. Instead, they are formed from dark red rock, resembling solidified magma. With molten lava coursing through their joints, and their eyes burn with fiery intensity. Magma Giant, Heroic, Level 52. Data Scan, Magma Giant, Heroic. Traits, High Physical Defense, High Fire Resistance. Weak against ice. Skills, 1. Magma Slam. Wielding its massive lava-infused arm, it strikes the ground, dealing substantial physical damage in a fan-shaped area and inflicting a knockback effect, while leaving behind a scorching magma zone that inflicts damage over time. 2. Lava Eruption, passive when attacked. It has a chance to erupt with a small area of lava from its body, dealing fire damage to nearby melee foes. 3. Magma Armor. Activates when health drops below 30, significantly increasing physical defense and adding extra fire damage to its attacks. 3 of them. Be cautious of the area affected by Magma Slam. Yi Xiu swiftly directs. Han Yan Ro, target the left one. Bao Zi, take the right. Focus fire on the one in the center. Lin Mo, deploy Ice Field to slow them down. Mucheng, find your angle and fire. Tang Ro S. Han Yan Ro swiftly darts forward like an arrow released from its bow. Her spear, fire dance flowing flame, igniting with dazzling brilliance as she lands a precise, dragon tooth strike to the knee joint, a weak point, of the left magma giant. 876. Critical hit. Bao Rongxing lets out a cry. Look out for the brick. He slams a brick against the face of the right magma giant. Though his damage is modest, 233, it effectively draws its aggro, and he begins executing a series of rogue maneuvers, throat lock, mountain blocking tiger, slap, to restrain the giant's movements. The central magma giant roars, raising its magma-infused arm high as intense energy converges on its fist, preparing for magma slam. Ice Field. Lin Mo's eyes narrow, his mouse deftly maneuvering. A pale blue frost pattern rapidly spreads beneath the central magma giant's feet. The biting cold envelopes the area. 201. Base damage of Ice Field. Slow effect activated. The magma giant's movements visibly falter, the speed of its descending arm noticeably reduced. Simultaneously, the lava coursing through its body seems to dim for a moment, the frequency of its magma eruptions suppressed, ice attributes counteracting. In this precious moment afforded by the slowing effect, a blinding white light pierces through the dim canyon. Boom. Feng Shu Yen Mu's charged laser cannon strikes the central magma giant squarely in the chest. The immense force sends it staggering, abruptly interrupting its previously gathered magma slam. 2987. A terrifying damage figure flashes. Brilliant. Yi Xiu expressed his admiration as Jun Mo Zhao's Qian Ji Sen transformed into a battle spear, executing a precise Tianji strike at the joint of the towering giant, momentarily lifting it from the ground. Following this, a flurry of moves including Longya and Lian Tu descended upon the giant like a torrential downpour. Lin Mo's support arrived promptly, and in Jun, the dark formation enveloped the airborne giant, obscuring its vision. Daojun, a golden radiance illuminated beneath the feet of his comrades, enhancing their attack power. He refrained from deploying Yanjun, as the creature possessed high fire resistance, diminishing its effectiveness and the narrow area risked affecting his allies. Under the concentrated fire of the trio and Lin Mo's assistance, the central lava giant's health plummeted. Upon reaching 30 health, it activated lava armor, significantly boosting its defense. When Jun, Lin Mo swiftly supplemented with a dark green plague formation to weaken its defenses. Han Yanro and Bao Rongxing each subdued their respective targets. Tang Rou's battle mage skills became increasingly refined, her spear shadows relentlessly confining the left giant to a corner. Although Bao Rongxing's maneuvers remained chaotic, his resilience and the disruption from his rogue skills successfully detained the right giant. Soon, with a reluctant roar, the central lava giant shattered into a heap of searing rubble. The five swiftly redirected their fire, effortlessly dispatching the remaining two. Indeed, their coordination had improved, Yi Xiu remarked, noting Lin Mo's impeccable timing with the ice formation, which interrupted a crucial ability. Mucheng's laser cannon remained as precise as ever. Han Yanro's output was steady, and Bao Rongxing simply needed to hold his position. That's it, Bao Rongxing exclaimed, boasting, 1 against 2. Don't be complacent. This is merely the appetizer, Su Mucheng cautioned. The path ahead narrows, and the frequency of falling rocks will increase. As anticipated, delving deeper revealed a more constricted gorge. The air above began to resonate with ominous rumblings, as rocks of varying sizes, shrouded in dust, plummeted from above. The landing points were erratic, and the speed was alarming. Beware of falling rocks. Before Yi Xiu could finish, a boulder the size of a grinding wheel hurtled toward the center of the group, targeting Mo Shou Xianji and Feng Shu Yen Mu. Lin Mo's pupils constricted, instinctively maneuvering Mo Shou Xianji to roll sideways. Simultaneously, Feng Shu Yen Mu demonstrated the reflexes of a top-tier player, executing a backward jump slide just in time. The boulder crashed down where they had just stood, sending debris flying. The ground trembled slightly. That was close, Lin Mo thought, his heart racing. The damage from the falling rocks was undoubtedly terrifying. Being struck would mean certain death or severe injury. However, the crisis was not yet averted. Ahead, in the narrow passage, 4 gorged stone hammer soldiers, hero, each wielding massive stone hammers and covered in thick moss, blocked their path. Clearly startled by the commotion of the falling rocks, they charged forth with their hammers raised. Simultaneously, the spine-chilling rumbling resumed overhead, signaling that more falling rocks were forming. With monsters ahead and rocks above, the narrow terrain left the team with little room to evade. Yi Xiu, Su Mucheng called out. Understood. Yi Xiu comprehended the urgency. Lin Mo, ice formation to slow them down. Mucheng, prepare for fire coverage. The rest, clear the falling rocks. In a moment of crisis, Lin Mo forced himself to remain calm. In the narrow corridor, with monsters charging and rocks looming overhead, he cast the ice formation. His mouse swiftly directed to the narrowest point where the 4 stone hammer soldiers would converge. A light blue frost pattern spread instantly, enveloping all 4 creatures. The bone-chilling cold drastically reduced their charging speed, as if they were mired in mud. Almost simultaneously, Feng Shu Yen Mu raised her cannon. The anti-tank cannon unleashed a rapid 3-shot volley, accurately striking the slowed stone hammer soldiers. The explosive blast sent the monsters staggering in all directions. Falling rocks incoming. Large at 3 o'clock, 2 smaller ones at 9. Yi Xiu reported rapidly. Tang Rou's Han Yanro battle spear flicked, executing a precise, round dance stick, shattering one of the small rocks aimed at Bao Rongxing's head mid-air. Debris scattered. Bao Rongxing shrieked, leaping high with a powerful knee strike, colliding with another small rock and redirecting its trajectory. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao transformed into mechanical wings, executing a mechanical rotor to ascend. The umbrella's structure morphing into that of a rifle. Barrett sniper. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as the largest boulder, aimed directly at the center of the team, was detonated mid-air, scattering stone dust across the sky. A flawless synchronization. Control, output, and clearing obstacles were executed seamlessly. Seizing the opportunity as the stone hammer soldiers were slowed by the ice formation and suppressed by cannon fire, the five surged forward with concentrated fire. Lin Mo adeptly supplemented with dark formations for interference and a blade formation for damage enhancement. In the constricted terrain, the effects of the formations were maximized, rendering the stone hammer soldiers, despite their formidable strength, ineffective, as they were swiftly dismantled one by one. Lin Mo wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, gazing at the shattered stones below. The difficulty and pressure of the hero dungeon far surpassed that of a regular dungeon. The combination of terrain, monster mechanics, and environmental hazards, falling rocks, kept them in a constant state of tension. You're adapting well, Yishio's voice rang out. Maintain this rhythm and focus. The first rest point is ahead, but before that, an old acquaintance awaits us. The group turned into an even narrower passage, barely wide enough for one to pass through, and suddenly found themselves in a relatively spacious area resembling a vast cavern. At the center of the cave stood a terrifying altar, towering 3 zhang high, constructed from countless bones and rocks. Atop the altar floated a massive skull emitting a ghastly green glow. Putrid priest Malgas, hero. Beneath the altar roamed throngs of skeleton monsters of various forms. What weighed heavily on Lin Mo's heart, however, was the sight of another team stationed on a relatively safe stone platform beside the altar. Their guild title, blazing like a burning flame, was glaringly clear, Jiao Wang Chao. At the forefront, a frenzied swordsman, wielding a bloodthirsty great sword, regarded Mo Shou Xianji with a look full of provocation and disdain, piercing through the dim space. It was none other than Rao and Chui Yang. Chapter 47. The arrival of strong reinforcements, Yishio's mysterious ally. The air within the putrid altar region seemed to freeze. Xingxin and Jiao Wangchao, two teams embodying entirely divergent wills, stood at a distance, separated by a valley teeming with skeletal monsters and an ominous bone altar. In the dim light, the provocative and disdainful gaze of Rao and Chuyang pierced through the air like a tangible arrow, firmly fixing upon Mo Shou Xuanji. An invisible tension enveloped the atmosphere. Ah, what a narrow path for enemies. Bao Rongxing chuckled in the team channel, his tone laced with excitement. Chuyang, what's wrong? Haven't you had enough practice at the dungeon entrance? Want to warm up here? Rao and Chuyang merely snorted in response, disregarding Bao Rongxing's taunts. His focus remained steadfastly on Lin Mo, his voice echoing through the regional channel, dripping with undisguised contempt. Mo Shou Xuanji, with a coward like you, hiding behind and shooting arrows, do you think you're worthy to confront me? Where's that old fox Yichio? Afraid of losing, he sent you out as a scapegoat? Xingxin is truly falling apart. Mind your language. Han Yinro's battle spear suddenly pointed at Rao and Chuyang, her cold voice imbued with an icy edge. Tang Ro detested such unfounded insults. What? Do you want to fight? The players behind Rao and Chuyang stepped forward, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension. The Jiao Wangchao team was well equipped. A berserker, Rao and Chuyang, an elementalist, a priest, a knight, and an assassin, a standard raid team. Calm down, everyone. Yishio's voice resonated in the Xingxin team channel, serene yet possessing an unusual calming power. It was common to scramble for resources in dungeons, but brawling at the entrance? Losing experience and gear while delaying progress? How foolish. Chuyang, save your provocations for tomorrow night at the burial ground. He took a couple of steps forward, casually shouldering his Qinji umbrella, his gaze sweeping over the Jia Wangchao members before finally settling on Rao and Chuyang. So, are you planning to linger here until the decayed priest Margas respawns, and then fight us together? Or do you think you can steal it right under our noses? Rao and Chuyang found himself momentarily speechless. Engaging in a fight here would indeed be counterproductive. Yet, conceding was a bitter pill to swallow. He glared at Mo Shou Xuanji. If we're going to stall, then let us stall. After all, our elite team will be here soon. But you Xingxin, with just a handful of people and not even a proper priest, how do you expect to take on the heroic decayed priest? Don't let the minor mobs chew you up and humiliate yourselves. Oh, who says we don't have backup? Yishio's tone suddenly took on a hint of amusement, as if he were checking his friend's list, calculating the timing. It was about time. Just as he finished speaking, a melodious and slightly languid female voice, like a clear spring, unexpectedly rang out in the Xingxin team channel. Sorry, I got a bit stuck in traffic and arrived late. I'm here now, Yishio. Send me the coordinates. I'll jump right in. The voice possessed an enchanting quality, instantly dissipating the tense atmosphere in the team channel. Lin Mo's heart raced. That voice was so familiar. Although he had never heard it in real life, he had listened to it countless times during match broadcasts and player interviews. Feng Shu Yinmo. Su Mucheng. In the team, Feng Shu Yinmu exclaimed, Huh? The atmosphere in the team seems off. Is someone bullying our little formation ghost? Her expression was one of confusion. Sister Mucheng. Lin Mo instinctively responded in the team channel, his voice tinged with an excitement he was unaware of. Haha. Our little formation ghost is quite adorable. Su Mucheng's laughter grew clearer. Send me the coordinates, Yi Xiao. I want to see which blind fool dares to provoke our future star of Xingxin. Yi Xiao promptly sent the coordinates for the entrance of the Xianxia Canyon dungeon. System prompt. Player Feng Shu Yanmu has joined the team. Immediately, everyone witnessed a distortion of light at the dungeon entrance, and a tall, poised figure was teleported in. With a few agile leaps, she swept through the narrow passage like a gust of wind, arriving beside the members of Xingxin. The newcomer was none other than Feng Shu Yanmu, clad in a blue and white gunner's distinctive leather armor that accentuated her long and athletic form. The striking heavy cannon, Swallow Sun, on her back gleamed with a metallic luster, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. Her smooth chestnut hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. Even through the game character, the confidence and charisma of the league's top female gunner radiated powerfully. Her arrival instantly captivated everyone's attention, including the members of Jia Wangchao. Many wore expressions of surprise and admiration. Su Mucheng, a three-time champion of Jia Shi, was one of the league's most popular players. Although everyone knew she was under contract with Jia Shi, but her heart belonged to Xingxin. Witnessing her appear as a member of Xingxin in the dungeon still held immense impact. Feng Shu Yanmu, Rowan Shuiyang exclaimed, his face contorting in displeasure. How could you be here helping them? Helping whom? Feng Shu Yanmu turned her character around, the cannon's muzzle seemingly aimed at Jia Wangchao. Her tone laced with a sense of entitlement. I'm a member of Xingxin, assisting my guild in raiding a dungeon. Isn't that quite normal? What about you? Jia Wangchao? What are you trying to do here? Trying to snatch from us? You. Rowan Shuiyang found himself at a loss for words. Su Mucheng's identity now served as the sharpest weapon. Although she was nominally still a member of Jia Shi, her actions in assisting Xingxin painted Jia Wangchao as the unreasonable party. Feng Shu Yanmu, don't forget your contract is still with Jia Shi. An elementalist from Jia Wangchao could not help but interject, questioning whether she feared repercussions from the club for helping Xingxin in a dungeon. Repercussions? Su Mucheng's voice retained its playful tone but was laced with a hint of coldness. It's merely a game. Can the club really dictate who I raid dungeons with? Besides, it's the off-season. I can play with whomever I choose. Not satisfied? Let your manager Lu Hao come and talk to me. She explicitly named the manager of Jia Wangchao's District 10. The members of Jia Wangchao fell silent. Su Mucheng's status and fanbase within the league were formidable, and her impending contract expiration was a well-known secret. The Jia Shi management was now cautious around her, reluctant to act aggressively. Using contracts as leverage only made them appear petty. Enough reminiscing. Yi Xiao spoke at an opportune moment, shattering the stalemate as Mu Cheng rejoined the team. To the members of the Jia Wang dynasty, if you wish to engage, do so based on your own merits. If not, kindly step aside and do not hinder our progress in this venture. Your elite team is not far off, is it? Our time is precious, so we shall not linger. His words, though polite, were unequivocal. Either fight or leave, do not obstruct our path. Rowan Shuiyang's expression darkened, his fists cracking ominously. With the addition of Feng Shu Yanmu, Xing Xian's strength surged dramatically. One Yi Qiu, Jun Mo Xiao, is already a formidable opponent. With an all-star level gunner and that enigmatic control specialist, the Zheng Gui, we shall gain no advantage in direct confrontation. Furthermore, their elite team is indeed still en route. Captain, the elite team will take at least another 15 minutes, a nearby priest whispered. Consider yourselves fortunate. Rowan Shuiyang spat out through clenched teeth. We are leaving. To point two. He cast a fierce glare at Mo Shou Xianji, as if to engrave his visage into memory. Mo Shou Xianji. Tomorrow night at 8, at the entrance of the burial ground. Do not even think of escaping. After delivering his threat, he led the Jia Wang dynasty members away. Their faces darkened, turning down another path leading to the altar, quickly vanishing into the dim depths of the cave. Finally, they are gone. Bao Rongxing exaggeratedly exhaled. Mu Cheng is truly impressive. Just one sentence sent them scurrying. Stop being so glib. Su Mucheng smiled, guiding Feng Shu Yanmu to Mo Shou Xianji's side. Her character tilting slightly as if assessing him. Are you the new control specialist Lin Mo that Yishio recruited? Did you just get bullied? And no, Sister Mucheng. Lin Mo hurriedly replied, his heart still racing. The impact of being in close proximity to his idol's game character was more profound than he had anticipated. He could even see the intricate metallic patterns on the Sun Eater cannon and the concerned expression on Feng Shu Yanmu's face. Thank you, Sister Mucheng, for coming to my rescue. No need for formalities. We are all family. Su Mucheng's tone was warm. Yi Xiao praised you highly, declaring you the future core of Xing Xian's control with boundless potential. That ice formation you deployed earlier was quite impressive. The timing was impeccable. Receiving praise from his idol made Lin Mo's face flush. It was all thanks to Captain Yi's excellent command. All right, the mutual flattery ends here. Yi Xiao interrupted the two. We are about to engage. The small monsters are clearing out. Lin Mo, With Mu Cheng here, the firepower will be significantly stronger, but your control pressure will also increase. Especially with the need to create a safe environment for Mu Cheng's artillery output. Pay attention to the rhythm. If it's time for the ice formation to slow down, then slow down. If it's time for the dark formation to disrupt, then disrupt. If it's time to silence and interrupt, then do so. Mu Cheng, take your position. The output is entrusted to you. Understood. Lin Mo and Su Mucheng replied in unison. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and a hint of nervousness. The real test was just beginning. Fighting alongside the League's top gunner, he needed to summon every ounce of his strength. He swiftly opened the system's compendium, reconfirming the skills and weaknesses of the decayed priest Malgas, hero, his mind racing as he contemplated how to pave the way for Feng Shu Yen Mu. This moving artillery platform, using formations. Chapter 48. Feng Shu Yen Mu. The splendid entrance of the gunner. The retreat of the Jiao Wang dynasty restored a temporary tranquility to the decayed altar area. With only the ghastly green skull at the altar's peak emitting a ghostly glow and the sound of bones scraping from dozens of wandering skeleton monsters below. Clear the small monsters. Maintain your positions. Do not attract more. At Yishio's command, the 5 members of Xing Xin immediately sprang into action. The small monsters below the altar were of various kinds. The decayed swordsman, wielding bone blades, the decayed sorcerer, casting curses with bone staffs, and the swift, decayed assassin. Adept at ambushes, they were numerous, casting shadowy figures in the dim light. Han Yen row to the left, Bao Zi to the right, compress the space. Lin Mo, ice formation covers the central area to slow them down. Mu Cheng, focus on sniping the sorcerers from a distance. Yishio's commands were clear and precise. Tang Rou's Han Yen row streaked like a red lightning bolt, her spear howling through the air as a 100 dragon meteor strike smashed into the left side of the skeleton horde. The spear's shadows swirling and instantly drawing a significant amount of aggro. Bao Rongxing charged to the right, shouting wildly. Powerful knee strike, sending a swordsman flying. A flurry of skills like brick throw and sand toss, creating chaos among the right side monsters. Lin Mo's gaze was focused. The mouse steadily gliding over the area below the altar where the monsters were densest. Ice formation. A pale blue frost array rapidly spread, enveloping over 10 monsters within its confines. A biting chill permeated the air, visibly slowing the skeleton's movements, a thin layer of frost even forming on their bones. System prompt. Triggered soul resonance. Fear effect activated. Several swordsmen, gripped by fear, uncontrollably fled in the opposite direction, crashing into their companions and causing a minor chaos. Well done. Su Mucheng's voice brimmed with approval. Almost simultaneously with the ice formation's deployment, the Sun Eater cannon in Feng Shu Yen Mu's hands lit up. Bang, bang, bang. 3 anti-tank shells flew with uncanny precision, threading through the chaotic monster throng, striking the 3 decayed sorcerers who were attempting to chant, weaken curse, with their staffs. The explosive flames instantly engulfed them, their chants forcibly interrupted. 1987. 2014. Critical hit. 4,120. The terrifying damage instantly obliterated 2 of them and severely wounded the 3rd. But that was not the end. Feng Shu Yenmu nimbly moved to a slightly elevated stone platform, gaining a better vantage point. The cannon's mouth once again glowed with an even fiercer radiance. Boom! A colossal pure white beam of light tore through the darkness, roaring forth with the might to annihilate everything. Laser cannon. The target was precisely aimed at the center of the monster horde. Slowed by the ice formation and disoriented by the anti-tank shells, the blinding white light illuminated the entire altar area as bright as day. The few swordsmen directly hit by the laser cannon could not even emit a cry before they were vaporized. The shockwave sent a vast array of surrounding monsters flying, shattering them. 3,678, 3,542, 7,123. Critical hit. A torrent of damage numbers erupted like a fountain, with merely 2 rounds of cannon fire. Combined with the control of the ice formation and the compression of close combat, a substantial portion of the densely packed monster horde beneath the altar was cleared. The efficiency was astonishing. Wow, Mu Cheng, your cannon is incredibly powerful. Bao Rongxing exclaimed, dumbfounded. Is this the suppression power of the League's top artillery masters? Lin Mo was equally astounded. Su Mucheng's operations flowed seamlessly. Her grasp of distance, angle, and timing was exquisite. Each shot struck the densest and most critical locations of the monsters, maximizing damage. Moreover, she always managed to find the safest and most comfortable position for output, as if everything were under her control. Don't get distracted. It's waking up, Yishio warned. It seemed that the extensive slaughter of the smaller monsters had alerted the entity atop the altar. The floating, sickly green skull suddenly ignited with 2 flames of ghostly green souls in its hollow eye sockets. A wave of decayed, chilling, and malevolent mental pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. Corrupted priest Malgath, hero, has awakened. It had no physical form. The enormous skull slowly rotated, emitting a grating sound. Its hollow jaw opened and closed, producing a deep, hoarse growl, as if from the depths of the abyss. Insects dare to desecrate the sacred ground of the dead. I grant you eternal slumber in the name of decay. With its roar, the remaining small monsters beneath the altar surged with renewed vigor. Their attack speed and damage visibly enhanced. Simultaneously, circles of dark green, foul-smelling corruptive magic arrays began to emerge from the ground. Skill: Corrupted Land. Standing on it causes continuous damage and reduces defense. Dodge. Yishio shouted. Lin Mo, interrupt its resurrection of the dead. It's summoning more skeletons. Malgath's soul flames flickered violently in its eye sockets. Its jaw opened wide as it began to chant an elaborate and eerie incantation. The air was thick with death energy, surging towards it. Clearly, it was preparing a powerful summoning skill. Interrupt. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. This skill absolutely cannot be allowed to be cast. The mouse moved with blinding speed, predicting the casting location. The keyboard clattered. A silent gray force field appeared without warning beneath the enormous skull, enveloping it perfectly. Malgath's chanting was abruptly silenced as if a ghostly hand had seized its throat. The soul flames in its eye sockets swayed violently, filled with shock and fury. Resurrection of the dead was interrupted. Well done. Yishio praised. Mucheng, unleash everything. Suppress it. Roger. Su Mucheng's voice brimmed with excitement. Feng Shu Yin Mu repositioned to the optimal cannon spot, and the cannon's mouth erupted in even more dazzling brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. Various heavy artillery poured forth as if it were free. Colorful explosions erupted madly upon Malgath's massive skull. 1,567, 1,423, 2,890. Critical hit. Damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall. Malgath, interrupted by the silent array and suppressed by the fierce cannon fire, emitted a furious shriek. It suddenly opened its jaw wide, a sickly green, almost tangible, corrupted breath surged forth like a torrent toward Feng Shu Yin Mu's platform. The speed was astonishing. Mucheng, be careful. Lin Mo's heart raced. However, Su Mucheng reacted even faster. The moment the breath was unleashed, Feng Shu Yin Mu executed a clean and swift slide, sliding directly off the platform. The sickly green breath grazed her back and crashed into the stone wall, corroding the hard rock with a sizzling sound, releasing thick smoke. The moment she landed, Feng Shu Yin Mu had already completed her fall recovery, without a hint of hesitation. The cannon's mouth swung around, targeting the now stiff Malgath, who had just released its breath. Boom! Another charged laser cannon. A massive beam of light slammed into Malgath's open jaw, dealing an astonishing critical hit. 6,589. Great. Even the usually composed Tang Rou couldn't help but cheer in the team channel. Awesome, Mucheng. Bao Rongxing shouted excitedly. Lin Mo watched in awe. This was the awareness and skill of a top-tier player. Extreme evasion, seamless counterattack. A perfect fusion of the artillery master's agility and ferocity. Stop gawking. Control the field. Yishio's voice snapped Lin Mo back to reality. Malgath was thoroughly enraged. It no longer attempted to chant a grand skill. Its massive skull began to spin rapidly, and the soul flames in its eye sockets shot forth countless sickly green, corrupted rays, indiscriminately sweeping across the battlefield like a laser net. Meanwhile, new, corrupted lands constantly emerged on the ground, restricting everyone's movement. Ice formation. Slow the rays. Lin Mo immediately responded. An ice formation fell in the center of the team, slowing the sweeping speed of the rays and buying time for dodges. Dark array. He quickly added a dark array beneath Malgath, attempting to disrupt its targeting. Unfortunately, the effect seemed limited. Blade formation. Golden light illuminated beneath the teammates' feet, enhancing their output. Han Yanro and Bao Zi bravely endured the damage from the rays and the corrupted land, fiercely attacking. Yishio's Jun Mo Shao flitted around like a butterfly. The thousand-machine umbrella constantly changing forms, blocking, dodging, and outputting, occasionally using mechanical rotor to soar into the air to avoid lethal rays, all while precisely commanding the entire battlefield. The battle reached a fever pitch. Malgath's health steadily declined under the tempestuous onslaught of Xing Xin, but its counterattacks grew increasingly ferocious. The corrupted rays became denser, the area of the corrupted land expanded, and the air was laden with a decaying aura that made breathing difficult. Attention, health at 50. It's about to enter phase 2. Yishio warned gravely. Indeed, the moment Malgath's health dropped below 50, it emitted a deafening shriek. The enormous skull suddenly exploded. It transformed into countless small skulls engulfed in burning ghostly green flames, sweeping toward the 5 members of Xing Xin like a swarm of locusts. Skill, Soul Storm. Simultaneously, the ground of the entire altar area trembled violently, and massive bone spikes erupted from beneath the earth. Skill, bone spear piercing. In the celestial and terrestrial realms, escape was impossible. A truly lethal situation unfolded. Chapter 49. The Charisma of an Idol. Mu Yu Chengguang's Firepower. The Soulstorm. Bone spear piercing. The moment Malgas entered Phase 2, he unleashed a cataclysmic assault. The entire decayed altar area seemed to transform into a hellish abyss. Countless skulls, ablaze with ghastly green soul fire, emitted anguished shrieks, surging towards the group like a tidal wave of death. Beneath them, sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground without warning, accompanied by a piercing sound, as if they aimed to pin everyone to the earth. Scatter. Evade the bone spikes. Mucheng. Cover fire on the small skeletons. Lin Mo. Slow down the area with the ice formation. Yi Xiu's voice thundered above the cacophony of shrieks and the earth-shattering emergence of bone spikes, filled with unprecedented urgency. In this life-or-death moment, the 5 members of Xing Xian displayed astonishing adaptability. Tang Rou executed an extreme back jump, narrowly avoiding the bone spikes erupting beneath her, while her spear formed a luminous barrier, break the dominance, shattering several approaching soul fire skeletons. Bao Rongxing screeched as he used powerful knee strike to crash sideways, evading the bone spikes, and unleashed a flurry of mountain tiger and slap to disperse several small skeletons, exclaiming, "So many ghost fires! Skewers, boss, quickly roast them with your fire array." Lin Mo felt immense pressure, while manipulating Mo Shou Xianqi for complex character movements. He dodged the continuously emerging bone spikes and the soul fire skeletons raining down from above, all while seeking an opportunity to deploy the ice formation. The area could not be too large, or it would impede his teammates' evasion space, yet it needed to encompass enough skeletons. Now, he spotted a small wave of soul fire skeletons charging towards the relatively precarious Tang Rou, who had just landed. Ice formation. Lin Mo swiftly flicked his mouse. A pale blue frost array instantly spread before Tang Rou. A bone-chilling cold erupted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dozens of soul fire skeletons entering the ice formation's radius seemed to encounter their nemesis, their ghastly green flames dimming immediately. Their speed plummeted, as if caught in a viscous substance. 201. 198. Although the continuous damage of the ice formation was not high, the slowing effect was immediate, granting Tang Rou precious time to breathe and retaliate. "Thank you," Tang Rou shouted, her spear, fire dance of flowing flame, bursting forth with dazzling red light. Angry dragon piercing heart. A searing dragon-shaped aura roared forth, penetrating the slowed skeleton horde and vaporizing them. Yet the crisis was far from over. The number of soul fire skeletons was overwhelming. The ice formation's range was ultimately limited. More soul fire skeletons swarmed towards the group from various directions, especially the ranged attacks from Feng Shu Yan Mu, which attracted a significant amount of aggro. "Mucheng," Yi Xiu called out. "Leave it to me." Su Mucheng's voice remained calm, even infused with a hint of eager combat spirit. She faced the oncoming tide of soul fire skeletons, not retreating but advancing. With a nimble slide, she darted through the gaps between the emerging bone spikes, her sun-devouring cannon glowing with an intensely radiant light. Astonishingly, she completed her charge while moving at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. Focused flamethrower. A massive, solidified torrent of crimson flames erupted violently from the cannon's mouth. The flames twisted the air with their heat, instantly transforming the area before Feng Shu Yan Mu into a purgatorial inferno. Crackle, crackle. Those soul fire skeletons that plunged into the flames screeched like moths to a flame, their ghastly green soul fire proving feeble against the raging physical flames. Swiftly consumed and reduced to wisps of blue smoke. Damage numbers surged wildly, clearing a vast area. The continuous burn damage from the focused flamethrower was precisely the bane of these numerous but fragile foes. But that was not all. Upon completing the focused flamethrower, Feng Shu Yan Mu did not pause. She gracefully executed a backflip, evading the newly emerged bone spikes beneath her. In midair, the sun-devouring cannon adjusted its aim towards another group of skeletons charging at Yi Xiu and Bao Zi. Bang, 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 bang. Gatling gun. A deluge of bullets poured forth like a metallic storm. Although the individual damage was low, the rapid-fire shots accurately swept through the skeleton horde, knocking them about. Their soul fires flickering. As she landed, anti-tank cannon unleashed a triple shot. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive bursts of flames erupted amidst the monster group, clearing another swath. Flowing like clouds and water, a visual delight. Su Mucheng's maneuvers epitomized the violent aesthetics of a gunslinger. Every movement, moving, dodging, charging, erupting, was precise and efficient. Each shot was perfectly timed. She danced like a flame sprite amidst the storm of death, scattering the souls in her wake. Lin Mo watched, entranced. This was the true essence of a godlike gunslinger. The authentic splendor of Mu Yu Chengguang. Her mere presence constituted the greatest firepower suppression against their foes. Brothers, don't just watch. Help me. Bao Rongxing's desperate cry reached them. He was ensnared by several soul fire skeletons, with a bone spike emerging beneath him. Lin Mo snapped back to reality. Dark formation. A pitch-black array fell beneath Bao Zi, causing several skeletons to descend into chaos, attacking one another. Ice formation. Another ice formation was positioned at the site of the emerging bone spikes. While it could not stop the spikes, it successfully slowed the subsequent skeletons charging towards Bao Zi. Bao Zi, retreat. Lin Mo shouted. All right. Bao Rongxing executed a clumsy but effective roll, successfully escaping the perilous situation. Under the relentless firepower of Su Mucheng and the precise control assistance from Lin Mo, the threat of the Soulstorm was swiftly dismantled. When the last soul fire skeleton was crushed under Feng Shu Yan Mu's stamping shot, the most perilous first wave of assault was successfully neutralized. Well done, Yi Xiu praised. As Jun Mo Zhao's 1,000 mechanisms umbrella transformed into a battle spear, delivering a precise, falling dragon soaring sky, strike against the reformed massive skeleton of Malgas. This interrupted its attempt to summon the Soulstorm once more. 2876. MRGS emitted a painful shriek, its health plummeting below 30. It has gone berserk. Be cautious. Su Mucheng warned. Indeed, the soul fire in MRGS's eye sockets transformed into a furious crimson hue. It ceased unleashing wide-ranging abilities, and its colossal skull, akin to a battering ram, began to charge recklessly towards the target with the highest aggro, FNGSHYNM. Ability, Bone Charge. With astonishing speed, it bore down with an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the void surrounding its skull began to warp, and invisible, mental whips lashed out at the others like venomous serpents. Being struck would inflict excruciating pain and temporary paralysis. YNM. Kite it. Everyone else, unleash your full power. Lin Mo, weaken its defenses with the plague formation. Prepare to interrupt its soul scream. Yi Xiu swiftly adjusted the strategy. Understood. Su Mucheng replied. Faced with the colossal skull charging with fury, FNGSHYNM remained utterly composed. With a graceful flying cannon, the Sun Eater's barrel expelled a powerful gust, propelling her body backward like an arrow released from a bowstring. She narrowly evaded MRGS's path of collision. Boom. MRGS's massive skull crashed violently into the spot where FNGSHYNM had just stood, creating a substantial crater in the hardened rocky ground. Missing its target, MRGS immediately changed direction, once again locking onto FNGSHYNM. Meanwhile, Su Mucheng displayed textbook-level kiting skills. Sliding tackle into flying cannon, followed by mechanical rotor, briefly hovering. Aerial Gatling gun, suppressing her as if she were dancing on the edge of a blade. Every movement precisely timed to stay just beyond the attack's maximum range. While the Sun Eater's fire never ceased. Anti-tank cannon, laser cannon, magnetic railgun, alternated in a relentless barrage, maintaining aggro securely. Lin Mo watched with excitement, his actions not faltering in the slightest. Plague formation. The dark green plague array blossomed beneath MRGS, diminishing its defenses. Blade array. A golden radiance ignited beneath his teammate's feet. He focused intently, knowing that when MRGS's health fell below 10, it would unleash a devastating soul scream, capable of wiping out the entire field. It must be interrupted. The moment its health dipped below 10, MRGS abruptly halted midair, its massive jaw opening at an exaggerated angle, the blood-red soul fire within pulsating wildly. As a cataclysmic mental wave began to coalesce. Now, Lin Mo, Yi Xiu shouted. Lin Mo was already prepared. His mouse traced a predictive trajectory. Silence formation. An invisible pale gray force field enveloped MRGS in an instant. That impending soul scream, seemingly choked, was forcibly suppressed. MRGS's colossal skull trembled violently. Its eye sockets filled with frustration and rage. Su Mucheng cheered as the Sun Eater's barrel erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Charged laser cannon. Satellite beam. The two ultimate abilities detonated simultaneously. The immense laser column and the devastating light beam descending from above completely engulfed the decayed priest MRGS, now rendered silent and defenseless. 7,892. Critical hit. 998. 998. 998. Satellite beam continuous damage. With a piercing wail filled with unwillingness and despair, the enormous ghastly green skull shattered explosively, transforming into a flurry of ghastly green motes and countless shattered bones. System notification. Congratulations to players June M110, FNGSHYNM, HNYNRU, BOZRQN, MSHU Su New Jersey for the first kill of the hidden decayed priest MRGS in the Line Canyon. Hero difficulty. Golden light shown. Abundant experience and first kill rewards surged into the 5 players. Simultaneously, several pieces of equipment shimmering with purple and orange light, accompanied by a plethora of rare materials, erupted from the vanishing remains. We won. BO or NGX was the first to cheer. Ting, are you also displayed a relieved smile. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Su Mucheng controlled FNGSHYNM to stow away the Sun Eater, walking over to MSHU Su New Jersey. And her character made a thumbs-up gesture. The interruption was crucial. Lin Mo, splendid work. Watching the approving gesture of FNGSHYNM on the screen and hearing the sincere praise from his idol through the headset, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement rushing to his head, his heart racing with exhilaration. He controlled MSHU Su New Jersey to awkwardly bow in response. It was all thanks to Sister Mucheng's incredible output and Captain Ye's command. Enough, enough. No need for mutual flattery. Yi Xiao interrupted. Let's see what good loot we got. Gather up and prepare to head out. Tomorrow night, a grander event awaits us. He referred to the commotion at the entrance of the buried bones. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the equipment that had dropped, and one piece emanating a profound purple glow, intricately inscribed with complex arcane runes, caught his attention. Picking it up, he read, Heart of Decay Bracers, purple. Equipment type, Cloth Armor Bracers level, 50 attributes, Intelligence 35. Spirit 28, Stamina 20 special attributes, 1 dark attribute enhancement 15-2 array range increase 0. 5 yards 3 when attacked. There is a 5 chance to trigger the decayed bone shield, absorbing damage equivalent to 2 times intelligence for 5 seconds. Increases array range. Dark attribute enhancement. Plus a life-saving bone shield. This attribute is simply tailor-made for an array master. Captain Yi, Lin Mo looked towards Yi Xiao. Oh, increases array range. Good item. Yi Xiao glanced at the attributes. It's perfect for you. Take it. Others, see if you need anything. Lin Mo felt a wave of excitement and immediately equipped the Heart of Decay bracers. Instantly, he sensed his character's perception of energy sharpened slightly, and the invisible boundary of the array seemed to expand outward a tad. What luck our brother has. BO or NGX leaned in. All right, let's clean up the battlefield and retreat. Yi Xiao began distributing the other items. As Lin Mo gathered the materials, he couldn't help but glance again at FNGSHYNM beside him. The idol stands beside him, fighting side by side, and has acquired crucial equipment. This venture into the front lines of the canyon has yielded results beyond expectation. He feels an unparalleled state of readiness, filled with unwavering confidence for tomorrow's challenge in the land of the buried bones. The system prompt quietly chimes. System, affinity with key characters Su Mucheng, Feng Shu Yen Mu, has reached 10. System, illustrated collection, God-tier character Mu Yu Chung Feng Shu Yen Mu. Completion 5. First joint battle, special reward, 3 skill points. Chapter 50, protecting the cannon platform. Ice array as shield. Dark array as barrier deep within the land of the buried bones. A decaying scent mingles with the scorching sulfur, like viscous sludge clogging every pore. The narrow tunnel of the tomb has reached a boiling point in battle. Damn. Focus fire on that formation demon. Take down Emosho Shinji first. The roar of Rao and Chue Yang erupted in the Jia Dynasty team's channel, infused with rage after being toyed with. He controlled the Berserker, Blood Drink Mad Song, to forcefully break through the blocking skeleton with a mountain collapse strike. The blood-drinking great sword howling as it tore through the air, ruthlessly striking toward Lin Mo, who was releasing the dark array. Before the blade could reach, the overwhelming killing intent had already solidified the air. Be careful, bro, Bao Rongxing exclaimed, yet was tightly entangled by 2 knights of the Jia dynasty. Han Yenro's spear was constrained by the elemental mage, Frost Whisper, from Rao and Chue Yang, hindered by the ice wall and blizzard, making it difficult to provide support. Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Shao darted like a specter across the chaotic battlefield, the 1,000-machine umbrella continuously blocking attacks from all directions. Needing to command the overall situation while also guarding against the lethal ambush of the Jia dynasty assassin, Shadow Fong. The pressure immense. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. Rao and Chue Yang's strike was timed to perfection. He had just released the dark array, the skill's after effect not yet fully concluded, and had already consumed nearly half of his energy. To withstand it, the Berserker's furious blood-mad blade, in a berserk state, could easily annihilate him. To evade, the narrow passage was nearly filled with monsters and players, retreat blocked. In a moment of crisis, just as the shadow of the blood-drinking great sword was about to engulf Mo Shou Xianji, Lin Mo's gaze transcended the furious Rao and Chue Yang. Locking onto the tall figure behind in the passage, Feng Shu Yen Mu, Su Mucheng was controlling the gunner, establishing a firepower point on a relatively elevated stone platform. The sun-devouring cannon shone brilliantly, the anti-tank cannon, and laser cannon, alternating in thunderous roars, like precise surgical blades, each artillery strike ruthlessly tearing apart the Jia dynasty's formation, suppressing their rear-line healers, holy light ballad, and ranged attacks. She was the sharpest spear of Xing Xian at this moment, and a thorn in the side of the Jia dynasty that needed to be removed. At the same time as Rao and Shui Yang lunged at Lin Mo, the previously patient elemental mage, Frost Whisper, from the Jia dynasty flashed with a cruel glint in his eyes. He abandoned his entanglement with Han Yin-ro, rapidly waving his staff, his target unmistakably set on the isolated Feng Shu Yin Mu on the stone platform. Skill, Extreme Ice Feast. A powerful ice-based ultimate skill requiring brief incantation was brewing, with biting cold beginning to gather frantically beneath Feng Shu Yin Mu's feet. With the deadly greatsword from Rao and Shui Yang in front, and the elemental mage preparing a powerful attack targeting the idol from behind, Lin Mo's heart felt as if gripped tightly by a cold hand. An unprecedented surge of fierce determination washed away all hesitation. He could not allow Mu Cheng to be threatened. Not on my watch. Lin Mo roared internally. His fingers erupted with an extraordinary speed on the keyboard. Soaring in an instant, the mouse traced an almost impossible angle, creating a bizarre arc from beneath his feet to the front of Feng Shu Yin Mu's stone platform. The sound of keystrokes formed a continuous symphony. Ice Array. He abandoned evading Rao and Shui Yang, forsaking self-preservation. All his focus, all his maneuvers, were solely to protect the moving cannon behind him. Buzz. The pale blue ice array instantaneously unfurled 3 meters before Feng Shu Yin Mu. The biting cold was not for attack, but rather to form an indestructible barrier of frost, though its range was limited. It precisely covered the core explosion area of Extreme Ice Feast and the potential follow-up path of Rao and Shui Yang's advance, almost simultaneously with the descent of the ice array. Thud. Rao and Shui Yang's furious blood-mad blade struck harshly against Mo Shou Xianji's shoulder. 1876. The crimson critical hit number leaped up. Lin Mo's health plummeted drastically in an instant. Agonizing pain radiated from his shoulder, sending his character into a brief state of hit stun. As Frost Whisper completed the incantation for Extreme Ice Feast, countless sharp ice shards rained down like a tempest, crashing down upon the stone platform where Feng Shu Yin Mu stood. However, boom, boom, boom. The frenzied ice shards collided against the imperceptible ice barrier formed by the ice array, erupting in a flurry of ice fragments. The slow field of the ice array significantly diminished the impact force and coverage of the ice shards. Only a few shards managed to pierce the barrier, striking against Feng Shu Yin Mu's armor with a crisp sound, causing negligible damage. System prompt. Ice attribute attack partially mitigated by the ice array. What? The astonished voice of Frost Whisper rang out. His coveted ambush was unexpectedly neutralized by a preemptively placed ice array. Even more despairing for the Jia dynasty was that as Lin Mo withstood the blow, his health dropping sharply, he gritted through the stun and his fingers swiftly struck the keyboard again, targeting the rear of the Jia dynasty. Dark Array. The inky shadows exploded beneath Frost Whisper, Holy Light Ballad, and several ranged attackers like Ink Splatter. The thick darkness instantaneously robbed them of their vision. The radiant light of Holy Light Ballad, in the midst of chanting Great Healing, extinguished in an instant. The follow-up, Ice Wall, cast by Frost Whisper, was also forcibly interrupted. The rear support of the Jia dynasty was instantly crippled. Mu Cheng. Attack. Lin Mo's voice resonated in the team channel, tinged with suppressed pain, yet immeasurable determination. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Lin Mo withstanding the great sword and releasing the ice array for protection, to swiftly using the dark array to incapacitate the rear of the Jia dynasty. It flowed as smoothly as if rehearsed 1,000 times before. On the stone platform, Feng Shu Yin Mu observed it all unfold. She witnessed Mo Shou Xianji's unwavering resolve as he braved the fierce strike of the berserker to protect her. She saw the precise interception of Extreme Ice Feast by the frost barrier and the instantaneous counterattack in the rear with the Dark Realm. The pair of eyes concealed behind the game character flickered with a hint of emotion and approval. Received. Su Mucheng's voice resonated with an unprecedented sharpness. The cannon of the sun devouring erupted with a radiance akin to the sun. Anything obstructive, vanish. Boom. The charged laser cannon unleashed a beam of pure white light, thicker and more condensed than before, imbued with an aura of destruction, striking down upon the chaotic rear of the Jia dynasty shrouded in darkness. 3,987. 4,012. Critical hit. 8,125. The blinding white light consumed everything. Frost's Whisper, Holy Light Ballad, and the two fragile ranged figures were instantly vaporized in the cataclysmic beam. There was no time for even a scream. The ground was left marked with charred remnants and a few gleaming pieces of equipment. The core healer and primary range damage dealer of the Jia dynasty were obliterated in a single shot. No. Rao and Shui Yang's eyes nearly bulged with fury. The instantaneous evaporation of the rear signified their complete loss of sustainability and range suppression. And the instigator of all this was none other than the one who had withstood his strike, blood levels nearly depleted, yet still steadfastly blocking the path of Feng Shu Yanmu like a rock. The Zhang Gui. Kill him. I demand that you kill him. Rao and Shui Yang descended into madness, the crimson glow of blood awakening, nearly spilling out of the screen, and the blood-drinking heavy sword, driven by reckless frenzy, swung again towards the faltering Mo Shou Xianji, the head of the household. Bao Rongxing finally broke free from his entanglement, roaring as he charged forward. Han Yenro's spear tore through the remnants of the ice wall. How Long Pajun aimed straight at Rao and Shui Yang's heart. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao appeared beside Lin Mo as if teleporting, the Qianji umbrella transforming into a shield form. Shield counter. Clang. A tremendous sound reverberated as it forcefully deflected Rao and Shui Yang's furious strike. Lin Mo, fall back and use a potion, Yi Xiu commanded. Lin Mo did not attempt to be brave. Instead, he maneuvered Mo Shou Xianji into a clumsy backward roll, taking cover behind a massive rock, swiftly downing a high-grade rapid recovery potion and a mana potion. His health barely recovered a fraction, but the sharp pain in his shoulder and the feeling of deprivation remained intense. He gasped heavily, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the center of the battlefield, especially on that figure illuminated by the cannon's radiance. Protection has only just begun. Chapter 51. Perfect Control. The first cooperation with Feng Shu Yin Mu. The collapse of the rear was akin to the first domino falling. The elite team of the Jia dynasty, stripped of healing and range suppression, fell into chaos. Though Rao and Shui Yang was formidable, he was unable to withstand the combined assault of Yi Xiu, Tang Rou, and Bao Zi. The remaining knights and assassins were further segmented by Xing Xian, each fighting for themselves. Steady. Knights, activate, Holy Shield Guardian, and hold the line. Assassins, find an opportunity to eliminate Feng Shu Yanmu. Rao and Shui Yang roared in the team channel, making a final desperate struggle. He understood that the sole hope for a turnaround lay in eliminating Xing Xian's core firepower. The Jia dynasty's knight, Iron Barrier, roared, his body glowing with radiant golden holy light. A massive tower shield held before him as he initiated Valiant Charge. Akin to an armored tank, charging fiercely towards the repositioning Feng Shu Yanmu. He aimed to create an opportunity for the assassins. Meanwhile, Shadow's Feng moved like a true specter, utilizing the chaotic battlefield and dim light to silently activate stealth, gradually fading into the shadows. The dagger's cold glint locking onto the nape of Feng Shu Yanmu. Mucheng, beware of the knight's charge and the assassin. Yi Xiu immediately warned. Facing the vehemently charging Iron Barrier, Feng Shu Yanmu chose not to confront it head-on. She calmly executed a slide, gliding off the edge of the stone platform, dodging the direct path of the charge. However, the shockwave from Valiant Charge still caused her to falter slightly. More dangerously, the landing spot of her slide was in a relatively open area devoid of cover. Now's the time. Shadow's Feng revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Stealth was lifted. Instant strike. His figure appeared like a ghost behind Feng Shu Yanmu, the poison dagger gleaming with lethal coldness, ruthlessly thrusting towards her back. The combo of backstab and throat cut was poised to unleash. This sequence, against the fragile frame of a gunner, would leave her either dead or severely wounded. This is bad. Both Bao Rongxing and Tang Rou felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yi Xiu was entangled with Rao and Shui Yang and another berserker, unable to reach her in time. In this life-or-death moment, Dark Array, a voice, calm to the extreme, resonated in the team channel. Buzz. A dense darkness erupted without warning beneath Feng Shu Yanmu, instantly enveloping the recently materialized Shadow's Feng and the pursuing Iron Barrier. Vision deprivation. Shadow's Feng's dagger was already thrusting forward but lost its precise lock due to the sudden darkness, resulting in a minuscule pause in his actions. Iron Barrier swung his shield aimlessly, akin to a blind man. This fleeting moment of hesitation, nearly imperceptible, represented the boundary between life and death for top-tier players. At the instant the dark array erupted, Feng Shu Yanmu seemed to share a silent understanding with Lin Mo, who had released the formation. She remained entirely composed, not even glancing back at the approaching assassin. As the dark array obscured the enemy's vision, she utilized the momentum from her slide to execute a flawlessly fluid, firing cannon. The cannon of the sun devouring aimed downward, fiercely erupting, the immense recoil propelling her body forward like a projectile. Not only did she perfectly evade the lethal backstab from his Shadow's Feng, which had slowed due to the pause, but she also instantly distanced herself from the two threats. In midair, Feng Shu Yanmu's cannon was already reoriented. Target locked on the momentarily disoriented iron barrier. You wish to collide with me? Here, take this. Boom, boom, boom. Anti-tank cannon fired 3 consecutive shots. 3 shells, trailing flames, accurately struck the massive tower shield of iron barrier. The explosive force not only nullified his charging momentum, but also sent him staggering backward, dimming the holy light upon his shield. An Injiya missed its strike. Sensing an impending crisis, it immediately sought to activate Ji Pao to escape the confines of the shadowy formation. However, Lin Mo's control of the battlefield was far from simple. An ice formation. It seamlessly connected. The pale blue frost patterns descended closely along the edge of the dark formation, enveloping the fleeing and Injiya within. The biting chill felt like quicksand, abruptly interrupting the effect of Ji Pao. Baozi, this is your moment, Lin Mo exclaimed. Haha, thanks, brother. Sun Zisheng replied, take this. Old man. He had been waiting eagerly, charging into the ice formation with a powerful knee strike, delivering a solid blow with a brick to the back of an Injiya's head. Chokehold. Slap. The rogue's combo instantly overwhelmed the fragile assassin. Meanwhile, Feng Shu Yanmu moved elegantly on the battlefield after the flying cannon landed, her steps unwavering as she glided like the most graceful of dancers, each stride landing in the safest of spots. The cannon's muzzle was firmly fixed on the remaining forces of the Jia dynasty. Yishio, 3 o'clock, a low-health berserker. Understood. Yishio's Jun Mo Shao executed a shadow clone to evade the willows by the riverbank, transforming his Qianji San into a battle spear, and accurately targeted the foe with Fu Long Xiang Tian. Han Yanro suppressed that night. Tang Ro's spear surged with unstoppable momentum, pinning the regrouping steel barrier in place. Lin Mo, like an invisible hand on the battlefield, precisely manipulated each formation. Knife formation. Golden light illuminated beneath his teammates' feet, enhancing their attacks. Plague formation. The dark green pestilence weakened the defenses of the willows by the riverbank, rendering Yishio and Tang Ro's output even more lethal. He continuously monitored Feng Shu Yanmu's position and movements. When Su Mucheng needed to clear side monsters, a perfectly timed ice formation slowed and gathered the foes. When she prepared to charge her ultimate, a dark formation was thrown towards a possible disruptor. When her positioning became slightly aggressive, a preemptive silence formation, just turned right, fell before her, forcibly interrupting the elemental mage's attempt to chant Thunderlight Purgatory. The cooperation between the two evolved from Lin Mo's initial one-sided protection into a silent synergy. Lin Mo's formations transformed from mere skill releases into the construction of an ideal output stage for Feng Shu Yanmu, clearing all obstacles and guiding the devastating artillery to strike with precision. Meanwhile, Su Mucheng perfectly trusted Lin Mo's control, unleashing the full might of her gunner upon the optimal targets indicated by the formations. Efficient, fluid, visually pleasing. The artistry of the formation master and the violent aesthetics of the gunner achieved perfect harmony at that moment. The willows by the riverbank watched helplessly as his elite team was gradually devoured, rage consuming him. He attacked Yishio frantically, yet Yishio skillfully deflected and evaded, also enduring Tang Ro's deadly assault from the side. It felt as if every one of his actions was anticipated by that formation master, trapped by various insidious formations. Emosho Shinji. The willows by the riverbank roared in frustration, his blood-drinking heavy sword slashing towards Lin Mo in a final desperate attempt. However, his movements had long been analyzed thoroughly by the system's diagram in Lin Mo's eyes. The initial motion of whirlwind slash had just begun. Silence formation. Lin Mo's mouse had been poised for this moment. A hum. An invisible force field instantly enveloped the willows by the riverbank. The brilliance of whirlwind slash flickered before being abruptly extinguished. Even more despairing for him, the state icon of Blood Awakening displayed the dreaded gray chain mark once more. Frozen. It's over. Feng Shu Yanmu's cold voice resonated. The mouth of the cannon, unbeknownst to him, had locked onto the willows by the riverbank, now silenced, slowed, and ensnared by various negative states. Boom! Charging laser cannon. A massive beam of destructive light, like divine retribution, completely engulfed the willows by the riverbank and his fury. 7012. Critical hit, in the blinding white light. The figure of blood-drinking mad song disintegrated into particles of white light, vanishing from the spot. The ground was left with only his blood-drinking heavy sword, purple, flickering with a reluctant crimson glow. With the demise of the willows by the riverbank, the last vestiges of resistance from the Jia dynasty shattered entirely. The remaining knights and stragglers were swiftly cleared by the members of Xingxin. The battle concluded. Within the narrow burial passage, only the 5 members of Xingxin remained. surrounded by the corpses of monsters and scattered equipment glimmering amidst the dissipating smoke. After a brief silence, impressive, Yi Xiu was the first to speak. His tone unmistakably filled with praise. The coordination was excellent. Especially Lin Mo and Mucheng. The connection between control and output resembles that of a professional team in the making. Indeed, brother and sister Mucheng are a perfect match. One controls, the other strikes, making those fools cry out for their mothers. Bao Rongxing exclaimed excitedly, dancing with joy. Tang Rou also acknowledged with a nod, her voice cool and approving, very smooth. Lin Mo let out a long sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxing. The intense skirmish had drained him significantly. He gazed at the blood-drinking heavy sword dropped by the willows by the riverbank, then at Fengshu Yanmu, who had stowed away the cannon, its muzzle still radiating a lingering warmth, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment tinged with a hint of trepidation. He wondered if his performance was satisfactory in the eyes of his idol. Chapter 52, Steady Control. Thank you for the cover. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, only the faint sounds of monsters' corpses refreshing and the alluring glimmers of equipment materials remained in the burial site's passage. Bao Rongxing, resembling a starving wolf pouncing on prey, dashed towards the pile of equipment dropped by the Jia Dynasty elite team, exclaiming, striking it rich, purple weapons, purple gear, it's all money. Yi Xiu then began to methodically direct the cleanup of the battlefield, distributing the spoils. That blood-drinking heavy sword is for the berserker, its attributes are decent. Baozi, take it to play with, or sell it for some cash. The priest's wrist guards for healing, since Old Wei is absent, store them in the warehouse for now. This intelligence-boosting ring is suitable for you, Lin Mo. He traded a ring shimmering with purple light, embedded with a sapphire, to Lin Mo. ZH, Ing, Z. Equipment type, accessory ring level, 50 attributes, intelligence 40, spirit 25 special attributes, recovery speed increase 15, skill cooldown reduction 3. Thank you. Yi team. Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately equipped it. The significant boost in intelligence and cooldown reduction was crucial for him, who frequently cast formations. Lin Mo, you must have been on the brink after taking that blow from Rounding Willow, right? The medicine fund will cover the expenses. Yi Xiu added, his tone casual, yet laced with concern. Yes, I used a large potion. Lin Mo nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. That moment had indeed been perilous. Had it not been to protect Fengshu Yanmu, he would never have chosen to withstand it. At that moment, Fengshu Yanmu maneuvered her character to stand beside Mo Shouxianji. She did not glance at the gear on the ground, but leaned slightly forward, as if engaged in careful observation. Thanks for that earlier, little formation ghost. Su Mucheng's voice came through the headset, imbued with clear laughter, akin to a mountain spring, instantly dispelling the coldness and bloodiness of the tomb path. That blow from the berserker must have hurt, right? And that timely interruption against the assassin's dark formation was impeccable. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. His idol was thanking him. He hurriedly maneuvered Mo Shouxianji to wave his hand. Game action no problem. Muchengjia, it was the least I could do. Your damage output is what truly matters. Do not be modest. Su Mucheng interrupted him, her tone sincere. Yi Xiu is right. That collaboration was truly remarkable. You know, in the professional circle, a good crowd control for a gunner is akin to the most reliable fortress and lighthouse. She paused, seemingly reminiscing, her voice tinged with a hint of admiration and nostalgia. When you cast the ice formation to intercept Extreme Ice Feast, the timing and positioning were almost too perfect for a first-time collaboration. And later, using the dark formation to cover my flying cannon to create distance, and employing silence to interrupt the mage's ultimate move, every formation was executed flawlessly, and the rhythm was impeccably maintained. She maneuvered Fengshu Yanmu to perform a gesture of gratitude towards Mo Shouxianji. Your crowd control was very stable, Mo Shouxianji. Without your cover, I would have been in danger. Thank you. The playful and affectionate tone at the end of her words was enchanting. Your crowd control was very stable. Thank you for the cover. This phrase resonated within Lin Mo's heart like a magical note, gently striking a chord. All exhaustion and tension seemed to dissipate in that moment. The impact of being recognized and thanked so closely by his idol far surpassed any system reward. A rush of warmth flooded his cheeks, and Lin Mo felt his ears burning. He awkwardly maneuvered Mo Shouxianji to bow. Truly, you need not thank me, Muchengjia. I'm just glad to help you and everyone. Moreover, your skills are genuinely impressive. Those flying cannons and laser cannons are magnificent. He stumbled over his words. Yet the excitement and admiration in his tone were undeniably sincere. Haha, it seems I must keep striving not to let our little formation ghost down with such dedicated cover. Su Mucheng was amused by Lin Mo's reaction, her laughter bright and melodious. Ahem. Yi Xiu coughed twice, interrupting the somewhat warm atmosphere as the commercial flattery came to a close. The equipment has been distributed, and health is restored. Ahead lies the lair of the number 2, Bone Collector. The earlier commotion was significant, although the Jia Dynasty's team was wiped out. They might respawn and return to cause trouble or alert other teams. We must act swiftly. He looked at Lin Mo, his tone turning more serious. Lin Mo, you performed well, but do not let your guard down. The Bone Collector is our main target. Its Death Decay is a team wipe skill with a vast range and short casting time. It must be interrupted. Your silence formation is crucial. Do you have confidence? Bone Collector. Death Decay. Lin Mo's spirit surged, instantly shaking off the daze from being praised by his idol. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening and firming. The seamless collaboration with Feng Shu Yen Mu had given him immense confidence. And the Decayed Heart Bracers, increasing the formation range along with Wise Man's Contemplation, reducing cooldowns were the wings he needed. Yes, Lin Mo's response was resolute. Leave Death Decay to me. Good. Yishio nodded. Mucheng, as per usual, you will handle the main cannon platform, and Lin Mo will act as your shield. Everyone else, follow my lead. Target, Bone Collector, let us move. The group readied themselves and advanced deeper into the tomb path. Lin Mo maneuvered Mo Shouxian Ji closely beside Feng Shu Yen Mu. After fighting side by side, and that sincere thank you. An invisible bond of tacit understanding and trust seemed to form between them. Lin Mo secretly glanced at the striking figure beside him, burdened with heavy artillery. Filled with a sense of strength, not only must he complete Yishio's task, but he also had to protect this hard-won trust and safeguard this moving artillery that illuminated his path and brought forth boundless firepower. A system notification quietly appeared. System, affinity with key characters Su Mucheng, Feng Shu Yen Mu, increased by 15, tacit cooperation and sincere gratitude. System, collection recorded, God-level character Mu Yu Chung Feng, Feng Shu Yen Mu. Completion increased to 15. Gained special insight. Essentials of Gunner and Formation Ghost Collaboration. Beginner, slight improvement in Formation Casting Timing Prediction. Chapter 53 Collection recorded. God-level character Mu Yu Chung Feng. The colossal skeletal frame of the Bone Collector crumbled under the precise silence formation of Mo Shouxianji. Fragments scattering like gray snowflakes. Golden light accompanied by ample experience points and rare materials surged into the 5 bodies, signaling the ultimate conquest of the tomb at heroic difficulty. Done. The record is ours. Bao Rongxing was the first to cheer in the team channel, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Yes, Tang Ro responded. Maneuvering Han Yin rode a stand with her spear, her cool tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of relief. Yishio observed the system announcement flashing on the screen. Congratulations to the Xing Xian Guild for breaking the record for the Tomb of Buried Bones. Heroic difficulty. New record, 14 minutes, 49 seconds. And he nodded in satisfaction, lighting a virtual cigarette. Well done, even faster than expected by a second. Lin Mo, that last silence interruption was crucial. It is indeed a testament to the excellent cooperation of the team. Lin Mo let out a long breath, feeling the tension in his body finally dissipate. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially the extreme operation executed in the final moments to interrupt Death Withering, had left him with a palpable fatigue in both his mind and fingers. Yet, more than exhaustion, he was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and the joy of teamwork. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Feng Shu Yen Mu beside him. Su Mucheng was skillfully maneuvering her character, gracefully leaping down from a large boulder, the sun-devouring cannon pointing downwards, still emanating a lingering warmth. It was her unparalleled firepower suppression and timely remote support during the battle that created a perfect environment for his control and output. The image of her precise, anti-tank cannon, launching the remnants of the Jia dynasty into the air as they attempted to disrupt Lin Mo, remained vividly etched in his memory. At that moment, a translucent system interface, visible only to him, quietly appeared at the edge of his vision, radiating a gentle golden glow. System, collection update. Entry, divine character Mu Yu Chung Feng, Feng Shu Yen Mu. Current completion, 20. New information. Core playstyle, agile artillery, level, extreme fire coverage, level, tactical coordination, level. Signature skill utilization, charged laser cannon, timing and precision have reached perfection. Focused flamethrower, exceptional range control and clearing ability, flying artillery technique, seamless transition of movement, evasion, and artillery positioning. Combat awareness, battlefield senses, level, threat anticipation, level, team cooperation, level. Evaluation of synergistic potential with host, extremely high. The synergy between the control of the formation and the firepower of the artillery master is naturally complementary. New in-depth analysis, observing the target's movement habits in battle, prefers utilizing high ground and the edges of cover. Output rhythm preferences, habitually makes slight lateral adjustments to balance before explosive strikes. Instinctive reactions when threatened, prioritizes using flying artillery to disengage rather than enduring hits. System, based on the successful collaboration in the challenging dungeon, Frontline Canyon Heroes, jointly participating in high-intensity conflicts, Burial Grounds team battle, and successfully completing key tactical objectives, breaking the dungeon record. An effective tactical cooperation and good interaction with the target character Su Mucheng, Feng Shu Yen Mu, have been achieved. Affection level increase, 15, current affection level, 40,100 friendly. Special rewards granted, 1 skill point 5. 2 acquired exclusive insight. Rhythm of firearms, beginner, slightly enhances perception of movement, charging, and attack rhythm for the artillery master profession, aiding in predicting their positioning and firepower needs. Optimizing the timing of formations. 3 unlocks the collection-related quest chain. The Path of Mu Yucheng's Light, Phase 1. The golden text flowed into Lin Mo's mind like a warm current, accompanied by the pleasant notification sound of an increased skill point and the wondrous insight regarding the rhythm of firearms. He felt as though he had gained a deeper understanding of every subtle movement of Feng Shu Yen Mu on the battlefield, the angle at which her cannon was raised, the trajectory of her steps, even the focused intensity she exhibited during brief pauses to charge, all seemed infused with newfound significance. It turned out that her habit of making slight lateral movements before an explosive strike was to better balance recoil, ensuring absolute precision for the next hit. Lin Mo, what are you dazed about? Time to distribute the gear. Su Mucheng's voice, tinged with amusement, broke his reverie as the character Feng Shu Yen Mu waved at him in game action. Lin Mo snapped back to reality, realizing that Yishio had already begun distributing the dropped items in the team channel. A robe emanating a soft purple light, seemingly woven from moonlight. The Moonlight Mage Robe, purple, was given to Tang Rou, a ring enhancing strength and critical hit. The Berserker's Ring, purple, was bestowed upon Bao Rongxing. Several rare, bone essence, and shadow crystals were collected by Yishio for the guild warehouse. Here you go, yours. Yishio traded an item to Lin Mo. Soul Guide Pendant, purple, equipment type, accessory necklace level, 50 attributes, spirit 38, intelligence 30 special attributes, 1 limit increase 10, 2 when casting formation skills. There is a 10 chance to refund 20 of that skill's cost. 3 reduces damage from dark attributes by 15. A perfect item for an array spirit master, enhancing both spirit and intelligence, along with sustain and dark resistance, Yishio commented. Thank you, Captain Yi. Lin Mo immediately equipped it. The significant boost in spirit sharpened his perception of energy, while the limit increase and cost refund alleviated the anxiety associated with frequently casting formations. And what about me? Su Mucheng inquired, leaning closer. You? Yishio glanced at Feng Shu Yen Mu, who had already excelled in output and was still seeking equipment. Here. Take this, Heart of Melting Flames, rare, and later, have Lao Wei see if he can upgrade your sun-devouring cannon with it. He tossed a crimson crystal radiating heat towards her. Hee, now that's more like it, Su Mucheng replied with satisfaction as she accepted the item. With the distribution complete, the group shattered their return scrolls. A flash of white light transported them back to the bustling main city safe zone, where the clamor of the marketplace replaced the eerie silence of the tomb. Thank you all for your hard work today. Make sure to rest early. The Jia dynasty will likely be simmering with anger after the record-breaking defeat, so stay sharp in the next few days and try to team up for outdoor activities. Yishio summarized in the team channel. Lin Mo, starting tomorrow, we need to ramp up targeted training. Speed and latency must break through the bottlenecks of 185 and 0085 as soon as possible. The record in the burial grounds is just the beginning. The opponents in the upcoming challenge matches will not be as straightforward as the willows by the riverbank. Understood, Captain Yi. Lin Mo replied earnestly, fully aware of his greatest shortcomings. The team disbanded, and the avatars of Han Yanro and Bao Zi Ruqin faded away. Yishio made a casual remark before going silent. Just as Lin Mo prepared to log off, he noticed that Feng Shu Yen Mu's avatar still glowed. A private message popped up. Private message from Feng Shu Yen Mu. Little array spirit, are you not resting yet? Today, I endured considerable damage. Are you exhausted? A smile crossed Lin Mo's face, and his heart inexplicably quickened. Private chat with Mo Shou Xianji. I am fine, Mucheng Jia. I was just organizing my backpack. Aren't you coming down yet? Private chat with Feng Shu Yen Mu. Yes, I am sorting materials and taking a look at the forum. Today was exhilarating. Especially when you interrupted the death's decay at the last moment. It was incredibly cool. By the way, this is for you. System, Feng Shu Yen Mu is trading you. Silent Dust. Rare, 2. Lin Mo was taken aback. Private chat with Mo Shou Xianji. Mucheng Jia. This is too precious. Private chat with Feng Shu Yen Mu. Take it. If it weren't for your crucial cover several times today, I might have been on the floor long ago. I have no use for these dusts. They are perfect for you to unlock new formations or upgrade skills. Don't be polite. We have many more battles to fight side by side in the future. Wishing you well. Rest early, recharge your spirit. And let us continue to strive tomorrow. With that, Feng Shuyanmu's avatar dimmed. Lin Mo gazed at the two additional silent dust in his backpack and then at the gray name in his friend list. A wave of indescribable warmth surged in his heart. Being recognized by an idol, fighting alongside her, her concern at parting, and this precious gift, all felt like a beautiful dream. He opened the system's illustrated guide, observing the 20 completion rate under the Mu Yucheng phone entry, the newly added detailed analysis, and the recently unlocked Mu Yucheng Guang Ji Lu quest chain. Quest chain. Mu Yucheng Guang Ji Lu, Phase 1. Quest objective. Team up with Feng Shuyanmu, Su Mucheng, to complete 3 dungeon challenges, difficulty not limited, and successfully neutralize at least 5 lethal threats during battles, system judgment required. Quest reward. Affection 10, skill points 2. Unlock the second phase analysis of Mu Yucheng phone in the illustrated guide. Note. True rapport stems from the belief in protection and the trust of standing together. The belief in protection and trust in standing together. Lin Mo silently clenched his fist. He closed the system interface. His gaze fixed on that gray name in his friend list, his resolve becoming unshakably firm. I must become stronger. Not only must I break through the bottleneck of hand speed, but I also aspire to become the most formidable array spirit who can guard by Mu Yucheng Guang's side and clear all obstacles for her. Chapter 54. The Daily Life of Xing Xian. Training, raiding, dungeon runs. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains of the rental apartment, casting slender beams onto the floor. Lin Mo opened his eyes, devoid of any inclination to linger in bed. The excitement recorded in the burial ground and Su Mucheng's encouragement served as the finest stimulants. He swiftly rose, washed up, had a quick breakfast, and settled before his computer. Upon logging into the game, Mo Shou Xianji appeared beside the main city warehouse. He did not immediately commence training, but instead opened the guild warehouse. Last night, Yishio mentioned intensifying training. He needed to adjust his condition to its peak. He retrieved several sets of high-level mana recovery potions and energy potions, small, to place in his backpack. As his eyes scanned the materials list, he hesitated before taking out 2 Void Demon Cores, rare. These were crucial materials for unlocking higher-level formations, Void Confinement, though they were not immediately needed. Holding them instilled a profound sense of responsibility. After completing his preparations, he took a deep breath and clicked on the system training ground icon. This time, he did not opt for the conventional routine or delayed training. Instead, he directly selected the newly appeared specialized module, Targeted Enhancement, Rhythm Control, and Intent Concealment, Advanced. Training objective. Under extreme conditions, 185, maintain casting delay of 0.085 seconds and ensure intent concealment of 85. Training intensity. Hell, shall we begin? Yes, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. The scene shifted, and Mo Shou Xianji appeared in a void filled with countless flickering points of light and intricate geometric patterns. The training commenced. Dense light points surged towards him like a violent hailstorm from all directions, their speed far surpassing before. Simultaneously, intangible mental disturbances crashed against his consciousness like waves, attempting to disrupt his operational rhythm and casting intent. Lin Mo focused intently, integrating the rhythmic sense of artillery he grasped last night into his movements. He no longer mechanically pursued clicking speed, but endeavored to discover an inner rhythm, as natural as breathing. The movement of the mouse became an extension of his will rather than a rigid command. The tapping of the keyboard was as light as a whisper, resembling merely a gentle quiver of his fingertips. Sweat soon soaked his temples. The soreness in his wrists became pronounced under extreme operation, yet he gritted his teeth, maintaining heightened concentration, striving to incorporate the system's prompt for a thoughtless casting state into each release of the formation. Current 184218511863. Casting delay 0.08600 0.850 0.84. Intent concealment 82.84.86. Data fluctuated violently, akin to a small boat amidst tumultuous waves. Each breakthrough of the limit was accompanied by immense mental expenditure. 2 hours later, Lin Mo exited the training ground, nearly exhausted. Looking at the final figures displayed on the screen. Average 1857. Average casting delay 0.084 seconds. Highest intent concealment 88. A relieved smile broke across his pale face. He had broken through, though it was merely an average. It signified that he had truly touched upon the threshold demanded by Yishio. At that moment, the group chat of Xing Xian's family, noisy version, began to flash wildly. Group Baozi Daxia. Coordinates 2345 60 789. Dark Night Gorge. It has refreshed. The Shadow Wolf King. The dominant hero just started the battle. Brothers. Romezi. Hurry and grab the meat. Excited expression group Jun Mo Shao. Yo, first come, First served. Lin Mo, how is your condition? Can you move? Group Han Yin Ro, I'll be there soon. Group Mo Shou Xianji, received. My condition is good, on my way. In the wild. Lin Mo's spirits lifted, the fatigue dissipating somewhat. This was an important avenue for enhancing strength and accumulating resources. He immediately controlled Mo Shou Xianji to teleport to the entrance of Dark Night Gorge, downed a small energy potion, and sped towards the coordinates provided by Bao Rongxing deep within Dark Night Gorge. The battle had reached a fever pitch. A formidable team of 20 from Baki Xiong 2 was engaged in a fierce assault against the colossal Inying Lang Wang, 55. Its entire body cloaked in shadowy fur and its eyes glowing a menacing red. The knights and priests were diligently managing health, while ranged attackers maintained a disciplined formation. However, the Wolf King proved to be exceedingly cunning, employing Inying Tushi with stealth and Shirshua Sitsao that inflicted bleeding and reduced healing, causing significant trouble for Baki Xiong Tuesday suddenly. The members of Xingxin appeared. The vigilant players surrounding Baki Xiong 2 immediately spotted Mo Shou Xuanji, Han Yen Ro, and Baozi Rikinkin's figures. Yishio seemed to have yet to arrive. Block them. Do not let them approach, commanded the team leader, Yi Weiyang, angrily over the team channel. 5 players immediately broke from the fray, rushing towards Lin Mo and his companions, a swordsman, a martial artist, an elemental mage, and 2 priests. Brothers, control the field. Bao Rongxing shouted as he charged forward, delivering a Banzhuang strike aimed at the swordsman's face. Tang Ro's Han Yen Ro, resembling a red whirlwind, directly targeted the most threatening elemental mage, her spear thrusting forth with a whistling sound. Lin Mo remained composed, with Yishio and Su Mucheng absent. He needed to assume greater responsibility for controlling the battlefield. Ice Array, a pale blue pattern unfurled beneath the rushing martial artist and 2 priests, activating a slowing effect. Dark Array, following closely, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the 3 ensnared by the ice array, impairing their vision. Baozi, take down the priests first, Lin Mo instructed. The martial artist and priests, slowed and blinded, became easy targets. Bao Rongxing abandoned the swordsman, executing a Qiangli Shi that collided with the blinded priest, followed by a Soho and Erguang combo that drastically reduced their health. Tang Ro, utilizing the agility of a battle mage, evaded the elemental mage's grasp and delivered a precise Longya strike to another priest's throat. Critical hit. 2103. Both priests collapsed almost simultaneously. The healing chain for Baki Xiong 2 faltered dramatically. Seeking death, the swordsman and elemental mage, enraged, abandoned their respective targets and lunged at Lin Mo, the instigator. The swordsman's blade gleamed threateningly, and ice shards howled through the air. A cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. He had been anticipating their concentrated assault. Silence Array. An invisible force field instantly enveloped the charging swordsman and elemental mage. The swordsman's Sanduan Zhan flickered to life before extinguishing. The elemental mage's incantation for Baofeng Shui was abruptly interrupted. Both found themselves in the awkward predicament of skill silence. Flame Array. Lin Mo swiftly gestured, and a crimson fire array erupted beneath their feet. Lava spewed forth, inflicting continuous burns. 1024. 987. Critical hit. 2015. The health of the swordsman and elemental mage plummeted amidst the icy and fiery assault. Bao Rongxing and Tang Ro swiftly followed with finishing blows, clearing the field in an instant. With the path ahead cleared, the trio hastily advanced towards the battlefield. At this moment, Baki Xiong 2's formation had become chaotic, burdened by the absence of 2 priests and the ferocious counterattacks from the Wolf King. Unbeknownst to them, Yishio's Jun Mo Shao had also appeared at the battlefield's edge. The Qianji San transformed into a rifle form. Ballet sniper. Boom. A shot struck precisely at the Wolf King's eye, its weakness, dealing a substantial amount of damage and inflicting a blinding effect. 4876. Critical hit. You seek death. Knight Weiyang's eyes widened with rage. Fight, using your own abilities. Yishio's languid voice echoed. Lin Mo wasted no time and joined the fray. Ice Array, slowing both the Wolf King and the surrounding minions. Blade Array, boosting his teammates' attack. Plague Array, weakening the Wolf King's defenses. His control acted as a lubricant, sharpening the assault of Xingxin's 4, Baozi, Tang Ro, Yishio, Lin Mo. Yishio's precise commands and execution, Tang Ro's furious output, Baozi's distractions, coupled with Lin Mo's timely array support, forcibly tore a gap in Baki Xiong 2's formation, directly pressuring the critically wounded Inying Lang Wang. Ultimately, when the Wolf King's health plummeted to 10 in a frenzied moment, Lin Mo executed a preemptive silence array, forcefully interrupting its Inying Quanxi. Yishio seized the opportunity, transforming the Qianji San into a spear, Fulong Xiangtian, landing a precise strike. Tang Rou delivered the final blow with Haolong Pajun. System notification, players Jun Mo Xiao. Han Yen Rou, Baozi Rikinkin, Mo Shou Xuanji successfully defeated Enying Lang Wang, 55. Retreat. Yi Xiu commanded. And the four swiftly collected several purple items and the core material, Enying Lang Wang Jihan, rare, that had dropped. Escaping the battlefield amidst the furious roars and skill flashes of Baki Xiong II, utilizing the canyon's complex terrain. Back in the safe zone, the four divided the spoils. Lin Mo received a pair of cloth boots that increased spirit. Although their attributes were mediocre, they were better than nothing. More importantly, he gained a sense of participation and resource accumulation. In the afternoon, Yi Xiu fulfilled his promise and began Lin Mo's specialized training. In the arena room, a speed of 185 was the baseline, but merely a threshold. True professional level performance required maintaining or even exceeding that threshold under high pressure and complex conditions. Yi Xiu's tone was serious. Now, I will apply pressure using a free player. Your task is not to defeat me, but to release formations as accurately and frequently as possible under my attacks. Objective, within 1 minute. Release no fewer than 8 effective formations, either hitting or achieving tactical goals, with an average of no less than 185 and latency not exceeding 0085. Begin. No sooner had his voice faded than Jun Mo Zhao's figure approached like a specter. The Qianji San transformed into a spear, Tianji, thrusting forward. Lin Mo's pupils contracted as he swiftly maneuvered Mo Shou Xuanji to sidestep, while simultaneously moving his mouse. Ice array. Frosty patterns spread across the possible pursuit route of Jun Mo Xiao. However, Yi Xiu seemed to anticipate this, effortlessly evading the ice array. The Qianji San transformed into a ninjad, Dijin Zhan Shou. His figure vanished. Lin Mo's instincts blared in alarm. He instinctively rolled away. Swoosh. Jun Mo Zhao's figure burst forth from the ground, where he had just stood. The blade grazed his clothing. Dark array. As he rolled to his feet, Lin Mo swiftly cast a dark array beneath himself. Jun Mo Xiao, true to form, pursued relentlessly, crashing into the dark array's range. Vision impairment. Good. Lin Mo's spirits lifted as he immediately created distance, deploying the blade array to augment his attack. But in the next moment, a grenade, a skill belonging to the gunner class, soared in from the blind spot. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion sent him flying. Yin Zhun. Lin Mo adeptly maneuvered the mouse midair, casting a Yin Zhun toward the potential landing spot of Yi Xiu. However, Yi Xiu had already ascended with his mechanical rotor, evading the Yin Zhun, as the bones of his umbrella transformed into a rifle, unleashing a barrage from the Gatling gun. Lin Mo found himself in a state of disarray, his health steadily declining under Yi Xiu's tempestuous onslaught. He exerted every ounce of effort to deploy formations, obstructing with an ice formation, disrupting with a dark formation, and using silence to interrupt critical skills, his fingers almost dancing across the keyboard, leaving traces in the air. Training completed. Effective formation released. 7. Average. 1835. Average casting delay. 0.087 seconds. Rating. Below standard. Gazing at the data on the screen, Lin Mo panted heavily. Sweat trickling down his cheeks. The disparity was stark, a naked truth. Under the pressure of a player of Yi Xiu's caliber, maintaining a delay of 0.185 and 0.085 seemed an insurmountable challenge. Speed and reaction were fundamental, yet more crucial were anticipation and rhythm. Yi Xiu's voice echoed, urging him not to be led by his movements. Recall the rhythm of Mu Cheng's gunfire. Think about the cadence of your own formations. Rest for 10 minutes, and then resume. The following hours were spent in relentless high-pressure training, subjected to repeated trials and failures, each time summing up lessons learned and pushing the limits. Though there remained a gap from the standard, he could distinctly sense his progress, particularly in grasping rhythm and experiencing a state of thoughtless casting more deeply. As evening approached, Su Mucheng logged on. Team Feng Shu Yanmu. Is everyone here? I heard you guys snatched the Wolf King of Ba Chi Xiong this morning. Well done. What are the plans for tonight? Shall we clear yesterday's first-line Canyon Hero dungeon together? There are some decent rewards for the tasks. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Sure. It's a perfect opportunity for Lin Mo to practice coordination. Team Mo Shou Xianji. Okay, Sister Mucheng. Ready whenever you are. Thus, the 5 members of Xing Xin regrouped, setting their sights on clearing the first-line Canyon Hero dungeon tasks. Without the interference of the Jia dynasty, the process was relatively smooth. Lin Mo deliberately applied his insights from gunfire rhythm, beginner, striving to anticipate Feng Shu Yanmu's firepower needs and movement habits. Preemptively setting up ice formations to slow the mobs she needed to clear, while using dark formations to dispel potential enemies that could disrupt her during her charged attack, and employing silence to interrupt the ranged attacks of monsters ahead when she positioned herself forward. while it lacked the breathtaking intensity of the life-and-death battle from yesterday. The gradual harmonization within this routine dungeon filled Lin Mo with a distinct sense of fulfillment. He could feel his formation releases becoming more fluid, and his compatibility with Feng Shu Yanmu's artillery strikes slowly improving. Occasionally, Feng Shu Yanmu would commend him in the team chat. The ice formation was well placed, or the dark formation was very timely, warming his heart each time. Training, raiding, and dungeon runs. This was the daily life of Xing Xen, busy, fulfilling, brimming with challenges and opportunities for growth. Lin Mo absorbed everything like a sponge, feeling himself gradually and genuinely integrating into this vibrant and legendary team. Chapter 55, Starlight Guidance. The ever-shining Feng Shu Yanmu as night deepened. The city's neon lights filtered through the curtain seams, casting shifting shadows on the floor. Lin Mo removed his headphones, massaging his slightly throbbing temples. On the screen, Mo Shou Xianji stood at the entrance of the first-line canyon dungeon, alongside Feng Shu Yanmu, who had just disbanded her party, her icon still glowing. Task completed. Reward secured. Great job, everyone. Rest early. Su Mucheng's clear voice seemed to linger in his headphones. Team Han Yen Rua. Yes, logging off now. Team Bao Zi Ru Qin. My dear brothers, let us continue raiding tomorrow. Logging off now. Team Jun Mo Xiao. Lin Mo, we continue training tomorrow. We need to enhance stability. Logging off. The team chat quickly fell silent. Lin Mo controlled Mo Shou Xianji, observing Feng Shu Yanmu by his side. Su Mucheng seemed to be organizing her backpack, her character standing quietly there, the colossal Tun Ri behind her gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight. In his friend list, Feng Shu Yanmu continued to emit a gentle glow, akin to the most conspicuous star in the night sky. He did not bid farewell immediately, nor did he log off. His fingers absent-mindedly moved the mouse, the view slowly revolving around Feng Shu Yanmu's character. From her neat chestnut ponytail to the smooth lines of her blue and white armor, and to the heavy artillery Tun Ri symbolizing destruction and protection, every detail appeared exceptionally clear in the tranquil night. The fatigue from the day's training had not fully dissipated, and he could still feel a dull ache in his wrist. The oppressive presence of Yishio, akin to a mountain, and the sense of defeat brought on by the delayed data quietly settled within him. In its place was the fluid camaraderie experienced during their battles, the small thrill brought by her compliment of nice placement on the ice formation, and in this moment of tranquility, gazing at her glowing icon. An inexplicable sense of peace and a hint of longing surged within him. Lin Mo opened the system's illustrated guide, observing the 20 completion under the entry for Mu Yu Chung Feng. The newly added analyses of combat awareness and movement habits flowed before his eyes. Preferring to utilize high ground, habitually adjusting his center of gravity with slight lateral movements behind cover before bursting forth, prioritizing the use of flying artillery to escape when threatened. These cold analytical texts, at this moment, seemed to radiate warmth, perfectly aligning with the spirited figure within the game. He recalled the moment in the first-line canyon dungeon earlier that day, when a wave of mobs refreshed at the flank, and he instinctively dropped an ice formation 3 meters in front of Feng Shu Yanmu. The next second, she gracefully slid into that position. The Tun Ri's barrel igniting, and the anti-tank cannon unleashed a precise triple shot into the slowed mob, achieving remarkable clearing efficiency. At that moment, she had seemed to chuckle softly, saying, "You're on the same wavelength as me." That sense of unspoken understanding lingered in Lin Mo's mind for a long time. Beep, 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 a notification chimed. It was a private message from Su Mucheng. Private message from Feng Shu Yanmu. Little formation demon, what are you daydreaming about? Aren't you logging off to rest? With a look of confusion, Lin Mo was startled to realize that he had been staring blankly at another player's game character and had been caught in the act. His face flushed slightly. In a private chat with Mo Shou Xianji, he typed, nothing, just organizing my backpack. Sister Mucheng, are you still on? In a private chat with Feng Shu Yanmu, she replied, almost done. I am reviewing some video clips from today's dungeon run, analyzing my positioning. How about you? Did Captain Yi's special training leave you in shambles? With a smirk, Lin Mo responded, a bit, yes. Captain Yi is too strong. I can hardly keep up. Wiping sweat emoji Feng Shu Yanmu chuckled. Haha, just get used to it. His training for newcomers is always at a hellish difficulty. But don't feel too pressured. Take your time. Your coordination in the dungeon today has improved significantly. You executed several formations with great finesse. Particularly the ice formation that helped me control the position to clear the small monsters. Perfect timing. Thumbs up emoji Lin Mo exclaimed. Really? Thank you, Sister Mucheng. I just thought about how to position it to make it more comfortable for you. Feeling a bit shy? Feng Shu Yanmu encouraged. That's the spirit. Controlling the battlefield is all about supporting your teammates. Keep this mindset. You can do it. Fighting emoji alright. I really have to log off now. There are some matters to attend to with Josh tomorrow. You should rest early, recharge your energy, and strive to last a few more rounds under Captain Yi tomorrow. Good night, little formation ghost. Moon emoji Lin Mo replied. Mem. Good night, Sister Mu Chung. Feng Shuyan Mu's avatar dimmed. In the friends list. The shining name finally turned gray. Lin Mo gazed at her words about how to make her output more comfortable, then looked at the now gray name. Feeling a mixture of emptiness and sweetness in his heart, he closed the private chat window but did not log off immediately. He opened the friends list and hovered the mouse over the grayed out Feng Shuyan Mu. The system displayed simple status information, offline. After a moment of hesitation, he right-clicked and selected View Recent Status. A semi-transparent window popped up. Feng Shuyan Mu Recent Login Records. Today's online duration, 5 hours, 47 minutes. Last offline time, 23:15. Recent activities, Dungeons, First Line Canyon Hero 1, Outdoor Maps, Dark Knight Canyon, Wandering Land, Arena, Personal Practice Field. Mood status, blank. The information was simple, even somewhat dull. Yet Lin Mo examined it with particular seriousness. He could envision her presence during her online hours, precisely unleashing firepower in dungeons. Nimbly maneuvering in the wild, and meticulously honing her skills in the practice field, her focus and strength radiated even through her offline status. As if he could still feel the lingering warmth. He closed the status window but kept the friends list open. That gray name quietly rested at the top of the list. He had set it as a special focus. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, gazing at the screen in a daze. The day's events flashed rapidly through his mind, the sweat and perseverance during the morning's extreme training. The thrill and dangers of stealing time in the wild, the messy and unwilling state of being ravaged during Captain Yi's special training, and the subtle understanding and joy when cooperating with her in the dungeon, all crystallizing in the recent private chat's encouraging words. Keep this mindset. Becoming stronger was not merely for himself or for Xing Xian, but also to stand beside that brilliant light, laying down formations to create the safest trajectories for her attacks, shielding her from the hidden arrows of darkness. It was to ensure that during their next battle side by side, she could effortlessly say, "Your control is very stable." Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the quest line labeled Mu Yu Chung Guang's Path in the system's encyclopedia. Quest objective: team up with Feng Shuyan Mu, Su Mucheng, to complete 3 dungeon challenges, difficulty not limited, and successfully mitigate at least 5 lethal threats during combat, system judgment required. Current progress: dungeon challenges, 13, mitigated lethal threats, 15. The road ahead was still long. He took a deep breath and logged off the game. The room was plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the faint red glow of the computer's power indicator. However, within Lin Mo's heart, a starry light quietly emerged, guiding his path forward. It was the name Feng Shuyan Mu in his friends list. A light that would never dim, even when offline. He eagerly anticipated the moment tomorrow when he would log in and see it shine once more.